Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 93, Releasing Prisoners comes at a price. A/N. For more chapters, drop some power stones. Gemstone. 9 a.m. Cranchcar residence, Naples. After releasing Guinevere and Lancelot, Athena took Brunhild to India to prepare for the plan Haru had proposed to deal with the last king. With the two goddesses gone, Haru's excitement waned. So, the next morning at 9 a.m., Haru and his group began packing their luggage, preparing to return home. Once everyone had finished packing, the space before them tore open, revealing a gap large enough for 5 people to pass through simultaneously. Through the rift, they could see the scene on the other side, a blood-red sky, a gloomy ancient city, and other peculiar landscapes. It was a corner of hell, a desolate place called the Great Howling Hell. Haru Kasugano frowned slightly, pouting at Haru. While it's very convenient to travel home through space, can you change the scenery? Among the authorities Haru possessed was the Hell Summoning, usurped from the Heavenly Emperor. This authority allowed him to freely open one of the 18 levels of hell. This particular level of hell was connected to the Campione world as a small, separate dimension. Therefore, Haru usually used this authority as a storage space. Recently, however, after getting trained by Athena, the goddess of the underworld, he discovered it could also be used as a high-speed travel portal. This travel portal worked by opening an entrance at point A, entering hell, and then opening an exit at point B, provided Haru had been to location B before and left a trace of hell's aura there. Over the past 3 years, with his authority over hell, Haru had practically traveled all over the earth. Consequently, he could now perform spatial teleportation across the globe, although each teleportation took at least 5 seconds. Haru looked at the others with a helpless expression. Although they had arrived in Naples through this hellish realm, they still couldn't help but frown upon seeing it again. After all, it was a scene straight from hell, and ordinary people couldn't possibly adapt to its environment. All right, we just need to go in for a moment. I'll open another door, and we'll be back home in Okukazome. It'll be quick, Haru said, gently pushing the reluctant Sora into hell. Ugh! A muffled groan. Sora's face turned pale. She felt her foot step on something soft and yielding. Hey! What are you stepping on me for? A clear, feminine voice called out. Shing! The sound of swords being drawn. Liliana and Erika, one on the left and one on the right, appeared before Sora, their sword points aimed at the figure lying on the ground. I surrender. Aina Saishuin lay on the floor, her hands raised in the air, a helpless expression on her face. Okukazome, Kasugano residence, living room. Haru sat on the sofa, holding the still trembling Sora in his arms, gently patting her back and comforting her. Stepping on something that moved and spoke in that kind of atmosphere was quite frightening. Aina Saishuin crouched on the living room floor, 2 night swords pressed against her snow-white neck. Liliana and Erika stood on either side of her, wry smiles on their faces. She had been hiding in hell for quite some time, relying on Maria Yuri to occasionally bring her food and manga. Thanks to her naturally optimistic personality, she had made herself quite comfortable there. Then, while enjoying a lazy sleep, she was suddenly and inexplicably stomped on, and now she was being treated like a criminal, about to be interrogated. She had a lot she wanted to say, but didn't dare. Your Majesty, I've been wrongly accused. Haru scratched his head in frustration, looking at Aina Saishuin, who was giving him an innocent smile. He felt a massive headache coming on. Tell me, what's going on? How did you end up in hell? Aina Saishuin frowned and explained the situation. Haru's brow furrowed as he looked at Aina. Is everything you said true? Aina nodded vigorously, her large, watery eyes fixed on Haru's face. My king, you must help me. Haru's face darkened. He knew Aina Saishuin's naive and innocent personality all too well. If she said it, it was most likely true. Do you have a list? A list of the people who collaborated with Susanoo? Yes, I wrote all their names down in my notebook. Aina pulled a small notebook from her cleavage and tossed it towards Haru. Haru's eyes were glued to Aina's chest. This was the first time he had seen someone use this method to hide something. Sora, in his arms, stared intently at Haru's face, twisting his leg flesh 1080 degrees. Liliana and Erika glared at Haru, their faces darkening at his ogling. Ahem. Feeling the pain in his leg, Haru coughed a few times and gestured for the notebook, which flew into his hand. He quickly flipped through the pages, scanning the list of names. After a moment, a cruel smile spread across his face. Perfect. They'll be coming here to investigate anyway. We'll have them take care of this on their way. An owl materialized beside Haru, snatched the notebook in its talons, and flew out of the Kasugano residence, heading for the distance. 1,000 meters above Tokyo Bay. Guinevere and Lancelot stood on their Pegasus, hovering in the sky. Guinevere squinted slightly, her hands gripping the sides of the Holy Grail, her body radiating a golden aura. She was channeling the Grail's magical power to search for the location of the last king. 5 hours had passed since they arrived in Tokyo Bay. Guinevere had maintained a state of intense concentration, searching every inch of the Far East. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused as she looked towards the east. Seeing Guinevere stop her search, Lancelot quickly asked, "My daughter, have you found the place where our lord slumbers?" Guinevere pursed her lips, her voice laced with a hint of tears. "I'm sorry, uncle. I couldn't find anything. I'm so close to our lord, but it's all because I'm too incompetent." "It's not your fault, my dear. Since the elusive king believes our lord sleeps here, then our lord must be somewhere in this land," Lancelot said after a moment of thought. "But, uncle, I can't find him." "I can't find him at all," Guinevere said, clutching her head in distress, her delicate features contorted in pain. "Perhaps it's been concealed. In my many years of wandering, I've heard tales of hermits residing in this land," Lancelot said gently, stroking Guinevere's head. "Concealed very cleverly," Guinevere murmured, recalling the ley lines she had detected earlier. Just then, an owl carrying a notebook appeared before them. "Is that the elusive king's energy? Support and read 10 advanced chapters ahead of the rest. https://p@trian.com/dragons. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, Luo Hao prepares to kill Sun Wukong. A/N, for more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. At dawn, as the sun peeked over the horizon, its gentle rays touched the earth. At the gate of the ancient, 1,000-year-old Kohotsuka family estate in Nikko City. Thud. A sound of piercing flesh echoed suddenly as a figure collapsed onto the stone pavement. Lancelot, his face impassive, withdrew the sword from the body. Blood splattered. Though he called it a sword, it was actually a wooden pole. Judging by the rag tied to the other end, this murder weapon was a household mop. "Is that the last one?" Lancelot sighed softly. "Yes, uncle. And I apologize for staining your hands with such filth." Guinevere appeared beside Lancelot, her lips pursed as she bowed to him. "It's nothing. I owe that person a debt, after all. As a knight, I must repay it. Besides, it's just a matter of dealing with a few insects who defied him." "It's no trouble at all," Lancelot said, casually tossing the mop aside. "I'm afraid that person's intention wasn't just for us to eliminate a few rebellious insects. I've extracted some interesting information from the mind of this faction's leader." A mass of black energy writhed in Guinevere's hand, emitting agonizing wails. The black energy gradually formed the face of an old man, Kohotsuka Tokuhiko, the head of the Kohotsuka family. "I've found it, uncle. Information about the sealing technique that suppresses my lord's aura. I'll need your help once more." Guinevere looked at the black energy in her hand, her face alight with triumphant joy. 3 days later, on an island, a deserted island in the northernmost part of the Philippine archipelago, stood a golden-haired girl. Around 12 or 13 years old, she had elegant golden curls framing a beautiful face. Dressed in a European-style black evening gown, her young body exuded a unique charm. It was Guinevere, the divine ancestor. Suddenly, Guinevere's expression shifted slightly. She knelt on the ground. "Welcome, Guinevere humbly greets you." The space before her, facing the boundless ocean, was empty. Waves crashed against the shore as Guinevere remained bowed. A while later, a response came from the sea. "There's no need for such formalities, divine ancestor. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point." A beautiful voice. The seawater coalesced, forming the figure of a young woman. With a composed and elegant face, she sat demurely. Her sleek black hair, finer than silk, was styled in 3 braids. She wore a split cheongsam, revealing slender legs and hinting at the allure beneath. Luo Hao, the leader of the holy cult of the 5 mountains and Haru's wife, had appeared on this desolate island. "Understood, come here, Leviathan," Guinevere said, her small body emitting a faint golden glow as she established a connection with a presence in the sea. From the vast ocean behind Luo Hao, a rustling sound echoed, the waves rising and falling rhythmically. After about 3 minutes, a figure was carried by the waves from afar and gently deposited on the shore. It was a young girl, around 10 years old. Her skin was dark, her small limbs covered in countless black scorch marks, as if she had been struck by lightning. A large hole, about 5 centimeters wide, gaped in her abdomen. Despite such grievous injuries, she still clung to life. The girl's name was Leviathan, Lord of the Flies, and also a divine ancestor. "I see. This is indeed the bloodline of a divine ancestor. And the holy aura emanating from her, the dragon serpent seal has been broken, Luo Hao said, her gaze calmly fixed on Leviathan's broken body. 3 years ago, after agreeing with Haru that she would personally kill Sun Wukong, Luo Hao had mobilized her forces to search the world for the heretical serpent god. Although she had found a few, capturing a god alive was incredibly difficult, even for someone as skilled in martial arts as she was. Due to her pride, she was reluctant to ask her husbands for help, so the execution of Sun Wukong had been delayed until today. Struck by holy lightning and pierced by a dragon-slaying sword, she must have survived this long thanks to your efforts, divine ancestor, Luo Hao said, scrutinizing Leviathan's injuries before turning to Guinevere. Leviathan struggled to open her eyes, glaring at Guinevere with venomous hatred. Yes, I shared some of the Earth's life force with her, Guinevere replied, her head bowed low as she remained kneeling. Aren't you going to call out that heretic god beside you? These wounds on this divine ancestor are likely his handiwork, aren't they? Luo Hao said, her gaze sharp as she looked at Guinevere. My uncle expended a great deal of holy power capturing Leviathan. He is currently in a deep slumber and won't interfere with your holiness's battle against the steel god. Rest assured, Guinevere said, her expression remarkably calm, even though her life was in Luo Hao's hands due to Lancelot's slumber. She was gambling. Based on years of observation, she knew Luo Hao was proud. She was betting that Luo Hao wouldn't stoop to killing a defenseless opponent. Luo Hao's gaze, regal and beautiful, fell upon Guinevere, a hint of admiration in her eyes. You wish to offer me this fellow divine ancestor? Then state your desire. I, Luo Hao, am not a fool who has forgotten the meaning of honor. I do not withhold rewards from those who offer meritorious service. What do you desire? She didn't suspect any hidden motives or ulterior ambitions. She didn't question whether there was a trap. Such suspicions were unbefitting of a king. If there was a trap, she would shatter it with her fists. If there was a conspiracy, she would cut it down with her sword. If there was rebellion, she would crush it with her royal might. This was Luo Hao's way. Confident in her own strength, she adhered to this principle. What I desire is the death of that troublesome steel god. That would be the greatest reward. That is why I sought you as a collaborator, Guinevere said, a bright and beautiful smile gracing her lips. Is that so? I understand. Looking at Guinevere's genuine smile, Luo Hao's lips curved slightly upwards. Await my good news, divine ancestor. Tomorrow, I will claim the Monkey King's head. Luo Hao's figure vanished along with Leviathan, who had been lying on the beach. Around 6 a.m., Miki stood silently before the gates of the West Heaven Palace, her eyes closed. A while later, she opened her eyes, looking at the two figures that had suddenly appeared. You've kept me waiting, Sister Luo Hao. Support and read 10 advanced chapters. Ahead of the rest. https://patreon.com/dragons. Chapter 95, Monkey Business. A/N, for more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. In a certain space within the netherworld, an imitation of the celestial court unfolded. Among the numerous ancient Japanese-style buildings, inside an inconspicuous palace. Atop a pile of hay, a golden-haired monkey, about 80 centimeters tall, was feasting on bananas and peaches, one in each hand. Just as he swallowed a mouthful of peach, he froze. I sensed the aura of a Godslayer approaching. Well, it has been a while since that. What was his name? Haru. Could he have found a way? The golden monkey looked expectantly at the palace gate. Had it been 300 years already? To be treated like a pet monkey here, as a god of war, this was the second time now. The last time was when he had been trapped beneath that bump-covered Buddha's finger. But he didn't harbor any resentment towards the Buddha. There was no point in resenting someone stronger. Defeat was defeat. He would just get stronger and take revenge later. But towards the one who had imprisoned him here, the deceitful god who had tricked and bound him, he felt nothing but burning hatred. He longed to tear him limb from limb and devour his marrow. But he couldn't. The moment he was released and descended upon the earth, he would be consumed by madness, his true nature unleashed. If he were set free, he would undoubtedly clash with those devil kings on earth, fighting until he killed them all or was sent back to the realm of myth. There was no third option, no path for revenge or redemption. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but he had no choice. Forget it, as long as I can get out. I don't want to stay in this wretched place any longer. He forcefully shoved the half-eaten peach and banana into his mouth, gulping them down in a single bite. He then turned his head slightly, his fiery golden eyes gazing at the three figures who had appeared before him. You're here. Oh ho, two devil kings at once. Haru, holding the hands of Luo Hao and Miki, appeared in the palace where the monkey god sat. Oh, it's you. I thought it was some other devil king. By the way, what's your name? The monkey scratched his head in frustration as he asked. To think that my name isn't etched in your memory. How unfortunate. Then, allow me to introduce myself once more. And then, you shall face death for the sin of forgetting. Luo Hao glared coldly at the monkey, her voice icy. Luo Hao. Leader of Holy Cult of the Five Mountains. Luo Hao, is it? I'll remember it this time. Now then. He glanced at Tuzumiki, then at the ceremonial sword she held, his eyes narrowing slightly. His fiery golden gaze shimmered, and within his pupils, the scene of the mortal world reflected. A winged serpent, Leviathan, its body pitch black and covered in wounds, soared above the West Heaven Palace, circling relentlessly. Ha ha ha. The serpent has manifested, the Miko of Calamity wields the ceremonial blade, all three elements are in place. He grinned, laughing heartily. Tuzumiki glanced at Haru, releasing her hand from his grasp. Her left hand tightened around the sword as she walked towards the monkey. Tuzumiki's eyes softened with regret. She had met Sun Wukong when she was 10 years old. As a Miko, she had played with this mischievous monkey for over 200 years. If she unleashed her power of calamity, this might be their last meeting. Tuzumiki hesitated, raising the sword several times, only to lower it again. Lass, this is the first time I'm asking you for something. Will you let me out? I'd rather die in battle than be imprisoned until I go mad. The monkey grinned, reaching out to ruffle Tuzumiki's hair. You messed up my hair again after I worked so hard to style it. Fine, since it's your first request, I'll reluctantly agree. Congratulations, Mr. Sunday, due to your good behavior, you're being released from prison today. Tears welled up in Tuzumiki's eyes. The sword in her hand shimmered with a faint golden light. Thud. She struck the monkey's head. In the hazy morning mist, islands disappear from view, a parting boat, hard to ignore. Tuzumiki chanted, slashing the sword to the north, south, east, and west. Man and woman unite, black and white entwined, a life conceived. 10 months pass, a human being received. Though not separate from my body, it's a human form, clearly perceived. Chanting the verses, she danced, her sword flashing. The gateway between the mortal world and the netherworld, a square-shaped hole barely large enough for 3 people to pass through, suddenly expanded. The sky, painted red by the rising sun, was the view of the mortal world. Ho ho, that Leviathan seems to be heavily wounded. We must hurry. The monkey's body gradually turned to stone. By the time he finished speaking, he had become a monkey-shaped statue. At the beginning of Journey to the West, Sun Wukong was born from a spirit stone that absorbed the essence of nature. This was a reenactment of that process, giving birth to a god from the spirit stone formed from the sealed monkey. Tuzumiki raised the sword high, channeling a surge of magical energy, and slammed it down on the stone, right where the monkey's head was. Crack! The monkey's head began to transform back into flesh and blood. The petrification gradually receded, starting from the head. First, the top of his head appeared, then his eyes. His eyes had turned crimson. The whites of his eyes were now red, with only his pupils remaining gold. These were the fiery golden eyes, the divine vision Sun Wukong have. Haru's lips curled into a slight smile as he approached the partially restored monkey, placing his hand on his unpetrified head. Within his soul, the egg pulsed with invisible energy. Sun Wukong widened his eyes, staring at the silver-haired youth, and grinned, baring his teeth. I owe you one, old friend. Boom. The petrification vanished, and Sun Wukong leaped 3 meters into the air. He wore shining golden armor, a golden crown reflecting light. He held aloft a golden-banded staff, his feet clad in cloud-walking shoes. His strange eyes shone like stars, his ears extended past his shoulders, firm and strong. His body shifted with ease, his voice resonant as a temple bell. A sharp-mouthed, fanged horse-groom, his ambition soared to be the great sage equal to heaven. I'm back. Sun Wukong roared, then reached into his ear and pulled out a golden needle. He blew on the needle. Expand. The golden needle instantly transformed into a 6-meter-long staff, as thick as a bowl, the Rui Jingu Bang, gold-banded staff. His right hand grasped the staff and swung it forward, splitting the netherworld space. The crack was 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. Through it, they could clearly see the scene on the other side. In a Japanese-style courtyard, an old man, an old monk, and a young woman sat in a triangle formation, their legs crossed. They were the elder leaders of the History Compilation Committee. Susanoo, the Takehaya Susanoo princess with glass eyes. Sita, and the ascetic monk, who had achieved Buddhahood in the flesh. This is bad. Susanoo instantly summoned the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, thrusting it towards Sun Wukong. 1 strike shattered the Tatsuka no Tsurugi. 2 strikes shattered his arms. 3 strikes pierced his chest. Sun Wukong froze. Support and read 10 advanced chapters. Ahead of the rest. https://patreon.com/dragons. Chapter 96, Gathering of Gods and Godslayers. Sita's Retribution. A/N. For more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. Everyone was stunned. How is this possible? Susanoo stared in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest, his voice strained. Hey, old geezer, don't play games with me. We were supposed to have an epic battle. What the hell just happened? Sun Wukong roared, grabbing Susanoo's collar and hauling up his mangled body, spittle flying from his mouth. Susanoo's body, pierced through the heart, began to disintegrate from his ankles, gradually turning into dust and scattering in the wind. His wide eyes, reflecting Sun Wukong's monkey face, burned with hatred. I'm not resigned. Luo Hao turned her head, glancing at Haru with a look of deep displeasure. Her voice was low and menacing. Did you do something? Haru stared blankly at the dissipating form of Susanoo, his face a mask of confusion. No, I didn't do anything. What's going on? Luo Hao, her eyes fixed on Susanoo's contorted face, was momentarily speechless. After a few minutes, she regained her composure. Just now, Susanoo's movements were incredibly slow, like rusted gears. Because of his sluggishness, he was killed by the Monkey King's 3 swift attacks. I thought you had used the power of heaven and earth to bind him. What exactly happened? Hearing this, Haru, his expression strange, leaned closer to Luo Hao and whispered in her ear. To be honest, when I saw those 3 appear, I was about to grab some snacks from my divine treasury and enjoy the show. I wasn't planning on interfering. The ascetic monk coughed awkwardly, his face grim. Ahem. His rare forays into battle have all been against mortals. Luo Hao's eyes flashed with scorn. As a god of war, has he forgotten how to fight? Sita smiled wryly, smoothing her hair, which had been ruffled by the hurricane force winds generated by Sun Wukong's staff. It's not that. It's just, his body has become somewhat sluggish. The ascetic monk pressed his palms together and chanted a Buddhist prayer. Amitabha. Why bother? Against the steel god of war, even a moment's hesitation is fatal. Haru glanced disdainfully at Susanoo, whose body had now disintegrated up to his shoulders. So he's just a pampered, useless garbage god, huh? Sun Wukong's monkey face was contorted with rage, his fiery golden eyes blazing. He released Susanoo's collar, letting the remnants of his body fall to the ground. He slowly tightened his grip on his Rui Jingu Bang and roared. 300 years ago, I was actually ambushed by this pathetic excuse for a god. With a powerful swing, his staff blurred into a series of afterimages, ripping through space and shattering Susanoo's skull in a burst of grey mist. Bah! Sun Wukong spat at the dust on the ground, twirled his staff a few times, and then rested it on his shoulders as he looked towards Haru. So, Devil King, how about we have a fight now? Otherwise, I won't be able to contain my rage. Sun Wukong said, his monkey face etched with frustration. He had finally avenged himself, a moment that should have been filled with joy, but instead, he felt a burning frustration. It was utterly ridiculous. Luo Hao stepped forward, her voice cold. You've finally reclaimed the essence of steel, haven't you? Very well, great sage. Let's settle this. Sun Wukong scratched his head, looking at Luo Hao and Haru, then hesitated. Indeed, you were the first Devil King I encountered. This kid came later. I should respect the order of precedence. Besides, this kid has done me a favor. Forget it, why bother with so much formality? Are you ready? Hiya! Sun Wukong roared, gripping his Rui Jingu Bang and swinging it towards Luo Hao's head. Ha! Luo Hao wrinkled her delicate nose and grunted. Her white hands shimmered with golden light, the power of the great strength Vajrapani. Her palm met the staff with a resounding clang, and the human and monkey clashed fiercely. Haru vanished, reappearing behind Sita. He gently stroked her flax-colored hair. Princess, you should know, shouldn't you? The location of the steel that records the myth of Rama. As Haru drew closer, Sita's breathing became heavier. As expected, your true target is Prince Rama. However, you are really wicked. Compared to Prince Rama, who took the Earth Mother's life and enslaved her, your strange charm is even more perverse. It's like enslaving the Earth Mother's very spirit. Haru looked at Sita's blushing face, slightly taken aback. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Athena, Brunhild, and Pandora weren't this affected by me. This is the netherworld, the world of the spirit. Thanks to this, the true nature of your soul has been revealed. Sita slowly turned, wrapping her arms around Haru's neck, completely ignoring the fierce clash of magical energy between the god and the Devil King in the distance. Besides, the 3 you mentioned are complete goddesses. Sita is just a humble Earth Mother. The ascetic monk, watching the scene unfold, smiled wryly and faded away. It seems my life has been spared. Thank you. Sita kissed Haru's neck, whispering an apology. I'm sorry. I can only control my body by doing this. Haru gently patted Sita's head. You still haven't answered my question. Must I answer now? Sita looked at Haru's face, a troubled expression on her own. Take me there, to the place where the myth of Rama is recorded. Haru's gaze was serious. To defeat Rama, finding the stele that recorded his myth was the first priority. Honestly, if you can't control yourself, you'll have to take responsibility. Sita quickly leaned in and kissed Haru's lips. The surrounding space began to distort. The elegant wooden mansion twisted and warped. When the distortion subsided, the scene had changed. Haru and Sita stood on a beautiful island with a pristine white sand beach. A few steps further, and they would enter a vast forest, teeming with lush vegetation. Reaching this hidden location requires a high-precision teleportation spell. Because of your magic resistance, I could only use this method of transmission. Because of this, I can no longer endure. Make Sita yours, O King of the Earth Mothers. Sita slowly removed her ornate 12-layered kimono, revealing smooth, jade-like skin beneath. Due to the ancient Japanese clothing style, the layers beneath her elaborate garment were surprisingly minimal. Completely naked, Sita brought her face close to Haru's. Now, possess all of Sita, before we reach the stele that records the deeds of my nominal husband. Support and read 10 advanced chapters. Ahead of the rest. https://patreon.com/dragons. Chapter 97, Chapter 97, It's You Who Wasted the Most Time. A/N, for more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. The cool moonlight bathed the beach, painting the white sand a silvery hue. Waves crashed against the shore, the shush echoing across the silent island. But another sound, the sound of ragged breathing, resonated even louder, mingling with the rhythm of the ocean. It had been 2 hours since Haru had shifted from Takamagara, the heavenly plane of the gods, to this small island. A final, mournful cry pierced the air, and then, only the sound of the waves remained. Haru gently patted Sita's smooth back, a playful glint in his eyes. Satisfied? How does revenge feel? Sita sat up, her delicate face flushed, and ran her fingers through her flax-colored hair, which shimmered in the moonlight. Haru's reflection danced in her lapis lazuli eyes. Puffing out her cheeks, she said, Not good at all. I feel like I've lost everything, yet my heart is strangely joyful. You really are far more wicked than the prince. Haru reached out and tugged at the corner of Sita's mouth, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Trying to deny everything after I've had my way with you. Sita swatted his hand away, her eyes filled with worry. She gently caressed Haru's cheek. Are you really confident you can defeat the prince? With all due respect, he has been defeated countless times, but he always survives. Countless demon kings from past eras have been worn down by his immortality. Are you certain you can win? Haru's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Sita's worried face. His voice was serious. I haven't actually fought him, so I can't say for certain. However, if I obtain Rama's complete knowledge, I have plenty of ways to make him wish he were dead. The kind of wishing where he wants to die but can't. Sita's eyes lit up with ecstatic joy. If anyone hated Rama the most, it was Sita. Originally, Sita had ruled the earth as the primordial Earth Mother. Defeated by Rama, she was reduced to the role of his wife. Being less skilled, she could accept that. But Rama had repeatedly dragged her from the realm of myth, using her as sustenance. Even if it wasn't his intention, the resentment she felt was immense. Therefore, after Sita was killed 1,000 years ago, reverting to a divine ancestor and losing her memory, the trauma of being devoured was etched into her soul. Relying on instinct, she had hidden in the netherworld while Rama slept. The fact of her nominal marriage to Rama was enough for Sita to betray him with Haru. Moreover, hearing that Haru had the means to make Rama suffer, how could Sita not be overjoyed? After a moment of ecstatic joy, Sita's body suddenly erupted with waves of tangible black energy, the remnants of her resentment as a goddess. Her eyes were vacant as she stared at Haru, her voice devoid of emotion. It's a promise. Even if you can't kill the prince, you must make him suffer. No, you will make him suffer. Haru looked at the darkened Sita with a hint of alarm and quickly nodded. The black energy dissipated, and Sita's usual cheerful smile returned. She grasped a certain dangerous part of Haru's anatomy. Then, allow Sita to serve you once more. Her lapis lazuli eyes filled with allure, Sita slowly lowered her head. A moment later, she swallowed. Consider the initial interest paid, she whispered, wrapping her arms around Haru's neck. Haru stared at the possessive princess, a vein throbbing in his forehead. Give me the stone tablets first. If we wait any longer, Rama will awaken. Sita nodded slightly and closed her eyes. A deep rumbling shook the white sand beach. Stone tablets began to emerge from the ground. They were square, about 50 centimeters on each side. Their surfaces were covered in ancient Latin script, forming long passages of text. Over 500 tablets emerged from the sand, each inscribed with compressed information. If converted to digital text, the amount of data would exceed 1,000 terabytes. Within Haru's soul space, the crystallized power of the great summoning of hell pulsed with a dark light. A black fissure, 5 meters wide and 10 meters tall, appeared before Haru. On the other side, he could see the interior of the underground temple in Naples. Athena, seated on the Hera pillar, came into view. Sita lifted the hem of her 12-layered kimono and performed an ancient curtsy. "Greetings, Lady Athena." This aura. Is Mother present as well? A brick-sized piece of stone suddenly broke off from the Hera pillar. Whoosh! It struck Sita squarely on the forehead. Tears welled up in Sita's eyes as she looked at the Hera pillar, confusion written on her face. "Mother, why? You, homewrecker." A childish voice, laced with resentment, echoed from the pillar. It was Pandora. Sita blushed, subtly wiping her mouth, but then, she deliberately licked her lips while looking at the Hera pillar, before scurrying behind Haru. Black mist erupted from the Hera pillar, churning and boiling before coalescing into a giant black hand. The lines on the hand were clearly visible, and one could vaguely make out the shape of a small girl's hand, magnified to an enormous scale. The giant hand shot towards Sita with lightning speed. Athena frowned slightly and gently tapped the black mist-covered Hera pillar. The pillar trembled, and the giant hand shuddered violently before collapsing into wisps of black mist that dissipated in the wind. Ahem. Ahem. Let's get this over with first. Sun Wukong, who's suppressing the earth veins, has already emerged. Guinevere should be close to finding the location as well. Haru cleared his throat, his face flushed with embarrassment. In reality, he was the one who had wasted the most time here. Athena's dark eyes glanced at Haru, her gaze filled with disapproval. Haru, feeling the weight of her stare, lowered his head in a show of contrition. Then, a satisfied smile appeared on Athena's face. "You will alter the myths etched in the Akashic records, while I will handle the Ramayana flowing on earth." Pandora's childish yet serious voice echoed from the Hera pillar. "Since this involves the mythology of Vishnu, one of the Trimurti and the supreme god of order, it's safer for me to handle the alteration. In that case, I'll handle the alteration. Nuwa, I'll need your divine power. Isis, you're in charge of masking our presence." Pandora directed the partial consciousness projections of the various Earth Mothers within the Hera pillar, assigning their tasks. "Understood." A chorus of voices, some gentle, some cold, some cheerful, responded from the pillar. The 500 or so square stone tablets scattered across the beach erupted with multicolored divine light. The Latin script inscribed on the tablets began to distort and shift. Support and read 10 advanced chapters. Ahead of the rest. https://patreon.com/dragons. Chapter 98, The Elements Align. A/N, for more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. The Ganges River in India. Revered by the Indian people as the Holy River and Mother of India. Countless myths and religious legends have shaped the unique customs and traditions along its banks. A river steeped in history and rich cultural significance, the Ganges, even after millennia of civilization, continues to be the heart of ancient rituals practiced by those living along its shores. Many time-honored myths have instilled within the Indian people an endless reverence for Mother Ganges, an unbreakable bond. Yet, all of that is in the past, intern Lu said dismissively, looking at the Ganges 100 meters away. Plastic waste littered the river's surface, industrial runoff giving it an iridescent sheen under the sun. Thanks to the Indian tradition of water burials, corpses occasionally drifted by, making it nothing more than a glorified open sewer. Lu still couldn't comprehend the Indian mindset. With their water source primarily coming from the Ganges, they relentlessly polluted it. There were other ways to court death. Exhale. He blew a smoke ring, tossed the cigarette butt to the ground, and crushed it under his heel. Then, he walked towards the construction site ahead. Professor and his team of mythology researchers had arrived at a site on the Indo-Gangetic plain. With the Indian government's permission, they were conducting archaeological excavations. Notably, Professor, drawing on his extensive travel experience, had left the female members of the team in Naples. Only the male members had accompanied him to India. Heaven knew what he had encountered during his previous travels there. Professor walked over, holding a shovel. "Professor? What are you doing?" Intern Lu asked, puzzled by the professor's actions. While he harbored doubts about the professor's academic expertise, he deeply respected his character. After all, Professor had been a mentor to most of the research team. Not every professor was willing to include the names of assisting students in their research reports. The excavation has stalled. Everyone's at a loss, the professor sighed, explaining to intern Lu. They had invested a considerable amount of manpower and resources in this project, and both personnel and funds were stretched thin. If they didn't unearth something soon, they wouldn't be able to secure further investments. In turn, Lu was bewildered. Pointing at the shovel the professor offered him, he said, "Then why are you giving this to me?" "Well, you were the first to discover the ruins in Naples. So, it's time for your luck to shine again. I have high hopes for you," the professor said earnestly, patting Intern Lu on the shoulder. Intern Lu, his face etched with disbelief, took the shovel and randomly jabbed it into the ground. "Professor, we should trust in science. Shouldn't we be using instruments at a time like this?" He froze, staring at the ground. An angular edge, a corner of some kind of stone, had emerged. The professor was stunned. He had only meant to tease his student, to lighten the mood. After a long pause. "Everyone, get over here. Dig," the professor roared, his face flushed. 5 hours later, the professor stared intently at the nearly 6,000 freshly unearthed stone slabs, each measuring 30 centimeters in length, width, and height. He turned to the 5 translators beside him, barely containing their excitement. "Well, have you determined anything about the age, script, or content?" A white-haired translator spoke, his voice trembling with excitement. "It's the Ramayana. And it's the original version written by Valmiki, including the original first chapter, childhood, and the 7th chapter, later years. The Ramayana consisted of 7 chapters. Chapters 2 through 5 were written by Valmiki. The 1st and 7th chapters were later additions, the 1st describing the circumstances of the epic's creation and Rama's origins, the 7th recounting Rama's descent from hero to tyrant, and his persecution of his wife, Sita. He, ha ha ha. Another world-shaking discovery. I've got the cover of Time magazine reserved, the professor exclaimed, practically giddy with delight. Thousands of meters above, riding on her sun chariot, Brunhild looked down at the excavation site. A smile, as bright as the sun, spread across her face. That same day, at 2 a.m., in the headquarters of the Greenwich Assembly of Wise Men, 3,000 mythology scholars from around the world, armed with collected mythological data from the Asia-Pacific region, were immersed in frantic research. The Diogenes Club, its members averaging over 110 years of age, also held an all-night meeting, their old bones creaking with the effort. The 2 academic organizations were furiously studying the newly discovered mythological lineage, which Princess Alice, the chairwoman of the Assembly of Wise Men, had just named the Dirac mythology, through divine revelation. Above Tokyo Bay, the full moon cast a gentle glow. Guinevere and Lancelot had returned to this place. The Holy Grail and Guinevere's body emanated a divine aura, resonating with the potent energy of the earth. This was the life force of the Earth Mother Goddess that Guinevere had gathered through countless reincarnations over the millennia. Although she had used and dissipated much of it, what remained was equivalent to the magical energy of 10 Godslayers. Once again, Guinevere amplified her power with the Holy Grail, probing the earth veins, searching for the location of the last king. Lancelot looked at Guinevere, his expression serious. "Have you found him?" Lancelot asked, a hint of excitement in his calm voice. "I have. The place where my master sleeps, where there is neither land nor sea, I have seen it." "Indeed, uncle. Thanks to the disruption of the earth veins caused by the Monkey King's release, my master's aura has leaked out. I now know his exact location. So that's where he is. My master, the last king to manifest." Guinevere's face lit up with a radiant smile, eclipsing even the brilliance of the moon above. Lancelot smiled slightly, summoning an ancient longbow. At the same time, he summoned the reforged Excalibur. Now, all that remains is the life force of the Earth Mother Goddess. Far out on the Pacific Ocean, a raging tempest swept across the heavens and earth. A figure, enveloped by the storm, hurtled towards Tokyo Bay. It was the figure of a woman, a curvaceous, seemingly clothed female form. Support and read 10 advanced chapters. Ahead of the rest. https://patreon.com/dragons. Chapter 99, He Awakens. A/N, for more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. A violent storm, originating in the distant Pacific, swept across the ocean and reached the edge of Tokyo Bay in mere seconds, its fury churning the waters just 3 kilometers from where Lancelot stood. Lancelot released his grip. The holy Excalibur, wreathed in white flames, shot forth, hurtling towards the goddess with unstoppable force. With a warrior's instinct, the goddess sensed the imminent threat to her life. Divine power surged from her, blasting holes in the ocean surface. The displaced water coalesced into countless azure serpents, forming a multi-layered barrier in a desperate attempt to block the sword's advance. But it was futile. Excalibur pierced through the serpent shield, impaling the goddess's body. Golden ichor, radiant and divine, spilled from the goddess's lips. Her eyes widened in shock, and she gasped, "The sword of divine salvation." "Hanuman," she shrieked, her voice filled with anguish, then dissolved into white sand, scattered by the wind. The Holy Grail pulsed with a golden light as bright as the sun. The goddess's life force, channeled through Excalibur, flowed into the Grail, filling it to the brim. Guinevere gazed at the overflowing Grail with ecstatic joy, gently caressing its surface, her face filled with rapture. Just then, a whirlwind descended from the starry sky above Tokyo Bay. The wind, originating from the gaps between the stars, swirled and coalesced before Lancelot and Guinevere, taking the form of a war god, his body wrapped in white cloth, his face hidden behind a crimson mask. Guinevere lifted the hem of her black dress in a graceful curtsy. "You've done well, Hanuman. As expected of my lord's right hand, you captured the goddess Circe in just 6 months." Guinevere served the steel hero, the last king. The Hanuman, the god who served as his right hand, was not a subordinate god. Like Lancelot du Lac of old, he was a god who fought alongside his comrade. His valor was of the highest caliber, a true hero. During the 3 years she had spent evading the capricious Haru's hunting avatars, Guinevere had dedicated nearly 2 years to summoning the Hanuman, hoping to turn the tables. But even with his aid, she had been forced to flee under the relentless assault of multiple avatars. 6 months ago, while evading pursuers and searching for the last king in Southeast Asia, Guinevere had stumbled upon Circe's location. Circe, a goddess of the sea and a powerful witch, also possessed aspects of a serpent goddess. While this aspect was relatively weak, combined with the earth's essence stored within the Holy Grail, it could rival, or even surpass, the power of an earth goddess. Therefore, Guinevere had dispatched the Hanuman to hunt her down. It had been a wise decision. In this critical moment, he had delivered the final key to resurrecting the last king. "It has been 1,500 years, Hanuman. It is time to awaken our slumbering lord," Lancelot said, summoning his celestial steed. He extended a hand to Guinevere. Guinevere placed her hand in Lancelot's and gracefully mounted the Pegasus. Together, they looked at the Hanuman. The Hanuman nodded silently, then looked towards the sky. "Hiya." Lancelot pulled on the reins, and the Pegasus soared upwards. The Hanuman watched them ascend, then transformed into a whirlwind, following close behind. High above the clouds, beyond the atmosphere, in the realm of orbiting satellites. This was the edge of space, a harsh and unforgiving environment. But those present were not normal beings. The two gods traversed the void with their divine bodies, while the witch soared effortlessly with her magic. A small landmass floated before them, similar to a tiny island adrift in the vastness of the Pacific. It had hills and plains, but no vegetation or any sign of life. It was an island of bare rock and soil, and at its center, a single iron sword was embedded in the ground. The sword was about 1 meter long, double-edged, and thick like a cleaver, but it was now broken and rusted. Despite being called a sword, its shape resembled more of a saber. The sword of divine salvation. The weapon of the hero who had vanquished the Devil King, forged from the strongest steel. Guinevere leaped from the Pegasus and rushed towards the sword of divine salvation. Overwhelmed with joy, she knelt before it, embracing the blade as if it were a priceless treasure, her hands gently caressing its rusted surface. Time seemed to stand still as Guinevere meticulously rubbed away the rust. "My lord, do you sense it? Surely you feel it, the hero's destiny etched into your very soul. It is time to awaken." There was no response. But the rusted blade began to vibrate. Far below, storm clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. From their vantage point in orbit, even the sea of clouds seemed like a distant world. Leviathan, the heretic god, who was absorbing the earth's essence in the West Heaven Palace to heal its wounds, shuddered, a sudden chill running down his spine. Not only that. Several abhorrent Godslayers have been born into this world. There is the old Devil King, like a ravenous wolf, and the arrogant queen who claims to be unmatched. There is the witch, who brings nothing but calamity to the world. And there are 5 other youths, 8 Godslayers in total, proclaiming this era to be their spring. Lancelot stood beside the sword of divine salvation, reciting the incantation. He paused momentarily, recalling the overwhelmingly powerful Devil King, then continued. "With such a gathering of Godslayers, the world is in its twilight. This is truly the age of the apocalypse." A sphere of lightning materialized above Lancelot's head, shining like a miniature sun, then began to rise rapidly. The ascending sphere suddenly expanded, growing to a diameter of over 100 meters, matching the size of the floating island that had concealed the sword of divine salvation for millennia. It crackled with electricity, sparks flying in all directions. Guinevere rubbed the blade, chanting in a loud voice. "We pray for the blade's rebirth, to pierce the darkness of this dying world, to vanquish the Devil Kings. O most revered blade of blades, edge of edges, you are the blade that slays Devil Kings. You are the white light of salvation. You are born to destroy all Campione." Lancelot waved his hand, and an endless torrent of lightning poured down from the sphere above, striking the sword of divine salvation. The ferocious attack was absorbed by the blade. Guinevere, standing so close, remained unharmed, continuing to polish the blade. After hundreds of lightning strikes and thunderous roars, Guinevere kissed the blade and chanted, "O, holy king, who appears at the world's end, descend now." The sword of divine salvation was restored to its former glory. After more than 1,000 years, the once rusted and broken meter-long blade was now enveloped in a dazzling white gold light, radiating a divine and brilliant aura. Support and read 10 advanced chapters ahead of the rest. https://patreon.com/dragons. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, Unquenchable Hatred. We hit 100 chapters. Party Popper, a huge thank you to everyone for your incredible support. Couldn't have done it without you. Red Heart. When the group saw the radiant light, Lancelot immediately dismounted and addressed the divine blade. "My lord, king of the end, though I doubt it myself." Lancelot's honey-colored hair flowed in the wind, his face etched with uncertainty. "Have you forgotten my face?" He had long, white hair and a youthful, handsome face. However, etched upon his refined features, like rust upon steel, were the marks of countless battles and an unrecoverable weariness. He wore a blue tunic, slim trousers, and a pure white cloak. Slowly, as if touching something repulsive, with an expression of someone forced to handle something unpleasant, he grasped the hilt of the divine blade. "Of course I remember you, to think we would meet again, fate is truly unpredictable." "My name is now Lancelot du Lac," Lancelot said, stroking his horse's head with a bright, cheerful smile. "Is that so? You finally received a new name." A refreshing smile bloomed on the weary, yet noble, face of the figure who resembled a prince. For a moment, the rust-like weariness vanished, replaced by an innate grace and elegance befitting royalty. It was his way of expressing joy at this reunion with Lancelot, a bond forged through extraordinary circumstances. But the momentary transformation quickly faded, and the king of the end smile disappeared. Guinevere, clutching the Holy Grail, approached Rama with an expectant look. The princely figure hesitated for a moment, then placed his hand on Guinevere's head, gently stroking her golden hair. A troubled expression crossed his face. "Goddess of White, you've pushed yourself too hard." Guinevere froze, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked at the white-haired prince. "My lord." Rama's gaze shifted to the figure standing at the rear of the group, the Hanuman, his true nature concealed by cloth and a mask. This war god, who had served the hero who annihilated the Devil King since mythical times, lowered his head, seemingly apologizing for forcibly awakening him. Rama shook his head silently, conveying a message with his eyes. It was as if he were saying, "It's not your fault." The Hanuman nodded in acknowledgement, then retreated, transforming into a whirlwind and dissipating. This was the silent communication between master and servant, a bond so deep that words were unnecessary. "You've grown weary of battle, haven't you?" Lancelot's whisper was laced with sadness, his gaze fixed on Rama filled with pity. Rama, listening silently, offered a tired smile and nodded to his ally, whom he was meeting again after 1,500 years. Guinevere's eyes widened. She quickly embraced Rama's waist, sobbing uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, my lord." Guinevere didn't know. "I'm so sorry, truly sorry." Like a child apologizing in their parents' arms after making a mistake, Guinevere wept and apologized profusely. Rama, both exasperated and amused, comforted Guinevere, gently patting her back. "I forgive you, I truly do," he whispered. Guinevere raised her tear-stained face, looking at Rama with pleading eyes. "Really?" Rama nodded repeatedly, the corners of his lips twitching into a bitter smile that mirrored his inner turmoil. Tears welled up in Guinevere's eyes once more. Rama quickly changed his expression, forcing a bright, albeit tearful, smile. Guinevere stopped crying, slowly releasing her grip and stepping back. She summoned the Holy Grail and presented it to Rama. After a moment of hesitation, Rama reached out his hand. Suddenly, the floating island trembled violently. It wasn't a single tremor but a continuous shaking. Earthquakes were impossible on an island floating in orbit. The group realized what was happening. "Are we falling?" Someone had summoned the floating island back to Earth, causing it to descend. The entire island shook from the force of the descent. Leviathan, the heretic serpent, hovering above the West Heaven Palace, roared furiously at the sky, its fierce expression unwavering despite its unhealed wounds. Its roar echoed through the clouds. "By the authority of the Earth Mother Goddess, I draw all things back to the embrace of Mother Earth. All things, do not obstruct my will." The floating island plummeted like a meteor. Although it fell like a meteor, it collided with a small mountain next to the West Heaven Palace without the expected impact and explosion. The Valkyrie Brunhild, leaning against the gate of the palace, channeled her divine power. As the Earth Mother Goddess, she used her authority to protect the Earth from the impact. However, this protection did not extend to the floating island. Brunhild sensed an incomparably repulsive aura emanating from it. The island shattered upon impact, scattering fragments of rock and soil. When they were 200 or 300 meters from the ground, Guinevere cast a spell to negate gravity, allowing the group to float in midair. From his vantage point in the sky, Rama's broad vision immediately detected the approaching figure of the heretic serpent god, radiating a dense killing intent. "Did you summon me back? What is your name?" "Ashira, Leviathan, the one you devoured alive 2,000 years ago." Ah. I never imagined, truly never imagined, that I would briefly regain memories from so long ago, perhaps because I have regained my divine form," the enormous serpent god, 300 meters long and 5 meters wide, boomed. "Indeed, breaking the dragon serpent's seal has a chance of restoring memories. So, what do you intend to do?" Rama nodded slightly, addressing Ashira. Kill you. Ashira's serpentine body trembled as it repeated the words, roaring at Rama. Hearing Ashira's undisguised killing intent, Rama nodded, not asking for a reason. He lowered his gaze for a moment. Precisely because he possessed the ability to command even the gods' ancestors, he understood more than anyone else. If the proud soul of a goddess were to be restored after becoming a god ancestor, and she were to see her current, degraded state, such feelings of hatred would not be surprising. The prince raised his head, meeting the giant serpent god's gaze with an unwavering expression. "I understand why you consider me your enemy. Do you wish to duel?" "Kill you," Ashira repeated once more. "Then I cannot refuse." He responded immediately, with the solemnity of someone accepting responsibility for their sins. Rama slowly drew the divine blade from his back, then removed it from its scabbard and handed it to Guinevere. Guinevere quickly took the blade, and together with Lancelot, she retreated several hundred meters, hovering in the air to observe the confrontation between Rama and Leviathan. It wasn't that he looked down on Ashira. Rama's eyes held a sincere respect for his opponent, who was challenging him with their soul and dignity. Wielding the divine blade against the serpent god would be like activating an instant kill cheat. This would be unfair to Ashira, who was risking everything for revenge, so Rama relinquished the blade. Even though Rama hadn't absorbed the Earth's essence from the Holy Grail and was currently depleted of power, Leviathan was also severely wounded. The battle would be fought on equal ground. The serpent's tail lashed out, a blur of motion, aiming for Rama. Rama charged forward, unarmed, to meet the serpent god head-on. Support and read 10 extra chapters. Ahead of the rest. https://patreon.com/dragons. Chapter 101, The Pitiful Hero. With a flick of its massive tail, the colossal serpent goddess, Leviathan, sent a blur of afterimages crashing towards Rama. Boom. Rama caught the tail, his arms wrapped around its immense girth. He heaved, attempting to lift the monster serpent for an over-the-shoulder throw. In a flash, the serpent's form began to shrink, as if reverting to human form. But just as quickly, it expanded again, the enormous serpentine body of the heretic god, Leviathan, reforming. And Shira, in this fleeting shift, had recoiled her tail, dodging Rama's attack. As Leviathan's form solidified, catching Rama off guard, the massive coils constricted around his comparatively small body. And Shira, in her serpentine form, opened her jaws, unleashing a torrent of emerald-green venomous flames onto the ensnared Rama. A sizzling sound filled the air as the venomous flames corroded Leviathan's scales and Rama's armor. And Shira, seemingly unconcerned about the damage to her own body, continued to spew the corrosive flames, clearly intent on a mutual destruction. Guh. Arg. Rama groaned in agony as the venomous flames washed over him. Leviathan's massive serpentine eyes narrowed in pain, but her gaze held an unyielding madness. Rama, trapped and burning, was pushed to the brink of death by the desperate heretic god. "Brother." A faint voice reached Rama's ears. Hundreds of meters away, beside Guinevere, who held the holy sword, a flickering shadow appeared. It began to coalesce and spin, calling out to the last king, Rama. "You are the last savior king to manifest in this world. The king of kings. The great hero with the noblest destiny. The tiger among men. Possessor of boundless glory and brilliant merit. The supreme hero. Bearer of the highest blessings bestowed by 1,000 gods." Hearing this extravagant praise, Rama was taken aback. Through the emerald flames, he turned his head, staring at the holy sword in Guinevere's hands. At the same time, the shadow calling him brother began to take shape. Its lower body remained a swirling vortex of shadows, but its upper body transformed into a pale-haired nobleman, identical in appearance to Rama. However, unlike his fair-skinned brother, his skin was tanned, as if by the sun. The shadowy nobleman, his upper body reinforced, roared, "Allow me to lend a hand." "Stop. Don't interfere." Rama's eyes widened in horror as he shouted. But his pleas, choked by the venomous flames, were in vain. The divine shadow reached out towards the holy sword. Just as it was about to grasp the hilt, Guinevere intervened. The Holy Grail materialized, its golden magical energy transforming into 8 colossal winged serpents. The 8 serpents unleashed a torrent of golden dragon fire, engulfing the shadowy figure. Tears welled up in Guinevere's eyes as she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. My lord said you were not allowed to interfere. Didn't you hear? Subordinate god. Aarg. The divine shadow shrieked in agony as the golden dragon fire consumed it. In moments, the shadow was reduced to ashes. Tears streamed down Guinevere's face as she bit her lip. Lifting her skirt, she curtsied towards Rama. Just as she was about to speak, Rama suddenly roared, "Don't let your guard down." Hearing his warning, Lancelot immediately summoned his holy blade, thrusting it towards the ashes. But what? Guinevere frantically tried to control the winged serpents. He. Despite being reduced to ashes, the shadow continued to move, a low chuckle echoing from the remnants. I was born from the shadow of the strongest steel. Even a fragment of me possesses the unyielding characteristic of immortality. Blame your divine ancestry. Descendant of gods, I command you, block the holy sword. As the voice roared, the ashes coalesced into a grayish-black human arm. Guinevere's eyes widened in terror. Her young body moved instinctively, stepping between the holy blade and the shadowy arm. My child. Lancelot cried out in anguish. The holy blade pierced Guinevere's body. The grayish-black arm seized the opportunity, grasping the hilt of the holy sword and drawing it from its scabbard in one swift motion. An instant later, a platinum light filled the palace. The holy grail slipped from Guinevere's grasp, radiating a brilliant platinum light that illuminated the night sky. The dazzling radiance was visible throughout the far east. The holy grail shattered, releasing a torrent of magical energy. The energy surged outwards like a spring overflowing, its platinum light filling the sky. The light then descended upon Rama, the last king, pouring into his body. An immense surge of magical energy coursed through Rama, instantly increasing his power AX 100 compared to a typical Campione. The wounds inflicted by the venomous flames began to heal. A brilliant platinum light emanated from the valiant hero's body, the light of salvation, the divine lightning. Whenever Rama, in his complete form, suffered an injury that drew blood, his body would naturally emit divine lightning. Compared to the lightning attacks Lancelot conjured with his full power over the authority of thunder, Rama's magical energy was far greater, and thus, his divine lightning was far more potent. In a flash, the heretic god Leviathan, who had coiled around Rama, vanished, annihilated by the divine lightning. The entire mountain range where the West Heaven Palace stood was leveled. Trees were obliterated, and all life within the forest was extinguished. Witnessing this scene of devastation, Rama's face was etched with sorrow as he gazed at the destruction he had wrought. Alas, a hero who cannot save lives is no hero at all. Rama tried to approach Guinevere, whose body had been pierced by the blade, but he stopped after a few steps. A naked young girl fell from the sky, landing heavily beside Rama. It was the divine ancestor, Anshira aka Leviathan. When the Holy Grail had shattered, her serpentine instincts had urged her to abandon her heretic god form and revert to her god ancestor state, attempting to escape the divine lightning. But she had still been grazed by its power, blasted into the sky and grievously wounded, only now falling back to earth. Anshira struggled, trying to crawl towards Rama. After a moment of silence, Rama walked towards her. Snap. Anshira opened her jaws, biting down on Rama's foot with all her might. Rama looked at her silently. Hundreds of meters away, the shadowy arm slowly raised the holy sword. A massive square magical formation appeared above it, a mandala, as it was known in India. The square formation, about 10 meters on each side, was divided into smaller grids, each depicting a different weapon. The weapons within the grids glowed with a golden light, then transformed into countless bolts of divine lightning, raining down on Anshira. At that moment, space itself tore open. A hand, clenched into a fist, slammed into the mandala formation. The fist shattered the formation and the divine lightning just as they were about to be unleashed. p@trian.com/dragons. // Chapter 102, Chapter 102, The Curtain Rises. The tear in space suddenly expanded, revealing a gap large enough for an adult to pass through. Kasugano Haru slowly emerged, casually shaking his slightly reddened right hand. A sly smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Rama. No wonder the sacred sword of salvation is called that, it's really tough. Rama turned his head, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked at Haru's figure. No one understood better than he did the power of the mandala array earlier. That was, in ages past, after Rama descended to earth to bear the mission of annihilating demon kings and bringing salvation, he was gifted innumerable heavenly weapons by the gods each time he completed his mission. By now, these encompassed almost all the divine artifacts in mythology. The sacred sword of salvation was the embodiment of these divine tools unified. Because it possessed nearly all mythical divine artifacts, it was called the sacred sword of salvation. The mandala array was an attack method that transformed countless divine artifacts into divine lightning to pour down upon the enemy. But such an attack had been shattered, though it was only at the initial stage of deployment, being shattered was still a fact. A remarkable figure has emerged among the current Godslayers. Rama gazed at Haru's figure, his pupils slightly contracting. With a bitter expression, he spoke to Haru. Is Sita still so resentful of me? Haru was momentarily dumbfounded. What the heck? Did he find out? This is awkward. Well, you know why. Rama smiled bitterly, then his face showed relief. Indeed, with her resentment, it's only natural for her to seek revenge. Haru stared blankly at Rama, scratching his head vigorously. What's going on? I don't remember giving him a reason to be this way. As expected of a god, his psychological resilience is strong. Rama stretched out his hand, and the fragments of the sacred sword of salvation suddenly gathered above his head. In the blink of an eye, it restored its form and slowly floated into Rama's hand. No wonder Sita is prepared to go this far. To be able to shatter the sacred sword to such an extent, since my descent, this is the first time. Rama gently tossed the sacred sword upward, his gaze fixed upon it as he softly spoke. O sacred sword of salvation! Reveal your true form to the world. A vast square magic array appeared above his head. Each side was about 10 meters long. The square array was divided into tiny grids, each depicting the image of a weapon. Just by glancing, one could roughly estimate that there were over 100 weapons and armaments. And there were 4 such magic arrays, spread across the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north. The most numerous within the arrays were arrows, followed by the 18 traditional weapons. It could be called a compendium of divine weapons. There were even items like shoes, belts, rings, helmets, and other accessories. However, Haru looked up at the mandala arrays in the sky with a bewildered expression. There's even underwear up there, and you're using it as a weapon. Are you a pervert? Rama was taken aback, then glanced up at a particular grid in the mandala array, seeing the undergarment within. He said with a wry smile, that's part of the celestial garments of the Weaver Girl. I didn't expect such items to appear. I've been gifted so many divine artifacts that, to this day, I'm not even sure of their types and quantities. You recognized it as the Weaver Girls at a glance. Haru looked at Rama in astonishment. Rama felt immensely awkward and hurriedly explained, as the master of the sacred sword, when I see the divine artifacts within, their names and usage naturally appear in my mind. It's not what you're thinking. However, Haru stared at Rama with a disdainful look. He finally understood why the last king before him was called the enemy of female gods. At this moment, Athena floated out from the spatial rift. She looked up slightly, and upon seeing the mandala arrays in the sky, her expression changed. She whispered, it's completed. The Grand Covenant and the ultimate sword to annihilate all devil kings. Rama turned to look at Athena, surprised. Lady Athena. I didn't expect you to intervene as well. Athena looked grimly at Anshira, who had lost consciousness beside Rama, and at Guinevere, several hundred meters away, barely maintaining her form with Lancelot sharing his life force. What an extremely vile man. Every time you appear, you bury my kin. Rama remained silent, looking at Athena with eyes that held a hint of fatigue and remorse. After a while, Rama lowered his head and prepared to push away the unconscious Anshira. He tried several times to withdraw his foot, which Anshira had bitten, but even unconscious, she held on tightly. Rama watched in silence as Anshira's body began to gradually disintegrate. A dark light emerged from Athena's body. The pitch-black divine power transformed into a black mist, spreading to Rama's side and enveloping Anshira. Assimilating her into the mist, it transformed into a dark-winged serpent that returned to Athena's side. Athena stroked the small, arm-length dark serpent, sighing, "Rest well, my kin." The dark serpent merged into Athena's body. She turned her gaze to Haru, who was staring intently at Rama. Walking forward, she wrapped her arms around Haru's neck, kissed his cheek, and whispered in his ear, "Bury Rama, our king of the Earth Mother." Then, Athena retreated to the rear. Crack! Crack! Haru rolled his neck, clenched his fists, opened his hands, then clenched them again. His grey pupils were covered by a golden light, the sign of fully activating the authority over the Earth's rules. Haru grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty smile as he looked at Rama. Are you ready, Rama? Not yet. May I trouble you to wait a moment, Godslayer? Rama gently shook his head, sorrowfully gazing at the devastated land destroyed by the thunder of salvation. He called out loudly. Appear, Pushpaka Vimana. Immediately, the ground began to emit a white light. Earlier, everyone had been standing on the scorched, dry earth blasted by the thunder of salvation. But now, the ground suddenly transformed into white, gleaming stone tiles. The scenery had completely changed. Kasugano Haru found himself in a city. Everywhere he looked were white stone tiles, stretching infinitely into the distance. The ground was entirely paved with these tiles, more than half of the land was empty space. The number of buildings wasn't particularly high, but everywhere stood magnificent houses and towers, crafted as if by divine hands. The structures were made entirely of gray stone that mixed black and white, as if the stones had been born in the shape of houses. There were no traces of construction. Haru slightly lifted his foot and stomped heavily on a corner of the ground. The ground trembled slightly before returning to calm. What terrifying power! If not for Pushpaka Vimana being an aerial palace forged by the combined efforts of the gods, a divine artifact serving as the dwelling of the gods, it would have been destroyed already. Such casual actions can shake this place. Is his strength comparable to the mass of the Eurasian continent? Rama looked at Haru with admiration. He understood what Haru's power represented. This Godslayer before him truly lived up to Sita and Athena's expectations. He was someone capable of burying him. Since you already know my name, Godslayer, may I ask yours before our final battle? Kasugano Haru. Then come, Platinum Star. Come, Sacred Sword of Salvation. The mandala array spread across the sky began to emit lightning. An endless torrent of divine thunder, transformed from divine artifacts, poured down toward Haru like a deluge. p@trian.com/dragons. // Chapter 103, Rama vs. Haru. A/N. For more chapters, drop some power stones. Gemstone. Boom. 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 Endless divine thunder roared like a torrential downpour, relentlessly pouring down upon Kasugano Haru, engulfing him in an ocean of lightning in the blink of an eye. Boom. A violent explosion echoed, and a massive cloud of dust spread out, within which a figure stood straight and unwavering. The silhouette waved a large hand, the movement slicing through space and stirring up a tempestuous gale that scattered the dust cloud instantly. Haru reappeared before Rama, completely unharmed. Not even a thread of his white shirt was torn. A massive, translucent, slightly oval-shaped barrier enveloped him. That is. Rama was shocked as he gazed at the barrier, a phantom image of the earth woven from azure blue, emerald green, and earthy brown hues. Upon the earth's phantom image, the landmass representing the Eurasian continent radiated dazzling golden light. Then the barrier dissipated, leaving only the Eurasian continental plate, which slowly shrank and wrapped around Haru's body. From the exposed skin on his arms and neck beneath the white shirt, one could see that the continental plate was engraved onto his body like a tattoo. Haru clicked his tongue, glaring fiercely at Rama before him. An attack that can't even penetrate my external defense, don't bother embarrassing yourself with it. Or is that the extent of your power, Rama? Not even enough to scratch an itch. Rama stood silently before Haru, squinting his eyes. He raised his right hand high, and the mandala arrays in the sky instantly contracted, transforming back into the sacred sword of salvation, returning to Rama's hand. My apologies, Haru. That was my oversight. From now on, I will fulfill my duty to vanquish the Devil King with all my might. To uphold my vow as a hero, please be prepared. Haru's figure instantly vanished. The force of the world enveloped Rama's body. His right fist, carrying the mass of a continental plate, smashed toward Rama's face. The sky was torn apart by the trajectory of his fist, revealing thin black fissures, the wounds of space cleaved open by his punch. The sudden binding left Rama momentarily immobile, but only for an instant. The terrifying magical energy within him, 100 times that of a Godslayer, surged rapidly. His physique was strengthened to the extreme. Forcing movement within the air that had been compressed to a density surpassing steel, he swung his right hand, wielding the sacred sword to slash at Haru's head. However, the sudden increase in density ultimately affected Rama's movements. Haru slightly tilted his body, easily evading the slash of the sacred sword of salvation, and his right fist smashed heavily into Rama's left cheek. Rama's left cheek caved in deeply, his head deforming from the impact. His feet were lifted off the ground by the force of the punch, and he was blasted away into the distance. Numerous buildings constructed of gray stone were pierced through by the rapidly flying Rama. The sound of explosions echoed one after another, culminating in a final loud boom. After being blasted 3 kilometers away by Haru's punch, Rama was embedded midway up a massive golden pillar hundreds of meters tall and dozens of meters thick. As the pillar slightly shifted, amidst the deafening roar, the golden pillar halted Rama's flying divine body. The golden pillar served as the central mechanism of the aerial palace, a divine artifact crafted as the axis bearing of the palace built jointly by the gods. As the core of the gods' combined construction, it naturally possessed qualities nearly immortal and indestructible. However, at this moment, under Rama's impact, numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the golden pillar. The so-called indestructible divine artifact of the gods had been cracked extensively under the residual force of Haru's punch, which carried the mass equivalent to a continental plate. Gritting his teeth, Rama struggled. First, he pressed his hands against the surface of the golden pillar, then pulled his head out of it like pulling a radish. As his body gradually separated from the pillar, Rama grasped onto the cracks, anchoring himself on the pillar. Looking down at the buildings on the ground 100 meters below, he hurriedly summoned a chariot. Because Rama himself lacked any ability to fly, he needed the assistance of a flying chariot. Now, standing atop the chariot, he looked at the aerial palace below, relief flashing in his eyes. Then he raised his head, gazing at Kasugano Haru, who was floating before him by manipulating gravity. Indeed, summoning the Vimana was the correct choice. If our battle had involved the world below, causing countless lives to perish, I would have felt somewhat guilty. Rama displayed a weary and sorrowful expression. Each time he manifested, he had to take the life of one or more Earth Mothers. Fighting the Devil King would annihilate the vitality of a region. His mere existence would cause the destruction of ecosystems. For a hero who chose to descend for the sake of salvation, this was a bitter irony. Haru frowned, looking at Rama before him, who was silently grieving. I see. Heroes like you, who haven't been consumed by madness, are guardian gods who prioritize the people. Because of your character, you were praised by the ancients as the hero of salvation. Haru shook his head slightly, grinning wickedly. A hero slaying the Devil King, what a third-rate plot, yet it's happening in reality. So, Rama, did you know? In reality, heroes often meet a tragic end at the hands of the Devil King. As he finished speaking, Haru stepped forward into the void. The air beneath his feet exploded with a loud bang. In the blink of an eye, his instantaneous speed surged to 20 times the speed of sound. Raising his steel-like fist, he charged toward Rama. At that moment, a pair of bow and arrow appeared in Rama's hands. O hero's arrow that shot down the 9 suns. Please grant me this miracle. It was a pitch-black bow and arrow. Both the arrowhead and fletching were jet black. Rama drew the equally dark iron bow, and at the moment he readied it, the aerial palace trembled. Merely lifting the bow caused an earthquake equivalent to magnitude 4. Coupled with Rama's spell, it was clear, this was Hoi's bow. What Haru was about to face was the legendary sun-shooting arrow from myth. Rama placed the pitch-black arrow onto the iron bow and drew the bowstring to its fullest. Then the dark arrow silently vanished. By the time Haru noticed, the arrow emitting a dark radiance was already before him, less than 10 centimeters from his forehead. The pitch-black arrow carried the power of solar black spots, pressing in. His pupils contracted sharply. The force of the world explosively outputted, entwining around the arrow and binding it tightly. Simultaneously, the golden core within him spun wildly. The Earth's authority instantly enveloped Haru's body, raising his defense to unparalleled levels. While enhancing his defense, Haru extended his hands at maximum speed. In a split second, he clasped his palms together, clamping the arrow between them. Ding! The pitch-black arrow fiercely rubbed against his palms, sparks flying. At the critical moment, the arrowhead pierced 1 millimeter into his brow before Haru stopped it. Buzz! Rama, riding his chariot, instantly appeared behind Haru, swinging the sacred sword of salvation down in a direct slash. p@trian.com/dragons. // Chapter 104, Chapter 104, A Fate Destined for World Annihilation. A/N, for more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. The divine sword of salvation, emitting a platinum glow, struck Haru's left shoulder with a resounding clash of metal. The sword sliced through Haru's muscles but was halted by his indestructible bones when it struck the skeleton. With no time to pull out the divine sword, Rama hurriedly retreated to avoid Haru's terrifying retaliatory punch. In the blink of an eye, Rama, riding his chariot, had retreated nearly 100 meters before stopping. He looked up, eyes filled with shock as he gazed at Haru. Haru grasped the hilt with his right hand and slowly pulled out the divine sword of salvation. As the sword left his body, the continental tattoos on Haru's skin emitted a faint glow, and the wound on his shoulder instantly healed. Fixing Rama with a fierce gaze, Haru grinned, baring his teeth. That actually hurt. It's been a while since I've felt pain like this. Seeing the wound heal in an instant, Rama's pupils contracted. Steam rose profusely from his body as he smiled bitterly. Haru-kun, you're truly a monster. Your magical power rivals mine, your defense surpasses mine, and the only advantage I have in attack is the divine sword. The Earth Mothers have really birthed a scary demon king. But I must achieve victory. Since you know of my existence, you should understand that if I continue to remain on Earth, many things and lives will come to an end. Fierce winds will howl, the heat in the oceans and land will continuously rise, mountains will erupt, and heaven and earth will tremble violently, ultimately causing the death of all life on the surface. Haru nodded slightly. He indeed understood that Rama was a heroic god embodying both salvation and destruction. Salvation represented his mission to annihilate demon kings, while destruction meant that his mere existence would affect the Earth's energy flow, causing volcanoes worldwide to erupt and leading to mass extinctions. Due to my earlier full-strength efforts, the temperature within me has reached an unacceptable level. This heat will disperse to every corner of the Earth, causing the world's appearance to change drastically. Humans might call it the end of days. There are only 2 ways to prevent this. Rama, the last manifested king of the world, spoke calmly. First, I can annihilate all the Godslayers ruling the earth today. If I complete this mission, I can return to slumber in the form of the Divine Sword. Second, if you defeat me, I will re-enter slumber as the Divine Sword, maintaining that state for several months or years before reawakening to continue my annihilation activities. Emotionally, I prefer the first option, quickly eliminating the Demon Kings and entering sleep. But now, I have no confidence in killing you. And once I annihilate the other Demon Kings, according to the Covenant law, the fewer Godslayers there are, the weaker I become, making it even harder to fight you. As for the second option, if you defeat me and I fall into slumber, it's only a temporary solution, I will eventually return. Rama's previously calm expression turned extremely serious, his gaze locking firmly on Haru's figure not far away. He shouted loudly, since the Earth Mother Goddesses have fully nurtured you, Haru-kun, there must be a way to let me enter eternal rest. Please show me. If such a method exists, I am prepared to face death willingly. Crack. Crack. Haru fixed his gaze on Rama, moving his left shoulder slightly. Feeling no difference from before, his eyes sharpened. In his soul space, the egg trembled, and negative energy flowed through Haru's arm to contact the Divine Sword of Salvation. Negative energy surged out, simulating the power of the Divine Sword, eroding it. The sword began to disintegrate inch by inch from the tip, and a large amount of rule information was deduced by the egg. As time passed and more than half of the blade had disintegrated, Haru stopped the process. Rama watched with surprise as the Divine Sword of Salvation disintegrated inch by inch, but then he sensed something, and despair flashed in his eyes. When more than half of the Divine Sword had disintegrated, Rama sensed the awakening of the nearest Divine Sword remnant. In countless years of annihilating Demon Kings, he had left innumerable remnants of the Divine Sword across the world. Lancelot's holy blade, Excalibur, was forged using one of them as raw material. The total number of Divine Sword remnants existing worldwide was beyond even his own count. If the Divine Sword here was disintegrated, he would resurrect through another remnant elsewhere. If that were all, he was mentally prepared to revive and face death countless times. But the condition for the Divine Sword's resurrection was to absorb the Earth's essence, turning the land where it rested into a dead zone. If he fell into a cycle of resurrection and death, the planet would ultimately become a wasteland due to his battles with Haru. How could lifeless land nurture life? In the end, it would still be an apocalyptic outcome. Thus, Rama called back the Divine Sword of Salvation. The sword disappeared from Haru's hand and returned to Rama's. His gaze darkened and deepened, the only thing he could do now was to give his all, surpass his limits to kill the Demon King before him, and then proceed to slay the other kings of the earth. That was the only path left. Watching Rama summon back the Divine Sword, Haru helplessly curled his lips. He knew he couldn't prevent this. Feeling the information about Rama transmitted by the egg in his mind, the corner of Haru's mouth twitched slightly. Through this information, Haru understood that the ultimate outcome of their battle would inevitably be world destruction. Originally, he thought that relying on the egg's disintegration ability would be enough to kill Rama, but as Murphy's Law dictates, things developed in the worst possible direction. However, Haru still had a solution. He had initially thought it was a malicious method of revenge and, after learning about Rama's inherently good and heroic nature, was reluctant to use it. But things were unfolding in the way Sita most desired. Hey, Rama, I have another method. The consequence is that you'll live a life worse than death from now on, but it can resolve the inevitable apocalyptic situation. Will you give up resisting? Rama looked at Kasugano Haru, exasperated. This Demon King really had thick skin. You already said it's a method worse than death, and you think I'd accept it. In that case, let's proceed as gods and Demon Kings do when they meet. I'll save the world in my way as a hero, and you use your way to bury me. Rama tightly gripped the hilt of the Divine Sword of Salvation with both hands, holding it before him. His eyes were exceptionally sharp. Crack. Crack. Haru flexed his fingers, the corners of his mouth curling into an extremely wicked smile. You're right, might makes right. Since Sita has sacrificed so much, I should respond to her expectations a bit. Hearing Haru's words, even Rama's good temper couldn't prevent him from being instantly enraged. To mock a man about being cuckolded right to his face was intolerable. Rama gripped the hilt of the Divine Sword tightly. You really are an exceptionally evil Demon King, to say such words in front of a hero. Well then, Demon King, prepare yourself. https://patreon.com/dragons. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Sense of Dread and World-Ending Outcome. A/N, for more chapters, drop some Power Stones Gemstone. All the heavenly weapons granted by the sages and great gods. Now is the time to display your true power. The platinum glowing Divine Sword of Salvation held tightly in Rama's hands began to transform. The massive square magic array behind his chariot was undoubtedly the mandala array. This time, instead of launching the divine artifacts bestowed by the gods as rays of salvation lightning, they transformed into arrows. A pitch-black steel longbow appeared in Rama's hand. Behind him, a quiver had materialized at some point, filled with dozens of arrows. These were gifts from the thunder god Indra along with the invincible strong bow, and the mysterious quiver with arrows that would never run out. Inside the quiver were various arrows bestowed by the holy sages who had been Rama's martial teachers when he was a prince, as well as by the gods themselves. Rama, riding his celestial chariot, drew his bow and aimed an arrow at Haru in the sky. The power you've been using to bind me so far is an authority that manipulates the energy density in the atmosphere, correct? Against other gods, it's a formidable weapon, but for someone like me, whose physical strength and divine power are only slightly inferior to yours, it's like moving from air into deep sea, just a matter of slight adaptation. Moreover, my greatest skill is archery. Rama released the bowstring, and the arrow shot out like a laser beam. At the same time, the divine weapons on the mandala array behind Rama followed his release, aiming at Haru's body and launching with thunderous explosions. Rama was attempting to find a flaw in Haru's defenses through long-range attacks. When Haru mentioned a fate worse than death, Rama felt a chilling dread unimaginable even to mortals or gods. Therefore, to avoid that outcome, he yearned for victory, more so than at any time since his descent into the world. A hero favored by all, shooting arrows from a steel bow, this was no long-range attack. The arrows carried the divine powers of various gods, including Indra the thunder god, Agni the fire god, and Surya the sun god. Rama spared no effort, continuously shooting these arrows through his hands or from the mandala array behind him. Even the weakest of these arrows could unleash explosions and shockwaves capable of utterly destroying a town. Additionally, they came with devastating extras, the special abilities of the divine artifacts. Furthermore, there were arrows with double the power, triple the power, and even 10 times the power, continuously drawn from Rama's quiver. In ancient Indian mythology, the battles of heroes were described in this manner. The heroes frequently used weapons like bows, arrows, and spears, magical weapons capable of releasing flames and lightning to cause massive destruction. Moreover, the heroes would ride chariots soaring through the skies, much like Rama's current appearance. Modern scholars, studying these records, have proposed various peculiar theories such as, ancient India possessed a super-civilization more advanced than modern science and technology, or, these are evidences of flying ships, or UFOs, engaging in nuclear warfare with missiles. Now, Haru was utterly convinced by these scholars' assertions, for he witnessed Rama continuously firing arrows at him with the destructive power measured in units of hydrogen bombs, double, triple, even tenfold in strength. From all directions, front, back, left, right, east, west, south, north, formidable arrows shot toward Haru, forming an impenetrable barrage that locked him in. Being hit was an inevitable outcome. Haru continuously adjusted the gravitational coefficients, making his body perform a variety of evasive maneuvers. When he couldn't dodge, he relied on his physical resilience. Using his divine step ability, he avoided divine weapons that his Godslayer instincts warned could harm him, thereby mitigating the risk of being struck by the special abilities of the divine artifacts. At this moment, he was like a martial arts master dancing on the tip of a blade, perfectly evading the arrows while swiftly closing the distance toward the azure-haired noble prince. The arrows that Haru dodged bombarded the white ground below indiscriminately. These arrows, carrying formidable destructive power, were more akin to hydrogen warheads, annihilating anything that existed on the ground. In less than 100 meters, Haru spent over 10 minutes to reach Rama. He unleashed a fierce offensive with kicks and punches carrying formidable mass. Rama swung the divine sword to collide with Haru's fists and feet. The sounds of muscles being torn and the clash of metal echoed. The sharpness of the divine sword of salvation was enough to break through Haru's external defenses and cut into his flesh, but when it met his body's hardest bones, it could advance no further. No, it wasn't that it couldn't advance, it was a state of mutual destruction. With numerous clashes between blade and bone, Haru's hand and foot bones were visibly cracked, and obvious nicks appeared on the divine sword. Haru continuously tried to close in within a 1-meter radius, the effective range of his extended arm, but Rama was well aware of this intent. The valiant hero performed formidable sword techniques honed over countless years of slaughter, executing moves that defied human biomechanics. Invisible and unpredictable sword skills kept Haru at bay 2 meters away, forcing him into a war of attrition with Rama. The situation reached a stalemate. Haru's broken bones rapidly healed under the influence of the earth's vitality, and when nicks appeared on the divine sword, Rama swiftly repaired them. However, as time went on, Haru grew agitated. Ignoring his body's limits, he began to augment himself with the mass of the African continental plate, swinging increasingly heavy punches. The divine sword of salvation was a formidable divine blade that absorbed the earth's power for its use. Haru's magical energy, imbued with the earth's authority, was naturally a form of earth power. Previously, when his magically enhanced body clashed with the divine sword, he could ignore the blade's devouring effect. But once the sword cut into his body, he couldn't prevent it from absorbing his energy from within. Rama was naturally aware of this. He manipulated the divine sword to continuously absorb Haru's power to repair itself. Even though the recoil from the clashes between blade and bone caused his palms to crack, Rama exerted all his strength to maintain the melee. If this situation continued for a month, Haru, despite his vast magical reserves, would likely exhaust his power and die. As long as Rama could withstand Haru's increasingly heavy punches, the scales of victory would tip in his favor. Seeing the hope of victory, Rama struggled bitterly under the formidable punches that could shatter the moon. At this moment, beside Rama's quiver, an amorphous shadow was wriggling. The shadow had a part resembling a human arm. That arm reached toward the quiver, attempting to draw a black arrow. It was an arrow with both the arrowhead and fletching made of pure black material. The moment he saw the arrow, Haru, who had obtained information about Rama, immediately understood. It was the arrow of destruction imbued with the power of Shiva, one of the three principal gods of India, the god of destruction. "Brother, let me lend you a hand." The shadowy arm seized Shiva's arrow from behind Rama while he was struggling. Rama's pupils contracted violently, goosebumps rising all over his body. A sense of ominous dread enveloped him, and he shouted in a panicked rage. "Idiot, stop. https://patreon.com/dragons." Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The Finale. A/N, for more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. Great incarnation of darkness, god of destruction. To the one who praises your virtues, Lakshmana, son of the king of 10 chariots of Ayodhya, grants blessings. The pitch-black shadow was actually Lakshmana, Rama's half-brother. As Rama's subordinate god, he used secret arts to bear the myth's backlash, madness, in Rama's stead. Therefore, Lakshmana bore twice the amount of madness, causing his will to become extremely deranged. He would stop at nothing to help Rama achieve salvation and was extremely obsessed with his brother. He had killed his sister-in-law to monopolize his brother more than once or twice. More than half of Sita's suffering was caused by him. Seeing Rama locked in a bitter struggle, the brother-obsessed Lakshmana naturally couldn't hold back. Being able to manipulate part of the divine sword of salvation, he believed he had enough power to decide the outcome. Ignoring Rama's angry shouts, he drew the arrow of destruction and, at extremely close range, forcefully threw it at Haru's head. In the next instant after being thrown, the arrow imbued with the power of the god of destruction appeared before Haru. Seeing that the situation was irreparable, Rama quickly raised his sword and slashed heavily at Haru's body. Haru grinned maliciously. As the arrow was about to hit his head, he opened his mouth and bit down on the arrowhead of the arrow of destruction. Crack! His front teeth broke, but Haru clenched his broken jaws and forcibly bit down on the arrowhead. The pitch-black destructive power attached to the arrow tried to invade Haru's body through his mouth, but to no avail. In his soul, the egg trembled slightly, and the destructive power was instantly annihilated. With a sudden force from his upper and lower jaws, Haru spat out the arrow, spraying saliva everywhere. The arrow rapidly flew back toward Rama, hitting him as he was swinging the divine sword to slash at Haru. The quiver tied to his back was knocked away by the huge impact, pulling Rama's body slightly and causing his movements to stall for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Haru flashed forward, took a step, and rushed into Rama's. "It's over, Rama." Rama's pupils contracted sharply. He tried to pull back the divine sword with both hands, intending to strike Haru's head with the hilt. "I shall become steel." The Vimana flying in the sky began to fall slowly after losing Rama's power support, descending from 1,000 meters high under the effect of gravity, producing intense friction with the air. At this time, the Vimana had flown over the Pacific Ocean, and the city-sized massive craft was about to crash into the sea. Athena and Brunhild stood silently in the distance watching the descent of the craft. Divine power surged over their bodies, and the authority of the Earth Goddess exerted its effect, neutralizing the Vimana's impact on the sea, allowing it to float smoothly on the surface. Lancelot, holding Guinevere, rode on Pegasus. Guinevere, in his arms, anxiously searched for Rama's figure, and then she saw it. Rama, pierced by Kasugano Haru wielding the divine sword of salvation. "Uncle." Guinevere's pupils shrank, her urgent voice sounded, but before she could speak, Lancelot had already driven Pegasus toward Rama. Invisible violent winds gathered over the sea surface. The Wind King appeared above the Vimana, veins bulging on his hands as he quickly approached Rama's location. A magnificent horse carrying the flames of the sun charged at him, knocking him away. After the Wind King stabilized himself, Brunhild had already drawn her sword and stood before him, blocking his path. The two gods confronted each other silently. Lancelot's Pegasus arrived near Rama, stopping 50 meters in front of him. The silver-haired, peerlessly beautiful Athena, holding the scythe of death, blocked their way. Ignoring the blood flowing from her chest, Guinevere jumped off Pegasus, intending to reach Rama. Hee-hee-ha-ha-ha. At this moment, space was torn open. Sita, wearing a cherry blossom-colored 12-layered kimono, appeared in front of Guinevere with a twisted expression and eerie laughter, exuding an unusual beauty, blocking her path. "No need to come any closer, Guinevere." And, "Long time no see, Sita." Rama's mouth was bleeding golden blood as he tightly gripped the divine sword in his hand. Lancelot's pupils shrank as he looked at the divine sword in Rama's hand and the divine sword piercing Rama held by Haru. He exclaimed, "There are 2 of them." Rama moved his head with difficulty, his gaze fixed tightly on Haru's face. "Is this your authority? The power to mimic the strength of us steel gods?" "Yes, indeed. I can manifest the abilities of steel heroes whose origins I've learned." Haru gently released the hilt of the divine sword and stepped back a few paces. Feeling the rapid loss of life force within him, Rama looked bitterly at Sita, who was smiling eerily before him. Truly a fate worse than death. Rama's body, along with the divine sword in his hand, transformed into a golden liquid substance, slowly being absorbed by the other divine sword that had pierced him. Guinevere pushed aside the unprepared Sita and rushed forward, hugging the divine sword of salvation, calling out to Rama with a sobbing voice. Athena gave up blocking them and came to Haru's side. Looking at Guinevere, who was crying like a tearful person before them, she sighed, "I never expected such a reckless plan to actually succeed." Hearing this, Haru stretched lazily, looking helplessly at Athena beside him, and lamented, "I didn't expect to be forced to use such a dirty trick by Rama's immortality." Just as Haru and Athena were conversing, the divine sword of salvation emitted an extremely rich platinum radiance, slowly changing shape. Then, in Guinevere's arms, it formed a figure exuding the aura of the divine sword. "My lord." Guinevere looked ecstatically at the figure that suddenly appeared in her arms. But when she saw the face, she was stunned. Clang. The sound was of Lancelot's Excalibur, falling from her hand. Lancelot was so shocked at the sight of Guinevere that she didn't even notice her life-bound weapon dropping. Amidst particles floating in the air like fireflies, a tall and graceful figure emerged between the divine swords. Silvery white long hair floated as if in zero gravity, each strand spreading out like the strings of a harp. Between the smooth strands of hair, a jade-like luster shimmered. In her light purple eyes, an ethereal expression reflecting the myriad forms of the world appeared. A faint smile graced her lips, like a devil's tempting poison trap leading mortals to fall, dangerous yet deadly. From her loose shrine maiden attire of white with red edges, a piece of snow-white, delicate skin was exposed, showcasing the most charming aspects of femininity. On her body, which could move any man in the world, a mandala pattern emitting a golden halo faintly coiled, appearing sacred and mysterious. The newborn, absolutely beautiful silver-haired girl's eyes held a confused expression as she looked around. Until she saw Haru's face, she revealed an extremely pure smile, and an ethereal voice sounded in everyone's ears. "My lord." Clang. At this moment, the Wind King had just shaken off Brunhild's entanglement and arrived here, heavily injured. Seeing this scene, he was utterly stunned, not even reacting when the staff in his hand fell to the ground and hit his foot. The Wind King hurriedly removed the mask covering his face, a divine artifact sealing his speech and preventing identity probing. As it was lifted, the white cloth covering his body also unfolded, revealing the face beneath the mask. A strange ape standing upright at about 180 centimeters tall, very similar to the Monkey King Sun Wukong. However, all the hair on his body was white, and he wore a red waistcloth. This was Hanuman, the Wind King, a wise ape filled with an aura of sagacity, serving King Rama and soaring through the skies. "Ah, Demon King, what have you done to my lord?" The divine ape Hanuman, who had sealed his speech for 1,500 years to conceal Rama's identity, spoke again after all this time. Haru turned to look at the beautiful silver-haired woman before him. Extending his hand, he lightly placed his index finger under her chin, gently lifting her head, and teased, "What could I have done to you?" The newborn silver-haired girl, Rama, tilted her head in confusion, gazing at Haru's face with pure eyes. She revealed a pure and serene smile and softly said, "My lord can do anything you wish." Haru turned his head, looking disdainfully at Hanuman, and sneered, "Did you hear that? She has no objections, why are you meddling?" However, Hanuman had no response to this, his gaze filled with fear as he looked at Rama's figure. Sensing Rama's aura, he exclaimed in shock, "A divine ancestor. How is it possible? How could my lord become a divine ancestor?" Hee hee hee. Sita looked at Rama, who was snuggling in Haru's arms, with a twisted smile. She had never felt so joyful, filled with the intense pleasure of vengeance fulfilled. "My king, may I take the prince to educate her a bit?" "No." Haru immediately refused. The current Rama was like a newborn bird. If he handed her over to Sita, who was full of hatred toward him, Rama would definitely be tormented. Recalling the scene she had just witnessed, the heavily injured Guinevere shakily walked up to Haru. Fixing her gaze tightly on Rama in his arms, she softly said, "Your Majesty has altered my lord's myth, haven't you?" Without waiting for Haru's response, Guinevere continued. "The divine sword of salvation has the ability to end the immortal life of Earth Mothers and turn them into divine ancestors under its control. By relying on your authority to replicate the divine sword and forcibly imposing the Earth Mother's divinity onto my lord, you ended his immortality, didn't you?" Haru nodded slightly, holding Rama in his arms, and affirmed, yes, that's exactly how it was. The original plan to annihilate the divine sword failed. Continuing to battle Rama would only lead to the world's end, so I had to use a backup dirty trick. Upon hearing this, Guinevere showed a relieved expression. Then she slowly knelt on the ground and pleaded to Haru, in that case, please allow me to continue following my lord. As payment, you may have everything of mine. As Guinevere's words fell, Lancelot pondered for a moment, then slowly knelt on one knee and lowered her head to Haru. Hanuman looked deeply at Rama, then lowered his head and knelt. A rift tore open in space behind Haru. Holding Rama, he walked into the fissure. Athena and Sita, along with Brunhild who had just arrived, hurriedly followed Haru's steps. The three kneeling on the ground fell into silence. Then, at the moment the fissure closed, Haru's voice came through. Take care of the aftermath here, and then come to find me. Yes. Times. https://patreon.com/dragons. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, From Scumbag Haru to Scumbag Issei. A/N, for more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. Whoa. What the heck are you doing, you damn egg? At 6 a.m., in a room of a certain residence, a figure lying on a single bed like a dead fish suddenly leaped up. The figure appeared to be around 20 years old, with short silvery white hair and deep gray eyes. His delicate yet resolute face was complemented by a pair of black shorts. He was Kasugano Haru, who had just defeated Rama. At this moment, Haru's silver hair stood on end from the roots. Filled with rage, he punched the bed on his right side. The single bed instantly shattered into scattered wooden fragments. Haru continued smashing the remnants with both fists. After a while, he finally calmed down. Earlier, just as Haru had finished bathing and was about to enjoy a certain trophy, the egg had completed deducing all the rules contained within the Sacred Sword of Salvation. Since the Sacred Sword of Salvation was a sacred blade formed by unifying all the heavenly gods' sacred tools, it naturally possessed the rule information of all those artifacts. In mythology, the power of steel deities was almost entirely concentrated in their weapons. Therefore, the weapons of steel deities essentially represented the authorities they possessed and the rules endowed by the world. By combining the numerous steel god rules deduced from these sacred tools with the rules previously derived from Earth Mother goddesses of continents like Eurasia and Africa, the egg immediately deduced a complete set of rules for the Campione world. This should have been something worth celebrating. But don't forget, the egg's purpose was to collect rules to perfect itself. The rules of the Campione world had been fully gathered, but it hadn't achieved significant enhancement, and there were no other unknown rules left in the world. This was quite awkward. Realizing that there was no fresh food in the Campione world, the egg fell into an instinctive agitation. Driven by its innate desire for new rules, it activated its boundless power. In an instant, before Kasugano Haru could react, it forcibly removed him from the Campione world, tearing open the world's barrier and entering the chaotic flow of time and space. In a flash, it found the nearest world, forcibly tore open its barrier, and brought Haru's body there. At the same time, it kindly transmitted the whole story into Haru's mind, letting him understand the situation and urging him to collect more food for it. Therefore, Haru was now in a state of rage. He hurriedly closed his eyes, sinking his mind into his soul space. Standing on the boundless land within, he swung the most powerful iron fist he had ever mustered at the egg in the sky. But how could an egg capable of transporting people across worlds and using rules as nourishment be shaken by scumbag Haru? After smashing at it for a long time and finding it useless, Haru helplessly stopped this futile action. With a dark expression, Haru sank his mind into the egg's information library, searching for a way to travel back to the Campione world. Before long, Haru found within the egg a crystalline embodiment of rule power representing the ability to traverse worlds. He quickly mobilized the magical energy within his golden core, pouring it into the rule crystal, and urgently activated the traversal function. As the rule crystal was filled with a large amount of magical energy, the egg popped up a window asking whether to return to the original world. Haru immediately pressed the button marked yes, and then his whole body emitted a dazzling white light. Space slowly distorted, and the previously messy room scenery warped and vanished. Haru found himself enveloped in an incomparably deep darkness. When light reappeared, Haru had returned to his room. Seeing the extremely familiar room layout before him, Haru felt relieved. Fortunately, he could return, at least he wasn't forcibly trapped in another world. As his mood calmed, Haru suddenly developed a strong interest in the new world. Once again, he input magical energy into the rule crystal. His whole body emitted a dazzling white light, space twisted again, and Haru reappeared in the residence. The fragments of the single bed he had destroyed earlier were still scattered all over the floor. The corners of Haru's mouth lifted slightly, a playful mood arising. He attempted to activate the rule crystal once more. But as Haru prepared to pour magical energy into the rule crystal again, a strong sense of emptiness from his drained body was transmitted to his mind through his nerves. Haru immediately collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. With a bewildered expression, he wondered what had happened. He quickly sank his mind into his body, checking the cause of this emptiness. With just a cursory sweep, Haru discovered the reason. Because the miserable state of his dantian, 3 inches below his navel, was too obvious. The originally plump and full golden core, like an egg, had shrunk into a tiny sesame seed. The magical energy stored inside had been almost completely consumed. Judging from its precarious state, it seemed close to collapsing. Recalling his earlier reckless behavior, Haru slapped his forehead, full of regret. He had been careless. He hadn't paid attention to how much magical energy a single traversal consumed, and accidentally depleted his own reserves. However, just now, a back-and-forth traversal had consumed all his magical energy, which was 100 times that of a Godslayer. That was energy enough to provide free electricity to the entire Earth for a year, yet it was consumed after just 2 uses. It turned out that traversing worlds wasn't something simple or easy. Not to mention other strict requirements, just gathering the massive amount of energy needed for traversal was a huge challenge for ordinary people. With a bitter face, Haru got up from the ground. At this moment, he noticed the pair of shorts he was wearing. Earlier, he had been at home changing out of the tattered clothes resulting from his battle with Rama, had taken a hot bath, and had just put on pajamas. So these shorts were probably the egg's doing. Just as Haru was about to sink his mind in to check the egg's information library. Suddenly, a woman's voice and the sound of footsteps coming upstairs reached him from downstairs. "Issei, what just happened? Why such a loud noise?" Haru was shocked, hastily picking up the fragments on the floor, and quickly responded to the woman's voice below. "Sorry, I accidentally fell off the bed earlier." "Really? Be more careful, you're not a child anymore." The footsteps sounded again, this time descending the stairs. Haru hurriedly checked the egg's information library. Why had he appeared in a place where someone lived, and why had he subconsciously responded? All these questions needed to be checked with the egg. Before long, he found out that, to obtain a legal identity in this world, a part of his soul had been put into the world's cycle of reincarnation, and that part of the soul had reincarnated as Haru Issei. After a while, Haru raised his head with a face full of melancholy. Sitting on the floor, he gazed through the window at the newborn sun in the distance, feeling the surge of incoming memories. Haru Issei. Private Koa Academy. A few days ago, a cute girl stabbed me with a light spear. The most vivid memory is of crimson hair the same color as his own blood. And that strange feeling in the soul space. Damn. It's High School DxD. https://patreon.com/dragons. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Draconic Deus World. A/N. For more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. Wake up. Get up. If you don't get up, I'll kiss you. Mwah. With a soft crash, Haru, who was lying on the floor using his life energy to recover strength, shattered the alarm clock that was trying to wake him with its thunderous voice. Haru suddenly froze. The ringing alarm meant it was time for school. He stood up and looked at the pile of wooden fragments where his bed used to be, smiling wryly. Then, relying on the small amount of magical energy that had recovered within him, he activated the Earth Rule. A few seconds later, an alarm clock and bed identical to the previous ones appeared before Haru. The Earth Rule, which is essentially the rule of matter, represents the laws governing material objects. By consuming some energy, he could transform matter to recreate the materials that made up his furniture. However, he couldn't reverse processes. If he could, it would mean he had entered the realm of a true monarch. After recreating the bed and alarm clock and restoring his room to its original state, Haru skillfully opened the wardrobe and took out the Koa Academy uniform inside, putting it on. After his previous reincarnation as the unfortunate Issei had returned to his original self, Haru naturally acquired the memories of the past 16 years. Unlike the last time when he reincarnated as Kasugano Haruka and lost his true nature, Haru now had enough ability to digest these 16 years of memories without losing himself. He went downstairs, had breakfast with his parents, then grabbed his school bag and left home. Everything was just as usual. Due to the influence of the egg, the Haida couple didn't notice that their child had completely changed in appearance. Now, anyone who saw Haru's silver-haired appearance would think that was how Haida Issei originally looked. Perhaps the egg had used some kind of existence substitution ability. Walking along the road to Koa Academy, Haru stifled a yawn. Because his magical energy was still depleted, he felt weak all over. Even though his physique was strong enough to use Mount Fuji as a barbell, he still appeared frail and listless. Despite feeling weak, his physical abilities were evident. Even walking slowly, he moved at the speed of Usain Bolt, leaving passers-by staring in disbelief, thinking they had seen a ghost. Before long, Haru arrived at his classroom at Kuo Academy and collapsed into his seat, looking as if he had overexerted himself. Slap. A pair of hands landed on Haru's shoulders, followed by a male voice. Hey, my true friend. That DVD I lent you before, was it that effective? How many times did you go through it last night? The speaker was a boy named Matsuda, who appeared to be a cheerful youth but was notorious for his questionable tendencies. He excelled in almost all sports and could even break school records, but that was all developed from being chased by girls during his misadventures. He and another boy named Motohama, who could determine a girl's measurements just by looking, were Hayato Issei's closest friends over the past 16 years. The three of them formed Kuo Academy's infamous trio. I didn't watch it. What's so good about those exaggerated things? Hearing Matsuda's tone, Haru recalled the movies Matsuda had lent him yesterday. With Haru's current perspective, he could tell at a glance that the lead actress had undergone enhancements. Wow, you can actually tell they're fake. You've really improved lately. So, how about checking out the new stuff I got last night? Matsuda opened his bag and generously spread out its contents on Haru's desk where he was lying down. They were all books and DVDs with eye-catching titles, totaling over 30 items. Haru's eyes lit up. He quickly pulled out a DVD from the middle, Asami's latest work. He carefully placed it into his pocket. Ah. The girls in the class let out exclamations, showing extremely displeased expressions as they looked at the trio, as if blaming them for bringing such inappropriate things into the pure school environment. Haru looked at them with indifference. Pretentious, all of them. From his observation, not many of these girls were as innocent as they appeared. They had probably tried out the moves from these DVDs with their boyfriends. Why pretend to be pure? Soon, they would probably start making sarcastic remarks. Sure enough, contemptuous comments like, so vulgar this early in the morning, and, you perverted kids, go away, came over, as if proclaiming how innocent they were. Matsuda was instantly annoyed and retorted, enough already. This is our hobby. All right, those who aren't interested shouldn't look. Haru gave Matsuda a thumbs up. Hats off to you, not everyone dares to face their inner desires so openly. Hey. Motohama reached into Haru's pocket and pulled out Asami's DVD, grinning slyly. I thought I saw something flash by just now, and then one DVD was missing. Not bad, Hayato, planning to keep it for yourself. Matsuda also leaned in with a mischievous grin, looking at the DVD cover. Oh my, you've really improved. You managed to pick out the most precious one among all these DVDs in an instant. So, shall we make this our main feature for tonight's gathering? The two of them let out chuckles. The girls nearby looked horrified and quickly distanced themselves from the trio. Haru looked at the two behaving shamelessly, his forehead creased with black lines. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of vivid red. Haru, who was lying on the desk, lifted his head and looked out the classroom window toward the playground where exclamations were coming from. A girl was slowly walking in through the school gate. Long, waist-length crimson hair, emerald green eyes, and a delicate face that seemed almost unreal, adorned with a faint smile that carried a subtle charm. Her fair skin reflected the sunlight, making her appear dazzling. She wore the Kuo Academy girl's uniform, but perhaps the most eye-catching aspect was her figure. Rias Gremory. A third-year student at this academy. In his memories, every morning was like this. Just walking to school would draw the attention of many students. Some would stop in their tracks, others would fall silent, everyone would turn to look at her. She commanded the attention of all the students, her elegant red hair swaying gracefully in the wind. Haru quietly watched the red-haired beauty below, feeling a slight stir within him, the resonance of the evil pieces. Come to think of it, it was about 2 days ago that his previous reincarnated self had been killed once by the fallen angel Rainier, who was disguised as the girl Amano-yama. After that, Rias had used 8 pawn pieces to revive him. So, is this the beginning of everything? The general plot I know can be utilized. Now, in this High School DxD world, how can I obtain the rules that the egg desires? Haru watched Rias below, lost in thought. At that moment, Rias seemed to sense something. She slightly raised her head, saw Haru in the classroom above, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a bright smile. https://patreon.com/dragons. Chapter 109, Seems We Found a Treasure. A/N, for more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. Around 10 p.m., at Matsuda's house. At this moment, Haru Kasugano sat on the tatami mat with a bewildered expression, watching the other 2 members of the perverted trio sitting across from him, holding their heads and weeping. Just earlier, they had been happily enjoying Misasu's performance. But as it neared the end, they suddenly started discussing melancholic topics typical of lonely single guys, like, we've never even held a girl's hand since we were kids, and, would be nice to have a chance with a pretty girl. Matsuda had been crying ever since they finished watching. Motohama kept adjusting his glasses to look cool, but his eyes beneath were already brimming with tears. He mumbled softly, "A girl once called me behind the gym. It was my first close interaction with a girl my age. But she extorted me." Haru looked at the two who seemed on the verge of despair with a sympathetic expression. "If you really want the experience that badly, I can pitch in some money and take you guys to Tokyo's, well, entertainment districts for some fun." Upon hearing this, Motohama and Matsuda's expressions changed instantly, their tears disappearing without a trace. They looked at Haru with disdain. "Have you forgotten our oath? We vowed to give our first time to a girlfriend who's also a first-timer. That's the proper way for someone with a pure mindset." Haru facepalmed. "Alright, my bad for suggesting. By the way, how you do?" Matsuda looked at Haru with a sly grin, clearly up to no good. Just call me Haru, that's my nickname." Haru looked helplessly at the two before him. Honestly, he'd feel more recognized if they called him by his real name, given that his own memories were dominant. "Oh, we've known each other for so many years, and you're only now telling us your nickname. Don't blame me for tricking you then. It's already 10 p.m., and your mom just called 10 times. I hung up on all of them." Ha ha ha. Matsuda and Motohama both grinned mischievously. Speaking of which, the Haida couple were quite strict. They required him to be home by 9 p.m., probably because rumors of his antics during middle school had reached their ears through certain classmates. Thinking of certain classmates, Haru suddenly stood up, and with two swift kicks, sent Matsuda and Motohama flying onto the sofa nearby. "In middle school, it was you two who snitched to my folks, wasn't it?" "Huh?" Matsuda exclaimed in shock. "How did you find out?" Motohama hurriedly covered Matsuda's mouth, looking panicked at the enraged Haru. "Hey," Matsuda slipped up. "We should have denied it no matter what." With a stern expression, Haru walked over to the sofa. After a while, Haru walked out of Matsuda's house feeling refreshed, ignoring the two lying bruised and battered in the entryway. He also conveniently took a few magazines that specialized in teaching less appropriate content. It must have been Issei's memories influencing Haru's behavior, making him so, well, peculiar now, or so Haru thought, believe it or not. He hadn't walked 100 meters when Haru felt someone seemed to be following him from behind, occasionally emitting a murderous intent toward him. Puzzled, Haru turned around and looked at the figure appearing behind him. It was a young man in a suit, dressed like an ordinary office worker, but his face bore a sinister look. His fierce gaze kept scanning Haru's neck, heart, and abdomen, as if considering where to attack. The sinister man then spoke with a wicked grin. "How interesting. This isn't even downtown, yet a devil appears here. Hey, you devil over there. Can you tell me who your master is? As a reward, I might consider not killing you." "Oh dear, President, through the surveillance magic circle, I've detected that our new little baby seems to be targeted by a very cruel hunter," a female voice sounded in the occult research club of the old school building at Koa Academy. Her black hair was tied into a long ponytail at the back with an orange ribbon. Her flawless face carried a gentle smile, and her fair skin peeked out from her standard school uniform. Her every move exuded the grace of a traditional Japanese beauty, and her figure was in no way inferior to Rias. She was Akino Himejima, known alongside Rias as one of Koa Academy's two great beauties. At this moment, she was sitting on a sofa inside the classroom with the Occult Research Club sign, smiling lightly at Rias, who was adjusting her hair. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I haven't even informed that child yet. Quickly prepare the teleportation circle, I'll go there myself." Rias cast a slightly exasperated glance at Akino. She knew all too well about her friend's teasing tendencies. She must have noticed earlier but intentionally withheld the information, waiting to watch a good show. Rias stood up from the sofa and quickly walked toward the magic circle in the center of the classroom. The magic circle occupying the classroom instantly emitted a brilliant light, and the mysterious symbols on the ceiling, floor, and walls all glowed white. This was a spatial teleportation array that could transport to any location within the city where Koa Academy was situated, and could even connect to certain teleportation arrays in the underworld, achieving world-class instant movement. At this moment, Rias relied on this teleportation array to arrive instantly near Matsuda's house. Once the scene shifted, Rias immediately used the resonance between the evil pieces to locate Haru's direction. She extended her devil wings, similar to those of a bat, from her back and flew rapidly through the sky toward Haru. Before long, she saw two figures confronting each other in the distance. Just as she was about to speak, she froze in midair. Rip. Below Rias, Haru tore off the fallen angel's wing from the back of the suited man before him with one hand, as easily as tearing off a cooked chicken wing. Haru solemnly looked at the fallen angel's wing in his hand, which had bones and blood at its base. He slowly activated the egg's annihilation power, attempting to deduce the world's rules. An infinite amount of negative energy was highly compressed into negative matter, colliding with the fallen angel's wing in Haru's hand to annihilate it. However, the efficiency was extremely low, it would take more than 10 hours to completely annihilate it. The efficiency is just too poor, Haru thought, probing the information obtained from annihilating the fallen angel's wing. His expression suddenly turned extremely grim. The information from the egg indicated that these wings didn't contain any new rules that hadn't been collected yet. Haru looked deeply at the fallen angel below him. At this moment, the suited man on the ground, clutching his back and wailing incessantly, sensed Haru's gaze. He looked up in fear at the silver-haired youth before him. "Don't come near me, monster. Stay away." The suited man was terrified, continuously forming light spears in his hands and frantically hurling them at Haru. But it was useless. A Godslayer's body ignores any energy attacks below the God's level, in other words, magical attacks that haven't reached the level of God's power are ineffective against Haru. Therefore, the moment the light spears touched Haru's skin, they dissipated instantly. Mon. Stir. Why? Why doesn't the power of light work on a devil? The suited man's spirit collapsed. With tears streaming down his face, he got up from the ground, trying to escape, to flee from the devil's clutches behind him. Haru plucked a feather from the fallen angel's wing in his hand and flicked it lightly. With a boom, a sonic boom echoed. The feather instantly traversed dozens of meters and pierced the suited man's heart. Haru smirked disdainfully and walked in the direction of his home. Ria's mouth opened slightly, surprised as she watched the one-sided scene below. Then the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, and she whispered softly. "Seems we found a treasure. https://patreon.com/dragons. Chapter 110, Time to Wake Up, Drag. A/N, for more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. Get up now. Or else. I'll kiss you. In the morning, the alarm clock with a playful voice rang again in the room. Swish. Lying on the bed, Haru instantly punched out with his right fist, but his fist abruptly stopped just 1 millimeter from the alarm clock's surface. Considering that breaking the alarm clock would waste magical energy to recreate it, Haru hesitated for a moment and stopped his action. He slightly opened his eyes, gently moved aside the fair and slightly flushed arm draped over him, and brushed away the smooth silver hair scattered over his face. Silently, he got up and began to dress. But even such slight movements still woke the person beside him. Good morning, my lord. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she opened her dreamy purple eyes. A blush that couldn't be hidden spread across her perfect face. The newly born holy ancestor tried to sit up to attend to her master. With a slight smile, Haru reached out and patted the silver-haired girl's head, playfully messing up her hair that was smoother than the finest silk. A breeze blew in from the window, and the pages of a magazine beside him slowly turned, each page displaying various poses. Haru reached out, picked up the magazine, and casually tossed it into the trash can 3 meters away with a light thud. Why did you throw that book away? The silver-haired girl propped herself up on the bed with both hands, lifting her upper body as the sheet slid off, revealing her graceful figure. Because we've already used everything in it, so it's worthless now. Well then, Liala, you rest well at home. Haru stretched his body, easing his tired muscles, especially his overworked back. Yesterday, after accumulating enough energy through recovery-type abilities to traverse once, Haru returned to the world of Campione. He returned at the exact moment after he had disappeared, perhaps indicating that the traversal using the rule crystal involves time manipulation. While absorbing the Earth's energy in the Campione world to restore his magical power, he encountered a silver-haired young lady and taught her about societal knowledge. There was a lot to learn about society, so the lessons took 3 days. At this time, Haru had just finished putting on the Kuo Academy uniform and began channeling magical energy into the traversal crystal within the egg. Then, space slowly distorted. The next moment, Haru appeared on the 2nd floor of his home in the High School DxD world, inside his room. Seeing the sun fully risen outside the window, he revealed a pleased smile. Earlier, Haru had accumulated enough magical energy to traverse back at this time. Because he was concerned that absorbing a large amount of Earth's energy in the High School DxD world might attract the attention of powerful beings, he chose to return to the Campione world to restore his strength. Although, the unacquainted silver-haired young lady was the main reason prompting Haru to return. Haru slowly closed his eyes, feeling the magical energy in his body decrease from full capacity to about 50%, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Sure enough, the consumption is quite large. Haru, it's time to go to school. Breakfast is ready, come and eat, came the voice of his mom from the dining room downstairs. Okay, coming. Haru quickly opened the door and went downstairs. After returning home at 10 p.m. last night, he had been lectured for a long time by the dedicated housewife, so he used a hypnotic ability to settle the matter quickly. Previously, the Haida couple didn't find anything strange about Haru's unusual actions, which made his life much more convenient. Biting a piece of toast, walking on the way to Kuo Academy, Haru fell into deep thought. Yesterday, he didn't obtain any new rules from that unfortunate fallen angel, so similarly, angels and devils probably don't possess new rules either. As for the special aspects of the High School DxD world, thinking about it, the various sacred gears created by the God of the Bible might be the key. Leaving aside the weaker ones, the 13 Longinus must contain special rules. Thinking of this, Haru diverted part of his consciousness into his soul space. On the infinite land within, he found a sleeping red dragon. With eyes as large as car tires, crimson pupils were visible through slightly opened eyelids, and a massive maw lined with sharp fangs. Perhaps because it was still asleep, drool kept dripping from its mouth. On its head were a pair of large horns, and the scales covering its body emitted a reddish-brown glow like molten lava. Its limbs, about 10 meters in diameter like tree trunks, ended in fierce claws that gleamed coldly. Even more astonishing were the unfolded wings, probably over 100 meters long. Standing below, Haru realized for the first time what it meant to have wings that blot out the sky. The Red Dragon Emperor, Draig, one of the legendary 2 heavenly dragons, who was defeated by the combined forces of the 3 factions and whose soul was sealed into a sacred gear by the God of the Bible. That sacred gear is the boosted gear of the Red Dragon Emperor, originally within the soul of Haru's previous incarnation. After reclaiming that part of the soul, it came into Haru's current soul space. Looking at Draig before him, drooling all over the place, Haru's mouth curved into a mischievous smile. The boundless land began to shake, and behind Draig, a stone pillar emerged, absorbing the earth and slowly growing larger. Take this, 1,000 years of pain. The stone pillar instantly expanded and, in the blink of an eye, poked at a certain spot behind Draig. A whoa. Despite being a western dragon, it let out a howl resembling a snow wolf on the icy plains. With a whoosh, Draig swung its long tail, creating a whistling sound as it fiercely struck the stone pillar lodged in that certain spot. Snap. Like wielding a red whip, the stone pillar was instantly broken, but the front half remained stuck inside Draig. Draig's eyes widened suddenly, its crimson pupils scanning the surroundings in search of the enemy, then it froze. The distant deserts, volcanoes, basins, and the vast plain where it stood, this was the soul space. Hey, you're awake, Draig. Haru waved his arm, trying to get Draig's attention. Creak. Creak. Draig turned its massive head like rusty gears, slowly lowering it to see Haru waving below. You sure can sleep, you didn't even notice your surroundings changed. Good thing I woke you up, what if you slept forever? Haru looked smugly at Draig's rear, a super move he learned from Konoha. Draig's mouth twitched incessantly, feeling the uncomfortable sensation from the half-stone pillar lodged behind. Its eyes instantly turned blood red, revealing a ferocious expression more vicious than the fiercest devil, and it slowly opened its huge maw. You. Kid. Go to hell. Draig suddenly lunged forward and instantly bit down on Haru's body. https://patreon.com/dragons. Chapter 111, A New Ability, Haru vs. Draig. A/N, for more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. Ugh. Draig's upper and lower jaws clenched tightly, veins bulging on his dragon face as he tried to crush Haru's body. Haru easily reached out with both hands to block Draig's biting. Hey, it was just a greeting, no need to get so angry. Haru's face showed a hint of apology as he looked at the enraged Draig. Upon hearing this, more veins popped out on Draig's face, even wrapping around his forelimbs like old tree roots. He looked as if he wouldn't rest until he bit Haru to death. In reality, walking down the street, Haru let out a few dry laughs and withdrew the part of his consciousness that had entered the soul space. Snap. Haru's figure instantly vanished, and Draig's jaws snapped shut, producing a loud bang. The intense pain transmitted through the nerves in his mouth to Draig's brain. His dragon eyes turned blood red, and the sharp pain only fueled his ferocity. In the soul space, Draig spewed molten lava, wielded his sharp claws, and wildly destroyed the boundless land beneath him. It's important to note that this land was formed by the earth rule that Haru possessed. Severe damage could harm his foundational powers. Therefore, sensing Draig's actions, Haru quickly activated the authority crystal within the egg. In the sky of the soul space, the egg, existing as the sun, emitted a dazzling white light. Suddenly, the mountain, towering 1,000 meters high, appeared above Draig. Boom. In an instant, Draig was suppressed beneath the mountain, unable to move. The mountain was summoned using the mountain authority of the Heavenly Emperor, deduced from the egg. Compared to that monkey, Draig, whose existence was now just a remnant soul, was weaker and naturally couldn't resist the mountain's suppression, being firmly pinned beneath the mountain. Subsequently, Haru appeared before Draig again, simulating the aura of the Earth Mother Goddess, the mother of dragons and serpents. Standing on Draig's head, which extended from beneath the mountain, he spoke softly. Have you calmed down, Draig? I've calmed down, but that joke went a bit too far, new partner. Feeling the extremely familiar aura of the Earth Mother Goddess, the blood red in Drake's pupils gradually faded, returning to his original crimson eyes. Ahaha. I'm sorry. Haru looked embarrassed and let out a few awkward laughs. Then, seeing Drake's disgruntled expression, he quickly bowed deeply and sincerely apologized. Forget it. Nice to meet you, partner. I am the Red Dragon, Drake. To be honest, my first impression of you is very poor. Drake's dragon face was serious and solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. Nice to meet you, Drake. You can just call me Haru. Haru withdrew the mountain and extended his hand toward Drake, a gesture inviting a handshake. Drake pondered for a moment before extending his right claw. The tip of his claw touched Haru's hand, completing a handshake between man and dragon. So, did you seek me out for something, Haru? Drake spoke softly, but his soft voice was as loud as a car horn. I want to study your abilities. In return, I promise to help you resurrect after collecting your body. Haru looked into Drake's eyes and said earnestly. Drake fell silent. Studying his abilities was a small matter, every generation of his partners had studied them in detail. It wasn't a big deal. However, Haru's promise of resurrection made him skeptical. The power to resurrect always came at a significant cost, especially for an existence as formidable as himself. If resurrection is the condition, then you need to study all my abilities, including the blaze that was sealed by the God of the Bible, right? After thinking for a moment, Drake spoke to Haru in a deep voice. A price comparable to resurrection would likely be all the powers he possessed, including the ultimate flame capable of burning everything to ashes, the blaze sealed by the God of the Bible when creating the sacred gear. Haru nodded slightly at Drake, and from their eye contact, he sensed Drake's doubts about resurrection. Haru slowly channeled his magical power, activating the underworld rule within the egg. A pitch-black aura of death emanated from his body, enveloping the area around Drake. Drake looked in astonishment at the aura of death before him. Sensing the vitality hidden beneath the deathly aura, he took a sharp breath. Scary. This power to reverse life and death is already in the realm of fundamental laws. Seeing this power, Drake immediately closed his large eyes and opened his mouth to spit out a basketball-sized light orb. The orb was enveloped in crimson flames and, in a breath, arrived before Haru. This light orb contains research information on my abilities from me and my previous hosts. I want to add one more condition, resurrect the white dragon, Albion. You can set the price. As Drake's eternal rival, Albion had battled him since mythological times until now. Even though their bodies were dismembered and souls sealed into sacred gears, they continued to guide their hosts to fight each other. Their mutual battles had become their sole hobby. So if resurrection was possible, he naturally hoped his rival would also recover so they could continue their endless struggle. Well, that's acceptable. The condition is that you pledge your loyalty to me. Is that okay? Haru pondered for a moment and then agreed. With complete bodies and souls, resurrection was an easy task for him, so accepting Drake's request was no problem. Agreed. Drake's deep voice resonated. Compared to his rival, personal freedom was of little importance. Shortly after making the agreement with Drake, Haru in the real world arrived at his classroom in Kuo Academy. Classes began. As one of the underachievers, not many teachers paid attention to him, allowing Haru to rest with his eyes closed at his desk. In reality, Haru was in his soul space with the egg, researching Drake's abilities. Perhaps because he had obtained the complete rules from the Campione world and had a rich data library, the egg's deductions were somewhat different this time. The rules of Drake's abilities, such as boost, transfer, penetrate, and blaze, were quickly extracted. The egg then began to simulate and integrate them with the earth rule that Haru possessed. By the time the dismissal bell rang, the egg had slowly deduced a new ability combined with boost. Originally, boost could at most enhance the power of a heavenly dragon. Now, it could comprehensively amplify the power of an entire continental plate or even the earth itself. In the original earth rule, Haru's attacks already possessed the mass comparable to the Eurasian continent. But now, even his defense, speed, energy, and other aspects were elevated to a continental level. Understanding the new effects of boost, Haru was overjoyed and shouted in his soul space. Give me a simulated star map, and I could be Azathoth. At that moment, a figure appeared at the door of Haru's classroom and knocked a few times. Excuse me, is Issei here? Chapter 112, The Invitation. A/N, for more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. All the classmates in the room focused their gazes on the figure at the door, falling into a brief silence. After a moment. Ah. It's Kiba-kun. Excited screams erupted from girls in the hallway and classroom alike. Kiba Yuto, Kuo Academy's top-ranking handsome boy. With his short blonde hair and charming face always adorned with a bright smile, he ranked first on the list of boys girls most wanted to date. By the way, Haru was also first, if you counted from the bottom. Although the question was, is Haru here, Kiba Yudo's eyes were fixed on Haru, who was smirking while resting on his desk. Following Kiba Yudo's gaze, the girls noticed Haru's grinning face. Why would Prince Charming come looking for that guy? Wait, you guys, take a closer look. He is actually kinda handsome. Who just said I'm handsome? Hearing someone praise him, Haru quickly turned his head, running a hand through his hair as he looked toward the source of the voice. Forget I said anything. The female classmate immediately looked embarrassed, stepping back a few paces and whispering softly. Haru-kun. By this time, Kiba Yudo had walked up to Haru's desk, tapping it lightly as he spoke. Yudo-kun, it's impossible between us. The one I like is Ria-senpai. Upon seeing Kiba Yudo, Haru's expression dramatically changed. He stepped back several paces and spoke loudly. Kiba Yudo's face stiffened. Though he maintained his bright smile, sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Ah! The girls present screamed in unison. Blonde paired with silver hair, and both are hotties. How wonderful! Did you hear that? It's a real-life school love triangle. The key point is that Prince Charming is the Yuke. Kiba Yudo's face darkened. His gaze carried a chilling intensity as he looked at Haru, gritting his teeth. Ria-senpai wants to see you. Sorry, just kidding. Haru grinned mischievously, patting Kiba Yudo on the shoulder. But this friendly gesture only deepened the misunderstanding. At least, more than half the girls in the class were now watching the two of them with heavy breaths. 10 minutes later, Haru followed behind a visibly annoyed Kiba Yudo as they headed toward the old school building. As the name suggests, the old school building was the former campus facility now abandoned. Due to its dilapidated exterior and frequent sightings of shadows flitting by, it was commonly recognized as a forbidden area on campus. But Haru knew the real reason it was off-limits. This was the territory of devils. Following Kiba Yudo into the surprisingly clean old school building, they arrived at a classroom door. President is inside, Kiba Yudo said softly, standing at the doorway. Haru glanced at the sign hanging to the right of the door that read, Occult Research Club, and said quietly, quite fitting for your identities. Kiba Yudo's pupils contracted slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across his face before he regained his composure. With a light chuckle, he said, seems you know quite a bit. But you got one thing wrong, it's fitting for our identities. The corner of Haru's mouth curled into a sly smile. If you want to recruit me, you'd better show me what you've got. With that, Haru pushed open the classroom door forcefully. Soft light spilled out from within. The room was adorned with strange symbols and patterns, with several sofas and a desk placed in the center. On one of the sofas to the left sat two people, one with vibrant red hair, the other with a long black ponytail. Haru immediately recognized them as the Academy's two big sisters. Rias Gremory and Akino Himejima. On the sofa to the right sat a petite girl with white hair. Kaneko Toju, affectionately known as Kaneko-chan, had amber eyes and shoulder-length silver hair. A black cat-shaped hairpin adorned the left side of her hair. She had the adorable traits of being taciturn and a foodie. At this moment, she was seated on the right sofa. She glanced up at Haru, gave a slight nod as a greeting, and then continued to focus on the yukon in her hands. Oh my, nice to meet you. I'm Akino Himejima. I look forward to working with you, Haru-kun, Akino said to Haru with a perfect smile. Ah, you can just call me Haru, it's my nickname, Akino-senpai, Haru replied with a cheerful grin. Oh my, letting someone use your nickname upon first meeting. Akino lightly covered her face with her hand, speaking in a shy tone. However, her eyes gleamed with a teasing light. All right, Akino, don't scare him off. Rias gave her friend a slightly exasperated look and said softly. Well then, everyone's here. Hayadu, no, Haru. Rias looked seriously at Haru's face. As she changed her demeanor, everyone else straightened up. Welcome to the world of devils, Haru-kun. After a while, everyone sat around a tea table, forming a circle on the sofas. Akino handed Haru a freshly brewed cup of green tea. Please enjoy. Oh, thank you. Haru quickly accepted the tea, expressing his gratitude before taking a small sip. So, Haru, you probably know about us already, Ria said, her emerald eyes reflecting Haru's image. Snap. Haru lightly snapped his fingers. A pair of devil wings sprouted from his shoulder blades, flapping gently. Then, a red glow appeared on his hand. A crimson, menacing gauntlet covered his entire left forearm. I've learned quite a bit from Drake. Ria's gaze fixated on the gauntlet on Haru's arm, more precisely, on the red dragon pattern on it. Drake. So it really is the boosted gear of the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the 13 Longinus. Kaneko and Akino's expressions turned serious as they looked at the gauntlet on Haru's hand. Sitting beside Haru, Kiba Yudo showed a look of realization. No wonder Haru had acted like he knew everything earlier. Haru stood up, dusting himself off, and looked sharply at Rias. If you want me as a servant, show me your capability. Dragons don't bow to the weak. What kind of capability do you want to see? Rias asked seriously, looking directly at Haru. Haru glanced at Rias, his eyes scanning her figure. His gaze settled on a particular spot, and he nodded slightly. Your measure is sufficient. Nice to meet you, President. Kaniko's hand, which was holding a piece of yukon, froze midair. After a moment, she whispered, hentai. Pervert. He. Just as President said, it's like having another silly younger brother. Akino covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking as she giggled softly. Rias looked at Haru, who was staring intently at a certain part of her, feeling both amused and exasperated. She wasn't sure whether recruiting Haru as a servant was the right decision. At 6 p.m., Haru had just finished his initiation into the club and was leisurely walking home. Ow. A cry of pain came from behind him, accompanied by the sound of someone falling onto the road. Haru turned slightly to see a nun who had tripped and fallen. She lay flat on the ground, arms outstretched, face down. Despite the smooth concrete surface, she managed to fall quite disastrously, a talent in itself. Just then, a gust of wind blew away the nun's veil. Golden hair, originally tucked under the veil, cascaded down before Haru. Her straight blonde locks shimmered under the setting sun. The nun slowly lifted her head, her emerald eyes reflecting Haru's figure. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 113, Lord, please send an angel to save me. A/N, for more chapters, drop some power stones gemstone. Haru carefully observed the beautiful blonde girl in front of him. Her emerald eyes were both stunning and profound, and her waist-length golden hair had fallen out from under her white veil, shimmering like gold under the sunlight. She wore a standard nun's outfit with a black base and blue collar, but the loose garment couldn't conceal her graceful figure. The blonde girl had a troubled expression on her delicate face, her eyes filled with moisture. Clearly, she was in pain from her fall. Ouch, ouch. She quickly extended her pure white hands to cover her reddened nose, gently rubbing it. Her sweet voice carried a hint of a sob. Then, a faint green glow emanated from her hands. The gentle light shone on her face, and her originally red nose slowly returned to its fair color. The pedestrians around them were dumbfounded, staring at the green light in the girl's hands. The once lively street fell into an eerie silence. After healing her injury, the girl slightly raised her head, just in time to see Haru's exasperated expression. She tilted her head slightly and asked in confusion, "Excuse me. Is there something wrong?" The veins on Haru's forehead bulged, extending to his face. His mouth twitched uncontrollably as he looked at the blonde girl before him. He quickly stepped forward, placed his hand on her small head, and started ruffling her hair. Ah. Don't mess up my hair. The girl hurriedly raised her hands, grabbing the large hand causing mischief. Her eyes, filled with mist, now showed a look of displeasure as she glared at Haru. Snap. With a soft sound, the surrounding onlookers seemed to be controlled, returning to their normal activities. A middle-aged office worker walked past the blonde girl. She noticed his vacant eyes. Curiously, she looked around and found that all the people nearby had empty gazes as they walked down the street. Puffing her cheeks, she complained to Haru, "Sir, did you do something bad to everyone? Please stop harming others intentionally." Haru sighed helplessly and flicked her forehead lightly. "Who do you think caused this? Using a sacred gear in front of normal people? Are you really that clueless?" After speaking, Haru was suddenly taken aback. Blonde hair, a nun, a healing-type sacred gear. He tentatively asked, "Are you Asia Argento?" Yes, I'm Asia Argento. May I ask who you are? Asia looked at the silver-haired young man before her in confusion, then suddenly seemed to realize something. "Are you the priest from Kuo Town? That's wonderful. I finally found you. Did you feel the Lord's guidance to come and rescue me?" Haru stared blankly at the delighted Asia, speechless. What was going on? I'm sorry I'm late for my appointment. I'm not very good at speaking Japanese, and I forgot to buy a map. Then I got lost, and Northwest one on the road could understand what I was saying. Asia shyly looked at Haru, raising her hands to her chest and fiddling with her fingers, her face full of embarrassment as she explained why she missed her reporting time. Hearing Asia's words, Haru realized that the adorable, naive girl before him had mistaken him for the priest sent to meet her. Understanding this, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. "Well, Sister Asia, in this country, it's customary to show your panties when apologizing." Is that so? Asia's face turned bright red. She quickly stepped back a few paces, looking at Haru in shock. The scene remained frozen for several minutes. Seeing Haru's serious expression, Asia hesitated for a moment, then slowly lifted her nun's habit, maintaining that posture as she softly said, I'm sorry for being late. Oh, it's all right. Now, let me take you to our base, Haru said with a pleased expression, laughing slyly as he watched Asia's apologetic stance. Haru took Asia's hand and walked a few steps before turning around. The boosted gear of the Red Dragon Emperor appeared on his arm. With a serious face, he said to Asia, Asia, remember, don't use your sacred gear in front of people. You'll be ostracized. Asia's pupils contracted sharply. Memories of her lonely childhood echoed in her mind, and she looked sorrowful. Is that so? Thank you for the reminder, Father. Oh, and I'm not a priest. Just call me Haru. Nice to meet you, Asia. Haru mischievously reached out his hand, once again messing up Asia's hair with a wicked grin. Nice to meet you, Mr. Haru. I told you not to mess up my hair. Asia pouted in displeasure, gently patting the mischievous hand. Realizing her resistance was futile, she began to mutter softly under her breath. Bullying me. At Kuo Academy's Occult Research Club. Asia sat bewildered on the sofa, looking at the 4 people across from her who exuded a strong demonic aura. Before coming to Kuo Town, Asia had encountered a devil. That devil had brought her unfortunate experiences, so she had a deep impression of a devil's aura. The others were manageable, but the red-haired big sister lazily reclining on the sofa directly opposite her must be a very high-ranking devil. Like rusty gears, Asia stiffly turned her head to look at Haru, who was grinning mischievously. Mr. Haru. This doesn't seem to be a church, and it feels like we've walked into the devil's headquarters. Her sweet voice carried an unmistakable sadness. Dear Lord in heaven, your faithful servant Asia has fallen into the devil's lair. Could you please send an angel to help me? We didn't go to the wrong place, this is indeed our base, Haru said seriously, looking at the melancholic Asia. Then he turned his head, a wicked smile on his face as he looked at Rias. President, I've found a sacred gear user, a healing type. But she has some connections with the fallen angels. Do you dare to take her in? Asia looked utterly shocked at Haru, who seemed like a human trafficker. Trembling, she asked, Mr. Haru. Are you? Then, her mouth opened slightly as she stared blankly at Haru. In her emerald eyes, she saw his bright smile, revealing white teeth, and the large bat-like wings spreading out behind him. Will someone please save me? Asia's inner world was collapsing at this moment. Hearing about a healing-type sacred gear user connected to the fallen angels, a flash of realization crossed Rias' mind. After Haru's encounter with the fallen angel yesterday, during which he had killed the fallen angel, Rias and Aquino had investigated the movements of the fallen angels to prevent potential conflicts. Then, a certain high-ranking fallen angel double agent, Mr. Barakiel, had quietly placed all the recent plans of the fallen angels in Japan at Aquino's doorstep. Combined with the information obtained from the memory of the previously killed fallen angel, she learned about the fallen angel's recent plans in Kuo Town. The core of the plan revolved around a runaway nun who possessed a sacred gear capable of healing all life. So, it was obvious who the nun before them was. Rias looked at the adorably stunned nun in front of her and smiled brightly. Welcome to the territory of Gremory, Sister Asia. At 7 p.m., in the dilapidated church of Kuo Town, in its main hall. A figure with black wings flapped them anxiously as he flew inside. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 114, I actually got killed by someone like this. Could you please let me go back? Asia sat on the sofa, timidly looking at Rias in front of her, like a frightened squirrel. Her tone was full of pleading. Oh dear, that's not possible. A nun trespassing into our Gremory territory, if we let you walk out unharmed, we wouldn't be able to hold our heads up among devils, Aquino Himejima said, preparing a cup of green tea and handing it to Asia on the sofa, her eyes filled with a teasing glint. Asia sensed the malice emanating from Aquino. Her small hands, which were about to accept the teacup, froze midair as she looked at Aquino in fear. Seeing the ominous twitching of the ponytail behind Aquino, Kiba Yudo covered his eyes, unable to bear witnessing the impending misfortune Asia was about to face. Well, what are you planning to do, Miss Church Nun? Aquino's face gradually darkened. Looking at the terrified Asia, she reached out her hand, gently caressing Asia's cheek as she spoke softly. Asia forced a smile that was uglier than crying, slowly lifted the hem of her nun's habit, and bowed her head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Everyone froze, except for Kiba Yudo, who was covering his face and couldn't bear to watch. The corner of Ria's mouth twitched as she looked at Asia maintaining an apologetic posture, her gaze curious. We accept your apology, but why are you making that pose? Asia lowered the hem of her skirt, tilted her head slightly, and looked at everyone with confusion. Didn't Mr. Haru say that this is the way to apologize in this country? Haru turned his head and began whistling toward the window, as if there was some unmissable beautiful scenery outside. Crunch. Kaneko Tuju, sitting on the sofa, pulled out a bag of potato chips from a plastic bag, tossed one into her mouth, and bit down sharply. While maintaining her action of eating chips, she looked at Haru, who was pretending to be clueless, with a disdainful expression that grew more contemptuous over time. Rias looked at Haru, who was feigning ignorance, with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. She tried to speak several times but couldn't find the words, finally letting out a sigh. Turning her head, Rias fixed her emerald gaze on Asia's anxious face and said softly, "Asia Argento, you should be in a situation where you've been expelled from the church, correct?" Asia's expression grew dim, and she lowered her head in silent acknowledgement. "In that case, compared to the fallen angels, I think you might consider the devil's side. You should be aware of the ill intentions of the fallen angels, right?" Rias looked sharply at Asia's gloomy face. Although she felt some sympathy, she needed the nun before her to face reality and come aboard her ship. After all, based on the plan she had learned, if Asia fell into the hands of the fallen angels, this naive girl would undoubtedly die. Those foolish fallen angels, don't they know that the compatibility between a sacred gear and its host is the highest? Seizing a sacred gear can never reach the realm of a balance breaker. At this moment, Akino suddenly closed her eyes and then snapped them open. Enemies have broken into the barrier. Numbering 3, 5, a total of 20 people. It seems the fallen angels have discovered that Asia has been taken away. Hey, how foolish. Trespassing into my territory without permission, this is a declaration of war. Ria stood up, brushing her loose red hair, her eyes showing contempt. Well then, let's go out to meet them. It's okay to kill them directly. Ria slowly brought her index finger to her lips, speaking words of slaughter with a bright smile and cheerful tone. When they reached the entrance of the old school building, they saw 20 fallen angels and exorcists standing in formation. Among them were only 3 fallen angels, flapping their pitch-black wings as they flew in midair, looking down at Ria's group with disdain. Then, the leading female fallen angel, dressed extremely provocatively, gracefully flapped her black wings and floated down in front of the group. Hovering in the air, she looked down at Rias. "Daughter of the Gremory clan, you have taken away the servant of us fallen angels without permission. Should I consider this as you devils declaring war on us?" The female fallen angel looked arrogantly at Rias below, speaking in a contemptuous tone. She then slightly turned her head, looking at Asia within the group, her face showing anger as she said coldly, "None, what do you mean by standing among devils? Hurry and come over here." "Ah. Yes." Asia looked up at the fallen angel in fear, lifting her fair leg to step forward, but Rias held her shoulder to stop her. Rias gently shook her head at Asia with a soft expression, then turned to look coldly at the fallen angel above, speaking slowly. "Rainier, the nun Asia has accepted the protection of us devils and is not your servant. Your premise is wrong. Also, trespassing into Gremory territory without permission, aren't you the one looking for a fight?" Rebuffed by Rias, Rainier's face turned grim, her jaw clenched as she glared venomously at Rias below. After a moment, she spoke sarcastically. "The nun first accepted the protection of us fallen angels. You've overstepped, Gremory. If you kneel and apologize, perhaps the noble fallen angels might forgive you." Originally looking at Rainier with contempt, Rias' beautiful face suddenly turned icy, speaking in an extremely haughty tone. "Very well. Adding the crime of trespassing, killing you should leave the fallen angels without complaint. Haru. I'll leave this low-level fallen angel to you for practice." Rias turned slightly, speaking coldly to Haru, who had been keeping his head down. Haru slowly lifted his head, his face filled with melancholy, muttering under his breath, "I actually got killed by someone like this. Oh my, it's you. You're still alive. And you've become a devil. No way, you've become even more despicable." Rainier turned slightly, noticing Haru's figure, speaking in a surprised tone. "Oh, that makes sense. It's only natural for a lowlife to become an even lower devil after death." Rainier slightly turned her head to look at Rias, speaking arrogantly. "You intend to have this low-level devil fight me? The difference in power is too great. If I'm 1,000, he's only a 1. No matter what he does, he can't bridge such a gap. If you want to fight me, even you as his master aren't worthy." At this moment, a youthful voice filled with madness rang out. Exactly, exactly. Hey, Miss Angel, let me, Freed, play with this little devil. I can't wait to taste devil's blood. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 115, let me give you a taste. The one who spoke was a young priest with short silver hair draped over his shoulders. He wore a black priest's robe and gazed at Haru with extremely violent eyes. He occasionally licked the sharp knife in his hand as he slowly stepped forward from among the priests. Rainier glanced sidelong at the young priest and said indifferently, "Oh, it's you, Freed Selzen. Very well, let a lowly stray fool like you deal with an even lower devil. Oh, look at him, he seems quite frightened. Wow. What an absolutely splendid expression. I can't wait to see even more exciting reactions from you later." Do your best, Mr. Devil. Fried looked at Haru's sorrowful expression with excitement, his body trembling continuously. A wet patch appeared on Fried's pants as he gazed over with an ecstatic smile. Akino Himejima frowned as she observed Haru's demeanor, her expression growing increasingly displeased. Asia, terrified by the crazed priest ahead, gently tugged on Haru's sleeve and whispered, "Mr. Haru, maybe you shouldn't go, it's too dangerous." Kaneko Tuju quietly approached Haru from behind, lifted her small leg, and kicked his calf forcefully, saying disdainfully, "Hurry up and go." Recalling how Haru had torn apart a fallen angel with his bare hands the previous night, Rias looked at the unresponsive Haru in confusion. She whispered in his ear, "What's wrong, Haru? The opponent isn't strong. As long as you stay calm and perform normally, you can win." Kiba Yudo slowly activated his sacred gear, Sword Birth, creating a slender, pure white sword adorned with mysterious patterns. He handed it to Haru. "Take this sword that can counter the power of light. You can do it." Before he finished speaking, Haru's figure vanished from everyone's sight. All of them were stunned, staring blankly at the spot where Haru had just stood. Where did he go? Drip, drip. They turned their heads toward the source of the sound. Haru stood behind the previously arrogant Fried, gripping Fried's silver hair in his right hand, lifting his head by the hair. Blood dripped from Fried's twisted neck onto the ground, making a dripping sound. Fried's face still maintained the joyful expression from before. Then Fried's head spoke, his expression shifting from joy to confusion. "Ah! Whose body is that in front of me? Why doesn't it have a head? And why does it feel familiar?" Everyone present had their pupils constrict sharply, staring in extreme shock at Haru standing there. Kiba Yudo's hand, which held the sword, froze midair. He exclaimed, "Delayed death." Asia stood there, utterly confused, her body stiffening. Beside her, Kaneko Tuju, puzzled by Kiba Yudo's reaction, softly asked, "What's delayed death?" Akino Himejima covered her slightly open mouth with both hands due to shock. Reflected in her eyes was Fried's still-moving head, and she took a sharp breath. It refers to when someone is killed so quickly that their nervous system hasn't yet transmitted the death signal to the brain, so they can still move momentarily. It's called delayed death. The corner of Ria's mouth lifted slightly, revealing an incredibly charming smile. Rainer's body trembled, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Forcing herself to remain composed, she looked at Haru standing below her and stammered, "What's this?" "Just a bit faster speed, that's all." She faltered, her eyes reflecting Haru's cold gaze. It felt as if she were standing before a ferocious dragon that blotted out the sky. Yet, her instincts told her that the one below was not human but a Satan capable of slaughtering all and pulling gods from their thrones. With a cold expression, Haru looked at Rainer's alluring face and said flatly, "You've been babbling non-stop since earlier. You killed me once, and you're so proud. Don't you think you resemble a squawking, ugly crow?" Puffed. With a stifled laugh, a nearby priest couldn't help but chuckle, quickly covering his mouth. But his shoulders kept shaking, and as he trembled, his laughing head fell from his neck. "Hey, pal, what's wrong?" A middle-aged priest beside him stared blankly at the lower half of his comrade named Pal, who had walked ahead. With a terrified look, he collapsed to the ground. Panic erupted among the group of priests. Sounds of bodies falling echoed one after another. Whenever a priest moved, they discovered that parts of their bodies were falling off. The scene was utterly horrifying. "Rainer, we have other matters. You handle this first," said the two fallen angels flying behind Rainer. Terrified by the gruesome scene on the ground, they exchanged glances and hurriedly flew away without looking back. Rainer turned her head in shock, watching her two companions hastily retreat. She shouted angrily, "Middled Calawarner! You cowards!" With two thuds, Haru released his grip on the fallen angel's wings, dropping them onto the ground. "Were you looking for these two fallen angels?" Rainer, like an old puppet with rusty joints, slowly turned her stiff neck to look at the two fallen angels beneath Haru. What she saw were their mutilated, bloody bodies. She muttered to herself, "Impossible. I don't believe it. This can't be happening." Rainer roared at Haru with a twisted expression, "You should be dead. I killed you 3 days ago. This is all an illusion, yes. I must be dreaming in the church." Rainer's eyes became vacant as she stared at Haru's figure, laughing nervously. "Oh dear, having a nightmare? Then let me use this to dispel it." Rainer slowly extended her right hand, light continuously gathering in her palm. Light elements in the atmosphere converged into her hand, forming a 3-meter-long spear of light. Rainer gripped it firmly with her right hand and shouted loudly, "As a devil, you dare to force me to conjure a spear of light? With such foolishness, go to hell." The spear of light buzzed, instantly crossing dozens of meters to strike Haru. "Dodge quickly!" Rias exclaimed in alarm. Asia covered her eyes in despair, silently weeping. With a dark expression, Haru said in an extremely cold tone, "You've been boasting about killing me with a spear of light. Fine, I'll let you experience it yourself." After speaking, Haru's figure vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was firmly gripping Rainier. Rainier's eyes widened, her eyeballs seeming as if they would pop out of their sockets. She watched in shock, resentment, and fear as the spear of light rapidly approached. She screamed frantically. No. The spear of light pierced through Rainier's chest. Her body convulsed uncontrollably. After a moment, her head slowly drooped. Ria's pupils contracted slightly as she stared in shock at the spear of light that had struck Haru. She exclaimed, "The light is dissipating on its own." After Rainier's breathing completely ceased, the anger in Haru's heart began to subside. He gently grasped her fair arm, feeling its smoothness. Looking at a certain place, he showed a regretful expression. Then, Haru suddenly revealed a strange smile. A faint green light began to emanate from his body, and a figure slowly materialized behind him. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, True Nature Begins to Reveal. Rias covered her face, unable to bear watching the scene in front of her. Kaneko Tuju hugged a cushion next to the sofa, burying her face deeply into it. Asia sat trembling in a corner of the sofa, covering her face. Each time she heard an or ah, her ears turned slightly red. Before long, her ears became pink, exuding an enchanting hue. So Haru leaned over and gently bit Asia's ear, softly licking it. "Ah. Mr. Haru, what are you doing?" Asia's face immediately flushed from pale to pink, adorably rosy. She looked at Haru with shy eyes, pouting in extreme dissatisfaction. "Akino, Haru, you two should stop now." Rias picked up a cup of freshly brewed green tea from the table, took a small sip, and said with a hint of helplessness. "Oh dear, let me play a little longer." Akino Himejima held a black leather whip, her arm swinging slightly. The whip twisted into 3 sections. Swish. With a flick, the twisted whip lashed out. Snap. It landed on Rainier's exposed body, leaving a deep red welt. The crimson mark contrasted sharply with her tender pink skin, creating a peculiar beauty. "Oh my, no matter how many times I see it, it's always so surprising. Is this the power of the authority you mentioned, Haru? Can someone who's been dead for over 10 years really be resurrected?" Akino's face was flushed as she gazed at Rainier's pale back tinged with hints of pink, showing a trace of fascination. Yet, her eyes held an indescribable emotion. Seeing the look in Akino's eyes, Rias was slightly taken aback. After pondering for a moment, she kept signaling to Haru with her eyes. As her close friend, Rias naturally understood what Akino was thinking. Earlier, Rainier, who had been killed, was resurrected before them by Haru using an ability he called the Authority of the Undead, which shattered their understanding of the world. Moreover, Akino had a mother who was forced to death while protecting her during her childhood. Seeing such a power to resurrect the dead, her heart was naturally filled with complex emotions. After more than 10 years of pain, she finally saw a glimmer of hope, but she was also afraid that within that hope lay even deeper despair. Haru grinned slyly, secretly revealing a mischievous smile. This was the advantage of knowing the characters' backstories, he could roughly guess their thoughts just through words. Even if things didn't work out, their relationship would become much closer because she was showing her vulnerable side in front of him. With a bit of effort and a little cleverness, could a teasing senpai be far behind? Haru pondered for a moment, his eyes observing Akino's expression, and slowly spoke. "If the remains are still intact, I can do it." Akino's pupils contracted sharply, a look of wild joy appearing on her face. Then she recalled the figure of a certain fallen angel, and words stuck in her throat. Feigning surprise, Haru looked at Akino and said softly, "Senpai, is there someone you'd like to bring back?" Akino's face showed a moment of embarrassment but quickly returned to her usual sweet smile reminiscent of a traditional Japanese beauty. "Oh my, you've noticed. In that case, could I trouble you to help me, Haru? As for the price, name whatever you like." Akino leaned close to Haru, lifting his chin with her left index finger. Her face was extremely close, lips slightly parted, as she whispered softly. Haru looked teasingly at Akino, who was flaunting her charms. Noticing her trembling right hand, he deliberately said, "Spend the night with me." Akino's eyes gleamed coldly. "How about a shopping trip?" Haru grinned, watching Akino's stunned face, revealing a mischievous smile. Akino playfully gave Haru a heavy punch on the chest with her right hand, then suddenly hooked her arm around his neck and lightly kissed his lips. "Being too cheeky can make a girl dislike you, you know." Haru feigned innocence as he looked at Akino. "Does senpai dislike me?" Akino narrowed her eyes slightly, pinching the soft flesh at Haru's waist, and said coquettishly, "Catching my weakness and then pushing your luck, Rias tapped the table with her hand, her face stern. "That's enough. While I don't oppose you two being together, remember there are still 2 kids here. Ah. Asia, who was standing at the door ready to escape, froze. She awkwardly turned her head, noticing everyone's gaze on her. She walked back silently, lowered her head, and said, Miss Devil said. Rias gave a soft hum, glancing at Rainier, who was trembling uncontrollably nearby. Asia felt like crying inside. Looking at Haru before her, tears welled up in her eyes as she whispered, President is right, you should remember that I'm still a child. Spring hasn't come yet, Haru-senpai, Akino-senpai. Kaneko Tuju looked at the two embracing each other with disdain. At that moment, Kiba Yudo opened the classroom door and walked in, saying to everyone, the cleanup of the site is complete. The memories of unrelated witnesses have been erased. Rias nodded slightly and said to Kiba Yudo, good work, Yudo. Then, Rias looked around at everyone, her gaze lingering on Haru's face for a second before she slowly spoke. It's already 11 o'clock. Let's call it a day. Asia will stay at my house tonight. Rias glared at Haru, who was holding Asia's right hand, and said coldly. Haru reluctantly released his grip, looking at Asia with a bitter face and hopeful eyes. Asia, come over here. The innocent nun, the moment she let go of his hand, ran behind Rias, nervously watching Haru. Her face was extremely flushed as she softly said, no. I'll go with President, really. Come on now, be a good girl and follow Big Sis. Akino picked up the chain attached to Rainier and walked toward the magic circle in the corner of the classroom. Rainier looked in horror at the dark gaze Haru cast toward her, then glanced at Akino's smiling face. In the end, she obediently crawled behind Akino. Sensing Haru's gaze, Akino slowly turned her head, revealing a sweet smile. Take care on your way home, brat Haru-kun. At 3 a.m., Haru, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly opened his eyes. Sensing a presence quietly approaching, he showed a puzzled expression. After a while, Haru looked at the window on his left and said softly to the figure flying outside, come in. Rias flapped her bat wings, slowly opened the window, and floated inside. Her gaze flickered with hesitation as she looked at Haru lying on his side. Finally, her eyes steadied with determination, and she slowly said to Haru. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 117, a total fiasco. Haru looked at Rias' determined face and slowly sat up. Rias threw herself into his arms. She wrapped her arms around Haru's neck, her cheeks flushed, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Pressing her face against his, she whispered softly into his ear. Please, you're the only one brave enough to help me. Feeling the warm breath against his ear, Haru felt a tingling sensation and fell into deep thought. 1 second later, with a snap of his fingers, Haru's mental energy surged wildly. Centered on his room, an area within a 500-meter radius was enveloped by his dominion, causing the world to freeze. Haru gently held Rias' waist and whispered softly in her ear, leave the rest to me. Rias slowly closed her emerald eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. An hour later. A silver-haired maid appeared just outside the 500-meter radius of the room and began to approach slowly. As the queen of Rias' brother Surzex and Rias' sister-in-law, Graphia Lucifuge had informed Rias early that morning that her wedding date had been set. Although Rias had remained silent, she cooperated with all the arrangements. However, after maintaining composure for over 2 hours, and perhaps due to her overwhelming workload, Rias slipped away. When the magic circle deployed at Rias' residence was triggered and the teleportation array was hastily activated, Graphia became trapped in Dimensional Gap. Almost getting lost in the Dimensional Gap was bad enough, but when she shattered the space by releasing a large amount of magic to escape, she nearly collided with the Great Red wandering in the spacetime crevice. Although the Great Red ignored Graphia, treating her like a tiny insect and allowing her to escape unharmed, feeling her depleted magic power made Graphia's mouth twitch. After resolving Ria's situation, she would likely need some time to recover. But now, she needed to determine who the real culprit was. Graphia raised her hand and gently knocked in midair. Knock. Knock. 2 crisp sounds echoed. Retracting her hand, she looked at the back of her reddened palm. Feeling the solid space around her, her face darkened, it was indeed here. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of coldness flashing through the slits. Then, a magic circle filled with mysterious runes appeared beneath her feet. Graphia slowly sank into the ground as if trapped in mud. Throughout the process, she kept her eyes fixed on Haru's room, muttering under her breath. I'll kill you. Although she definitely couldn't handle someone of this strength alone, didn't she have her husband? Plus, there was the grudge of someone taking advantage without permission. The fury of an overprotective brother who is also a Satan was imaginable. Morning, Haru's room. Slap. A crisp sound echoed. Haru held his right cheek in confusion, looking at Rias, whose face was flushed and eyes filled with tears. He said softly. What's wrong, Rias? Why did you suddenly? Rias ignored her reddened palm from the hard slap. Why are you so experienced? How many times have you done this? Saying that, she wrapped herself in the blanket and began sobbing, 11,389 times. Haru replied honestly. The sobbing abruptly stopped. Ria stared at Haru in shock, not even noticing the blanket slipping off. She said coldly. Impossible. I have all your background information. The only possible ones are Rainier, and maybe your childhood friend, Irina Shidu. Her gaze was intensely piercing, like sharp swords stabbing into Haru's face. Under such a terrifying stare, cold sweat appeared on Haru's forehead. He raised his right hand to scratch his cheek and said softly. You didn't count my past lives. Ria's expression instantly changed, a gentle smile appearing on her face. She cupped Haru's cheeks and said, Tell me everything, from the beginning. Evening, Occult Research Club classroom. The atmosphere was unusually heavy. Contributing to the tense mood was Graphia, still dressed in her silver-haired maid attire, the underworld's strongest queen. At this moment, she was glaring murderously at Haru, who had his arm around Rias. Another factor was Rias herself. For some reason, while she was smiling and feeding Haru fruit from the table, her free right hand kept stabbing a sharp fruit knife into his abdomen. Observing the dense black magic on the knife, it was likely imbued with the power of destruction inherited from the Bale family. She was putting her full effort into each stab. For every piece of fruit she fed him, she stabbed him 20 times. This behavior caused Asia to hide in a corner, trembling. This good child, raised in the church, was witnessing such a terrifying scene for the first time. Akino Himejima sat beside Asia with a helpless expression, comforting the frightened girl. Under Akino's soothing, Asia's mood gradually calmed. Kaneko Toju had sensed danger upon entering the classroom. She had early on moved a chair to hide in the corner, avoiding contact with others, quietly eating her snacks. Kiba Yuto maintained a serious face, beginning his 31st maintenance of his night sword. Haru felt helpless. Previously, Rias had only acted impulsively after being pushed to the brink. When she calmed down and realized that Haru was even more incorrigible than her fiancé. Just as Graphia was about to speak, the magic circle engraved on the classroom floor suddenly emitted a faint light. The emblem representing the House of Gremory carved into the magic circle transformed into the crest of a phoenix. A burst of flames ignited from the magic array, heat sweeping through the room. A male figure suddenly appeared within the flames. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the surrounding fire and said softly. It's been a long time since I visited the human world. He was a blond man in a red suit, appearing about 20 years old. His suit jacket was open at the collar, and his sharp features carried a faintly wicked smile. Riser Phoenix, the third son of the Phoenix family, and Rias' fiancé. At this moment, he turned his head, and upon noticing Rias, seeing her stabbing with the knife, he was stunned. Maintaining the gesture of dispersing the flames for several seconds, he finally reacted. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Rias, forcing a smile. Hi, Rias. Are you ready to marry me? I've already prepared the wedding dress. I won't marry you, Riser. Rias leaned calmly against Haru, looking at Riser before her, and said softly. Riser noticed Haru's arm around Rias' waist. His pupils contracted slightly, and his gaze turned cold. So, Rias, you intend to be with this lowly, lower-class devil. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 118, Speaking on my own behalf. Graphia's expression changed slightly. She glanced at Haru's face and, seeing his eyes narrowing, hurriedly reprimanded. Mind your words, Phoenix. Riser spread his hands, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth, revealing an expression of, just as I expected. Indeed, even someone as famously impartial and just as you are in the underworld can't help but show bias when it involves family matters. He flicked his hair nonchalantly, ignoring the growing darkness on Graphia's face, and continued loudly. I understand you. After all, Surzek's well-known sister complex is quite famous in the underworld. As his wife, you'd side with Rias. Graphia's face turned exceedingly grim. She'd heard more than enough rumors suggesting Surzek's greatest love was his sister. Although she knew his true feelings, being confronted with it directly still made her extremely angry. She took a step back, standing silently to the side, deciding not to interfere with Haru's actions. Seeing Graphia retreat without a word, Riser displayed a hint of smugness. Turning his head proudly toward Rias, he said. Rias, you should know that our marriage is blessed by all devils. He adopted an expression of feigned humility, spreading his arms wide as if embracing the collective blessings of all devils. Performing what resembled ballet movements, he proclaimed loudly. Among pure-blooded devils, only 35 families remain today, and half of them have only a single heir. Therefore, maintaining pure-blood dominance over mixed bloods is the wish of all devils. And I, as a pure-blooded phoenix, together with you, also a pure-blood. Our union represents the hope for the continuation of pure-blooded devils. Riser strode up to Rias, gazing into her eyes with what he believed to be a sincere expression. So, how do you feel about this, Rias? Rias looked calmly at Riser, noticing the unabashed lewdness in his eyes. A glint of disdain flashed in her gaze as she softly replied. Don't look at me with such disgusting eyes, Riser. Riser's expression froze. Rias slightly raised her head, glancing at Graphia who stood silently nearby. After a moment's contemplation, she said softly. I won't let the Gremory family end here, and I do have plans to marry. But I'll be choosing my own husband. Riser's expression relaxed, showing a relieved look. He glanced around, his pupils narrowing slightly. Oh, Rias, it's good that you understand. The wedding is the day after tomorrow. Also, although your number of servants is a bit small, their quality is quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment. Akino Himejima slightly narrowed her eyes, looking at Riser with a face full of greed. She wore a smile but didn't utter her usual oh my. Asia leaned closer to Akino, shrinking back slightly. Kaneko Tuju paused her snacking for a moment, then resumed eating. Rias sighed helplessly at the self-satisfied Riser, then gently leaned on Haru's shoulder and announced loudly. That's why I've chosen Haru to be my husband. Riser was stunned. Moments later, his face flushed red with anger. The temperature in the classroom skyrocketed, reaching the boiling point of water in an instant. In just 3 seconds, the air temperature soared to 400 degrees Celsius. Rias. I bear the honor of the Phoenix family and cannot tarnish our name. Having my fiancée taken by a lowly devil, it's utterly intolerable. Riser's face darkened, and intense flames erupted from his body. Sparks flew in all directions, with some embers landing near Rias. Even if I have to burn all your servants to ashes, I will take you back to the underworld. Haru looked at Riser with a gaze reserved for someone mentally challenged, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, his left hand emitted a brilliant red light, and the boosted gear of the Red Dragon Emperor materialized on his arm. Hey, Turkey, you can give it a try. Let's see if your flames can burn through my dragon scales. Riser's pupils contracted slightly, it was clear he recognized the significance of the gauntlet. Even as the Phoenix family's third son, groomed for political marriages, he'd undergone rigorous elite devil education from a young age, which naturally included knowledge about the sacred gears. The Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor, who sporadically appeared in the world and were locked in eternal combat, were, of course, subjects of keen interest. However, after recognizing the boosted gear, Riser was only momentarily surprised. He then looked at Haru with contempt, his words dripping with mockery. So that's why Rias is so confident, because of the Red Dragon Emperor. Indeed, I'll admit that if used properly, this sacred gear can challenge gods and Mao. But why do gods and Mao still reign supreme? At this point, Riser's gaze toward Haru was filled with ridicule. A sacred gear's power depends on its wielder. According to our information, you've only been reincarnated for less than a week, haven't you? Riser tore open his white shirt, revealing a toned physique with 8-pack abs. Pointing to his heart, he taunted. Come on, I'll give you 1 minute to boost as much as you like. Hit me right here. Do you think you can penetrate my body's defenses? Just as Haru was about to make a move, Rias raised her right hand, pressing his down. She then slightly turned her head, her expression extremely serious, and said to Riser. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's settle this with a pact, the traditional devil way, through battle. As soon as she finished speaking, the flames on Riser's body surged, transforming into a phoenix spreading its wings. He aggressively flapped his fiery wings, sending sparks flying toward Rias. Rias displayed a resolute expression, remaining seated on the sofa. Dark destruction energy slowly emanated from her body, continuously annihilating the sparks drifting toward her from Riser. At that moment, Graphia instantly appeared between Riser and Rias. With a stern face, she said coldly. The modern Devil Society prohibits ancient rituals. If both parties remain adamant, why not settle this with a rating game? She then turned her head, giving Haru a deep glance, and said softly. Given that the Red Dragon Emperor's power exceeds the standard scope of the rating game, I suggest we sign a contract to restrict. Before she could finish, Riser interrupted her. He looked arrogantly at Graphia, cast a disdainful glance at Haru, and sneered. There's no need for that. Tomorrow, at this same time, we'll have our game. I'll make you all taste true despair. With that, he strode toward the magic circle. In a dazzling red light, his figure gradually vanished. Graphia helplessly covered her face, letting out a slight sigh. She bowed to Rias and said softly, in that case, I'll go prepare the venue. Rias released her arm from around Haru's waist, turned her head to reveal a dark and profound expression, and gently said to Haru. Could I trouble you to take the turkey down with you tomorrow? Haru felt utterly speechless, his mind nearly collapsing. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 119, I heard what you said. In a pitch-black space, a multitude of strange figures sat upon thrones, watching a 30-meter-wide pool of water before them. Reflected in the pool was the scene of Kuo Academy. At this moment, the figures on the thrones were engaged in heated discussion. That damned creature has actually come to our side. Haha, how interesting, truly fascinating. Oh my, seeing the Red Dragon Emperor being trampled by the Phoenix is quite a spectacle. No, I think the most entertaining part will be his helpless wails after his lover is taken away. Originally, this farce between the younger generations of the Phoenix and Gremory families wouldn't have caught the attention of these dukes at the pinnacle of Devil Society. With the involvement of the Red Dragon Emperor, it's a different story. In the past, when the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor clashed on the battlefields where gods and Satans fought, these old-timers were present. Most of the Devil Dukes here had been beaten up by either the Red Dragon Emperor or the White Dragon Emperor. Now that they had a chance to watch a joke at the expense of their old enemy, they were overjoyed. Just as they were mocking the newly emerged Red Dragon Emperor, in the occult research club of the old school building at Kuo Academy, Kiba Yuto leaned his sword against the wall, swiftly donning his gauntlets and protective gear. Kaneko Tuju sat comfortably on the sofa, flipping through a magazine with her gloved hands, exuding an inexplicable sense of pressure. Asia had put on her nun's habit but did not wear a cross. With a troubled expression, she prayed softly. Akino Himejima and Rias crossed their legs elegantly, sipping tea and chatting leisurely. Everyone was relaxing in their own way, preparing for the battle half an hour later. As for Haru, his method was to lie on a luxurious sofa, sound asleep. Rather than relaxing, it was more like being carefree. As the clock's hour hand gradually approached 10 o'clock, Kiba Yuto showed a hesitant expression but finally looked firmly at Rias. President, shouldn't we formulate a battle plan? Upon hearing this, Kaneko and Asia turned their gazes towards Rias. Rias took a light sip of her tea and calmly said to Kiba Yuto, this time, the purpose is just to give you all some training and to let you experience the atmosphere of the raiding game in advance. Aha. Akino placed her teacup on the table, wearing a perfect smile, and said softly, the Rias I know isn't someone who gives up easily. Rias was taken aback for a moment, then glanced deeply at Haru, who was still sleeping. In the upcoming battle, Haru will handle everything. This is an agreement between us. What, X? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Although Haru's previous battle with Rainier had made them look at him in a new light, and they acknowledged his strength. But this time, their opponent wasn't a low-level fallen angel, but the highest-class devil who commands fire and life, the Phoenix. Moreover, in the raiding game battle, Riser's servants would certainly participate fully, that's 15 experienced devils. In their view, having Haru face 15 enemies alone was too much. Just as Akino was about to ask Rias for specifics, Haru slowly opened his eyes, sat up, and gazed at the magic circle in the classroom. He said softly, they're here. The magic circle emitted a faint glow, and Graphia's figure appeared in the classroom. She glanced at everyone, her gaze pausing for a second on the sleepy silver-haired youth, and said softly, are you all ready? It's time to enter the field. Hearing Graphia's question, everyone stood up and stepped into the teleportation array. The array emitted a faint red light, and they were transported to a different dimension modeled after Kuo Academy. This was a one-time battle space created using devil technology in a spatial gap. It had a perfect protection mechanism, dying in this space wouldn't result in actual death. Therefore, this technology was widely used in the raiding games. Therefore, when they opened their eyes, they still saw the Occult Research Club's classroom, which they had anticipated. Rias turned slightly, her gaze flickering as she looked at Haru's sleepy face. She sighed softly. Even though she knew some things about Haru, facing the Phoenix directly at this moment made her nervous. Rias suddenly turned around and said loudly to her servants. Everyone, charge into the new school building and fight head-on. At this moment, the dukes watching the battle from outside the dimension were stunned. This little girl is something else, she's got guts. Even Beelzebub couldn't do better. 6 against 16, and 4 of them are rookies. If they can win, I'll go and, kiss an ant. You're that old and still so adventurous. Why not join me in kissing a caterpillar? From the moment he entered the different dimension, Haru had extended his senses to cover the entire space and even beyond, enveloping the location where the dukes were gathered. Therefore, the conversation of the devils naturally reached his ears. Meanwhile, in the student council room of Kuo Academy, Riser sat on a wooden chair, looking sinisterly at the map of Kuo Academy spread before him. In front of the map, Riser's queen servant Yubaluna was explaining the battle plan to the other 13 servants. At this moment, Yubaluna sensed something through a magic array she had set up. She looked up with a puzzled expression and said, Gremory servants have entered my magic detection range. 6 of them. All deployed. Riser's lips curled up in a wicked smile. Looks like Rias has finally come around and plans to throw herself into my arms. He let out a series of sinister laughs. Sitting on a sofa in the center of the classroom, a blonde girl watched Riser's incessant laughter with disdain, silently sipping her tea. Bang. Riser pushed aside the wooden chair, stepped forward, and kicked the map off the floor. He shouted to his servants, "We don't need these things anymore. Now, come with me to the sports field. I want to have some fun with Ria's servants in front of that red dragon emperor." After speaking, he opened the classroom door and led his servants toward the sports field. Haru followed silently behind Rias, sensing Riser's movements. Reflected in his pupils was the figure of a blonde girl. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 120, Don't Disturb Me. Koa Academy sports field was separated from the old school building by a small grove of trees. Riser stood at the center of the sports field with his 14 servants, facing the woods directly and waiting for Rias and her group to walk into his trap. Before long, Rias led her servants out of the forest path, standing directly in front of Riser. Riser brushed his hair back, looking at Rias with a smug expression, his eyes glancing sideways as he sized her up. "So, you've finally come to your senses, Rias. Come over then, my arms are always open for you." He slowly spread his arms, making a gesture of embracing. Rias frowned slightly, her gaze icy as she looked at Riser. She parted her red lips and said coldly, "It's time for the final battle, Riser. Let's settle this once and for all." Riser was momentarily stunned, then burst into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, are you joking, Rias? I have 15 people on my side. Look at your servants, 1, 2, 3, 4, with you, that's only 5. What are you going to fight me with?" Riser tugged at the collar of his white shirt, speaking with disdain. "Ah." A scream came from afar, and everyone's gaze turned toward the source of the sound. 3 minutes before Rias arrived at the sports field, Haru suddenly appeared in the woods beside the field. He noticed a blonde girl leaning against a large tree, her gaze fixed on the center of the field. He took large strides forward. With a light tap, Haru placed his left hand on the tree trunk, looking at the girl with a gentle smile. Surprised by his sudden appearance, the girl trembled slightly. Her deep blue eyes reflected a mix of surprise and uncertainty, and her golden twin-tailed curls quivered along with her. Haru's sharp gaze observed the girl. She wore a pink princess dress with a cute bow tied at the collar. Her delicate and lovely face radiated charm, and her startled expression only added to her appeal. Unable to retreat because of the tree behind her, the girl watched as Haru approached. Shyness and a hint of apprehension filled her deep blue eyes. She stammered. "Are you Miss Rias Gremory's servant? Why did you suddenly appear?" "That's not important. What's important is, what's your name, lovely miss?" Haru asked softly, gazing kindly at the blonde girl before him. "Ravel. Ravel Phoenix." Hearing his question, Ravel hesitated for a moment. But due to her good upbringing, she politely introduced herself despite the unexpected encounter. Haru smiled warmly. "A pleasure to meet you, Ravel. After the rating game is over, would you like to watch a movie together? I hear there's a great educational film showing." Feeling a bit flustered, Ravel's cheeks flushed. She quickly composed herself and replied, "I appreciate the offer, but I must focus on the game right now." Haru nodded understandingly. Of course, duty comes first. At that moment, a scorching fireball suddenly hurtled toward them. Haru casually waved his hand, dispersing the attack. He turned his gaze toward the center of the sports field, where an enraged Riser was launching attacks. Haru's tone was filled with annoyance. "What are you doing? Can't you see we're having a conversation?" Approaching his sister. Riser's face darkened immediately. He said coldly, "A lowly devil like you trying to get close to a pureblood noble of the Phoenix family? I've decided, I'll turn you to ashes with my next strike. Lord Riser is so cool. Lord Riser is serious now, that devil is doomed." Riser's female servants cheered for him with admiration. Hearing their support, Riser smirked, running a hand through his hair to slick it back, displaying a roguish grin. Golden magic power surged from Riser's body. He shouted loudly, "Cry, scream, and then, die." The immense magic transformed into a phoenix with a wingspan of 30 meters. Flapping its clearly defined wings, it rushed rapidly toward Haru. The massive phoenix engulfed Haru's figure. With a popping sound, like a balloon bursting. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply as they stared blankly at the scene before them. Haru was still standing in front of Ravel, unharmed. The mighty flaming phoenix from earlier seemed to have never existed. Riser's face flushed red, not from embarrassment, but from rage causing blood to rush to his face. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his hands trembled as his magic power intensified further. 1, 2, 3, a total of 5 flaming birds appeared around Riser. The sudden increase in temperature caused the air to distort, reaching temperatures as high as 1,000 degrees Celsius. Screech. The 5 fire-formed phoenixes let out a unified cry, flapping their wings as they howled toward Haru's back. Boom. Haru's figure was engulfed in the explosion caused by the flaming birds hitting the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust. Kaneko turned her head away, unable to watch. Akino clenched her fists, her face expressionless as she looked at the billowing dust. Asia trembled, slowly closing her eyes. Ria's lips curled up slightly, revealing a bright smile. Riser regained his arrogant demeanor, spreading his hands helplessly and saying softly, as expected, it was just a fluke earlier. Outside the dimension, many dukes stared intently at the sports field shrouded in dust. Some of them felt an inexplicable unease. The dust gradually settled. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Call Me the Demon King. Impossible. How could a low-class devil withstand my attack? Riser's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at Haru, who stood unscathed amid the settling dust. His voice was filled with fury. Haru stopped what he was doing, turned his head, and gazed at Riser with a dark expression. His eyes flashed dangerously as he spoke in an icy tone. You keep calling me a low-class devil, a lowly devil. When I was a demon king, you didn't even exist. He rolled his neck, and the surge of his magical power, like colliding tectonic plates, shattered the surrounding 5 meters of the dimensional space. As if forcing a watermelon into a sesame seed, the entire artificial space groaned in agony, teetering on the brink of collapse. Outside the dimension, where the dukes gathered. All the devil dukes' faces turned as red as if they were being strangled, eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at the figure who had shattered space merely by releasing his magic. After a long silence, an old duke with a head full of white hair spoke deliberately, enunciating each word. Tran. Send. Ent. Hiss. Hearing this term that signified the pinnacle of power, the gathered dukes collectively gasped. No way. He's just devil who reincarnated less than a week ago. How could he have reached the level of a transcendent in magic power? But it's happening right before our eyes, isn't it? Didn't you hear what he said earlier? When I was a demon king. The 4 great demon kings perished at the hands of God, that's what we've been told. But didn't we fail to witness it ourselves? The god and the demon king simply vanished simultaneously. The dukes exchanged uneasy glances as they looked at the figure within the dimension. They knew that the return of an ancient demon king would herald a monumental shift in the established order. Who knows how many of them would still stand when it was over? Inside the dimension. Haru gazed helplessly at the shattered space, sighed softly, and murmured to himself. I knew a temporary space couldn't contain my power, but I didn't expect it couldn't even withstand 1/10. Standing closest to Haru, Ravel naturally heard his muttering. Her pupils contracted slightly as she stared at his back in shock. Such overwhelming power was only 1/10 of this man's magic. If he went all out, just how strong was he? She couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and nervousness. The instinct of devils to respect and be drawn to the strong stirred within her heart. Ignoring Ravel's thoughts, Haru radiated a vast amount of dark energy. Looking at the dumbfounded Riser and his entourage, he said. How about we change the setting? Since no one is objecting, I'll take that as agreement. Then. Great hell summoning. With a light shout from Haru, the original dimension was swallowed by some terrifying existence. When everyone's vision cleared, their pupils contracted sharply. In a dark world stood towering ancient castles, majestic and imposing. The castles were stained with crimson blood. Within them, rows upon rows of old courtyards connected to form skeletal patterns, standing tall in this eerie purgatory. Endless skeletal remains floated in the air. 7 or 8 massive bone mountains rose high, and roaring rivers of blood surged beneath the ancient cities, courtyards, and bone mountains. Everyone felt the devilish power within them boiling uncontrollably and exclaimed in shock, "Why is my power?" Haru grinned mischievously and said softly to the crowd opposite him. "Welcome to my world, the great hell summoning." Hell, they echoed in unison. Hearing this term, everyone's pupils shrank dramatically. Hell was another name for the birthplace of devils and many other races. They couldn't fathom someone claiming such an expansive world as their private domain. But the scene before them and the boiling devilish power within them clearly told them that this was real. A world comparable to the underworld had been claimed by Haru as his private realm, perhaps even created by him. Riser looked at Haru's smiling face with a mix of fear and regret, several times wanting to plead for mercy. But remembering that his parents were likely watching and considering the honor of the Phoenix family, he forced himself to stand tall before Haru. Although he didn't know which demon king Haru was, couldn't he have just declared his identity outright? Wasn't Riser's goal to preserve pure-blood lineage? If Haru, the purest of devils, had spoken, Riser would have stepped aside. Why wait until now to reveal his identity? It was truly awkward for him. Reflecting on his arrogant behavior at Kuo Academy yesterday and in the dimension today, Riser wondered how he was still alive. This was an ancient demon king who believed in survival of the fittest. Haru hadn't treated him as. Remembering that Haru had been calling him a turkey. Could it be that he was being regarded as food? One wouldn't argue with food, they'd simply consume it when the time came. Haru showed a look of feigned difficulty and said to Riser, "The immortality of the Phoenix family is a bit troublesome." Cold sweat poured down Riser's forehead. His body trembled as he looked at Haru's troubled expression, forcing a wry smile. Earlier, your Majesty's overwhelming magic has already injured my internal organs. I am powerless to continue the fight. Please allow me to admit defeat and withdraw. Riser couldn't continue speaking, for his vision was suddenly filled with an endless swarm of locusts. Haru's eyes lit up with realization. Placing a gentle hand on Ravel's shoulder, he smiled and said, "Almost forgot, I have this ability." Recalling the power over locusts he had acquired, Haru grinned maliciously. "If I have your body completely consumed, then your immortality won't matter, will it?" Riser stared in disbelief at the locusts before him, each emitting the magical aura of a high-class devil. Just by estimating their size, he could calculate their approximate number. So, he intends to have me eaten alive by hundreds of billions of locusts. I've truly been regarded as food. As the locusts with razor-sharp mandibles approached, Riser let out a cry of despair. No. Outside the great hell summoning. The Devil Dukes watched in silence as Riser was driven to the brink by the relentless swarm, saying nothing. After a long pause, one Duke spoke with a trembling voice. "It's the Demon King." "Has the Demon King returned?" murmured another Duke, who appeared no older than 20 but whose eyes shone with the wisdom of countless ages. The first of Solomon's 72 pillars, the mightiest devil Baal, also known as the Demon King. He had many names, one of which was Melkart. Some of the Dukes, recalling the Demon King's ruthless and bloodthirsty past, thought about their previous reckless words and actions. Now, realizing that the Demon King's gaze had likely been upon them multiple times, they wore expressions more pitiful than tears. At this moment, in another space, a handsome young man with vibrant red hair stood up and sighed softly. These are turbulent times indeed. Reflected in his eyes was the image of the silver-haired youth standing beside a blushing Ravel. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, The Approaching Fallen Angels. "Thank you for sparing my brother, Demon King." Ravel lifted the hem of her princess dress, her face flushed as she bowed to Haru. Behind her stood Riser, whose body was in tatters, reduced to just a head. Golden flames of the phoenix burned fiercely at his neck, indicating he was in the cooldown period of his resurrection. Riser's servants surrounded him tightly, continuously administering healing potions with restorative properties. Haru wiped several kiss marks off his face and said in a light tone, "It's no big deal. Those who are unaware are not guilty." Himejima Akino, Tuju Kaneko, and Kiba Yudo looked at Haru, observing how effortlessly he lied without batting an eye. He had clearly spared Riser due to the allure of beauty, yet he was making excuses about "those who are unaware are not guilty." No wonder Haru-san's personality is so wicked, turns out he's the Lord's archenemy, the Demon King. Asia looked at Haru's back in shock, gaining a deep understanding of why his character was so malevolent. Ria stared directly at Haru's face, feeling the blood in her body still stirring from when Haru used his powers earlier. In front of everyone, she let out a bitter laugh. "You really have a wicked sense of humor." Because Rias's mother is a pure-blooded demon from the Baal clan, Rias inherited the Baal clan's power of destruction. Recalling what Haru had told her earlier about gods and Godslayers, she didn't believe any of it now, assuming he was the resurrected Demon King Baal. After all, the strong resonance in her blood made more sense to Rias than his previous words. Demons are a race that places great importance on bloodlines. At that moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared on the ground beside them, emitting a dazzling red light that captured everyone's attention. Haru's gaze shifted from the shy Ravel to the magic circle on the ground. He sensed it, a presence emanating from the magic circle that posed a slight threat to him. This kind of aura and sense of threat was something Haru had only felt from Rama in his complete form. His attention instantly focused entirely on the magic circle, and the earth authority within him began to tremble slightly. Then, two figures appeared within the magic circle. One was Graphia, still wearing her maid outfit. Beside Graphia stood a man with flowing red hair, clad in jet-black armor. He raised his eyes and locked gazes with Haru. Intense stares crossed, and the mental energies clashing through their eyes produced a subtle buzzing sound. Upon seeing this red-haired man, everyone except Haru and the oblivious Asia displayed expressions of extreme shock. Rias's face showed astonishment as she exclaimed, "Brother! Brother! That means..." "Mao Lucifer," exclaimed everyone else in unison. All except Haru widened their eyes, hurriedly kneeling on one knee toward the red-haired men, lowering their heads in respect. Haru suddenly understood. Only someone like Surzex, a super devil among demons, could exert such pressure on him. Only a super devil could surpass gods, with strength comparable to Rama at full power, giving Haru a slight sense of threat. After all, super devils are existences that transcend the very concept of the demon race. At this moment, Surzex, who was staring at Haru, sighed softly and said, "Though I don't know how you've returned, please don't be so hostile, Ancestor-sama." Haru looked puzzled, pointing to himself. "Ancestor? Are you referring to me? Who else?" Rias glared at Haru's bewildered face, her tone filled with displeasure. Although the original demons were chaotic beings who disregarded etiquette, modern demons have been thoroughly assimilated into human values. Rias, possessing a normal human value system, found herself in the unfortunate position of dealing with a perverse ancestor. The fact that she hadn't burst into tears was a testament to her strong will. Seeing Haru's confusion, Surzex offered a wry smile. He channeled the magic within him and released the aura of the Bale bloodline toward Haru. Sensing the aura, which was strikingly similar to that of Melkart whom he had easily defeated before, Haru realized they had mistaken his identity. Thinking about their misunderstanding, Haru's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He said to Surzex, "Grandson, did you come looking for me for something?" Everyone kneeling on the ground couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Himejima Akino even ignored Rias's darkening expression and burst into laughter. Hearing himself addressed as "grandson," the wry smile on Surzex's face froze. He replied to Haru with a neutral expression, "Could you please inform me of the purpose of your return, Ancestor-sama?" This was the main reason Surzex had urgently broken through various defenses to meet Haru here. As the Demon King Bale, who also possessed the identity of the Red Dragon Emperor, Haru had become a significant unstable factor. During the ceasefire and recovery period after the biblical three factions had suffered heavy losses, if this great king rallied for another war, most demons might heed the call to battle the fallen angels and angels once more. The prestige of the first of Solomon's 72 pillars was no trivial matter. Being familiar with the original storyline, Haru could somewhat guess Surzex's thoughts. He tilted his head slightly and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "No need to be so tense. God is dead, I have no reason to cause any major disturbances. For now, I'll just hang around as a servant under your sister." Surzex fixed his gaze on Haru's face, then smiled softly. "As expected, my sister's charm is quite powerful, to have even captivated Ancestor-sama." "Brother." Hearing Surzex's words, Rias immediately protested, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Hey, Rias, long time no see. It seems you've been under a lot of pressure." Surzex turned to her with a gentle smile. "How can you say that? If it weren't for you and father arranging that engagement without my consent, I wouldn't have been so troubled." Rias glared at Surzex in frustration. "Well, I admit that both father and I were too hasty, but we had no choice, our family's heirs are so few," Surzex replied, shrugging like an easygoing older brother, a stark contrast to the imposing aura he had earlier. "But now, there's no point dwelling on it. Your engagement can't proceed anymore, can it?" Surzex's words made Rias tilt her head in confusion before realization dawned, and she brightened up. "Did the family agree to let me annul the engagement with Riser? If they hadn't agreed, Ancestor-sama might have initiated a civil war." "You've really outdone yourself, Rias, bringing even him into this." Surzex gestured toward Haru. Rias turned to see the massive energy ball in Haru's hand and smiled awkwardly. "Well then, I'll entrust my little sister to you, Bale-sama," Surzex said with a light laugh, ignoring Rias's reddening face. Several hours later, in the dilapidated church of Kuo Town, a figure sat atop an inverted cross, 10 wings spread from his back. He casually disintegrated a paper document, laughing maniacally in a frenzied tone. "Bale has returned. What a joke. Azazel is such a fool, believing the demon's fake information." He paused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Seems like the demons are quite weak internally, releasing false news to pretend they're stronger than they are. By the way, isn't that fake Bale also in this city? Might as well eliminate him while we're at it. Tear off the demon's facade of strength and strike directly at their hearts. Proceed according to the original plan." "Yes," came numerous responses from below the cross. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 123, Those who obstruct will be eliminated. In the early morning, Haru opened his eyes and instantly appeared in his living room, gazing at the uninvited guest before him. A middle-aged man with a half-golden and black hair and a black beard, dressed in a dark gray kimono, stood there. Behind him trembled 12 large wings of a fallen angel. He held a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses, which he was gently swirling. This was Azazel, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, the leader of the Fallen Angel faction among the 3 forces of the biblical mythology. Known for his obsession with women, he fell from grace due to his desires. "Care for a drink, old friend?" Azazel placed the glasses on the coffee table in front of the sofa and smiled. "I'm not your old friend, Azazel. But since it's the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels offering a drink, it's worth a taste," Haru replied with a grin, seating himself on the sofa opposite Azazel. With a soft pop, Azazel uncorked the wine bottle and poured half a glass for each of them. As he poured, he said, "Honestly, I was quite surprised to hear news of your return. Looking at you now, it seems you've been reincarnated. I can sense a hint of the cycle of rebirth in you." Haru picked up his glass, took a light sip, and said impatiently, "Let's get straight to the point. Are you here because of the weakling who recently arrived in town?" Azazel paused for a moment, then sensed the familiar presence in the town's church. Smirking, he said dismissively, "Weakling? You mean Kokobile? Indeed, he's just a minor character." He then took his glass, downed it in one gulp, and said seriously, "I've come to ascertain your stance, Baal. War or peace? Give me an answer." Haru's expression remained unchanged as magical energy surged around him. He looked at Azazel's serious face and then chuckled softly. "Do you think you can win?" "No, the moment I saw you, I knew, you've reached that level, haven't you?" Azazel replied with a bitter smile. Unlike Serzex and the other devils, Azazel, as one of the original fallen angels, had vast knowledge and experience. Just by sensing Haru's magical energy for an instant, he judged that Haru was a monster on the same level as the infinite dragon god, Ophis, whom he had met before. "I want the data you've researched on sacred gears, as well as some samples of the sacred gears themselves. In exchange, I won't eradicate the fallen angels," Haru said calmly, issuing a thinly veiled threat. Azazel was silent for a long moment. Then he grabbed the half-full wine bottle beside him, took a hefty swig, and slumped on the sofa with a sigh of resignation. "Deal." With that, Azazel vanished from the living room. Later that afternoon, after school, Haru received a text from Rias asking everyone to gather. Pushing open the door to the occult research club, he was met with a tense standoff. Rias and Himejima Aquino sat on the sofa, with Asia Argento and Tuja Kaneko standing behind them, alongside Kiba Yuto, who had drawn his demonic sword. Opposite them stood two girls in white robes, each wielding large swords emitting a powerful holy light, facing off against Rias and her group. As Haru opened the clubroom door, both sides turned their gaze toward him. One of the girls in white showed a look of surprise. Before she could call out, Haru instantly appeared behind her, scooped her into his arms, and carried her over to a nearby sofa. As she was lifted, the brim of her hooded robe fell back due to gravity, revealing chestnut-colored hair tied in twin tails. The girl's amber eyes reflected astonishment. Her delicate, heart-shaped face flushed slightly with shyness. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Haru's neck as she was lifted, her ample figure pressing against him. With a smile, Haru sat on the sofa, holding the girl close. "Irina. You came back without telling me." The chestnut-haired girl was Irina Shido, the daughter of the former priest of Kuo Town. She was the childhood friend of Haru's current incarnation. 10 years ago, they had parted ways when Irina's father was reassigned, and they hadn't seen each other since. After a brief pause, Irina ignored Haru's playful hands and exclaimed joyfully, "I knew you'd recognize me." Except for Rias, everyone else stared dumbfounded at Irina, who was happily reunited with her childhood friend, and at the silver-haired scoundrel making moves on her. Even with her somewhat oblivious nature, Irina noticed the odd stares. Then she saw Haru's hand misbehaving on her front. Slap. A crisp sound echoed. Irina sat on the sofa, blowing on her reddened palm. Next to her was another girl who had removed her hood. This girl was tall and well-built, draped in a white robe. She had short blue hair that reached her shoulders, with a strand dyed green over her forehead. Introducing herself as Zenobia, she and Irina had come to Kuo Town as envoys from the church to carry out a special mission and were here to negotiate with Rias. Zenobia fixed her gaze on Rias and spoke first. "First, I must tell you that our mission is closely related to the Holy Swords." At the mention of Holy Swords, Kiba Yuto's eyes widened. He stared at the sacred sword emanating divine power behind Zenobia, his gaze filled with intense resentment. Zenobia unfastened the holy sword on her back, a double-edged greatsword larger than a typical longsword, with arcs of light flickering along its blade. She held it flat in her hands and said softly, "This is one of the 7 fragments of the holy sword Excalibur, the holy sword of destruction." Haru, mine is the holy sword of mimicry. It can transform into any shape. Do you want to see?" Irina eagerly handed her holy sword to Haru. Zenovia's face darkened as she shouted at Irina, "What do you think you're doing, handing such a precious holy sword to a devil?" Startled, Irina quickly tried to explain, "It's okay. Haru used to play with it all the time when we were kids." Seeing Zenovia's increasingly stern expression, Irina stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Turning back, Zenovia addressed everyone with a serious expression. "Not long ago, 3 of the holy swords safeguarded by the church were stolen by a fallen angel cadre named Kokobile. Our mission in this town is to retrieve the 3 holy swords that fell into the hands of the fallen angels. At the very least, we must destroy them to prevent the enemy from using them." So, if you don't want this to escalate into a massive conflict involving devils, angels, and fallen angels, do not interfere with our mission. Irina gripped her holy sword of mimicry tightly and pointed it at everyone, declaring seriously, if you get in our way, we'll eliminate you all. Then she stuck out her tongue at Haru and said playfully, but of course, Haru, I'll let you off the hook. With a swift flick to Irina's forehead, Zenobia scolded, whose side are you on exactly? She then turned back to Rias, her face stern and slightly out of breath from her agitation. So, what's your decision, Rias Gremory? Rias and her group's gazes shifted to Haru, who was lounging on the sofa with an unreadable expression. Zenobia and Irina followed their gaze and looked at Haru's face. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 124, actually. Haru raised his hand and used his pinky finger to scratch his ear. Then he flicked it lightly and said with a puzzled expression. Kokabeel. I think I've heard Azazel mention him. If I recall, he's just a small fry. What's up with him? He seems intent on inciting a war among the three factions. Wait, a small fry. Azazel told you that. Zenobia stared at Haru's clueless face, her anger boiling over. You see, she and Irina had come with the resolve to destroy the Excaliburs that Kokabeel had stolen. Yes, their mission was only to destroy the Excaliburs. They had no confidence in killing or even repelling Kokabeel. But now, someone was calling Kokabeel a small fry right in front of her. And Azazel, the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, had told him that. Zenobia was so furious she laughed. With a bright smile, she suddenly grabbed Haru by the collar and shouted angrily. Who do you think you are? Demon King. According to our intel, you've been a devil for less than a week, right? So, as a low-class devil, what gives you the right to call that monster a small fry? If anything, you're the small fry. Haru-san. Seeing Haru grabbed by Zenobia, Asia exclaimed in concern. Zenobia and Irina's gazes shifted to Asia, and their pupils suddenly contracted. Zenobia released Haru's collar and looked at Asia uncertainly. Asia Argento. The famous fallen saint. Irina glanced at Rias, then at Asia, and seemed to understand. She said softly, you possess the ability to heal devils and fallen angels. I heard you were exiled and didn't know where you ended up. I didn't expect you'd become a devil. Hearing them refer to her as fallen, Asia's expression became extremely complicated. She looked at the two of them, speechless. Noticing Asia's troubled expression, Irina said gently, don't worry. We won't report that we saw you here. Rest assured. Zenovia's nose twitched slightly as if she smelled something. Her expression changed subtly, and she looked sharply at Asia, saying in a firm tone. You still believe in the Lord? Irina was stunned, covering her mouth with both hands. She didn't even notice when her holy sword fell to the ground. She said in surprise, Zenobia, you must be joking. She's already a devil, and she still believes in the Lord. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Zenobia spoke softly to Irina, no, she carries the scent of faith, that particular aura. Even if one violates their beliefs, some people still feel guilt and don't forget their faith. She exudes that aura. Irina looked at Asia in shock and asked, is that true, Asia? Even as a devil, you still believe in the Lord. In response, Asia said sadly, I just can't let go. After all, I've always believed. Hearing this, Zenobia stepped forward, pointed her holy sword at Asia's neck, and declared loudly. Is that so? In that case, you should die by my sword right now. In the name of God, I can still deliver judgment upon you. Even if your sins are deep, our God will extend his hand of salvation. I. Faced with Zenovia's aggressive stance, Asia didn't know how to respond. Tears began to well up in her eyes. At that moment, a cold voice reached Zenobia and Irina's ears. Fallen. This voice sent a chill straight to their hearts. After discovering Asia's healing abilities, you flocked to her like flies to honey, elevating her as a so-called saint to gather others' faith. Then, upon finding out that Asia could heal enemy devils, you feared causing a scandal and branded her a witch. You expelled a girl who couldn't even take care of herself from the church she grew up in. Left with nowhere to go, she ended up with devils and became what you call fallen, and now you think she needs to die. Standing up, Haru lifted his gaze towards Zenobia and Irina. Suddenly, he smiled, a smile that was chillingly cold. If that's what you call fallen, then you so-called devout believers negotiating with devils for your mission, what does that make you? After speaking, Haru looked expressionlessly at Irina and Zenobia, his tone icy. Never thought you'd become like this, Irina. Ignoring Irina's look of wanting to say something but hesitating, Haru said softly. I'm tired of this game. I'll give you half a day to resolve your issue with the holy swords. If you exceed the time limit, don't blame me for burying you along with the fallen angels. Zenobia stared at Haru's cold face as if looking at a madman and mocked, you. A low-class devil. do you know? The last person who called me a low-class devil ended up begging me in tears to spare him. Want to give it a try? Haru looked teasingly at Zenovia's flushed, angry face. Fuming, Zenovia drew her holy sword and pointed it at Haru's face. At that moment, a dark magic bullet struck Zenovia's sword, forcing her back several steps due to the strong impact. She looked up angrily. Ria stood with another magic sphere forming in her hand, her face cold. Do you intend to start a war between angels and devils right here? Holy sword wielders of the church. Zenovia glared at Rias and was about to charge forward when Irina quickly grabbed her arm, preventing the conflict from escalating. With Irina holding her back, Zenovia gradually calmed her anger. Keeping a stern face, she said to Rias. Gremory, what's your stance, war or peace? Rias glanced at Haru, who was watching the scene unfold with amusement. She replied seriously, Haru's stance is my stance. You have half a day. If you can't retrieve the holy swords by then, we'll bury you. Fine. We'll see about that. Zenovia grabbed Irina's hand and dragged her out of the room, though Irina cast a sorrowful glance back at Haru. Bang. The classroom door slammed shut behind them, the lock clicking into place. After they left, everyone turned their attention to Asia, who was sitting on the sofa. Sensing their worried gazes, Asia immediately lowered her head. Haru sat down beside her and said helplessly, Are you bothered by what Zenovia said earlier? No, not really. Asia quickly denied it. But seeing Haru's concerned face, she whispered, I just feel that perhaps my faith isn't strong enough, and that's why the Lord hasn't watched over me. Looking at Asia's despondent expression, Haru sighed softly. It's not your fault, Asia. Your faith is more devout than anyone's, even more so than the popes I've met. Asia looked at Haru in surprise. She already knew that Haru was referred to as Baal, so she deeply trusted his words. Grinning mischievously, a smile that fit the very definition of a devil, Haru leaned in and said softly to Asia. Actually, Asia, God has already been killed by me. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 125, The Impersonation Plan. Actually, Asia, I've already killed God. Haru said with a mischievous grin. Overwhelmed by the information, Asia stared blankly at Haru and asked in confusion. Wait just a moment. Haru's eyes were full of mischief. He activated the traversal ability within the egg and returned to his home in the Campione world. He picked up a certain silver-haired girl who was sleeping soundly in bed. My lord. You want more? The silver-haired girl was suddenly awakened when she was scooped up. Seeing that it was Haru, she gave him a flirtatious look and murmured softly. Then, Haru kissed her smooth forehead, held her, and activated traversal again, returning to the classroom. Back in the occult research club, Rias and the others were left dumbfounded when Haru suddenly disappeared from the sofa, their hearts filled with confusion. Where did he go? In the next second, Haru reappeared on the sofa, holding a silver-haired girl. Phew. Haru felt the emptiness of his magical energy inside him. Slumping on the sofa, he quickly activated the power of life to restore his depleted energy. Asia looked at the bewildered silver-haired girl sitting in Haru's arms. Her pupils contracted sharply, and sensing the resonance of faith in her mind with the girl, she exclaimed involuntarily. Christ! Clatter. Two sounds echoed as Rias and Aquino dropped their teacups, not caring that the hot tea was soaking their school uniforms, stunned on the sofa. Earlier, after Zenovia and Irina had left, Kaneko had been eating her breakfast pastry. But now, startled by Asia's exclamation, tears welled up in her eyes, she had bitten her tongue. However, she couldn't care less about the pain at this moment. Her sharp gaze was fixed on the silver-haired figure, sensing the terrifying holy power emanating from her. This woman, even if she's not Christ as Asia said, she must be an incredibly powerful god. Kiba Yudo's eyes became hollow. He stared silently at the dazed silver-haired girl before him, with countless thoughts racing through his mind. Are you kidding me? This person is Christ. The human incarnation of God. And what's with this scene? Don't tell me demons and angels are actually connected. Because the demon king Baal has been involved with Jesus Christ all along. Then the demon history I've been studying for over 10 years, is it all a lie? Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Haru's pale face, due to lack of magical energy, revealed a smug smile. He naturally knew why Liala, Rama reincarnation, was called Christ. Liala, Rama, is the wandering hero god whose mythology spans 3 continents, Asia, Europe, and Africa. In Asia, in Africa, he is Moses of Egypt, in Britain, he is King Arthur. Then in Rome. In Greece. As the Savior who appeared on earth in the Campione world, what is he called? Yes, that's Jesus Christ. The identity of the Creator's incarnation corresponds to God's Son. Dying and resurrecting on the cross is due to the immortality granted by the sacred sword. Leading the 12 apostles is because of the leadership authority of the war god. Jesus being cruelly ordered to be killed by rulers was because the kings who ruled the earth at that time were Campiones, God-Slayers. Upon seeing the last king, they would definitely act decisively. Liala, Rama Reincarnation, looked at Asia with a puzzled expression. Sensing the girl's devout faith toward her, the knowledge inherent to a divine ancestor told her that the girl before her was her believer. She extended her hand and gently caressed Asia's head. Her ethereal voice resonated throughout the classroom. Did you call me for something? Asia looked at Liala with a face full of bliss, murmuring, Christ spoke to me. Then, her head tilted, and she fainted. Liala, at a loss, looked at Asia who had fainted in her arms. With a troubled expression, she turned her gaze to Haru, seemingly asking how to handle the situation. The occult research club was thrown into chaos. Meanwhile, at the same time Liala appeared, in the Garden of Eden in heaven. It was a vast land with a round sky and square earth, filled with fruit-laden trees. Like a gigantic world, the fruit trees that were only 1 meter wide on earth became towering trees with a diameter of hundreds of meters here. The canopy of leaves blocked out the sky and sun, turning this land into a green ocean. At the center of this world stood a massive tree resembling a Christmas tree, over 100 kilometers tall, growing upside down with its base rooted in the void. The tree had 7 layers of canopies, each as vast as a continent. One could faintly see countless figures with pure white wings frolicking and playing upon them. Its name was the Tree of Kabbalah, also known as the Tree of Knowledge, located at the center of heaven, the essence of paradise. Within the tree trunk closest to the roots of the Tree of Kabbalah, there was a vast space about 10 square kilometers in size. Inside the tree trunk, which should have been pitch black, it was perpetually bright. The light came from a sphere, a giant sphere with a diameter of 100 meters, constantly emitting a gentle divine light. The name of the light sphere was simple, the system. A super artifact created by the God of the Bible. The system possessed numerous abilities such as protection, mercy, and miracles. Even angels and devils were created and constrained by the system. It was a terrifying artifact akin to a collection of the world's laws. This collection of laws created by the God of the Bible was precisely the reason Haru brought Liala from the Campione world to the world of High School DxD to act as Christ. As early as when he was researching the boosted gear with the egg, he discovered that the ability of the Red Dragon Emperor could be used entirely due to the system's function. Azazel's research on sacred gears also confirmed this point. All sacred gears actually relied on the system to grant the abilities of the sacred gears to living beings. Therefore, within the system, there must be backups of the sacred gear abilities, or even backdoors. Obtaining the system would be equivalent to gaining all the sacred gears at once. Would Haru's desire for special rules still be far off? Compared to running around the world capturing and eliminating sacred gear wielders to deduce their special abilities, directly targeting the system wasn't much more convenient. Moreover, with Haru's use of Mephistopheles' authority being mistaken by demons as that of Baal, Haru's thoughts became more active. If he used Liala to impersonate Christ, controlling the angels and indirectly manipulating the fallen angels, while he, as the demon king Baal, controlled the demons. Then, the 3 factions of the Bible could all become his support, providing various conveniences for his future journey of collecting laws across different worlds. After all, the number of heretic goddesses in the Campione world was really too few. Although incredibly powerful, collecting special laws from various worlds ultimately required a large number of people to execute. Therefore, Haru deliberately brought Liala to the world of High School DxD to begin his plan of usurping. At the same time, in heaven, a figure kneeling beneath the system, silently praying, suddenly opened his azure eyes. Beside and behind him, 6 pairs of 12 pure white wings emitted a radiance as dazzling as the sun. Anyone who had heard of the myths of the Bible would recognize his exalted identity upon seeing his wings. A seraph, a transcendent being created by the God of the Bible to assist in governing the world. And in this place, the central hub of heaven, there was only one seraph who could pray here. The vice-regent of heaven, Michael. Suddenly, within the eyes of Michael, who was responding to the prayers of 2 billion believers on earth beneath the system, a look of ecstasy appeared. The presence of the Lord. The system has sensed the presence of the Lord. Where? Where is the Lord? The far east. An infinite golden radiance burst forth centered on the seraph wings behind Michael. In no time, a second sun illuminating all appeared in heaven. Michael fully activated the system, searching for the trace of the Lord. Everything was proceeding according to Haru's plan. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Veins of the Earth, Wings of the Fallen. Just as Asia fainted after Liala spoke to her, the ground suddenly shook violently for no apparent reason, and the tremors grew increasingly intense. Rias and Aquino were startled. Sensing an aura from afar, they stood up abruptly. Sona's magical fluctuations. She's fighting someone. Kaneko and Kiba immediately stood up as well. The previous earthquake was nothing new to them, being in Japan, so they hadn't paid it much mind. They didn't possess the superior sensory abilities of high-class devils. Only after hearing Rias's words did they realize that another high-class devil from Ko Academy, Sona Citri, was engaged in battle with an unknown individual. Thinking about the fight, everyone exchanged glances and said in unison, Kokabeel. The only one who had recently entered Kuo town and was capable of battling a high-class devil that they knew of was that fallen angel Kadre. Realizing this, they hurriedly rushed out of the classroom, unfolded their devil wings, and flew swiftly toward the direction from which the battle fluctuations were coming. Haru remained seated on the sofa, quietly recovering his magical energy. Liala, who was holding the unconscious Asia, stayed still without Haru's permission, allowing the others to leave the classroom. Everyone. Return to your classrooms. Don't run around in the corridors. Stay calm. Go back to your classrooms. In the school building of Kuo Academy, a group of teachers relied on their usual authority and disaster handling experience to calm the students, who were panicking due to the earthquake. They orderly arranged for the students to take shelter. Although the earthquake continued, the chaotic situation gradually stabilized. Rias flew high above the school, watching the academic buildings of Kuo Academy. Her gaze focused on the classroom that served as the student council room. The exterior of the classroom looked as if it had been ravaged by a fire. Not only were there shattered glass and broken pieces of equipment everywhere, but the surrounding walls were also stained with charred marks. Sona. Rias flapped her devil wings and was the first to rush into the classroom from the air. Immediately, she saw a scene of charred bodies lying all over the floor of the student council room. These people were all members of the student council. Just as the occult research club was composed of Rias's servants, the student council members were all Sona's servants. In other words, the people lying all over the floor were all devils. Akino followed Rias into the classroom. Being proficient in magic control, she immediately sensed traces of light power in the air. Akino's face darkened, and she said to Rias and the vigilant Kaneko and Kiba, who were hovering in midair, "It's the power of light. This must be Kokabeel's doing." Rias anxiously turned over the unconscious people on the ground, constantly searching for Sona's figure. Akino quickly held Rias back and said calmly, "Stay composed, Rias. Right now, the most important thing is to heal them, awaken them, and ask about Sona's whereabouts." Rias snapped back to her senses and hurriedly said, "Heal them." "Asia? Where's Asia?" Kaneko quickly looked around for Asia and then said softly, "She doesn't seem to have come along, and Haru-senpai isn't here either." At a critical moment, stupid Haru. Rias gritted her teeth and cursed angrily. Crack. A fist landed on Rias's head, and then space was suddenly torn open. Through the spatial rift, everyone saw Haru still lying on the sofa. Seeing his lightly raised right hand, they naturally understood where the big bump on Rias's head had come from. Haru glared at Rias with dead fish eyes and said coldly, "I can hear you, you know. It's not a good habit to badmouth people behind their backs. Let's try a new position tonight." Ignoring Rias's blushing face and Akino's teasing gaze, Haru gently patted Liala's cheek and said softly, "Please heal them." Liala's pupils shimmered with golden light. The vital energy of the earth gathered around the devils, and in the blink of an eye, the injuries of those lying on the ground vanished without a trace. Ugh. At that moment, a girl on the ground groaned in pain and slowly opened her eyes. Rias noticed her, squatted down, and held her up, repeatedly asking, "Tsubaki. Tsubaki. Wake up. Where did Sona go?" Haru looked at Rias with an expression as if looking at an idiot and said with exasperation, "Where are your eyes? Look at the wall." Everyone turned their heads in unison toward the undamaged wall of the student council room. On one of the walls of the student council office, there was a freshly written line of words in blood. "I've taken Sona Citri. If you want her back, come to the abandoned church in the suburbs." Without a doubt, this was an invitation, or it could be called a challenge. The other party hadn't even considered hiding their actions. Staring at the line of bloody words on the wall and sensing the magical energy of Sona emanating from the blood, Rias trembled all over. Her delicate face turned extremely grim, and a pitch-black magical energy surged around her. Kokabeel. The sky outside the window began to darken, shrouded by layers of pitch-black clouds. Like the calm before the storm. In the suburbs of the town, there was an abandoned church. Around the church were dense trees. Due to this terrain, almost no one from the town would come here to pray. Over time, the church was closed down. Such abandoned churches were often favored by fallen angels. As former angels, many fallen angels bore deep resentment toward the god they once served after their fall. Therefore, seeing a dilapidated church that was under God's domain but now in ruins was undoubtedly the most favored dwelling place for fallen angels. Rias, Akino, and Kaneko arrived here fully armed. As soon as they saw the abandoned church in the center of the forest, 3 10-meter-high crosses came into view. Hanging on them were 3 battered figures mimicking the crucifixion of Jesus. Their faces changed drastically, and they exclaimed in shock. Zenobia. Irina. The church's holy sword wielders have failed. Rias looked at Sona's figure on the central cross. Her beautiful face turned to one side, filled with raging anger. She shouted toward the surroundings. "Come out, Kokabeel." As soon as she finished speaking, a mocking voice rang out. "Don't be so hasty, sister of Surzex. This is like a welcoming gift, I won't kill them outright." Accompanying these words was an extremely terrifying pressure. Their bodies stiffened instantly, unable to move. They struggled to lift their heads and looked above the crosses. A man with 10 wings on his back, a pale face, and blood-red eyes, resembling a vampire more than a fallen angel, sat on a throne above the crosses, overlooking them. In a puzzled tone, he asked. "Where's Surzex? Where's Seraphol? And that guy Michael? Without those three. Just you weakling. What can you do to me?" Ahead of the rest. Chapter 127 could have played for a bit longer. Zenobia, Irina, and Sona were awakened by the surrounding commotion, painfully opening their eyes with great effort. "Damn it. Taken down in an instant. We let our guard down. Rias. Sorry to have caused you trouble." Rias said anxiously, "Sona, I'll rescue you right away." Kokabeel looked down at Rias with an indescribable contempt in his tone. "Rescue? Just you all? How? That guy who calls himself Baal, is he here yet?" Rias crossed her arms over her chest, looking at him with disdain. "Knowing that he is here, you still came, you've got some nerve, fallen angel cadre, Kokabeel." For a moment, Kokabeel was stunned. He hadn't expected that a high-class devil would dare to speak to him in that tone. Who was he, after all? A renowned fallen angel cadre recorded in both the Old and New Testaments. A super-strong being who survived the scary battlefield where God and the 4 great Satans perished together. As such an existence, how dare a high-class devil talk to him like this? Kokabeel's pale face took on a greenish hue. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he said coldly, "Don't make me laugh. I was so shocked when I heard from Azazel that Baal had been resurrected. What kind of being is Baal? On the battlefield where God and the devils perished together, he barely survived. And now you say he returned from reincarnation? Don't make me laugh." Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Just now, what did they hear? God is dead. Perished along with the 4 great Satans. Irina's face turned ashen. Her lips trembled as she shouted angrily, "Impossible. Prayers still work. God must still be alive." Zenovia's pupils contracted to pinpoints, stunned on the cross. Kokabeel looked delightedly at Zenobia and Irina's devastated expressions and said softly, "Prayers still work. You should thank Michael. He's really working hard, responding to prayers day and night all alone at the system's core. Although most of the system's functions have been lost, it can still somewhat protect you humans who can't live without God. Not bad at all." Kokabeel had the demeanor of an elder praising the younger generation. Zenovia's eyes dimmed as she murmured, "So it's the Archangel acting in God's stead. Then what was the point of me desperately trying to destroy the holy swords, if God is no longer here?" Irina slumped on the cross, appearing mentally shattered, her gaze utterly vacant. Rias glared at Kokabeel with a dark expression, saying in a deep voice, "Saying such things, you really intend to start a war among the 3 factions, don't you?" Kokabeel raised his hands and clapped lightly, a look of appreciation on his face. "Correct. Originally, I only planned to kill you all, forcing the Satans and angels to fight me. But now, after hearing what you said, I've made up my mind. I'll just toy with you right in front of that Baal who doesn't even want to show his face. It should be quite interesting to see his reaction. Ah, that angry expression when one's lover is being toyed with before their eyes, I very much look forward to it." Rias and Aquino's faces turned extremely grim. Kaneko clenched her gloved fist silently, her expression cold. Then, they all froze. Behind Kokabeel, a pitch-black rift opened. The rift reflected the scene inside the Occult Research Club room. "How insignificant you are, Kokabeel." Haru sat on a sofa, his right arm resting on it as he propped up his head, legs crossed. He looked at Kokabeel on the other side of the rift with utter disdain. Even though he was right behind Kokabeel, exuding a strong presence and even speaking out loud, Kokabeel remained oblivious, still seated on his throne overlooking everyone. Rias stared at Kokabeel in shock, or more precisely, at Haru as reflected in the rift behind him. Kneeling before Haru was a figure whose body moved slightly. Golden hair cascaded down to the waist, and even the loose white robe couldn't conceal her graceful figure. Most notably, behind her unfolded 12 pairs of pure white wings shining with radiant light. The girl seemed to be attending to Haru in some manner. Aquino's pupils contracted sharply. She raised her hand to cover her mouth and exclaimed, "Lord Michael." Hearing the name, Michael, Kokabeel hurriedly turned to see the scene behind him. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he exclaimed, Michael. Why is she a woman? Oh right, angels can freely change their gender. Irina and Zenobia, upon hearing the name Michael, struggled to turn their heads to look in that direction. It's really Lord Michael. Wait, Haru. Why is Lord Michael kneeling before Haru? Is Lord Michael serving that low-class devil? At the mention of Lord Michael, the golden-haired seraph trembled, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she paused her actions. Haru's expression darkened. He gestured toward Liala, who wore an innocent look beside him. Liala quickly grasped Haru's intention and, adopting a stern demeanor, admonished Michael, Don't stop, my angel. You must serve our Lord well, or else I'll leave again. Michael trembled once more. Tears welled up in her golden eyes as she stammered with a hint of a sob, Yes, my lord. I will serve diligently. Please don't abandon me again. Irina looked blankly at Zenobia and murmured, Just now, what did Lord Michael say? Lord. That silver-haired girl, is she our lord? At this moment, tears glistened at the corners of Zenovia's eyes. Her expression was extremely conflicted as she watched Michael attentively serving Haru. She said slowly. The Lord isn't dead, I should be happy, I should be happy. So why is my faith collapsing? Why is this happening? Rias and Aquino could no longer maintain their composed demeanors. They stared in astonishment at Michael's actions. Kaneko silently squatted down, lowering her head, not daring to look directly at the scene above. Kokabeel was utterly shocked. He hurriedly flapped his 5 pairs of fallen angel wings, retreating 10 meters, and exclaimed. How is this possible? It's actually the Lord, how could he be alive and in the form of a girl? And allowing Michael to do such things to that guy exuding Baal's aura. How is this possible? How is this possible? That's impossible. This is all an illusion, it's all an illusion. Kokabeel screamed. Startled by his outburst, Haru's body jolted. Michael quickly composed herself, and after a brief pause, she and Liala swiftly exited the room. Haru's expression grew cold as he glared violently at Kokabeel and said in a chilling tone, I could have enjoyed this for another hour. A glint of black light flashed in Haru's eyes. The ground beneath Kokabeel's church suddenly split open. Earth and rock surged upward like a fountain, forming a pitch-black giant hand. It grabbed Kokabeel forcefully. Feathers from the fallen angel scattered across the sky. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, White Dragon Emperor appear, I'll fight you. Just as Kokabeel was being gripped by the giant hand of Earth. Whoosh! From the distant horizon, a radiant meteor streaked across the sky, splitting the heavy clouds in two as it left a trail of light. Carrying multiple afterimages, it arrived above the church. Upon reaching the sky above, there was a mechanical clicking sound, and the meteor suddenly began to descend. Buzz. From its arrival to its descent took less than a second, almost instantaneous. The meteor crashed into the giant hand of Earth holding Kokabeel. Clang. As the two collided, a resounding noise like clashing metal echoed. Below, Rias and Aquino's ears were filled with a roaring sound. They quickly crouched down, covering their ears in pain. What the? An astonished voice sounded above them. Flushed, Rias struggled to look up. The figure within the meteor was reflected in her sapphire eyes, and her pupils constricted sharply. That's. Emerging from the meteor was a person clad in pure white armor, embedded with blue jewels all over. Even the face was covered by the armor. A pair of azure light wings extended from the back. Aquino barely opened one eye. The gentle smile usually on her face faded, replaced by a serious expression. She whispered, those white light wings. I see, it's the White Dragon Emperor. After the collision, the armored man was half embedded in the giant hand of Earth, stuck in midair and unable to move. Hey, hey, hey. This is too much, I couldn't break this hand. A male voice came from within the armor above. No choice then. A helpless voice responded. The blue jewels on the pure white armor began to flicker erratically. A deep voice suddenly resonated. Divide. The originally 30-meter wide hand of Earth paused and instantly shrank by half, leaving only 15 meters. Divide. 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 In mere moments, the hand of Earth was reduced multiple times until it vanished without a trace. Wrapped in 10 fallen angel wings, Kokabeel's head emerged from the remnants of the hand of Earth. He plummeted from midair, crashing into the ground with a loud bang. The armored man lightly flapped his white light wings, turned around, and gazed at the spatial rift in midair. Reflected in his eyes was Haru, who sat with legs crossed, watching him with an intrigued expression. Then, a deep voice emanated from the jewels on the armor. I know you're there, Draig. A crimson glow emerged from Haru's hand. A fierce red gauntlet materialized on his left arm, the boosted gear of the Red Dragon Emperor. The green jewel on the gauntlet flickered slightly, and a heavy voice echoed. "Long time no see, Albion." At this moment, Rias and the others took advantage of the conversation between the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor to quickly move forward and rescue Sona, Irina, and Zenobia from the crosses. They then looked solemnly at the scene unfolding in the sky. Akino's gentle smile returned but was tinged with deep concern. She sighed softly. "A meeting between the Red Dragon Emperor and the White Dragon Emperor, things are getting more serious." Sona's pale face was grave. She reached out with difficulty to adjust her glasses and said in a deep voice, "Rias, if a fight breaks out, leave me and run. A battle between the Red and White Dragons is no joke." Rias's expression changed slightly. She quickly lifted Sona into her arms and said irritably, "Don't talk nonsense. If we run together. Akino, Kaneko. Be ready to retreat at any moment." Ignoring Zenovia's protests of, "Don't touch me, devil," Kaneko picked her up and said expressionlessly, "Understood, President. Church member, please don't move. You're quite heavy." "Heavy?" Zenovia looked utterly deflated. My, it's my first time carrying a girl," Akino teased as she gently lifted Irina. "Thank you, but could you not make it sound so ambiguous?" Irina's face turned extremely awkward upon hearing Akino's words. In no time, everyone was prepared to escape. After all, there was a fallen angel cadre on the ground and the White Dragon Emperor in the sky. By their estimation, even Haru might struggle against both at once, so a timely retreat was necessary. However, as the Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor conversed, the armored man looked down at Kokobile below and said uncertainly, "That strike just now, did it take out Kokobile?" Rias, Sona, and the others immediately focused their gazes on Kokobile, who lay on the ground. Through his fallen angel wings, they could see Kokobile's wide-open eyes and the spittle at his mouth, a clear sign that he had died with lingering resentment. They gasped in unison. "Oh my, he actually took out a fallen angel cadre in one blow. The one who earlier immobilized us with just his aura couldn't withstand even a single attack from Ancestor Sama. So this is the power of the Demon King Baal. Even Sister Seraphal isn't this strong." Heh. The armored man's body trembled with excitement. "Amazing, simply amazing. Hey, you in red, you're Haru, right? I'm Vale, the White Dragon Emperor Vale. Let's have a fight right here. Show me the power of the Red Dragon." Vale emitted a massive surge of magical energy. The armor on his body began to glow with dazzling white light. "Hey, Draig, I thought it was impressive that my host's surname is Lucifer, but I didn't expect you to find someone like Baal. And Vale, calm down. You're no match for the Red One right now. Please, be rational," Albion urgently advised, trying to dissuade Vale. Having participated in ancient battles, Albion knew well the terror of Baal, a monstrous demon king who challenged the god of the Bible. Though Vale possessed the bloodline of Lucifer and was hailed as the strongest White Dragon Emperor in history, facing the combined might of an ancient demon king and the Red Dragon Emperor head-on was overly ambitious. Lucifer? A hybrid of devil and human? Ha, White One, your luck is really bad. Even if you worked hard to find such a trump card, I, without doing anything, ended up with Baal. As expected, my Red Dragon is superior, Draig's mocking laughter echoed from the green jewel on the gauntlet. Albion fell silent. After a moment, it roared, "Ah. Vale, give it everything you've got. Even if you can't win, at least take a piece out of that Red One." Vale's wings burst into motion as he shouted, "I've been waiting for you to say that. Here we go, Albion." Boom. A figure suddenly appeared above Vale, pressing down on his head and forcing him straight toward the ground. In the blink of an eye, Vale was slammed into the earth. Black feathers drifted gently in the sky. A troubled voice reached everyone's ears. A weary voice echoed in their ears. "Please, Vale, don't make me bury you." Ahead of the rest. Chapter 129, one of the top 3 strongest beings. As dark as the night itself, the jet-black wings of the fallen angel, though less than 3 meters in size, gave an overwhelming impression as if they could cover the sky. Most importantly, this fallen angel had 6 pairs of wings, 12 wings in total. In the entire world, only one person possessed such a number of fallen angel wings. Himejima Akino's eyes dimmed slightly. Biting her lip gently, she whispered, "Uncle Azazel." Rias covered her right cheek and said bitterly, "The Governor-General of the Fallen Angels, things are getting more and more complicated." Everyone was in a difficult position. First, Kokobile launched an attack, then the White Dragon Emperor appeared. Now even the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels had shown up, along with the earlier appearances of Michael, the Vice-Regent of Heaven, and that silver-haired girl who seemed to be God. They all looked up slightly at Haru, who hadn't even moved but had instantly killed Kokobile with just a glare. After all, he's now being referred to as Baal. With high-ranking figures from the angels, devils, and fallen angels all gathering, was this the prelude to a three-way war? Hearing her address him as uncle, Azazel turned his head to look at Aquino, a hint of surprise on his face. Aquino, why are you? Oh, right, you're now a servant of Gremory. By the way, if I may ask, do you still resent him? Aquino's expression was downcast, she nodded silently. Azazel's face showed a troubled expression. Looking at Valley, who was struggling under his restraint, he felt a sense of sorrow and sighed deeply. Why is it that the next generation of us fallen angels are all problem children? Azazel. Let me go quickly. This is the destiny of the White Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, you can't stop it. Val's deep voice came from within the helmet that Azazel was holding down. Azazel's gaze was filled with kindness and helplessness. He regarded Valley, the White Dragon Emperor, as his own child. It was precisely because of this that he risked defending Haru by intervening. You should know that as early as this morning, he and Haru had already discovered Kokobeel's whereabouts. But until Kokobeel died, he hadn't chosen to act. Only when Vala tried to challenge Haru did he hurry to stop him. However, with Vala's battle-hungry personality, Azazel's face was filled with concern, and he sighed lightly. The child had grown up wayward, and being in his rebellious phase made it even harder to manage. Top 3 strongest being, that's my estimate of his ranking. If you still decide to challenge him after hearing that, I'll collect your body and then start the war. Azazel bent down and whispered softly into Vala's ear. Valley, who had been struggling, suddenly trembled and stopped resisting. He understood the significance of top 3. It represented the 3 strongest beings in the world, including all gods and demons. The dragon god Ophis, who possesses infinite power, and Shiva, who presides over the creation and destruction of the world, are the top 2. Could the Red Dragon Emperor before him be comparable to such monstrous beings? Even if Valley used the Juggernaut drive without regard for the cost, he could barely squeeze into the top 20. Although it seemed not much different, the gap between the top 3 and the top 20 was a whole dimension apart. Being instantly killed with a glare was highly possible. He loved battle, but he didn't want to die meaninglessly. Valley fell silent and, after a long pause, said in a complicated tone, "You're not even my real dad, why are you meddling so much?" Valley slowly deactivated the balance breaker of the White Dragon Emperor's wings. The armor and wings enveloping his entire body vanished without a trace. Clearly, he had given up on this battle. Well then, Baal, or rather, I should call you Haru, right? May I take this kid away? Azazel looked up, his eyes full of determination, and spoke in a casual tone. Haru gave Valley a deep look and nodded slightly. If he were to take away the White Dragon Emperor's sacred gear now, the movements of the terrorist organization Chaos Brigade would probably deviate from the expected plot. In fact, Haru hoped that Valley would gather his companions to challenge him. After all, he was quite interested in experiencing certain encounters. Just as Haru nodded, Azazel swiftly reached out, grabbed Valley, hoisted him over his shoulder, and flapped his fallen angel wings. Rising into the sky, he sped into the distance and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Rias and the others collapsed to the ground, showing expressions of relief after a narrow escape. Haru looked gloomily at Kokobeel's corpse, revealing a predatory smile reminiscent of Marquis Vauban. Targeting my woman. You'll spend eternity in my hell. For some reason, Kokobeel's corpse continued to tremble. Early the next morning, in Haru's private room. Strange sounds echoed in the room. Haru lay there, looking bewildered at the chestnut-haired girl in front of him, and asked blankly. Irina, what are you doing so early in the morning? Irina puffed out her cheeks and said unclearly, as a believer, having one's faith nearly collapse is a grave sin, so I'm following in the footsteps of Lord Michael to engage in deep repentance. Haru smiled mischievously and said, actually, you can go beyond what Lord Michael did and engage in even deeper repentance. Irina looked delighted and asked, really? How do I do that? Come, I'll teach you. Why does repentance hurt so much? It only works if it hurts. The room filled with a heady mix of sweat and pheromones. In the afternoon, in the student council room of Kuo Academy, Haru sat on the sofa, looking annoyed at Kiba Yuto in the corner of the classroom. Noticing Haru's gaze, Kiba Yuto turned his head slightly and gratefully handed the sword in his hand back to Haru, expressing his thanks. Lord Baal, thank you for temporarily lending me this sword, Levitian. I've avenged my grudge, please take back this sword. Yesterday, among Kokobeel's subordinates, there was a fat old man wielding a holy sword who was Kiba Yuto's enemy. Out of kindness, Haru had given him the demonic sword Levitian from the sacred sword of salvation to exact his revenge. As a result, after achieving his vengeance, Kiba Yuto had spent the entire day holding the old man's head and smiling eerily. Kaneko looked at the head in Kiba Yuto's hand with disgust. The sandwich in her hand hovered in midair, she didn't take a bite for a long time. So gross. Ria smiled wryly at Kiba Yuto's strange demeanor. She naturally understood the reason for his behavior, the emptiness that often follows fulfilled revenge. Thinking of this, Rias helplessly held her forehead and sighed softly. Matters of the heart could only be resolved by oneself. Then Rias gently clapped her hands and said softly, "All right, let's not worry about Yudo-kun. Come in, my new knight." The classroom door opened, and a blue-haired girl timidly glanced at Haru, who sat expressionless on the sofa, and quietly walked in. Looking around at her servants, who displayed various expressions, Rias smiled lightly. "Zenobia is now my knight. Let's forget our previous unpleasantness and get along well." Haru quickly glanced at Zenobia, showing a look of sudden realization, and teased, "Your faith collapsed." Zenovia's body stiffened suddenly. She then nodded silently and said in a low tone, "I reported to Lord Michael about the matter involving you and the silver-haired girl who seems to be God, and then I was expelled from the church. I heard that Lord Michael personally gave the order." At the mention of personal order, tears welled up in Zenovia's eyes. Her expression seemed to plead for comfort. However, everyone remained unmoved, looking at Zenobia with eyes full of admiration. "You reported such matters? It's fortunate that Michael didn't hold a grudge, otherwise, you'd be lamenting in hell." As for Haru, the instigator of the incident, he calmly sipped his tea, his face unchanging. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 130, I want to perish together with you. Whoosh. The sound of sacred wings unfolding filled the room as a golden-haired girl with 12 wings and a radiant halo appeared in the classroom. Her figure was stunning, and her exquisitely perfect features formed an extremely pure and beautiful face. Clad in a pristine white nun's robe, she exuded a gentle aura. Slowly, she opened her golden eyes. For certain reasons, Michael had returned to this place of sorrow. Upon hearing the sacred hymns, Zenobia leaped up and hid behind Rias's sofa, staring fearfully at Michael. Could it be that Michael had come personally to hunt down her, a fallen holy sword user who had reported her? Rias gently raised her left hand and softly stroked Zenovia's hair, soothing her deeply wounded heart. Noticing Michael's appearance, Haru flashed a mischievous grin and lightly patted the seat beside him on the sofa, signaling what the angel should do. Seeing Haru's gesture, a bitter expression spread across Michael's beautiful face. When she had located Liala through the system, she immediately recognized Liala's general identity at first sight. She clearly understood that Liala and God were similar yet different entities. However, the system's response told her that although Liala wasn't the original deity, she could assume God's duties, fully control the system, and lead the angels of the seven heavens. Moreover, since the angel race couldn't survive without God, Michael decisively requested Liala to succeed to God's position and lead the many angels. Originally, Michael thought this was a surefire plan, no one could refuse the immense temptation of inheriting God's position. But unfortunately, she encountered Liala, whose master was the scoundrel Haru. When Liala, with a puzzled expression, asked Haru whether she could succeed the position of the God of the Bible, Michael was gradually led into a trap by Haru. In just 1 hour, even she herself was ensnared. With a sorrowful face, Michael ultimately obediently walked over to Haru, sat in his arms, and allowed him to take liberties. She had no choice. If Liala became upset, as the archangel, she would be held accountable. The obedient archangel, who was always dutiful to God, was now completely under Haru's control. However, when Haru's mischievous hand reached into Michael's bosom, he whispered in her ear, "Why hasn't Gabriel come?" Michael's shy face instantly froze. Her complexion turned as black as coal. "He's toying with me, yet he's thinking about Gabriel." Her pure white angel wings began to emit a black glow, and even the halo floating above her head started to fluctuate. Aquino looked at Michael's wings gradually turning black with a face full of terror. If Michael were to fall because of Haru's actions, not to mention other consequences, angels and devils would surely go to war. Bang. Ria slammed the tea table with a look of shock, shouting, "Don't think like that, you'll fall." Michael's body trembled violently, collapsing into Haru's arms with a look of utter fear. Just moments ago, as the highest-ranking angel in heaven, she had nearly become a fallen angel. Realizing the main cause of the situation, Michael's face turned gloomy. She gently raised her hand, infinite light energy gathering in her palm. With a sorrowful cry, she shouted angrily, "Fine, then I'll perish together with you." Asia was shocked and hurriedly rushed forward, throwing herself onto Michael and pressing her down on the sofa. Holding onto her right hand, she cried out, "Please calm down, Lord Michael." Due to this sudden action, the spear of light shot upwards, piercing through the classroom ceiling. With a whoosh, it tore through the atmosphere and flew into the depths of space. At the same time, a massive hole appeared in the sky above Kuo Town, allowing cosmic rays to shine unabated onto the ground. Haru watched the chaos in the classroom with a mischievous smile. After a while, Michael finally calmed down. Her delicate face was filled with gloom as she said seriously, "You all must have learned from Kokabeel about the fact that the Lord and the four great Satans perish together. Everyone's pupils contracted slightly, and they nodded gently. In ancient times, during the war among the three factions, angels led by God, devils, and fallen angels, all sides suffered devastating losses. The angel faction lost God and almost all of their lower and middle-ranking angels. The fallen angels, except for their cadres, also lost nearly all of their lower and middle-ranking members. The devils lost the 4 great Satans and more than half of the pure-blooded 72 pillars. Because all three factions lost over half their forces, the war ceased, and each went into a long period of recuperation, while still engaging in small-scale skirmishes. Recently, we've realized that even these skirmishes can't continue, further conflict would lead to mutual destruction. Therefore, ceasing hostilities and negotiating peace became a consensus among the high-level leaders of the three factions. But that was under the premise that God is dead, and angels and fallen angels cannot replenish their numbers, while devils have low fertility, thus, peace talks were a necessity. Michael turned slightly, her sharp gaze fixed on Haru beside her, and slowly said. As of early this morning, Lady Liala has been acknowledged by the system. It's estimated that within a year, she will fully control the system's core. In other words, God has returned. The number of angels and fallen angels is expected to return to ancient levels in the near future. Rias and the others' pupils contracted slightly, they had already guessed what Michael was about to say next. Since angels and fallen angels, which result from angels falling, are about to return to their ancient numbers, what about the devils who have difficulty reproducing? Michael glanced around at everyone and said helplessly, you've all guessed it. Yes, the devils are preparing for war. They plan to launch an extermination campaign before Lady Liala successfully ascends. It was upon discovering these preparations that I revealed the relationship between Lady Liala and Mr. Haru. Therefore, after receiving this information, the high-level leaders of the three factions decided to hold a meeting tomorrow afternoon at Kuo Academy to discuss the future direction of our factions. Haru looked at Michael, who wore a stern face, with a teasing expression. He wrapped his arm around her waist and said softly, so, you're here to invite me to the meeting. Feeling the inappropriate hand around her waist, Michael frowned slightly and glared at Haru before nodding gently. Yes, as the central figure in these events, we invite you to attend. And what's in it for me? If there's no benefit, I might not go. Haru's gaze swept over Michael's figure, and his hand around her waist began to misbehave. Michael glared at Haru with resentment. Noticing his fiery gaze lingering on her body, she slowly lowered her head, gritted her teeth, and said, I'll come over again tonight, just this once. Haru immediately released his hand and said earnestly, it's an honor to be invited to such an important meeting. Thank you very much for the invitation, Miss Michael. Rias and the others looked at Haru's feigned honesty with disdain. Although Michael's voice was soft, everyone present was a devil. Being able to hear everything around them was a basic skill. Pure white angel feathers and pitch-black fallen angel feathers began to drift slowly over Kuo Town, which was enveloped by the devil's magical barrier. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 131, what's your opinion? Today was the day of the three factions summit. Kuo Academy had declared a school holiday, ostensibly for some mundane reason. Of course, the students, oblivious to the true purpose, celebrated their unexpected day off. They had no idea the school had been cleared for the momentous meeting between the leaders of the three factions. As the appointed time approached, Kuo Academy was gradually enveloped in a deep blue, spherical magic barrier. The sky, the ground, even the earth below, all encased within the protective sphere. Within the barrier, the school grounds were heavily guarded. Devils, angels, and fallen angels patrolled in small, organized units, creating a tense atmosphere. Rias walked briskly down the corridor leading to the meeting room, a look of exasperation on her face as she glanced at Haru, strolling casually beside her. That morning, when she'd gone to wake him, she'd found a certain archangel, disheveled and teary-eyed. On the morning of such an important summit, truly, this man has no shame. Rias sighed internally, offering a silent prayer for the unfortunate archangel. Maintaining a three-step lead, Rias briefed Haru on the meeting details. The summit will be held in the Academy's conference room. Representing the three factions are Sirs X Lucifer for the devils, Archangel Michael for the angels, and Governor General Azazel for the fallen angels. Sona and I will be attending as observers, along with Vala Lucifer. As she spoke, Rias suddenly felt a hand grope her rear. Her face flushed crimson as she swatted it away. Keep your hands to yourself during the meeting, you pervert. You woke me up too early, Haru replied with a mischievous grin, completely unfazed. I need to relieve some tension. What if I go into the meeting in a bad mood and accidentally start a war? Wouldn't that be your responsibility, Rias? Haru's grin widened. Rias glared at him, her face darkening. After a moment, she sighed in defeat, kneeling and unzipping his pants. The doors to the conference room swung open with a heavy clang. A spacious room, dominated by a large, circular table crafted from polished, fragrant redwood, greeted Haru and Rias. 4 ornate chairs, each radiating an aura of ancient power and prestige, surrounded the table. 3 were already occupied. Sirzek's Lucifer, his crimson hair a stark contrast to his black armor, sat with a serious expression. Azazel, his 12 dark wings spread behind him, lounged in his chair, a devil-may-care grin on his face. And Michael, radiant in a pure white dress, a halo of holy light above her head, her golden wings shimmering, a vision of angelic beauty. Azazel stared at Michael, his jaw slack, completely ignoring Haru's arrival. From the moment the faction leaders entered, he'd been stunned. Who was this breathtaking beauty? 12 wings. But she didn't look like Gabriel. To think heaven had such a stunning archangel. Why did I even bother falling for the sake of carnal desires? I could have stayed in heaven, surrounded by beautiful angels, living a life of blissful debauchery. A sudden realization struck him. His voice, tinged with mock sorrow, echoed through the room. Michael, you sly fox. You've been hiding your true form all along. I was completely fooled by that pretty boy facade. Michael's expression darkened. As an old adversary, she knew exactly what Azazel, the man who betrayed heaven for the sake of women, was thinking. She raised her hand, holy light coalescing in her palm, forming a spear of pure energy. The tip of the spear pointed directly at Azazel's head, her voice ice-cold. Do you want to start a war, Azazel? Sirzek, watching the escalating tension, sighed and gestured towards Haru, who stood by the door. Perhaps we should begin, now that everyone has arrived. Please, calm yourselves. Michael, her face still dark, slowly dissipated the spear of light and let out a humph. Azazel grinned, unfazed. Well, now. Haru, observing the tense atmosphere, walked towards the empty chair beside Michael. To her surprise, he lifted her into his arms and sat down, settling her on his lap. Michael's body stiffened, but she didn't resist, allowing herself to be held. Rias, her face flushed, hurried to stand behind Sirzek, joining a bewildered Sona. Sirzek rapped his knuckles on the table, his voice firm. Let's set aside these personal matters for now and begin the 3 factions summit. The room's atmosphere shifted, everyone's expressions turning serious. Why don't we just sign a peace treaty right here? Azazel asked casually. His words sent shockwaves through the room, all except Haru, who remained calm. He knew this was coming. From the original storyline, Haru understood that Azazel, deeply affected by the horrors of the ancient war, had become a staunch pacifist, though he rarely revealed this side of himself. For the others, however, Azazel's suggestion was utterly unexpected. The leader of the fallen angels, a group known for its recklessness and warmongering tendencies, proposing a peace treaty. It was almost unbelievable. A peace treaty. Would the devils even agree? God had returned, and it was only a matter of time before the angels and fallen angels regained their former power. The devils, on the other hand, still struggled with their dwindling numbers. If the current situation continued, the devils would be at a severe disadvantage. That was why they were preparing for war, hoping to secure their position before it was too late. But, there was one person present who could act as a mediator, a force capable of preventing all-out war. Azazel and Sirzek's gazes turned towards Haru. Haru's eyes narrowed, his expression serious. Under the weight of their gazes, he finally spoke. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 132, Negotiating Terms of Surrender. Haru's eyes narrowed, his expression serious. Under the weight of everyone's gazes, he finally spoke. If all 3 factions submit to me, wouldn't that solve everything? Rias's eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat. She stared at Haru's serious expression, speechless. Sona's face paled. She nervously adjusted her glasses, a shiver running down her spine as she looked at Haru. Is he declaring war? Vala's white armor materialized, the divine dividing, shimmering behind him. He looked on with anticipation, his eyes burning with battle lust. Azazel's black wings fluttered, his face darkening as he stared intently at Haru. Sirzek, his body radiating an aura of power of destruction, as dark as the void, watched Haru impassively, waiting for him to continue. Michael began to glow, holy energy swirling around her as a spear of light materialized in her hand once more. Azazel, unfazed by the spear pointed at his head, said casually, "Are you too serious? Michael, Baal, do you really want to start a war? Don't blame me if I side with the devils." Sirzek looked at Haru, uncertainty in his voice. "Are you serious? Do you truly intend to subjugate all 3 factions?" Azazel grinned, a predatory look in his eyes. "You've grown stronger, Baal, but even with the angels on your side, you can't possibly hope to defeat a united front of devils and fallen angels. The 3 factions are already weakened. A war now could destroy us all." Haru snapped his fingers. The space behind him tore open, revealing the desolate landscape of the great summoning of hell. Surzex and Azazel's eyes widened, their expressions hardening as they saw the figures within. Surzex's face turned dark, fury burning in his eyes. What is the meaning of this? Nearly 100 Mao-class beings, and more than 10 transcendents. How is this possible? This force, assembled without a whisper of intelligence. Are my spies incompetent? Vala stared at the figures in disbelief. Nearly 100 radiating Mao-level power, and more than 10 whose auras I can't even comprehend. Transcendence. As a battle maniac, Valley had meticulously compiled information on every powerful being in the 3 factions. According to his data, excluding the old Mao faction, the Devils had less than 10 Mao-class individuals, and only Surzex and Ajuka were considered Super Devil/Transcendents. Even if all 3 factions combined their forces, they wouldn't have more than 30 Mao-class and 6 Transcendents. Where had Haru found this army of over 100 Mao-class beings? A wave of excitement washed over Valley. New, unknown powerhouses, a thrill coursed through him at the thought of facing such opponents. Rhea stared at the scene unfolding behind Haru, her jaw slack. As she recognized the figures within, her lips twitched. Why are they all women? Beads of sweat trickled down Azazel's forehead, soaking his black robes, as he sensed familiar auras emanating from the hellish realm. His voice trembled slightly. Athena, Hecate, Hera, Artemis. No, it can't be. Angra Mainyu, Gaia, even you, who have long since passed. Sona, her face pale, whispered, a union of goddesses from various pantheons, such a monstrous alliance. Haru grinned, a predatory look in his eyes as he surveyed their shocked expressions. His all-nighter trip back to the Campione world, the countless schemes he'd employed to convince the goddesses to descend as heretic gods, it had all been worth it. Yes, he intended to subjugate the 3 factions, but he only needed their rank-and-file members, the countless low, mid, and high-ranking devils, angels, and fallen angels, to carry out his plans. As for high-end combat power, who could compare to the Earth Mothers, each possessing the serpent's immortality, standing behind him. These were goddesses who had survived the age of the steel heroes, their myths enduring to the modern era. Each one held a position of power within their respective pantheons, and in the High School DxD world, they were each stronger than a typical Mao. Athena, her youthful appearance belying her immense power, leaped from hell onto the conference table. She glanced at Michael, who sat in Haru's lap, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. Then, the young goddess turned to Azazel and Surzex, her ethereal voice echoing through the room. Fallen angels, devils. Choose. Death, or submission. Surzex's face was grim as he let out a sigh. Better to submit and survive than be annihilated. Though I'd heard whispers from Rias about Haru's otherworldly origins, I never imagined it was true. The strongest king from another world, ruling the earth. The dark aura of power of destruction around him dissipated as Surzex slumped in his chair, his voice defeated. The devils, we surrender. We accept your subjugation. Azazel, his hand pressed to his forehead, said, I came here hoping to negotiate a peace treaty, and now I'm welcoming subjugation with open arms. Fate has a strange sense of humor. The fallen angels, we also accept subjugation. Can we discuss the terms? It wasn't that Surzex and Azazel lacked courage. They simply understood the futility of resistance. They were facing a force 5 times their combined strength. A war now would mean certain defeat, especially with Haru, a monster whose power rivaled even that of the Ouroboros dragon, Ophis. Surrender was the only logical option. However, Azazel's mind raced. If subjugation was inevitable, he needed to secure the best possible terms for the fallen angels. And he knew how to deal with a lecherous devil king, use beauty as a weapon. The devils had Rias, and Haru seemed to have taken an interest in the young phoenix girl as well. And the angels, well, with the biblical goddesses at Haru's side, not to mention Archangel Michael practically offering herself to him, it was only a matter of time before Gabriel, heaven's most beautiful angel, joined their ranks. But the fallen angels, the only notable beauty in the younger generation was Barakiel's daughter, Akino Himejima. Azazel's face darkened. I need to have a serious talk with Barakiel. This father-daughter rift is becoming a problem. Azazel forced a smile. Let's discuss the terms here and now, while all the faction leaders are present. Clearly, he wanted to secure their share before the other factions whispered sweet nothings into Haru's ear. Just then, a deafening explosion rocked the academy. Boom. The sky above Kuo trembled as the magic barrier shattered. A complex magic circle, adorned with symbols of the sun, moon, and stars, materialized in the sky. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 133, Does this face look like it's mocking you? A complex magic circle, bearing the symbols of the sun, moon, and stars, materialized in the sky above the conference room. Within the circle's intricate patterns, figures cloaked in black robes began to appear, quickly filling the space above. Damn it. We're under attack. First and second squads, engage. Stop them. Intruders. Eliminate them all. Devils, angels, and fallen angels patrolling Kuo Academy converged on the conference room, launching attacks at the black-robed figures in the sky. But before they could reach their targets, Vale and Azazel exchanged a glance, and then, they moved. Whoosh! With a powerful beat of his divine dividing, Vale shot upwards, smashing through the ceiling and sending debris raining down. He ascended into the sky above the academy. Azure energy crackled around Vale, transforming into beams of light that sliced through the air in all directions. Thud. 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 The sickening sound of bodies being pierced echoed through the air. Devils, angels, and fallen angels, all were struck by Vale's unrelenting barrage of energy blasts. Screams of pain filled the sky. The black-robed figures, emerging from the magic circle, scattered, retaliating against the disorganized devils, angels, and fallen angels with blasts of their own. Their coordinated attack caught the three factions completely off guard. In mere moments, the academy grounds were littered with the wounded and dying. Surzex and Michael's faces darkened as their gazes fixed on Azazel. The earlier exchange between him and Vale hadn't gone unnoticed. Vale, despite his Lucifer heritage and immense power, wasn't yet at the Mao level. The faction leaders, each possessing Mao/Super Devil level power, weren't so easily fooled. They hadn't intervened immediately only because Vale was Azazel's subordinate. Direct interference would have been a breach of protocol. Had they acted sooner, Vale would have been met with a spear of holy light and a barrage of power of destruction the moment he moved. Azazel, noticing their displeasure, sighed and spoke. "Have you heard of the Cows Brigade?" Before they could respond, he continued, "Not long ago, our vice-governor discovered a suspicious group. They've gathered dangerous individuals from all three factions. Their goal is chaos and destruction, essentially, terrorists who oppose the peace we've established. They call themselves the Cows Brigade." So, naturally, Azazel continued, a sly grin spreading across his face, they would attempt to disrupt this peace summit. That's why I had Vale infiltrate the Cows Brigade as a spy. What you just witnessed was simply Vale carrying out his mission, disrupting the barrier and providing support for their members. Wouldn't it be more efficient to draw them out and eliminate them all at once, he added with a shrug. Haru looked at Azazel, dumbfounded. Who are you trying to fool? Vale probably only confessed to joining the Cows Brigade because he was moved by your father's actions yesterday. And now you're claiming he's a double agent. Truly, you fallen angels are masters of deception. Michael and Surzex looked at Azazel with suspicion. Even without knowing the full story, they knew better than to completely trust the words of a fallen angel, especially one known for his unconventional methods. But now wasn't the time to assign blame. Above them, the magic circle pulsed, the symbols of the sun, moon, and stars glowing with a faint violet light. Three figures emerged from the circle and descended, landing beside Vale. Surzex's eyes narrowed as he observed the newcomers. Let's set aside Vale's situation for now. If the goal is to draw out these troublemakers, I wholeheartedly agree. The three figures radiated immense power, each equivalent to an ultimate class devil, on the cusp of Mao-level strength. Their arrogance was palpable as they looked down at the crowd below. One of them, a woman in revealing attire, spoke. So, Vale, that man down there, is he the rumored reincarnation of Baal? A man with a cold expression and an air of arrogance turned his gaze towards Haru. Not bad. He might be worthy of joining us. Wait, didn't the gods and our ancestors die in the war? How could Baal possibly reincarnate? A third figure, resembling a samurai, spoke up. Do you actually believe that? Believe it or not, that's for you to decide, Vale replied from within his armor, his voice flat. Now, why don't you introduce yourselves to the leaders of the three factions, he added. The woman in revealing clothing grinned, a predatory gleam in her eyes. I am Kateria Leviathan, descendant of the Mao Leviathan. The man beside her, wrapped in a fur coat, spoke with an air of superiority. Shalba Beelzebub, descendant of the Mao Beelzebub. The samurai-like figure followed suit. Cruzari Asmodeus, descendant of the Mao Asmodeus. Finally, Vale's emotionless voice echoed through the air. Vale Lucifer, descendant of the Mao Lucifer. The four descendants of the old Mao stood side by side, their combined auras radiating outwards. Hey, Baal down there, Kateria called out, a mocking tone in her voice, why not join us? Instead of perishing alongside Surzex and the others, join the old Mao faction. Together, we can create a world ruled by devils. Shalba looked down at Haru, his arrogance clear. It was as if he were bestowing a great honor upon him. Cruzari, the samurai, pointed at Haru with a sneer. Do you really believe he's the reincarnation of Baal? His magical power is so weak. Do you think he could even withstand a single blow from me? Kateria glared at Cruzari. Don't interfere with my acquisition. Then, her face flushed as she covered her mouth. Oops, I said that out loud. She looked down at Haru, her voice seductive. Come here, little pet. Shalba, his gaze fixed on the small, silver-haired girl at the table below, murmured to his companions, spare that girl. We'll take her alive. Kateria and Kruzuri nodded in understanding. The Lulakan's acting up again. Well, she's just a weak little toy. We can indulge him. The three of them looked down at Haru with disdain. Valley, sensing the escalating tension, discreetly moved back, preparing to flee. I should have stayed a spy. At least I'd be alive. He silently praised his past self for resisting the urge to fight. These three are suicidal lunatics. He shuddered, watching as they continued to provoke the clearly dangerous Haru. Why do they always target the strongest? And why do they always succeed in pissing them off? Val's eye twitched as he saw Haru's expression darken. Azazel and Surzex exchanged amused glances, watching the scene unfold. Haru's anger seemed to dissipate as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a look of genuine confusion. Does this face look like it's mocking you? Rias and Michael nodded in unison, then quickly shook their heads when Haru glared at them. Haru sighed, looking at the arrogant trio above, and then, in a low voice, he chanted, I shall become steel. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 134, Mandala of Infinite Divine Weapons descend. Come forth, Platinum Star. Descend, O Blades of Salvation. Haru, holding Michael, raised his head and cried out. His slender frame began to glow with an intense golden aura, the radiance of magical power. A brilliant golden mandala materialized above Haru, its vast petals covering the sky above Kuo Academy. Within each intricate section of the mandala, the image of a sacred gear shimmered. A quick glance revealed a staggering number, thousands upon thousands. Each sacred gear, like Haru himself, pulsed with golden light. Val's eyes narrowed as he saw the vast array of sacred gears above, particularly the Dragon Slayer weapons among them. He exchanged a look with Azazel, then quietly slipped away from the scene. Azazel, his expression a mask of exaggerated shock, stared at the spectacle above. Whoa! Are those real sacred gears? Surzex, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, murmured, that's an incredible number. And those auras, are they all genuine? Did he gather them from the dimensional gap? Could that be an entire world's collection of sacred gears? The vast array of sacred gears detached from the mandala and formed a dazzling curtain of light in the sky. A low hum resonated through the air, as every sacred gear pointed towards the three descendants of the old Mao, their holy auras radiating outwards, unrestrained. Silence descended upon the battlefield. The three old Mao descendants, their faces pale with terror, felt the overwhelming pressure of the holy energy bearing down on them. Beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads. Shalba gulped, his legs trembling slightly. A faint scent of urine filled the air. You're kidding, right? That number, those auras. Sacred gears. Impossible. How could that fake have so many sacred gears? Gungnir, Excalibur, Longinus. How did he get his hands on those? This can't be real. All those sacred gears together. It's a trick. It has to be. Kateria's eyes narrowed, a sudden realization dawning on her. Her face contorted in rage as she snatched a small black snake from her cleavage and swallowed it whole. Her power surged, and with a wave of her hand, she summoned hundreds of violet energy blasts. The blasts, each a meter wide, formed a swirling mass around Kateria. With a downward thrust of her hand, she launched them towards Haru. You dare deceive the great Leviathan with illusions. Shalba's expression hardened. He believed Kateria without a doubt. The thought of being frightened by fake sacred gears, the humiliation of being scared witless by an illusion, enraged him. How dare that impostor mock a descendant of the Mao? With a roar, Shalba charged towards Haru, his voice echoing through the air. Damn it. Forget the girl. I'm going to rip that fake ball to shreds. Kruzuri, who had already drawn his katana, paused and sheathed his blade, his eyes fixed on Surzex, Azazel, and Michael. 2 Mao descendants should be more than enough to handle that impostor. He decided to focus on the bigger threat, the faction leaders. He was confident that with his hidden techniques, he could hold them back, preventing them from interfering in the battle below. While Shalba descended rapidly, Kateria's magical blasts were even faster, reaching Haru in the blink of an eye. Each blast pulsed with a strange energy, its magical density almost on par with Rama's. Haru's eyes narrowed as he observed the incoming blasts. Releasing his grip on Michael's waist, he extended his hand. Pop. 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 The sound of bursting bubbles filled the air as Haru's hand moved with blurring speed, intercepting each blast with a gentle touch. In that instant, countless arms seemed to sprout from Haru's body, like a 1,000-armed deity. Each hand made contact with a blast, and with a soft pop, the energy dissipated. For Haru, armed with the egg, energy attacks were practically useless. He only bothered to defend because Michael was still in his arms. Though, to be fair, Michael wasn't exactly clinging to him out of choice. Haru's arm was firmly wrapped around her waist, preventing her from escaping. Kateria's face contorted in disbelief. How did you deflect my attacks so easily? They were infused with Ophus's power. I don't believe it. This can't be happening. She unleashed another barrage, this time thousands upon thousands of energy blasts filling the sky, turning it a vibrant violet. Meanwhile, Shalba reached Haru, his demonic energy surging as he prepared to fulfill his promise, to tear Haru apart. But as Shalba closed in, less than 2 meters away, Haru casually raised his hand and threw a punch. The force of the blow created a sonic boom, the air itself rippling outwards. Haru's fist didn't connect with Shalba, it didn't need to. The shock wave from the punch, amplified by the sonic boom, slammed into Shalba, sending him flying. Shalba roared, his muscles straining as he channeled his demonic energy to resist the force, finally regaining control after a few moments. Then, his eyes widened in horror as he realized he was back where he started, right before he'd launched his attack. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his voice trembled. What kind of monstrous control is that? What the hell is he? Kruzuri, who had been observing the battle, lost his earlier confidence. He stared at Haru, a look of fear creeping into his eyes. He hadn't seen a single one of Haru's movements clearly. That speed, that power. Could he really be the reincarnation of Baal? Kruzuri gulped, his voice trembling slightly. Lord Baal. We are the true descendants of the Mao. Please, do not interfere in our battle against these rebels. He turned to Kateria, who was still gathering energy for another attack. Stop. That's the true Baal, the ancestor of all devils. Kateria glared at him. I don't care who he is. They'll all die. Anyone who dares challenge my claim to the title of Mao is a traitor. With a wave of her hand, the thousands of energy blasts in the sky converged, forming a colossal sphere of energy several kilometers wide. The sphere pulsed, then began its descent towards Kuo Academy. Ha 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 ha. Perish along with the city, you damned rebels. Kateria's laughter echoed through the air, her voice filled with manic glee. Pop. The massive energy sphere vanished without a trace. Kateria's laughter died in her throat as she stared at Haru, who stood calmly in midair, his hand radiating heat. Haru, absorbing the information from the egg's analysis of Ophus's power, murmured with a look of excitement. The infinite cycle of energy and matter. While annihilating Kateria's attack, the egg had gleaned a fragment of insight into Ophus's power, that was why he had allowed the old Mao faction to attack. But now, the data collection was complete. Haru's gaze turned cold as he looked at the 3 figures above. I'll need to find Ophus herself for the rest. You are now worthless. A faint golden light shimmered across the mandala formation. Then, a torrent of sacred gears, a seemingly endless barrage of holy weapons, rained down upon Kateria, Kruzuri, and Shalba. Kateria stared in horror as 3 sacred gears pierced her body. Excalibur, Levitine, Gi Balg. They're real. No, this can't be happening. Swish. Longinus, the true holy lance, pierced Shalba's head, exiting through his groin and embedding itself in the ground below. Kruzuri's eyes widened, then a look of relief washed over his face as he saw the dozens of sacred gears poised just millimeters from his body. He looked towards Haru and shouted, "Thank you for your mercy, Lord Baal." Thud. 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 Before he could finish, Kruzuri's body was riddled with holy weapons, turning him into a human pincushion. Haru grinned. You get a few extra seconds for good behavior. Kruzuri's eyes widened, his body twitching, then his head slumped forward. He was gone. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 135, God's System. After the 3 factions summit concluded, Haru, newly appointed Supreme Commander, should have been busy with the subsequent integration of power. However, finding such matters tedious, he delegated the entire task to Athena. Meanwhile, Haru sheltered himself at home, delving into the art of evolving, true monarch chapter, that the egg had deduced. Since defeating Rama, Haru had been diligently refining his golden core, compressing and condensing the formless, boundless Earth Authority within. After days of relentless refinement, the Earth Authority within his golden core had been compressed to half its original size. 3 days after the summit, on a clear morning, shortly after completing the compression process, Haru received a communication from Michael. The unsealing of the system barrier was complete. He opened his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, a complex magic circle appeared on the floor of his room. The 3-meter-wide circle, depicting angelic wings at its center, surrounded by intricate runes, glowed with a soft, white light. This was the dimensional teleportation circle Michael had left behind upon returning to heaven, a high-level magic circle capable of transporting someone directly to the 7th heaven, the Garden of Eden. Haru stood, walked to the center of the circle, and activated the teleportation. The white light intensified, and the familiar scene of his living room dissolved. Before him now stood a colossal, towering brown trunk that seemed to pierce the heavens. The World Tree, the core of heaven. Haru-sama, a deep voice called out. A muscular man with 8 wings approached and knelt before Haru. I am Metatron, an 8-winged angel. Michael-sama has tasked me with being your guide in heaven. Haru glanced at Metatron, then nodded. Take me to Michael. Yes. Michael-sama is currently at the system core. I will escort you there. Metatron rose and, with a wave of his hand, conjured a magic circle adorned with angelic wings. Haru stepped into the circle and was transported to a vast hall. In the center, on a circular stone platform, knelt Michael, azure wings spread, silently praying. Metatron bowed to both Haru and Michael, then, without a word, teleported away. Sensing Haru's presence, Michael rose and turned, her eyes meeting his. Haru-sama, please look above. Haru looked up. A sphere of radiant light and heat hovered above them, God's system, the artifact used to manage the world. Within the sphere, Liala, clad in white robes, lay in a deep slumber. Michael followed Haru's gaze. That is the system, left behind by the previous god. It manages the distribution of the world's elements, maintains the balance of attributes, and responds to the prayers of believers. She paused, then added, Liala-sama is expected to remain dormant for another year before she fully integrates with the system and inherits the previous god's power. Until then, please refrain from disrupting its core functions. Haru, seeing Michael's apprehension, shrugged. He understood her concern. The angels' survival after God's death, their exemption from the usual fate of sacrifice, was due to God's final command, to redeem humanity. The system, which governed blessings, mercy, and miracles, though its functions were now incomplete, was the key to fulfilling God's final decree. It was the cornerstone of the angels' continued existence. Had Liala, the son of God, not appeared as a suitable successor, and were Haru not connected to him, she wouldn't have been granted access to the system. Michael, seeing Haru's calm demeanor, sighed and began to weave the unsealing spell, channeling her power into the system's core. Crackle. Crackle. Sounds like shattering glass echoed through the hall. Cracks spread across the surface of the protective barrier surrounding the system. Fragments broke off, falling to the ground and dissolving into motes of light. After 10 minutes of continuous effort, the barrier shattered, revealing the system's gentle light within. Haru instantly teleported beside the sphere, then, after a moment's hesitation, placed his hand upon its surface. Within his soul space, the egg pulsed, and an endless torrent of negative energy surged forth, connecting with the system through Haru's arm. The system's light flickered, dimming slightly. Michael, watching Haru intently, clenched her fists, a surge of holy energy gathering in her palms. She hesitated, then lowered her head, resuming her silent prayer. A sly smile touched Haru's lips. The egg, silently and subtly, began to annihilate small portions of the system's energy, carefully extracting its underlying rules without damaging its core functions. All artifacts created by the biblical God, except those with self-contained systems like the Divine Dividing, had backups within the system core. Through the egg, Haru gained access to the unique abilities of nearly every divine artifact. The Zenith Tempest's power over weather and elemental attributes. The Annihilation Maker's ability to create monstrous creatures from imagination. The Dimension Lost's control over dimensions and its ability to create utopian spaces. The Sephiroth Graal's power to manipulate life and death. Countless abilities were revealed, and finally, the egg began to analyze the system's core function, its power to control and define the attributes of all elements in the world. It then merged this knowledge with the Sky Authority from the Campione world, slowly infusing it into Haru's being. Within Haru's golden core, the empty space began to fill as the Sky Authority flowed in. Sky and earth intertwined, matter and energy entangled. A Taijutsu symbol, representing the duality of yin and yang, materialized within the core, slowly absorbing energy and growing larger. A month passed, and Haru opened his eyes. Sensing the Taijutsu symbol within his golden core, now complete except for its 2 eyes, he laughed triumphantly. The cycle of sky and earth mirrors the cycle of matter and energy. The path to becoming a true monarch lay in creating a complete cycle within oneself, with one's soul as the planetary core and the golden core as the blueprint for a true world. A true monarch, existing outside the 3 realms and unbound by the 5 elements, achieved this by becoming a world unto themselves, a world, even at the planetary level, that embodied its own elements and principles. Initially, in the Campione world, Haru had gathered all the necessary rules. However, due to his body's limitations, he could only contain the Earth Authority, while the Sky Authority was stored within the egg, to be gradually assimilated. But that process was too slow. Comprehending the complete Sky Authority would take tens of thousands of years. Haru, barely in his 20s, wasn't about to waste so much time. So he sought a shortcut. And he found it. By annihilating energy through the egg, he he could extract the rules and infuse them directly into his soul, forcibly compressing time and instantly mastering the Sky Authority. The system, created by the god, the embodiment of the Sky God, contained a vast repository of sky rules and unique abilities, a perfect target for Haru's plan. As expected, after annihilating the system core's energy, the egg extracted the complete Sky Authority, pouring it into Haru's golden core. It even managed to acquire numerous additional abilities from the various divine artifacts. Understanding the soul was still a mystery. But the energy cycle? What better subject to study than Ophis, the High School DxD world's embodiment of infinite energy? And she happened to be an adorable, emotionless lowly, perfectly suited to Haru's tastes. As Haru grinned, a mischievous glint in his eyes, plotting his approach to the adorable dragon god, a sudden shift occurred in the human world. Dark clouds gathered above Kuo Town, lightning flashed, and torrential rain poured down. In the mountains behind a sheltered shrine in Kuo Town, a figure stood before an ancient, weathered stone tablet. Silently, they picked up a shovel. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, May I have your daughter's hand? Dark clouds blanketed the sky above Kuo Town, lightning flashing, and thunder rumbling, a tempestuous scene. Behind a isolated shrine, before a meticulously maintained tombstone, Akino Himejima stood, her heart heavy with conflicting emotions. Torrential rain poured down, soaking her pristine white Miko attire, but she seemed oblivious to the cold, the water plastering the thin fabric against her skin. Slowly, she picked up a shovel. The tombstone marked the grave of her mother, a grave dug by the father she resented. And her purpose here today was to unearth her mother's remains. As Akino's shovel struck the earth, turning over the first clod of soil, a sudden change occurred in the sky above. The dark clouds swirled into a vortex, and a bolt of lightning, thick as a tree trunk, crackled down towards her. A flash of light, a surge of power, unstoppable. The lightning, mere inches from striking the seemingly defenseless Akino, abruptly shifted course, blasting a nearby patch of earth. Black feathers rained down from the sky. Whoosh! The beat of powerful wings echoed through the air as a figure, adorned with 5 pairs of black fallen angel wings, descended, hovering above Akino. A man with a stern face, framed by a black goatee and thick, dark eyebrows, his bronzed skin suggesting years spent beneath a harsh sun, a figure of imposing strength and authority. Barakiel, one of the fallen angel cadres, wielder of the power of lightning, one of the strongest among the fallen angels, had arrived. His expression was grim, his eyes narrowed, a 3-meter spear of crackling lightning held tightly in his hand, the tip pointed menacingly towards Akino. Watching Akino's seemingly indifferent actions, Barakiel repeatedly raised the spear, then hesitated, lowering it with a frustrated growl. Do you even realize what you're doing, Akino? That's your mother's grave. Akino's hand tightened around the shovel's handle. I know what I'm doing. Leave me alone. Barakiel's face flushed with anger. You, ungrateful child. Stop this instant. He cursed, but he didn't dare attack, his spear remaining poised but inactive. He couldn't risk damaging his deceased wife's resting place. 10 years ago, Barakiel had left home for what he thought was a routine mission, leaving his wife, Shuri Himejima, and their 6-year-old daughter, Akino, behind. He hadn't known it was a trap. The moment he left, his enemies, along with elders from the Himejima clan who opposed their union, had stormed his home, forcing Shuri to take her own life before Akino's eyes. That day, Akino's heart filled with hatred for Barakiel. How could he, a fallen angel cadre, renowned for his speed and power, fail to protect his wife? How could he allow her to be murdered by her own clan? The Himejima, one of the 5 principal clan's families, had accused Shuri of consorting with a fallen angel, a taboo that led to her tragic end. Even though Barakiel had arrived just as Akino was about to share her mother's fate, even though he'd avenged Shuri's death, the damage was done. A rift had formed between father and daughter. Akino began to resent her fallen angel heritage, questioning the circumstances of her birth. Had she not been born, her mother wouldn't have died. For 10 long years, they remained estranged. Akino, desperate to sever her connection to her fallen angel bloodline, even chose to reincarnate as a devil. Barakiel, consumed by guilt and regret, unable to protect his wife or mend his daughter's broken heart, didn't even try to stop her. But now, watching Akino unearth Shuri's magically preserved body, his composure shattered. With a powerful beat of his wings, he appeared beside Akino, reaching for the body. Don't touch her. Akino's voice was ice-cold. If you try to take her, I'll kill myself. Barakiel froze, his hands hovering inches from the body, unable to move. Akino, her face etched with sorrow, cradled her mother's remains, shielding them from the rain with a protective barrier of magical energy, and slowly walked away. Barakiel clenched his fists, his anger barely contained. He sighed. At least tell me, as her husband, what you intend to do with Shuri's body. Akino paused, then turned to face Barakiel. After a long silence, she spoke. Resurrect her. Barakiel's eyes widened in shock. He, too, had desperately sought a way to bring his wife back. He'd even found a lead, the current wielder of the Sephiroth Graal, the sacred gear capable of manipulating life and death. But the wielder had revealed a harsh truth: resurrection was impossible for someone who had been dead for 10 years. Defeated, Barakiel had abandoned all hope. If even the Sephiroth Graal couldn't bring Shuri back, what other method could possibly succeed? Lichdom, or other forms of unnatural resurrection, were meaningless. The resurrected being wouldn't be the same. Better to protect her remains and cherish their daughter. But now, Akino was claiming she could resurrect Shuri. Are you insane? Barakiel roared. The result would be an abomination, not even worthy of being called undead. Akino's gaze flickered. Haru said it's possible, if there's a body. He wouldn't lie to me, he wouldn't. Haru. The Devil King from another world. Azazel mentioned him, Barakiel said, his voice calmer now. But even the Sephiroth Graal couldn't resurrect Shuri. Even if that Devil King is as powerful as the Ouroboros dragon, he can't defy the laws of the world. Akino's face serious, her hands trembling as she clutched her mother's remains. She took a deep breath, then pulled out a crystal and crushed it. It was a summoning crystal Haru had given her, modified using Verithragna's wind authority. No incantation was needed, simply crushing it would alert Haru, who could then teleport to her side. A gust of wind swept through the shrine, and Haru, who had been examining his status within the system core in heaven, appeared before Akino. Seeing Akino and the other woman in her arms, another Akino, Haru blinked in surprise. A clone. No. Akino's mother. What's going on? Akino looked at Haru with pleading eyes. Please, help me bring my mother back. Barakiel's face paled. He tried to move, but an invisible force held him captive, suppressing even his magical energy. He could only watch helplessly as he roared at Haru. Akino, stop. Don't do this. Resurrection is impossible. He's just trying to trick you. Don't destroy Shuri's remains. Then, Barakiel's jaw dropped, his eyes widening in disbelief as he watched Shuri's body stir, her eyes fluttering open, a look of confusion on her face as Akino rushed into her arms. Snap. His jaw dislocated from the force of his surprise. Impossible, he whispered. Haru, a wry smile on his face as he watched Akino embrace her resurrected mother, walked over to Barakiel. So, father-in-law, what were you saying? Barakiel, snapping his jaw back into place, stared at Haru, his eyes wide with shock. She's actually alive. May I have Akino's hand in marriage? Haru asked, his voice casual. Yes. Of course. Anything. I already have several wives. Akino would have to share me. Is that acceptable? Yes. Just release me. Let me talk to my wife. Haru grinned, enjoying Barakiel's desperate pleas. In the underworld, Surzex looked at the document in his hand with a troubled expression. It was the proposal for the upcoming Young Devils gathering. Surzex-sama, why the hesitation? It's just a routine gathering, his subordinate asked. Surzex stamped the document, a sigh escaping his lips. That Devil King from another world is technically Rias's servant. Well, it shouldn't cause too much trouble. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 137, Need a Hand. In the Occult Research Club's meeting room, located in the old school building of Kuo Academy, Rias's peerage had gathered to discuss the upcoming Young Devils gathering. Akino Himejima, a gentle smile gracing her lips, held a peeled and seeded grape between her thumb and forefinger, offering it to Haru. Here, open wide. Ah. Nom. Haru took a large bite, swallowing the grape, and Akino's fingers along with it. My, aren't you naughty? Akino giggled, her free hand covering her mouth as Haru sucked on her fingers. Slap. A folder hit the table. Rias's face was a thundercloud, her eyes narrowed as she glared at the couple before her. Would you two please stop that? You've been at it since yesterday, flaunting your affections right in front of me. If you want to have sex, at least do it somewhere I can't see you. Rias was furious. Her best friend and her boyfriend, carrying on like this right under her nose, she was barely containing her rage. If she could, she would obliterate Haru on the spot. But her outburst had no effect. Akino and Haru continued their love fest, completely unfazed. A coffin in the corner of the room suddenly rattled. A small, timid voice called out, filled with apologies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rias slumped onto the sofa, rubbing her temples. This is a nightmare. First Akino's betrayal, and now this. Gasper, I wasn't talking to you. And the seal's been lifted. Why don't you come out and meet everyone? The three factions, recognizing the threat posed by the Cows Brigade, had given Surzex permission to unseal Gasper Vladi, Rias's bishop, who had been confined due to his inability to control his powers. Gasper, a half-vampire, half-human damper, possessed sacred gear, forbidden Baylor view. He was a powerful asset, but due to his sacred gear's unpredictable nature and his traumatic childhood, Gasper had become a shut-in, his social skills practically non-existent. He was not only painfully shy but also refused to leave his coffin, rejecting all human contact. In desperation, Rias had forcibly transported the entire coffin to the clubroom, hoping to include him in the discussion about the young devils gathering. No. I want to stay here. I don't want to go outside. I don't want to see anyone. Gasper's muffled voice came from inside the coffin. Spineless vampire. Kaneko muttered, her face darkening as she listened to her junior's pathetic whimpers. She walked over to the coffin and, with a swift motion, flung the lid open. Curled up inside, a boy with golden, shoulder-length hair and crimson eyes, his delicate features accentuated by slightly pointed ears like an elf's, dressed in the Ko Academy girl's uniform, Gasper trembled. Haru's eyes widened slightly as he took in Gasper's adorable appearance. TCH, too bad he's a boy. Sensing the light, Gasper's eyes snapped open. And then, he vanished. The world around them froze. Gasper scrambled out of the coffin, scurried to a corner of the room, pulled out a cardboard box from seemingly nowhere, and dove inside. Then, time resumed. Kaneko blinked, then, realizing what had happened, looked around the room. She quickly spotted the cardboard box in the corner. Where did he go? He just disappeared. Zenobia and Asia stared at the empty coffin in confusion. Having never met Gasper before, they were naturally unaware of his abilities. He's at it again with his time-stopping sacred gear. Akino sighed, explaining the situation to Zenobia and Asia. Asia gasped, her hands covering her mouth. Zenobia, following Kaneko's gaze, spotted the cardboard box. She turned to Asia, her expression serious. Asia, get the holy water and the cross. I'm going to give this coward a little training. Devils can't be this timid. Zenovia's eyes gleamed with excitement as she walked towards the box, untying the ropes that bound it. The others watched, their lips twitching. Holy water, a cross, and Durandal. Against a half-devil, half-vampire. Is this training, or an exorcism? The box rattled violently as Gasper's panicked voice echoed from within. No. Durandal. I'm going to be annihilated. Please. Someone, help. Gasper froze time again, attempting to escape with the box. But as he peeked out, he froze. Zenobia stood before him, Durandal in hand, a sinister smile on her face. I noticed something while you were playing with time, little coward. Durandal seems to disrupt your sacred gear's power. Now, prepare yourself. Moments later, Gasper, bound and gagged, hung from the wall, Zenobia gleefully stuffing garlic into his mouth. She had initially planned to use the holy water and cross, but upon touching them, she'd stared at her burned hands in bewilderment, having momentarily forgotten she was now a devil. So, she'd opted for garlic instead. Gasper's eyes filled with tears, his muffled whimpers echoing through the room as he looked pleadingly at the others. Asia, her heart melting at the sight of the distressed Gasper, used twilight healing to soothe his garlic-burned lips. She didn't realize, however, that her well-intentioned actions only added to Gasper's misery. The constant cycle of burning and healing was torture, and Gasper now looked at Asia with the same terror he felt towards Zenobia. Kaneko, her face expressionless, handed Zenobia another clove of garlic. Garlic is good for your health, Gasper. Gasper looked at them, tears streaming down his face. Haru, watching Gasper's misery, felt a strange stirring within him. Intriguing. Sensing the aura of Baylor, an idea sparked in Haru's mind. He approached Gasper, a sly smile on his face. It seems your sacred gear is out of control because your body is too weak to contain its power, Gasper. Am I right? Gasper, his mouth full of garlic, could only let out muffled whimpers. He nodded vigorously. I can fix that. There are minor side effects. Are you interested? Haru grinned, his expression mischievous. Gasper looked at Haru, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and hope. He hesitated, then nodded slowly. Haru smiled, pulling out several authority crystals attuned to Earth's power, an excellent match for Gasper's nature. He began to chant, weaving a modified version of Pandora's ritual spell. Gasper's eyes widened as he felt the power surging into his body. He let out a scream. Just then, Haru activated Steel Incarnation, summoning the holy demon blade, Graham. As the others watched in shock, he plunged the blade into Gasper's chest. The gagged Gasper's mouth opened in a silent scream, blood and garlic spraying from his lips. His eyes widened, fixed on Haru's impassive face, and then, he slumped, unconscious. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 138, A New Divine Ancestor. Gasper's eyes widened, fixed on Haru's impassive face as he slowly withdrew his blade, a look of disbelief, of lingering resentment, etched onto his features. Asia stared at Gasper's lifeless body in horror, her hands glowing with a faint green light as she desperately tried to use twilight healing. But Gasper's body, devoid of any life force, grew colder and colder. Zenobia and Kaneko, who had just moments ago been toying with Gasper, stood silently beside his body, their faces filled with regret. They had been closest to him, the ones who could have stopped Haru. But caught off guard, they had only watched helplessly as Gasper died at the hands of one of their own. Rias trembled with rage, her eyes fixed on Gasper's body. "Do you even realize what you've done, Haru? Tell me. What were you thinking?" A terrifying aura erupted from Rias, black tendrils of power of destruction swirling around her. In her fury, her power surged, her demonic energy spiking from high class to ultimate class levels. The Gremory family, unlike most devils, were known for their close ties to humanity, for their capacity for deep emotions. They treated their peerage not as servants, but as family. Seeing Gasper, whom she considered a dear friend, killed by Haru, the men she loved, the men she thought she loved, Rias snapped. The destructive aura around her intensified, obliterating the very air as a massive hand of demonic energy reached out for Haru. Crack! A spear of lightning struck the demonic hand, dissipating it in a flash of energy. Akino stood, her hand outstretched, the source of the attack. Rias's face contorted, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Even you. Akino. You're betraying me too." Akino, a strange look on her face, pointed towards the wall. Rias followed her gaze. The others stared in shock at Gasper, bound and gagged, hanging from the wall, alive. Gasper blinked, looking at Rias with a confused expression. "Ah. I'm still alive." He looked around the room, taking in the tense atmosphere, then wriggled, the ropes binding him snapping under his newfound strength. He landed on the floor with a thud, staring at the broken ropes in bewilderment. Did I just get stronger? My magical energy, my physical strength. Everything's increased. Gasper's body pulsed, his demonic energy far surpassing even Rias's earlier outburst, reaching ultimate class levels. Rias stared at him in disbelief. Ultimate class, and so powerful. How? Gasper, still assessing his transformed body, suddenly felt a chill. He lifted his skirt and pulled down his panties. Then froze. He stared at himself, his eyes widening with delight. It's gone. Everyone in the room, except for Yuto, who was still deep in meditation. Haru, beaming with pride, gave Gasper a thumbs up. His plan had worked flawlessly. He'd infused Gasper with Earth authority, granting him the attribute of an Earth Mother Goddess. Then, using the blade, he transformed Gasper into a divine ancestor. A truly magnificent outcome. Haru felt a surge of righteousness. He'd successfully reduced the number of cross-dressing men in the world, contributing to a more orderly society. Haru's gaze shifted to Yuto, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Too bad he doesn't have any divine power. The other's eyes widened. He's not satisfied with just Gasper. He's thinking about Yuto too. Yuto, sensing a sudden chill, snapped out of his meditation. He instantly activated his balance breaker, summoning his holy demonic sword. Bucho, what's going on? I felt a strange presence. Is there an enemy? Ria slumped back onto the sofa, rubbing her temples. No, there's no enemy. Just, go back to what you were doing, Yuto. Some things are better left unknown. Yuto looked around the room, his eyes scanning the doors and windows, then, seeing no immediate threat, slowly deactivated his sacred gear. Haru glared at Yuto, then turned back to Gasper, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He lifted Gasper's chin, his voice soft. Do you like your new form? Gasper blushed, his divine ancestor blood stirring within him. I love it. Haru Oni-chan is the best. Kaneko and Zenobia exchanged glances and sighed. He's incorrigible. Akino, noticing Rias's dejected expression, turned to her with a playful smirk. My, Gasper's become the second strongest among us. You're only third, Rias. How embarrassing for a king, don't you think? Rias slumped onto the sofa, staring at the now submissive Gasper. I give up. Gasper, will you at least attend the gathering now? Gasper flinched, hiding behind Haru, his eyes wide with fear. I'll go. Rias Bucho. Rias's eye twitched. After all that, after nearly breaking up with Haru for his sake, Gasper was still terrified of her. This devil king, he's going to be the death of me. She turned to Akino, her voice flat. Akino, open a portal. Directly to the gathering. I'm too tired to come up with a plan. Akino, her sadistic side aroused by Rias's defeated expression, grinned. Only after Rias repeated her request, her voice tinged with impatience, did Akino snap her fingers, activating the teleportation circle. A faint light emanated from the magic circle in the center of the room. The group followed Rias, her shoulders slumped, into the portal. The blood-red sky of the underworld and a towering skyscraper that dominated the skyline greeted them. The location of the young devils' gathering. The Gremry peerage had arrived. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Young Devils Assemble. Looking at the towering skyscraper, Ria slapped her cheeks, trying to shake off her fatigue, and led the group inside. As they entered a spacious elevator, Rias addressed her peerage, her voice firm, her expression serious. No matter what happens, stay calm. Do not engage unless provoked. But if anyone starts trouble, retaliate immediately. Asia gulped, trying to steady her nerves. Yes, Bucho. Feel free to go all out. I'll handle the consequences, Haru added nonchalantly. Hearing his words, everyone relaxed slightly. With the current top dog of the underworld on their side, they felt more confident. After all, anyone who started a fight with them would be the one to suffer. The group, most of whom were attending a young devils gathering for the first time, felt a sense of reassurance. The elevator doors opened, revealing a vast hall. As they stepped out, a young man in a waiter's uniform approached Rias. Welcome, Bale-sama, Gremry-sama. Please, this way. The waiter led them through the hall, past several corners, until they reached a large door. Several figures stood inside, engaged in conversation. Rias's eyes widened in surprise. Serorg. One of the figures turned. A young man with short black hair, a powerfully built physique, muscles rippling beneath his clothes like a professional fighter, his violet eyes sharp and intense, scanned the newcomers. Upon seeing Rias, his face lit up, and he walked towards her. It's been a while, Rias, he said, shaking her hand with a warm smile. Indeed, Rias replied, returning his smile. You haven't changed a bit since we were children. How surprising. She turned to her peerage. Some of you may not know him. This is Serorg Bale, my cousin from the Bale clan. Serorg's gaze swept over the group, and his eyes widened as he saw Haru. He immediately dropped to one knee. Serorg Bale, at your service, Ancestor-sama. As the next head of the Bale clan, Serorg had naturally been informed of the Devil King's return, a fact he had memorized. Haru, taken aback by Serorg's sudden display of reverence, felt a flicker of embarrassment. He was, after all, an imposter Bale. But, he had to admit, the whole ancestor thing was kind of satisfying. He cleared his throat, forcing his face into a serious expression. He patted Serorg on the shoulder, his voice filled with mock solemnity. You've been training hard, I see. You haven't disgraced the Bale name. Serorg's eyes filled with tears as he grasped Haru's hands. Thank you, Ancestor-sama. Thank you. Haru, watching Serorg's over-the-top reaction, the guy was practically drooling, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. He used his telepathy to discreetly communicate with Rias. Rias, what's going on with this guy? He's about to start bawling. Serorg is the next head of the Bale clan, but he didn't inherit the power of destruction. He earned his position through sheer hard work and determination, training his body to monstrous levels of strength. He's had a difficult time gaining acceptance within the family. Your compliment just validated all his efforts and improved his position. That's why he's so emotional. Rias explained, a wry smile on her face. Boom. The floor shook violently, and a loud explosion echoed from behind the large door. Everyone looked around, startled. What was going on? Only Serorg, still sniffling, seemed unsurprised. Haru, noticing Serorg's reaction, asked, what was that? Serorg wiped his tears, pointing towards the door. Probably some of the young devils inside got into a fight. Haru's eyes lit up. He walked towards the door and kicked it open, revealing the chaotic scene within. The hall was in ruins. Expensive furniture and decorations were shattered, fragments scattered across the floor. Two groups of devils faced off in the center of the room, weapons drawn, ready to battle. One group looked like, well, stereotypical devils, their appearances varied and monstrous. The other group looked more human. But both sides radiated powerful demonic auras. A female devil, her cold eyes fixed on her opponent, spoke. Zephyrdor, do you want to die? Starting a fight here, you won't survive. I doubt the higher-ups would even care if I killed you now. A green-haired devil with tattoos covering his face and a thuggish demeanor smirked in response. Ha! You stuck-up bitch. I was just being nice, offering you a private room for some fun. Agar's girls are so damn uptight. That's why you're still single, isn't it? Still a virgin. All you Mao servants reek of virginity. It's disgusting. I was just trying to help you out. Behind the two arguing devils, a group of black-robed figures stood, watching the scene unfold, a mild-mannered boy at their center. Haru stroked his chin, observing the three groups, then turned to Serorg, who had followed him. Who are these people? Serorg quickly composed himself. The girl with sharp eyes is Sikvera Agars, the next head of the Agars family. The thug is Zephyrdor Glaciolabalas, the next head of the Glaciolabalas family. And the one watching is Diodora Astaroth, the next head of the Astaroth family. Along with my Baal clan, Rias's Gremory clan, and Sona Citri clan, those are the 6 great houses of the new generation. Just then, the mild-mannered boy, Diodora, noticed Haru's group and approached them with a look of excitement on his face. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 140, I challenge you. Diodora Astaroth approached the group, a look of excitement on his face. Bypassing Haru, he stopped before Asia, his voice filled with surprise. Asia. I've finally found you. Rias and the others exchanged confused glances. Only Haru's eyes narrowed. Diodora Astaroth, the next head of the Astaroth clan, one of the devils of the new generation, knows Asia. How? Asia stared at Diodora, her face blank. Excuse me, do I know you? She had no memory of him, but judging by his expression, he seemed to know her quite well. Strange. You don't remember me. Diodora's face fell, a look of hurt in his eyes. Then, as if remembering something, he pulled open his shirt, revealing a deep scar on his chest. Perhaps, this will jog your memory. Asia's eyes widened as she recognized the scar. That injury, could it be? I'm so glad you remember, Diodora said, his face beaming. To meet my savior here, what incredible luck. As he spoke, Rias and the others who knew about Asia's past finally understood. Savior? Asia had only saved one devil. Back when she was still a nun, Asia had used her twilight healing to save a devil, an act that branded her a witch. That act of kindness had led to her excommunication from the church, forcing her to seek the fallen angel's protection. Then, while at the abandoned church in Kuo Town, she had encountered Haru, who tricked her into becoming a devil. I've thought about you every day since then, Asia, Diodora continued, his voice filled with emotion, even after hearing you were excommunicated, even after you disappeared. I never stopped searching for you. And today. I've finally found you. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Diodora knelt before Asia. It must be fate that brought us together. Asia, I want you to be my wife. Marry me. I love you. The room fell silent. Diodora Astaroth was proposing to Asia Argento. Huh. Asia stared at him, dumbfounded. Zephyrdor Glaciolabalas, watching the scene unfold, scoffed, though a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. Asterisk proposing to a low-class devil just because she saved his life. Sikvera Agars, standing opposite Zephyrdor, adjusted her glasses, her face filled with respect. I'd heard the next head of the Astaroth clan was a terrible person. Serorg Baal looked at Diodora with a serious expression. Diodora, what an unusual devil. Someone in the crowd shouted, say yes. And then, except for Rias's peerage, everyone joined in, chanting, say yes. Say yes. Say yes. Haru watched Asia's confused reaction, his eyes narrowing slightly, then snapping open. Everyone froze. The devils, their bodies rigid, slowly turned to look at Haru. A terrifying killing intent radiated from him. They saw visions of their own deaths, their bodies broken and lifeless. Then, just as quickly, the killing intent vanished. The devils collapsed to the ground, trembling, their eyes fixed on Haru with uncontainable fear. Haru turned his gaze towards Diodora, his voice cold and emotionless. Kid, you want to make a move on my girl? Diodora stared at Haru's impassive face, his hand reaching into his pocket, grasping an object within. Feeling its presence, he calmed down slightly. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. You are Baal-sama, correct? Haru raised an eyebrow, silently prompting him to continue. Diodora swallowed, the object in his pocket giving him a surge of confidence. His voice, though still trembling, was filled with conviction. Asia-sama is not your girl. I know, ancient devils like you value strength above all else. You're all violent thugs. But this is a new era. Brute force doesn't work anymore. I challenge you. A rating game. The prize, Asia Argento's ownership. Gasps of shock and disbelief filled the hall. The devils around Diodora tried to dissuade him. Are you crazy, Diodora? That's Baal-sama. You can't win. A rating game's outcome depends on the king's strength. Diodora raised his hands, silencing the crowd. He looked at Haru, his voice firm. Since Baal-sama's power far surpasses my own, I request that there be no limit to the number of evil pieces I can use. This is getting interesting. A new voice echoed through the hall as two figures, followed by a retinue of high-ranking devils, entered the room. One was Surzex Lucifer. The other was a man with short, light green hair and a rather effeminate appearance. He was the one who had just spoken. The young devils in the hall gasped, bowing their heads respectfully. Surzex-sama. Ajuka-sama. The Mao Surzex Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub had arrived. Diodora quickly knelt, addressing the two Mao. Surzex-sama, Ajuka-sama. I request your permission to challenge Baal-sama under these conditions. Ajuka, his face etched with a wry smile, looked at Diodora. Numbers are meaningless against Baal-sama. For Asia-sama, Diodora replied, his voice filled with determination, I'm willing to try. Ajuka turned his gaze towards Haru. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 141, Be my guest, feel free to kill him. Diodora was ecstatic. The arrival of the Mao Ajuka and Surzex was entirely within his expectations. Of the 6 young devils gathered here, 4, including himself, were related to the current 4 great Satans. The other 2 were heirs to the Baal and Agar's clans. This gathering represented the very cream of the crop of devil society. The 4 great Satans' presence was practically mandatory. And would a returning old Mao like Baal dare to challenge them? Diodora knew Ajuka's power was 10 times that of the previous Beelzebub. Therefore, he reasoned, even the progenitor Devil King Baal wouldn't risk fighting the current Mao by attacking him. All he had to do was mock Baal in front of Asia, showcasing his bravery. It was a perfect plan. He could gain favor with the anti-Baal faction among the devil elite and win Asia's heart. Even if Baal disregarded his pride and attacked, or accepted his challenge to a duel, Diodora had a trump card, Ophus's power. He was confident he could at least escape. And if it came to a duel, he doubted even Baal could withstand the combined might of over 1,000 enhanced devils, each empowered by Ophus to ultimate class levels. Even the biblical god had been overwhelmed by the devil's sheer numbers. Diodora reached out to take Asia's hand, his eyes meeting Ajuka's, a silent request for approval. Haru, observing the scene, a faint scent of snake emanating from Diodora, sneered. He saw through Diodora's bravado. It was nothing more than borrowed power, Ophus's power. I could crush him like an insect. Even Ajuka wouldn't risk the annihilation of the devils just for this fool. Just as Haru was about to obliterate Diodora, Rhea stepped forward. Hold on a moment, Diodora, she said, her voice firm. Diodora looked up, his hand hovering inches from Asia's. Asia, visibly relieved, quickly moved behind Rhys, her eyes darting towards Haru, a silent plea for help. Haru, catching her gaze, grinned, the same predatory grin he'd worn when they first met. Asia puffed out her cheeks, remembering that unpleasant encounter. She glared at Haru, then her expression softened. After spending so much time with Haru, even the purest maiden would be corrupted. She knew she wouldn't escape his clutches. But compared to Diodora, who filled her with unease, she preferred being devoured by Haru. After all, Asia was still a devout follower of the church, and Haru was the closest person to God she knew, the only one she'd been intimately close to. So, the devil Asia saved back when she was with the church, was the next head of the Astaroth clan. And that's why she was excommunicated. Zenobia and Kaneko moved to Asia's side, their eyes fixed on Diodora. Diodora, however, ignored them completely. His gaze was locked on Rhys as he rose to his feet, a polite smile on his face. Is something the matter, Rhys Gremory? Don't play coy, Rhys replied, her voice laced with authority. A confident smile played on her lips. I hadn't realized the devil Asia saved was the next head of the Astaroth clan. But you're proposing to my bishop? I have a right to inquire, don't I? Diodora lowered his head, feigning contemplation. Indeed. As Asia's king, you have every right to be concerned. He looked up, a sly smile replacing his earlier polite facade. How about a trade? A trade? Rhys echoed, then quickly understood his meaning. You're talking about an exchange of evil pieces. Exactly. Let's trade servants, Diodora said, his tone serious. All I need is Asia. The young devils who had been admiring Diodora's boldness looked at each other in confusion. Rhys laughed, a cold, brittle sound. You think you can, by the woman you intend to marry? I know Asia was reincarnated using a bishop piece. I'll offer you a bishop in return. You won't lose anything. Diodora seemed completely oblivious to how inappropriate his suggestion was. She's just a low-class devil. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Just a low-class devil. Referring to his intended bride as, just a low-class devil. The crowd, who had initially been moved by Diodora's apparent devotion to Asia, a proposal stemming from gratitude for saving his life, were now filled with disgust. What had happened to the heartwarming, inspirational love story they'd expected? Zephyr'dor, Seekvera, and Serorg's faces darkened. They felt a sudden urge to vomit, remembering their earlier praise of Diodora. That bastard. It's nothing more than possessiveness, pure and simple. Haru turned to Ajuka. Ajuka, that's your boy, isn't he? All eyes turned to Ajuka. Ajuka's smile vanished. He nodded curtly, his expression suggesting he, too, found Diodora's behavior repulsive. I'll accept his challenge, Haru said, a predatory grin spreading across his face. I've been looking for an excuse to unleash some power lately. Ajuka nodded. Be my guest. Feel free to kill him. Diodora's eyes widened, then narrowed as he glared at the group. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 142, Spare Me. Inside a building resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum, Diodora glared at Haru, his eyes filled with hatred. Haru, however, looked utterly bored, his body relaxed, as if he were about to fall asleep. Ajuka's voice boomed from the sky above. Greetings, everyone. I am Ajuka Beelzebub, the judge for this match between Haru and Diodora. In the name of the Mao Beelzebub, I shall oversee this duel. Now, let's get straight to the point. The arena, as you can see, is modeled after the Roman Colosseum. Haru will be competing alone, while Diodora's peerage is unlimited. The match ends when one side is either incapacitated or dead. A final note, at the request of both participants, this is a deathmatch. There will be no protective measures. Now, begin. The moment the match began, Diodora pulled a small, Ouroboros-shaped object from his pocket and swallowed it whole. What? Ajuka and Surzex, watching from the stands, shot to their feet. What's wrong? Is there something unusual about that object? Beelzebub-sama, one of the devil elders asked, confused by the Mao's sudden reaction. The younger devils behind them looked on with curiosity. Ajuka sat back down, his eyes narrowed as he watched Diodora on the screen. You are all aware of the Cows Brigade, I presume. The devils nodded. According to our intelligence, the leader of the Cows Brigade is Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon, Surzex added, his voice grim. Gasps filled the room. Every devil knew the name Ophis. The strongest. Infinite power. The dragon god even the biblical god feared to challenge. Legends about Ophis were numerous, tales that could be told for days. And now, judging by the Mao's reactions, could it be that Diodora's actions were somehow connected to the legendary dragon god? Ajuka's gaze hardened as he spoke. What Diodora just consumed was a piece of Ophis's power, in the form of a serpent. It can temporarily boost a normal person's magical energy to ultimate class levels. The devils were stunned. Several of the elders paled. There were less than 5 ultimate class devils among their ranks, the majority were high class. And now they were hearing that even an ordinary person could attain ultimate class power with this snake. Moreover, this power was in the hands of terrorists. Their lives, the lives of the devil elite, could be snuffed out by any random person empowered by this terrifying ability. The thought of losing their comfortable, privileged lives filled the elders with dread. Your Majesty. We must apprehend Diodora and uncover the Cows Brigade's location. This power, it's too dangerous to be left in the hands of criminals. Please, Beelzebub-sama. Intervene. Ajuka raised his hand, silencing the panicked elders. He gestured towards the screen. They remembered who Diodora was facing, Haru, the Devil King. Their gazes returned to the monitor. Diodora, having swallowed the serpent, waved his hand. A deep purple magic circle appeared, followed by countless others, spreading rapidly across the arena. Ajuka's eyes narrowed as he recognized the pattern. That's the Cows Brigade's magic circle. There's no denying it now, Diodora. Within each magic circle stood a figure cloaked in black, an army of warlocks, numbering over 10,000. Their auras were faint, suggesting they were only low-class devils. But as each warlock swallowed a serpent, their power surged, reaching ultimate class levels in an instant. Impressive, isn't it? My warlock army. Diodora's voice dripped with pride as he looked up at the screen, addressing Ajuka. All thanks to your cooperation spell, Mao-sama. That research paper was quite helpful. Stealing it was the best decision I ever made. I wonder, what kind of power could 10,000 ultimate class devils unleash? Ignoring Ajuka's darkening expression, Diodora turned to Haru, a sneer on his face. Well, great ball, I hope you don't mind being my test subject. Don't worry, I'll make it quick. And then, would you mind if I entertained myself with Asia Argento by your grave? She's definitely among the top-tier maidens I've played with. Asia gasped, staring at Diodora in horror, unable to speak. You have a nun fetish? Haru asked, his voice laced with disgust. Indeed. Corrupting holy maidens, revealing their sins, then watching them crumble. It's my greatest pleasure, Diodora replied, a look of ecstasy on his face, as if recalling some blissful memory. Haru's expression turned to one of disdain. Such crude methods. True pleasure lies in having them willingly climb into your bed, eager to please. Everything else is just perverse. By the way, he added, that's how I handle all the women around me. Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, Zenobia, even Asia froze, their faces burning crimson as they felt the amused gazes of the other devils upon them. Haru's shameless words had pushed them over the edge. All the women around him. Could he be any more vague? Rias is the only one who's slept with him. Diodora's smile vanished. His eyes narrowed, his voice turning cold. Perhaps they are crude. But in the devil world, strength reigns supreme. You can mock me because you're stronger. So. All I have to do is kill you, and then my methods become refined, don't they? A massive magic circle appeared behind Diodora, connecting to the 10,000 warlocks. An overwhelming aura of demonic energy, though still at the ultimate class level in terms of quality, surged around him, vast and deep like the ocean. An enormous sphere of demonic energy materialized in Diodora's hand, expanding rapidly until it dwarfed even the Colosseum itself. Diodora looked at Haru, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Farewell, former Baal. I hope you reincarnate. Though by then, Asia will probably have borne me several children. Perhaps I'll send them to the church to become nuns. Wouldn't that be fun? The massive energy sphere descended slowly. Diodora glanced up at the screen, his gaze fixed on Ajuka and Surzex, his voice filled with arrogance. Prepare yourselves, your majesties. It's time for you to step down. He turned to Asia, his expression softening. Asia, my love, I'm coming to. Pop. The sound of a bubble bursting echoed through the arena. Diodora felt the connection to the energy sphere sever. He froze, slowly turning his head. Haru, his index finger extended towards the sky, as if he'd just popped a balloon, looked at Diodora with a faint expression of regret. Oops, my bad. I poked it by accident. Want to try again? You, bastard. Diodora's face twisted in rage. He raised both hands, channeling his demonic energy, a sphere 3 times larger than the previous one materializing above him. Die. Pop. The sphere vanished. Haru looked at Diodora, his brow furrowed. Did you skip lunch? Diodora roared, another energy sphere forming in his hands. He slammed it down. Pop. This time, Haru had used his pinky finger. Diodora's face turned ashen as he continued to create and launch energy spheres, each one disappearing with a soft pop. Finally, Diodora looked around the arena in despair. The warlocks, their low-class devil energy reserves far inferior to his, lay scattered across the ground, lifeless. He drained their magical energy, then their life force, but in his blind rage, his obsession with defeating Haru, he hadn't stopped. 10,000 warlocks, his army, his investment, gone. Diodora trembled. He had poured his entire fortune into creating this army, even selling Ajuka's research and embezzling funds from the Cows Brigade. And now, the force that was supposed to propel him to the rank of Mao had been utterly annihilated, with no chance of recovery. Haru appeared before Diodora in a flash, his expression serious. Do you know about magical girls? Diodora, his eyes wide with terror, nodded slowly. Then you must know about tentacles, right? Diodora hesitated, then nodded again. A monstrous tentacle creature erupted from the ground beneath him, its numerous appendages wrapping around his body, binding him tightly. Squish, squish. The tentacles penetrated. NN. Diodora whimpered, his words muffled. Please, spare me. Haru, his right hand cupped to his ear, feigned surprise. What? You're enjoying this? You want more, even in death? Don't worry. I have an authority called Death Servant. I can make sure you continue having fun, even after you're gone. Diodora's eyes rolled back in his head as he fainted, only to be awakened moments later by the relentless assault of pleasure. His expression vacant, he began to enjoy it. The devils watching the scene from the stands covered their mouths, their eyes wide with a mixture of horror. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 143, Who does he think he is? As the devils watched Diodora's predicament with a mix of horror and morbid fascination, 2 figures materialized in the arena via a teleportation circle. One of the figures immediately began scanning the crowd, then, spotting Sona Citri among the devils, let out a squeal of delight. Sona-chan. Sona froze, her body stiffening as she heard the all-too-familiar voice. Slowly, like a rusty gear, she turned her head. Before she could fully register the approaching figure, she was enveloped in a hug. It's been too long, Sona-chan. The voice belonged to a young woman, barely 17 or 18, with long, black hair styled in energetic twin tails. Her cheerful demeanor and sweet voice gave her the air of a carefree, vibrant girl. Her face was delicate and beautiful, her presence radiating an infectious energy, like a precious porcelain doll come to life. But the devils around Sona, even her own peerage, quickly backed away, their expressions mirroring the horror they'd felt moments earlier while witnessing Diodora's fate. Serafalnissima. Sona murmured, a pained smile on her face. The girl, the woman, was Serafal Leviathan, Sona's older sister, and one of the 4 great Satans, the only female Mao. Her love for her younger sister was intense, bordering on obsessive. She'd once nearly launched a full-scale assault on the fallen angel's headquarters after Sona had been kidnapped by Kokobeel. The devils, remembering Serafal's extreme Siscon tendencies, wisely chose to keep their distance. "You're so mean, Sona-chan," Serafal pouted, clinging to Sona like a spoiled child. "You came all the way to the underworld and didn't even bother to see me first. I'm so hurt. I'm about to cry." As Serafal reached for a bottle of eye drops, clearly preparing to fake tears, the devils who were seeing her for the first time stared in disbelief. Is this really a Mao? She has no dignity whatsoever. If this is the state of our leadership, we don't need the Cows Brigade, we'll destroy ourselves. Sona's face burned crimson, a mix of shame and embarrassment. Serafal's behavior was mortifying enough at home, but here, in front of the entire devil elite, with all her peers present, she wanted to disappear. "Wani-sama, you're a Mao. Please, act accordingly. This is humiliating." But Serafal's pout deepened, tears welling up in her eyes. "I don't care. I want a hug. A loving hug from Sona-chan." Serafal's whining ceased abruptly as her gaze fell upon the screen above, her eyes widening in horror. She released Sona and stared at the monitor, her face a mask of shock. Haru, sensing a powerful, unfamiliar Mao-level presence focused on him, turned his head. "Well, hello there, beautiful," he said, flashing a charming smile at the twin-tailed girl on the screen. "What a stunning woman." Behind him, Diodora, still entangled with the tentacles, twitched silently. Serafal, despite her title of Leviathan, saw herself first and foremost as an adorable magical girl. And what did she see on the screen? A tentacle monster. Kaya. Her scream echoed through the arena. A terrifying surge of power erupted from Serafal, the temperature plummeting to 100 degrees below zero in an instant. A faint green light flickered around the devils present, and Ajuka, seated on his throne, traced a complex magic circle in the air with his finger. He had just shielded the devils from Serafal's outburst. Only he, with his mastery of formulas and spells, his super devil level power, could react so quickly, creating a protective barrier across the entire hall. Just then, another figure approached, a muscular, bald man in purple robes, his face etched with a lazy grin. Falbium Asmodeus, one of the 4 great Satans, and the underworld's greatest strategist. "I am Falbium Asmodeus," he said, his voice laced with boredom as he addressed Haru on the screen. "Welcome to the underworld. Haru Kaka." Seeing Haru's lack of response, Falbium continued, "Could you at least look at me while I'm introducing myself? Staring only at Leviathan isn't very polite." Haru glanced at Falbium, then returned his gaze to Serafal, a playful smirk on his face as he watched her tremble. As if sensing its creator's will, the tentacle monster behind him intensified its attentions towards Diodora. Diodora's body convulsed, arching backwards, his eyes widening before rolling back in his head. Haru blinked, then banished Diodora's body to hell. He turned to Surzex. Surzex, his face a mask of wry amusement, coughed and closed the dimensional rift, bringing Haru to the raised platform where the Mao sat. Ajuka's fingers flickered, and a teleportation circle appeared beneath Serafal, transporting her to the platform. Under the stern gazes of the other 3 Mao, Serafal sat down, her body trembling slightly. Haru, a mischievous glint in his eyes, licked his lips and took his designated seat. The devil elders below stirred uneasily. They didn't mind Haru, as Baal, sitting among the Mao. But the seat he occupied was clearly elevated above the 4 great Satans. This was unprecedented. What's going on? Why is Baal's seat higher? Who does he think he is? I served during the original Baal's reign. Why does he get special treatment just because he's the progenitor, while I'm stuck standing here? Several of the elders began to grumble. Some were even older than the current Maos, uncles and grandfathers who had no designated seats. How could this upstart Baal be given such a position of honor? Surzex, seated on Lucifer's throne, spoke, silencing the disgruntled elders. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 144, 10 minutes, have at him. A tense atmosphere filled the vast hall, a space resembling a school auditorium, but far more opulent. Rows of ornate wooden chairs filled the floor, like a graduation ceremony, but with a touch of extravagant devilish flair. Across from the assembled devils stood a small group, Rias, Sona, and their peerages. Before them, seated on elaborately carved chairs, each bearing the image of a different devil, sat the devil elite, men and women, young and old, their faces grim, radiating an aura of cold authority. At the back of the hall, a raised platform held 4 magnificent stone thrones, each inscribed with the sigil of one of the 4 great Satans, Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus. And above these thrones, on a smaller, elevated dais, sat Haru, lounging casually in a golden dragon throne, a smirk playing on his lips as he surveyed the crowd below. It was a blatant display of dominance, a slap in the face to every devil present. Murmurs of discontent rippled through the hall, the air thick with barely contained hostility. Then, Surzex, seated on Lucifer's throne, spoke. I understand you are curious as to why Haru-sama occupies the seat of honor. The elders below quieted, their eyes fixed on Surzex. During the recent 3-faction summit, we, the devils, angels, and fallen angels, reached an agreement. We will merge into a single force, led by Haru-sama as supreme commander. Surzex's words ignited a firestorm of protest. Unacceptable. Merge with our sworn enemies. Preposterous. That Baal presumes to rule over us. And why Baal? Why not Surzex Lucifer as supreme commander? Exactly. The devils have always been led by the Lucifer clan. Baal may be a devil king, but he's still just a king. The Mao are above him. The initial chaos subsided, replaced by a unified chant, Baal, step down. Lucifer will lead the 3 factions. In the underworld, status and bloodline were everything. Most devils rigidly adhered to the hierarchy, accepting the divisions between Mao, ultimate class, high class, middle class, low class, even between pure-blooded and reincarnated devils, as the natural order of things. This rigid structure bred resentment. High-ranking devils looked down on those of lower status, pure-blooded devils scorned the reincarnated, a constant source of conflict. For these ancient, powerful devils, being served by lesser beings was their birthright. And Baal, a mere devil king, despite his rank above most, now presumed to rule over them all, elevated to the position of ruler. To them, it was an affront to the natural order. Their voices dripped with disdain. What did the devil society's hierarchy matter? Even the original Baal was nothing compared to their combined might. They had defeated the biblical God himself through sheer numbers. What was one devil king, even a reincarnated one, compared to that? As the unrest intensified, Surzex rose, intending to restore order, but Haru placed a hand on his shoulder, gently pushing him back down. Haru stood, looking down at the disgruntled elders, a smirk playing on his lips. It seems, you're not happy. He continued, before anyone could interrupt, very well. I'll give you a chance. I'll stand here for 10 minutes. Attack me. Anyone. Everyone. If even one of you can leave a mark on me, a tear in my clothes, a single hair out of place, you win. I'll hand this position over to Surzex, and I'll ensure the purity of the devil bloodline is preserved. And after 10 minutes, he continued, his voice hardening, I'll attack. For 10 seconds. If a single one of you is still standing after those 10 seconds, you win. What do you say? Do we have a deal? Haru leaped from the dais, landing gracefully on the floor below. He crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over the devils. The elders' faces darkened, their eyes fixed on Haru, their teeth gritted. 10 minutes, unopposed, and all they had to do was scratch him. Then, after that, he would attack for a mere 10 seconds, and if even one of them survived, they won. What arrogance! It was as if he believed they couldn't even touch him in 10 minutes, while he could wipe them all out in a mere 10 seconds. This wasn't just disdain, it was the indifference of an elephant looking down at ants. How could they, the rulers of the underworld for millennia, tolerate such an insult? A torrent of magic, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, a kaleidoscope of energy blasts, converged on Haru, forming a dense, inescapable net. Following the magical barrage, a flurry of weapons, swords, spears, axes, halberds, hooks, meteor hammers, a chaotic storm of steel and demonic power, some infused with sacred gear abilities, rained down on Haru. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the hall, a shockwave of demonic energy rippling outward. The clang of metal against metal echoed through the air as a thick cloud of dust and debris filled the space. Ajuka, reacting instantly, raised his hands, conjuring a shimmering, crystalline barrier that enveloped Haru and the attacking devils, containing the destructive force of the blast. Beads of sweat trickled down Ajuka's forehead. Even for him, a super devil being, withstanding the combined might of so many powerful devils was a strain. But the assault continued relentlessly, wave after wave of magic and steel crashing against Haru's position. After just 5 minutes, Ajuka's enhanced magical energy, 10 times that of the previous Beelzebub, was nearly depleted. Surzex placed a hand on Ajuka's shoulder, channeling his own power into him, then handed him a vial of replenishing potion. Ajuka quickly downed the potion, the combined energy flowing into the barrier, reinforcing it. 10 minutes passed. The barrier flickered, threatening to collapse. The devils, panting heavily, their energy reserves drained, stared intently at the spot where Haru had stood, the dust cloud slowly beginning to dissipate. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 145, that's right, I'm not Baal. Drop some power stones, gemstone. The combined might of the Devil Elders' attack had shattered the very fabric of space within the barrier. Seeing this, the Elders, now panting from exhaustion, exchanged triumphant grins. It seems Duke Valefor still has some fight left in him. Not at all. Amon's attack earlier was practically Malevel. He took our full combined assault head-on, without even trying to defend himself. Devil King or not, even the biblical god fell to such power. Confident that their attacks had landed, the Elders within the barrier roared with laughter. I have a proposal, Baimon said. It's been a while since we had a proper gathering. Let's celebrate later. Excellent idea. I'll have the low-class devils prepare everything. 10 minutes. We'll have a feast. Their laughter died in their throats as the dust settled, and the scene within the barrier became clear. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through the arena, dispersing the dust cloud. And there, standing unharmed, an annoyed expression on his face, yawning, stood Haru. No way. The Elders stared at him in disbelief, their faces contorted in shock. They were the elite of the underworld, nearly half of the 72 pillars, along with several extra demons of comparable power. Most were veterans of the ancient war against the biblical god, angels, and fallen angels. Each one a seasoned warrior, a survivor of countless battles. Their combined attack had shattered the spatial barrier reinforced by two super devil beings, Ajuka and Surzex. Their power had surpassed even the force that had slain the biblical god. And yet, Haru stood unharmed, not a scratch on him, not even a tear in his clothes. A heavy silence filled the hall. 10 minutes are up, I believe, Haru said, his voice cold. He stretched, his neck cracking, as a dark, ominous aura began to spread across the arena, the great summoning of hell. Suddenly, a voice from among the Elders cried out, he's not the Devil King. He's an imposter. That's right. The Devil King Baal couldn't possibly be this strong. Surzex-sama. Beelzebub-sama. This man is a fake. He's infiltrated our ranks under false pretenses. He must have some sinister motive. While the first elder may have genuinely suspected Haru's identity, the others were simply seizing the opportunity, hoping to force the four great Satans, who stood outside the barrier, to intervene. They believed that the Mao, at the very least, would protect them from Haru. Perhaps they could even convince them to eliminate him. Then, they would retain their positions of power, their status as noble, pure-blooded devils, continuing their reign over the underworld. So, they doubled down on their lie, desperate to convince the Mao. Haru grinned, his expression turning predatory. You're right. I'm not Baal. The Elders' faces lit up with triumphant joy. Their desperate gamble had paid off. With this revelation, the Mao would surely join forces and eliminate this impostor. They looked expectantly towards the four great Satans. A minute passed. Ajuka and Surzex were busy chugging replenishing potions, as if competing in a drinking contest. Seraphal, clinging to Sona, who had somehow appeared on the platform, trembled, refusing to even look at Haru. Falbium, the bald Mao, had donned an eye mask and was snoring loudly on Asmodeus's throne. Haru let out a low chuckle, his voice laced with malice. Come forth, Platinum Star. Come forth, Sword of Salvation. A brilliant, platinum gold blade materialized above Haru's head, then ascended rapidly. A massive mandala flower, its golden petals radiating an overwhelming holy aura, unfolded across the sky of the underworld dimension, replacing the usual crimson hue with a dazzling, golden light. Countless divine artifacts emerged from the mandala formation, filling the sky. The Elders, their eyes wide with terror, stared at Haru, his wicked grin sending shivers down their spines. They felt the immense pressure of the holy power above, a force beyond their comprehension. I yield. I acknowledge you as Emperor. As the rightful ruler of the devils. Me too. We'll give you anything you want. Ravel. I'm Ravel's father. Haru-sama. Please, for Ravel's sake, spare me. Haru stroked his chin, seeming to consider the man's plea. Then, with a sigh of resignation, he turned and walked towards the dragon throne. The Elders, relieved, collapsed to the ground, their faces etched with a mixture of joy and lingering fear. But in the eyes of some, a darker emotion flickered, resentment. This wasn't over. Haru sat down on the throne, his voice calm. 10. Countless divine artifacts, transformed into bolts of holy lightning, descended like divine retribution. 9. The holy light pierced the bodies of the devils, including the men who claimed to be Ravel's father. 8. Dozens of artifacts impaled each devil, their bodies riddled with wounds. There's no need to continue, Haru said, a cruel smile twisting his lips. Surzex and Ajuka froze, their expressions shifting as they realized the implications of the Elders' deaths. Just as they were about to intervene, A figure materialized behind Haru, clad in gold and silver, his green skin shimmering. Osiris, one of the Egyptian gods, the god of the underworld. Death Servant. Haru commanded. A faint green light enveloped the bodies of the dead devils. As the four great Satans watched in shock, the devils slowly rose, their eyes filled with resentment as they looked at Haru's impassive face. Then, they knelt, their foreheads touching the ground in submission. The resurrected elders understood instantly the nature of Death Servant. Those slain and revived by its power became immortal servants, bound to obey their master's every command for all eternity. Even without knowing the specifics of the authority, Surzex and Ajuka knew, the underworld now belonged to Haru. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, The Nature of Beings. Drop some power stones. Gemstone. Preparations for the integration of the three factions had begun a month earlier. The angels, bound by their faith in the biblical God, had readily submitted to Liala, Rama, the messianic son of God. Even the system, the God's own artifact, had recognized Liala as the savior. The angels, especially the lower and mid-ranking ones, along with the church's followers, had no reason to doubt. Indoctrinated by their faith, they had pledged their allegiance to Liala the moment they felt his divine presence. And Liala, a divine ancestor bound to Haru by the power of the Sword of Salvation, naturally obeyed Haru's every command. Azazel, though a lecher who had fallen from heaven for the sake of carnal pleasures, possessed remarkably keen insight. He discerned Haru's approximate power level with a single glance and even identified the general nature of the goddess Haru had brought from the Campione world, a testament to his exceptional perception. Therefore, after declaring the fallen angels' acceptance of Haru's leadership, Azazel had returned to their headquarters, first assisting Athena with the integration process, then relinquishing his position as Governor-General to Barakiel, the fallen angel cadre closest to Haru. Azazel, recognizing the vast difference in power, knew resistance would only lead to the fallen angels' annihilation. He chose cooperation, strategically securing the best possible outcome for his faction. The devils, however, remained their usual stubborn selves. While the angels and fallen angels were nearing the final stages of integration, the Devil Society continued as if nothing had changed. Even with Surzex's direct orders, they remained uncooperative. As one of the three factions, the Devils possessed a well-established social structure, the four-mouse system, and a strong sense of racial identity, pure-blood supremacy. Merging with their sworn enemies, the angels and fallen angels, they'd sooner use Surzex's orders as toilet paper. After all, the current Mao were essentially elected officials, like presidents. If they displeased the 72 pillars, the true power brokers of the underworld, they could easily be replaced. Their insubordination had become increasingly blatant throughout the month. Athena, tasked with overseeing the integration, had finally lost her patience. Knowing Haru possessed the death servant authority from Marquis Vauban, she enacted a plan to eliminate the uncooperative devil elders. Surzex had suspected Haru intended to use the young devils gathering to exert his authority and force the integration through intimidation. But the death servant authority, that was unexpected. Haru had effectively centralized power within the Devil Society, establishing absolute control. While this would streamline the underworld's governance, the thought of attending meetings with an audience of immortal corpses filled the four great Satans with dread. Haru, having dealt with the rebellious elders, casually delegated the remaining integration tasks to Surzex and the others, skipping the young devils' friendly competition altogether. He'd had enough of the underworld's political games. That night, in the luxurious room provided by the Gremory clan, Haru slept soundly. Creak. Haru's eyes snapped open. Since achieving sagehood, Haru no longer required sleep. It wasn't a necessity for restoring energy, but a habit. The slightest sound would rouse him, so the creak of the opening door instantly drew his attention. A girl with long, white hair and a pair of adorable white cat ears, dressed in a pristine white kimono, peeked into the room, Kaneko Tuju. Her white tail swayed rhythmically behind her, like grass in a gentle breeze. Haru's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Kaneko approach, her face flushed, a seductive look in her eyes, her body swaying slightly as she walked. Meow. Standing before his bed, her cheeks flushed, she let out a soft, inviting purr. Then, with a slightly dazed expression, as if intoxicated, she leaped onto the bed, straddling Haru, and slowly began to undress. Haru watched her silently. As Kaneko removed her kimono, tossing it aside, her soft, pale body was revealed. A nekasha. This world has such a rare yukai species as well. A cool, ethereal voice echoed beside Haru's ear. Athena, her silver hair shimmering, her dark eyes, vertical pupils like a cat's, fixed on Kaneko, materialized beside him. What's going on? I didn't do anything to trigger her heat cycle, did I? Haru murmured, his eyes narrowing. Nekasho, a type of high-class yukai capable of manipulating natural energy through senjutsu, were known for their feline traits. In fact, they were believed to be an evolved form of cats, hence the name, Nekasho, the cat spirit. Sharing similar characteristics, they also shared the biological functions of cats, including heat cycles. But Kaneko was still young, her first heat shouldn't be for a while. And triggering it prematurely required a surge in mating desires. But Kaneko was always so stoic and reserved around him, her only displays of emotion being looks of disdain at his perverted antics. This didn't seem like a case of her desires getting the better of her. Athena reached out, her finger gently probing Kaneko's open mouth, touching her tongue. Black, divine energy flowed into Kaneko, tracing the source of her unusual behavior. After a moment, Athena's eyes narrowed slightly, a look of surprise on her face. Two bloodlines. One is Nekasha, the other. Devil. The devil bloodline is unusually active. A conflict. Is the Nekasha bloodline resisting? That would explain her current state. Haru's eyes widened in realization. The great summoning of hell he'd used earlier amplified demonic energy. And immediately after, he'd unleashed the Sword of Salvation, a weapon specifically designed to destroy devils. Kaneko, having witnessed both, had experienced a surge in her devil bloodline, followed by a powerful threat to it. This double stimulus had triggered an early maturation, forcing her into her first heat cycle. Haru looked at Kaneko, now rubbing against his leg, his eyes narrowing. A Nekasha in this state had a significantly increased chance of conception. But for an underage Nekasha, pregnancy meant death, for both mother and child. Haru stared at Kaneko, his face troubled, caught in a difficult predicament. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 147, Nikomata Mating Season. Drop some power stones gemstone. The following day, in the Gremory Mansion's living room, Rias, Akino, Asia, Zenobia observed the scene on the sofa in silence. Haru sat there, dark circles under his eyes, a look of unfulfilled desire on his face. The reason was obvious. Curled up in his arms was a small, alluring figure. Meow. Kaneko, her white cat ears twitching, purred contentedly, her arms wrapped tightly around Haru's neck, her tail entwined around a certain part of his anatomy. She nuzzled his cheek, her tongue darting out to lick his face, a seductive blush coloring her cheeks. If she were actually a cat, Haru could have ignored her behavior. But a Nekasha in this state, it was hard to resist. So, Haru had indulged, focusing on activities that wouldn't result in pregnancy. After all, the resourceful Haru had numerous techniques at his disposal. But even after a night of passionate activity, Kaneko showed no signs of calming down. Her blood still boiled, her body still thrummed with desire. Had Athena not intervened, Haru might have lost control. Now, he sat there, exhausted, the dark circles under his eyes a testament to his self-restraint. What happened? Why is Kaneko like this? She was fine yesterday, Rias asked, rubbing her temples. I don't know, Bucho. Does anyone know? Asia asked, her eyes filled with a mixture of envy and concern as she watched Kaneko nuzzle Haru. Everyone shook their heads. Kaneko's sudden transformation was a mystery. Haru coughed awkwardly, scratching his cheek. It's because of my power. I accidentally triggered her. Nekasha cycle, early. Nekasha cycle. Asia and Zenobia echoed, their faces filled with confusion. What did Kaneko have to do with Nekasha? Cycle. I have no idea what you're talking about, Ria said, her brow furrowed. She walked over to the sofa and placed a hand on Kaneko's forehead, then on her stomach, her frown deepening. Her temperature is high, and her behavior is erratic. She seems to have lost control. But why? Oh, right. Asia and Zenobia may not know this. Kaneko was a Nekasha, a high-class yukai, before she became a devil, Rias explained, noticing their confused expressions. A Nekasha. A yukai capable of wielding senjutsu. I thought they were extinct. Even the church records list them as such. And Kaneko's fighting style, she's anything but a magic user, Zenobia exclaimed, staring at Kaneko in disbelief. Allow me to explain, Akino said, stepping forward. I'll tell you why she abandoned her senjutsu talent and chose to focus on physical combat. Years ago, a high-class devil discovered two orphan Nikomata sisters and took the older one, Kuroka, as his servant, recognizing her immense potential. But Kuroka's power grew far beyond anyone's expectations. Within a few years, she reached ultimate class levels. She was consumed by her power, though. She killed her master and became a stray devil, one of the most dangerous, at that. She annihilated every devil sent to capture her and remains at large to this day. Eventually, the devil elders decided to stop pursuing Kuroka, to prevent further losses, and instead held Kaneko, the younger sister, responsible. She was sentenced to death. That's horrible. It wasn't even Kaneko's fault, Asia said, tears welling up in her eyes. My brother, Surzex, intervened. He argued that Kaneko was too young to be held accountable, that Kuroka alone was responsible, and convinced the elders to release her into my care. She became my rook, Rias explained, gently stroking Kaneko's head. Meow. Kaneko purred, nuzzling Rias's hand. She must have been terrified of becoming like her sister, of being consumed by her power. That's why she suppressed her Nekasha bloodline. Which led to this. The group looked at Kaneko, now acting like a normal cat, and fell silent. So, what exactly is this special cycle? Asia asked, remembering the term Haru had used. Haru sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. It's like an animal's mating season. I accidentally triggered it early. The others stared at him, their expressions conveying a clear message, accidentally. Sure. Haru's reputation among them was less than stellar. Rias, her frown deepening, pulled her hand away from Kaneko. Kaneko, unfazed, continued to nuzzle Haru. Is there no way to reverse it? This can't continue, Akino said, her voice laced with concern. There is a way, Haru said, stroking his chin. We just need to call her sister. Are you crazy? Rias exclaimed, staring at Haru in disbelief. That's Kuroka. A stray devil. A dangerous criminal who killed her own master. Do you really think she'd come here to help her sister? Risk being captured by the devils, just to save the sister she abandoned. Haru looked at Rias, a flicker of embarrassment in his eyes. He couldn't exactly explain that Kuroka, despite her actions, was fiercely protective of her younger sister. That she'd killed her master because he'd threatened Kaneko's life. Just then, a magic circle appeared in the room. Everyone's eyes widened as they recognized the sigil at its center, the crest of the old Mao Lucifer. And currently, there was only one known descendant of the old Mao Lucifer, Vala Lucifer, the half-devil, half-human white dragon emperor. The magic circle glowed brighter, and a figure materialized. The newcomer, seeing Kaneko's state in Haru's arms, gasped in surprise. Chiron. What's going on? Why is she in heat so early? Ahead of the rest. Chapter 148, Chapter 148, Kinky. Drop some power stones, gemstone. Haru's eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in them, as he focused on the newcomer. A young woman, 17 or 18, dressed in a black kimono that revealed ample cleavage and long, slender legs, as if she were flaunting her beauty to the world. Despite the revealing attire, she exuded an aura of both seductive allure and innocent charm. A pair of black cat ears perched atop her head, two black tails swaying playfully behind her. Her appearance was strikingly similar to Kaneko's. Haru's voice was soft, almost a murmur. Kuroka. The cat-eared girl grinned, licking her hand like a cat. That's right. I'm the adorable and powerful Kuroka, Naya. It wasn't just her appearance. Every movement, every word, every gesture radiated a captivating charm, rivaling even that of a nine-tailed fox. Kuroka. The stray devil. Rias's eyes widened as she recognized the name. Having been entrusted with Kaneko's care, she knew about her older sister. Kuroka, the ultimate-class stray devil, wielder of magic, fallen angel techniques, and Yukai Senjutsu, a powerful and dangerous Nekasha. Lightning crackled in Akino's hand as she glared at Kuroka, her body tense. Zenobia and Yuto, one with Durandal, the other with his sword, mirrored Akino's wary stance. Asia scurried behind them, a faint green light emanating from her, twilight healing, ready to be deployed at a moment's notice. Why did you arrive through the old Mao Lucifer's teleportation circle? Rias demanded, her voice sharp. Valley invited me. I joined his little, monster hunting club. Naya. Kuroka's gaze was fixed on Kaneko as she answered, seemingly unconcerned by Rias's question. She started walking towards Kaneko. Whoosh. A blast of power of destruction struck the ground before Kuroka, the impact creating a sizzling crater. I won't let you get near her, Rias's voice rang out, cold and unwavering. Bucho, let her come closer. Kaneko's voice was weak but firm as she looked at Rias. Rias, seeing Kaneko's unwavering gaze, hesitated, then dissipated the demonic energy in her hand. Akino's lightning faded, and Zenobia and Yuto lowered their swords, though their grips remained tight. Kuroka approached Kaneko, her two tails swaying playfully before her sister's face, capturing Kaneko's attention. Cats, after all, were easily distracted by moving objects. Kuroka grinned. I can tell you're in heat, Chiron. You want that man's genes, desperately, don't you, Naya? Meow. Kaneko, completely captivated by the swaying tails, nodded instinctively, a soft purr escaping her lips. Then, she froze, her face flushing crimson. It's none of your business. Get out of here. Oh, did I hit a nerve? Someone's embarrassed, Naya. Kuroka's grin widened as she winked at Haru. Then, her expression shifted. She leaned in, sniffing Kaneko, her cheek, her lips, her chest, her legs, and finally, her nose hovering over Kaniko's rear, her voice filled with shock, her usual Naya completely forgotten. What's that scent? What is that? Kaniko froze, her mind replaying the places Kuroka had just sniffed, the memories of last night flooding back. Her face burned. She bit down hard on Haru's arm. The others stared at them, bewildered. What was going on? What was wrong with Kaniko? So, which one was it? Kuroka's eyes were vacant, her voice trembling, her body shaking. Meow. Kaniko's fur bristled, her tail lashing out. She was about to lash out with her claws, but seeing the vacant look in Kuroka's eyes, she hesitated, then nodded slowly. Kuroka's face darkened. She glared at Haru. When, she asked, her voice cold. Last night, Haru replied, realizing what Kuroka was getting at. Those were the places he'd focused on last night. Kuroka's eyes widened. She dropped to her knees, her hands pressing against Kaniko's stomach, channeling her Yukai energy. Kaniko looked at Kuroka in confusion, then, seeing the tears streaming down her sister's face, she froze. Why are you crying? Chiron. I should have taken you with me. I thought you'd be safe here, with the devils, but... Kuroka's voice cracked, her sobs echoing through the room. Safe? Kaniko stared at her, stunned. She hadn't abandoned her. What do you mean? Rias asked, seizing the opportunity to question the distraught Kuroka. An underage Nekisho can't have sex. If they do, they'll die, after 10 months. Kuroka sobbed. Everyone's gaze turned to Haru. There was no mistaking who was responsible. They glared at him, their faces dark. I made a deal with Surzex. I thought she'd be safe here, until she came of age, but... Kuroka's voice was filled with regret as she looked at Kaniko. Her hands pulsed with energy. Surzex made a deal with you? Kaniko asked, her voice laced with surprise. Don't talk. Don't talk now. I'm going to try and force it out. Hold your breath. Don't talk, Kuroka said, her voice urgent. Force it out. Kaniko's eyes widened in horror. No. Stop. Sister, stop. Pop. Kuroka sighed in relief. Thank goodness. I made it in time. She looked at Kaniko's terrified expression and frowned. When you're older, you can have as much as you want. Why the long face now, Naya? Then, her nose twitched, and she looked at Kaniko's rear, her brow furrowing in confusion. But, it didn't come from there. Her eyes narrowed, and she grinned mischievously, her tail twitching. My, Chiron. Someone's kinky, Naya. Everyone froze. Even the slowest among them understood Kuroka's meaning. They looked at Haru and Kaniko, their eyes filled with amusement. Just then, the old Mao Lucifer's teleportation circle on the floor glowed to life. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 149, Ophis. Drop some power stones, gemstone. As Kuroka teased Kaniko, a faint glow emanated from the old Mao Lucifer's teleportation circle, which still lingered on the floor. A petite figure materialized, a young woman with long, raven-black hair and delicate, otherworldly features. Her expression, however, was vacant, like a doll's. Dressed in a black, Gothic-style dress, a playful purple ribbon tied at her back, a purple lace ornament adorning her forehead, she radiated a strange, unsettling aura. Despite her small stature, the girl's presence filled the room, the very air around her seeming to ripple and distort under some unseen pressure. She was a vision of captivating beauty, a presence that should have commanded attention, yet no one, except for Haru, seemed to notice her. Their gazes passed over her as if she were a ghost, her image failing to register in their eyes. The moment she appeared, Haru had enveloped the entire Gremory mansion in his authority of heaven and earth, but it had no effect on her. The authority of heaven and earth, which manipulated atmospheric energy to achieve various supernatural feats, was Haru's primary method of detecting his surroundings. But now, this crucial ability had failed. The natural energies he commanded flowed through the girl as if she were empty space, his senses unable to grasp her presence. If not for his enhanced Campione instincts and heightened senses, he wouldn't have even noticed her arrival. Since she appeared, the girl's gaze had been fixed on Haru, her expression unchanging, her eyes devoid of any discernible emotion, no hostility, no malice, no curiosity, nothing. Haru, looking at the impassive girl, his eyes narrowed slightly, a sigh escaping his lips. I never thought I'd actually meet you. Ophis. In the world of High School DxD, there were only two beings, no, two dragons, capable of eluding his senses. Great Red, the Apocalypse Dragon, who roamed the dimensional gap. And now, standing before him, the Ouroboros dragon, Ophis, the infinite dragon god, said to possess unlimited power. Ophis. Rias's eyes widened in alarm. Oops, I almost forgot, Naya, Kuroka said, lightly slapping her forehead. You were asking why I came here, right? Our dragon god wanted to meet Haru, Naya, that's all. The others' faces paled, their pupils constricting as their bodies pulsed with uncontrolled magical energy. Only Haru can see her. Akino's hands crackled with lightning as she darted around the room, conjuring purple magic circles, amplifying her senses. Zenobia and Yuto gripped their swords, their eyes scanning the room, searching for any sign of Ophis, protectively surrounding Asia. But their efforts were futile. There was no trace of her in the room. As the minutes ticked by, beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads. Kuroka had said Ophis was here, but despite their best efforts, they couldn't detect her presence. A sense of dread washed over them, a heavy pressure weighing on their hearts. Kuroka, watching their fear with amusement, grinned, her hand playfully petting Kaniko's head. But even the most amusing spectacle grows tiresome. Kuroka's smile faded, replaced by a look of boredom. Ophis-sama, enough with the hide-and-seek, Naya. As if a veil had been lifted, Ophis's small form shimmered into view before Haru, as if she'd been standing there all along. The others stared at her, terrified. Their gazes had crossed that spot countless times, yet they hadn't seen her. Is this the power of the strongest in the world? The difference is unimaginable. Rias's face was ashen, her lips trembling. You destroyed my snake, didn't you? Ophis asked, her voice flat, her expression unchanging. Haru blinked, then remembered. During the three-faction summit, the egg had annihilated the Ouroboros Mao descendants had consumed. And during his battle with Diodora, he'd also annihilated the demonic energy infused with Ophis's power. Could it be that those actions had drawn Ophis's attention, leading to this unexpected encounter? Vala said the Red Dragon Emperor is strong, Ophis continued, as if reading his thoughts. He suspected the Red Dragon Emperor destroyed my snake. I came to confirm. You are strong. You threaten me. A faint smile touched Ophis's lips. Haru's eyes narrowed. He activated Steel Incarnation, summoning Divine Sword of Salvation, which radiated a platinum gold light above his head. This is what threatens me. More so than Great Red. It's a dragon-slaying weapon, isn't it? Ophis's eyes lit up as she looked at Divine Sword of Salvation, seemingly oblivious to the killing intent radiating from it. Ophis could sense the power to end her life within Divine Sword of Salvation was both coincidence and fate. Divine Sword of Salvation, the most powerful divine artifact in the Campione world, was designed to slay immortal Earth Mother goddesses, and in Campione, Earth Mothers were often represented by winged serpents, dragons. After admiring Divine Sword of Salvation for a moment, Ophis turned her gaze back to Haru, her eyes seemingly piercing through his physical form, seeing directly into his soul. You carry the scent of my snake. But it's weak. A pale imitation. Haru's eyes widened slightly. He raised his hands, the authorities of sky and earth swirling around them. Wind, rain, lightning, mountains, rivers, earth, and stone, the elements intertwined, forming a sphere of energy in his hand. Ophis extended her slender arm, her hand reaching towards Haru. She opened her palm. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 150, The Naive Dragon God. Drop some power stones, gemstone. Within Ophis's outstretched hand, a wisp of mist materialized. As Haru watched, the mist began to shift and change. It coalesced into a miniature replica of Haru, formed entirely of flickering flames, radiating intense heat. Then, the flames dissipated, replaced by a metallic figure. A moment later, the metal flowed and reshaped itself, becoming liquid. The miniature Haru remained, perfectly formed, but its composition changed constantly: lightning, earth, ice, wind, iron, copper, matter and energy, shifting seamlessly from one form to another. The secrets of matter and energy conversion unfolded within Ophis's hand. Ophis, her gaze fixed on Haru, her lips curved into a slight smile, spoke. I can teach you. Haru's eyes narrowed. He focused his power, a wave of terrifying killing intent washing over Ophis, the air in the room growing heavy with tension. Rias and the others felt a chill run down their spines, their bodies tensing as they sensed the clash of auras between Haru and Ophis. If these two, among the most powerful beings in the world, decided to fight here, they would be caught in the crossfire. Kaniko, still clinging to Haru, shivered, her body stiffening as the opposing forces pressed down on her. Caught between Haru and Ophis, she bore the brunt of their power struggle. Moreover, as a Nekisho, her senses were particularly attuned to the fluctuations of natural energy. Her fur stood on end, a clear sign of the immense pressure she was under. The playful smirk vanished from Kuroka's face. She struggled to channel her demonic energy, a process that normally took mere moments now feeling like an eternity. After a full minute, she finally managed to gather enough power to activate a teleportation spell, grabbing Kaniko and flashing to Rias's side. Kuroka's hands trembled as she held Kaniko, her own Nekasha instinct screaming at her to flee. She looked at Haru and Ophis, her voice filled with a mix of fear and awe. Holy crap. I almost died, just from the pressure. Those two are monsters. The moment Kaneko was out of his arms, Haru moved, his hands reaching for Ophis's waist. Rias and the others, anticipating a battle, crouched, preparing to leap away from the impending chaos. Haru's hands reached Ophis, sliding around her back to lift her into his arms. Ophis tilted her head, looking at Haru with a puzzled expression. What are you doing? You're cute. I just wanted to hold you, Haru grinned, nuzzling Ophis's small form. Oh. Ophis simply nodded and settled comfortably in his lap. Thud. 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 The others, caught off guard, stumbled and fell. Akino glared at Haru, her face dark. TCH. Rias sighed, shaking her head. He's hopeless. Wow, Haru, even the dragon god isn't safe from your clutches. Impressive, Kuroka said, one arm around Kaneko, the other rubbing her bruised rear. Want to learn? Ophis asked, looking up at Haru, seemingly unfazed by his wandering hands. Haru's voice was laced with excitement. Yes. He was, a being driven by obsession. He was obsessed with women and with enhancing his own power. Procreation and evolution, the primal instincts of all life. And Ophis's ability to manipulate matter and energy was a key element he needed to further his own evolution. Help me reclaim the silence, and I'll teach you. For the first time, a flicker of emotion, excitement, crossed Ophis's face. The silence. What's that? Rias asked Kuroka, her brow furrowed. I have no idea, Naya. I only joined the Cows Brigade recently. How would I know what the dragon god is thinking? Kuroka shrugged. Haru knew exactly what Ophis meant. At the dawn of creation, Ophis, the primordial dragon god, had roamed the dimensional gap, a realm of pure nothingness. She called this state of being the silence. But as the world evolved, the true dragon emerged, Great Red, the apocalypse dragon, the dragon of dragons, a being of immense power who claimed the dimensional gap as his own, driving Ophis out. Defeated and exiled, Ophis had been searching for a way to reclaim her home, wandering the world, seeking the power to defeat Great Red. And now, Haru's sword of salvation seemed to offer that hope. Sensing the familiar essence of matter and energy manipulation within Haru, a distorted echo of her own snake, she had revealed herself, offering a deal. Agreed, Haru said, after a moment's thought. Ophis opened her hand, the miniature Haru reappearing, shifting and changing form. Learn. Haru stared at her, dumbfounded. What did she mean? Learn, Ophis repeated, tilting her head, a puzzled look on her face. You're telling me to learn just by watching. Like this. Haru's eye twitched. Ophis nodded, her hand extended towards him. Don't you have a manual or something? Haru asked, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Manual. What's that? Haru covered his face. He remembered reading about Ophis's personality, innocent, naive, pure. But this was a bit much. If manipulating matter and energy was this easy, he wouldn't have bothered coming here. He had access to the complete rules of the Campione. World within the Dirac heart, the egg. But those rules were so complex, requiring millennia to comprehend, because of that. He'd sought out the power of God and Ophis as a shortcut. He stared at Ophis, his face a mask of exasperation. Forget it. I'll figure it out myself. Looking at the clueless dragon god in his arms, a mischievous grin spread across Haru's face. He snapped his fingers, tearing open a rift in space. He and Ophis tumbled into the void. Kuroka, watching them disappear, frowned. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 151, That Damned Cat. A dimly lit, damp underground temple, illuminated by scattered candles, their flickering flames casting long, dancing shadows. Massive stone pillars, over 1,000 in number, supported the weight of the earth above. Each pillar was carved with the symbol of the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, representing the cycle of infinity. A temple dedicated to Ophis, the infinite dragon god. At the center of the temple, on a circular stone platform, sat Ophis on an ancient stone throne, eyes closed, seemingly in deep meditation. Are they here yet? A deep, masculine voice echoed from Ophis's lips. The flickering candlelight revealed the figure standing below, a young man with silver, spiky hair and sharp features, dressed in a black trench coat, Vala Lucifer. He leaned against one of the pillars, his voice laced with impatience. Biko, we still have a minute before Kuroka's supposed to arrive. Just be patient. Vala's heart pounded in his chest. This temple, built to honor Ophis and used as a meeting place, was one of the Cows Brigade's main bases. The Cows Brigade was comprised of many factions, one of them, the Old Mao factions, descendants of the four great Satans, decimated by Haru. They were effectively out of the picture. The Hero faction, a group of humans descended from legendary heroes, now controlled this territory. Vala's position was awkward. And it was made even more so by the fact that he'd misplaced the Cows Brigade's leader, Ophis. Having a somewhat amicable relationship with Ophis, and having learned of her desire to meet Haru, Valley had agreed to help. He'd asked his friend, Biko, a descendant of Sun Wukong, to use his 72 transformations to impersonate Ophis, while Valley and Kuroka escorted the real Ophis to the Gremory mansion. They'd agreed to meet back here in 20 minutes. But time was running out. If he stayed any longer, he risked arousing the Hero faction's suspicion. Valley and Biko exchanged anxious glances, their eyes fixed on the teleportation circle in the corner of the temple. Then, the appointed time arrived. But Kuroka and Ophis were nowhere to be seen. Valley's heart sank. He was trapped in the Hero faction's headquarters, and if his deception was discovered, he would face their full wrath. And at this critical moment, Ophis, the naive dragon god, was one thing, but Kuroka, the cunning Nekasha, how could she fail him like this? That damned cat. Valley muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, in the Gremory mansion, Kuroka was relentlessly teasing a blushing Kaneko, the younger girl's frustrated cries echoing through the hall. Kuroka suddenly sneezed, then, after a brief pause, resumed her torment of Kaneko. I'm going insane. Biko, his face transformed into Ophis's, sat on the throne with a look of utter misery. Though he shared Sun Wukong's mischievous nature and had eagerly agreed to Vala's plan, impersonating Ophis to fool the Cows Brigade, Ophis usually sat in perfect stillness on the central throne. And they expected him, a hyperactive monkey, to impersonate a statue. He'd managed for 10 minutes, but now, his ADHD was kicking in. Valley, let's go for a walk, he suggested. If Ophis suddenly decided to take a stroll, it shouldn't arouse too much suspicion, right? Fine, Valley agreed, his face grim. And it's a good opportunity to escape. I doubt Kuroka's coming back. Just then, a deep voice echoed from the temple entrance. Ophis-sama, are you within? Yes, Chow Chow-sama. But Vala-sama is also present, a guard replied. It's fine. Open the doors, Chow Chow commanded. Vala's eyes widened. He looked at Biko, who stared back in disbelief. Get back on the throne. Now. Remember the expression I showed you, Ophis's expression. And don't you dare screw this up. Are you kidding me? Of all times. Biko groaned, but he quickly composed himself, forcing his face into an impassive mask as he sat on the throne, his head slightly bowed. The doors slowly opened. A man with a dignified face and neatly styled black hair, dressed in traditional black hanfu, entered the temple. Vala's eyes narrowed. Damn it, it's Chow Chow. Chow Chow. A name familiar to anyone who knew Chinese history. The ambitious warlord from the Three Kingdoms era, whose exploits were chronicled in countless stories and legends. The Hero faction, a group descended from legendary heroes and warriors, and this man, their leader, was no exception. He was a direct descendant of Chow Chow, bearing not only his bloodline but also his name. Chow Chow's arrival was the worst-case scenario. As the Hero faction's leader, his presence meant their entire leadership had likely returned to this base. For Valley and Biko, hoping to escape unnoticed, this was a disaster. Their hearts pounded as Chow Chow approached. Ignoring Valley, Chow Chow walked directly to the throne, giving a curt nod to Ophis before speaking. Ophis-sama, we require more of your serpents. Our supply is dwindling. Ophis looked at Chow Chow, then slowly raised a hand. A flash of light, and a pile of Ouroboros serpents appeared before Chow Chow. Chow Chow took the serpents, his face impassive, and turned to leave. As the doors began to close, his expression changed. He'd been so focused on the serpents that he'd almost overlooked the flash of light from Ophis's hand. Ophis's power usually manifested silently, without any visible display. And Ophis herself always radiated an overwhelming aura of power. Something was wrong. He spun around, smashing his fist through the temple doors. But the room was empty. Chow Chow's face darkened as he saw the faint glow of the teleportation circle in the corner. He turned to the Hero faction members who had gathered at the sound of the explosion. Valley has taken Ophis. Pursue them. Now. Meanwhile, a teleportation circle materialized on a desolate mountain in the underworld. Valley and Biko stumbled out. Biko immediately summoned his Kintoan, grabbing Valley as they soared into the sky. Move. Move. They'll be right behind us. Head for Gremory territory. They'll pay for this. Lead the Hero faction there. Vala's voice was cold, his face grim. Biko's eyes blazed with fury. Gladly. And we'll settle the score with that Red Dragon Emperor and that damned Nekasha while we're at it. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, Pure Ophis. Haru, holding Ophis, materialized within the Lord's chamber of the desolate underworld city, the heart of the great summoning of hell. Despite the abrupt change in scenery, Ophis's expression remained unchanged, vacant, emotionless. Since the dawn of creation, Ophis had existed, her power far surpassing any being in the High School DxD world, angel, fallen angel, devil, yokai, god, or dragon. Her only defeat had been at the hands of Great Red, the Apocalypse Dragon. And this unparalleled strength was precisely what allowed Ophis to maintain her innocent, naive nature. After all, against any enemy, any scheme, any challenge, she only needed to unleash a fraction of her power to crush them utterly. No need for strategy, no need for concern, just pure, overwhelming force. Millennia of effortless victories had ingrained this mindset. If Haru proved troublesome, she would simply annihilate him. But Ophis had forgotten one crucial detail. It was only recently that she'd adopted her current, lowly form. Few would be attracted to her past form. A beautiful young girl, however, that was a different story. Unable to grasp the implications of her current appearance, its allure to certain individuals, the innocent Ophis, facing human desire for the first time, was completely unprepared. She looked at Haru, a puzzled expression on her face, as he undressed her, her body unresisting. Only when he reached the final layer of clothing did she tilt her head, her gaze meeting his. "Is this how you learn my snake? Mating?" Haru froze, his hands hovering over his shirt buttons. He looked at Ophis, her innocence both endearing and terrifying. "You know about that?" he asked cautiously. "I've seen it. During my travels." Ophis's voice was flat, emotionless. "This is bad." Haru's eyes narrowed, his body tensing, preparing for a fight. Ophis tilted her head again, her brow furrowing slightly. "Why are you on guard? Continue." Haru stared at her, dumbfounded. Continue? What did she mean, continue? Then, he understood. Ophis, in her millennia of wandering, had likely witnessed countless acts of animal procreation. But she probably hadn't participated. Hurry and learn. "I want to return to the silence," Ophis said, her voice indifferent, confirming Haru's suspicions. A sly grin spread across Haru's face. He leaned in and kissed her. Ophis's eyes widened slightly as she felt the warm blood flowing from between her legs. "This feels strange." Haru, watching Ophis's slightly flushed cheeks, felt a surge of satisfaction. "All right, egg. Let's begin. But don't hurt her." An endless stream of negative energy flowed into Ophis, connecting with her through their point of contact, analyzing her very being. The secrets of matter and energy conversion flowed into Haru's soul. Like a lit fuse, the Dirac heart, the egg, within Haru's soul's cape, nestled between the boundless earth and the infinite sky, began to vibrate. The golden core within Haru's center, 3 inches below his navel, vanished, reappearing within his soul's cape. The core resonated with the egg. Thump. 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 The vibrations intensified, and the core began to expand. 1 meter, 50 meters, 500 meters. As its diameter increased, cracks appeared on its surface. The cracks widened, and then, with a resounding boom, the core shattered, releasing a torrent of energy that filled the soul's cape. The sky and earth authorities within the core transformed into a yin-yang symbol, spinning rapidly. Haru's face paled, his aura weakening, his power plummeting to the level of an ordinary human. The egg pulsed, appearing at the center of the yin-yang, then, with another pulse, it drew in the scattered energy of the core, forming a massive sphere around itself. The sphere began to glow, the light intensifying until it resembled a miniature sun. The boundless earth and the infinite sky within the soul's cape converged upon the miniature sun, enveloping it like a dumpling's filling. A sphere resembling the primordial Earth, a barren, earthen-colored planet, formed. Initially, the planet was a swirling mass of energy, then it solidified, and finally, with a sudden tremor, it materialized. A planet, like a miniature Earth, had been created within Haru's soul's cape. The Dirac heart, acting as its core, pulsed, initiating nuclear fusion. Light and heat radiated outwards as the planet began to rotate slowly. As the planet spun, Haru's aura began to fade, his presence diminishing until he, like Ophis, existed within the world, yet was also separate from it, a state of perfect silence. Haru looked at the barren, lifeless planet within his soul's cape and grimaced. He was one step away from transforming his soul into the planet's will. But this step, there were no shortcuts. Haru cleaned up the aftermath and, carrying the sleeping Ophis, left the underworld city. Ria sat on the sofa, glaring at Kuroka, who was relentlessly teasing Kaneko. "That's enough, Kuroka. Look at what you've done to my Kaneko-chan." Kuroka dodged Kaneko's weak attempt to swat her, a mischievous grin on her face. "No way, Naya. I haven't teased Chiron in 10 years. I need to make up for lost time. Boom. The roof of the Gremory mansion exploded. Two figures hovered in the air above. One, clad in white armor with azure wings, was Vala Lucifer in his balance breaker. The other, standing on a golden cloud, wearing a golden circlet and ancient armor, wielding a golden staff with red trim, was Biko. Both looked battered and bruised, their eyes blazing with fury as they scanned the group below. Biko's face turned crimson as he spotted Kuroka. He raised his staff, his voice a roar. You deceitful cat. Prepare to die. Just then, Vala shouted, Biko, behind you. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 153, Chapter 153, Farewell. Just then, a bowling ball-sized sphere of golden light hurtled past Vala's face. His eyes widened. Biko, behind you. Biko, mid-swing, his staff aimed at Kuroka, jolted. The Kintoan beneath his feet shuddered, and he twisted his body, trying to evade the incoming attack. The golden sphere, radiating an ominous aura, adjusted its trajectory, striking Biko in the side. Crack. Despite focusing all his power on defense, Biko's spine snapped. He was thrown from the Kintoan, crashing to the floor with a resounding boom. The impact left a crater 3 meters wide and 5 meters deep. Ugh. Biko coughed up blood, his body arched in pain. I was careless. He snarled, glaring at the figure that had materialized on one of the hall's support pillars, Chow Chow. Vala's divine dividing flared as he landed beside Biko, facing off against Chow Chow. Kuroka's playful smile vanished. She stared at Chow Chow, her fur bristling. That's. Rias leaped to her feet, her eyes fixed on the weapon in Chow Chow's hand, a spear pulsing with a faint, divine aura. A chill ran down her spine. Instinct screamed danger. You sense it too, don't you, Rias, Naya? Kuroka's voice was grim. That's the most powerful Longinus, the true Longinus. The true Longinus. The name alone didn't convey its full power, but its other name, the one whispered in hushed tones throughout the world, that spoke volumes. The Spear of Longinus. The holy spear that pierced the side of Jesus Christ. In the world of High School DxD, it was known as the true Longinus. A weapon said to be capable of piercing even a god. The ultimate Longinus. The first and most powerful god-slaying spear. The very definition of Longinus originated from this legendary artifact, a holy relic known throughout the world. Kaneko, having just recovered, tried to stand, but Kuroka swiftly knocked her unconscious. Chiron needs rest, Naya, she murmured. Asia stared at the spear, her eyes widening, a red glow emanating from them. Zenobia, seeing Asia's reaction, tackled her to the ground. Don't look at it, Asia. It's dangerous for believers. It can amplify their faith. Kiba wiped the sweat from his brow, letting out a shaky breath. Thank goodness I fell from grace. Just looking at that thing would have sent me into a frenzy back when I was a believer. Who is that? Why does he have the true Longinus? Aquino asked, her voice strained. That's Chow Chow. A direct descendant of the Three Kingdoms warlord, the wielder of the most powerful Longinus, and the leader of the hero faction. What's he doing here? Kuroka's voice was laced with panic. You're asking me. You idiot cat. This is all your fault. Valley roared, ripping off his helmet. Huh. What did I do, Naya? Kuroka looked bewildered. You were supposed to bring Ophis back 30 minutes ago. Where is she? Vala's eyes darted around the room. I got sidetracked, Naya. As for Ophis-sama, Haru took her. Kuroka mumbled sheepishly. We're doomed. Biko groaned. Their plan, using Ophis to intimidate the hero faction, had backfired spectacularly. Interesting, so Ophis isn't here. Then you have no further use. Chow Chow's voice was cold and indifferent as he looked down at them from his perch on the pillar. A golden halo, surrounded by 7 orbs of light, materialized behind him. Balance breaker. Kuroka, get everyone out of here. I'll hold him off. Recognizing Chow Chow's power-up, Vala's face paled. He slammed his helmet back on, demonic energy surging. I, who am about to awaken. Chow Chow's eyes narrowed. Horse treasure. One of the orbs surrounding him glowed. He thrust the true Longinus forward with blinding speed, the spear piercing Vala's abdomen. Fast. Vala coughed up blood, his eyes wide with shock. I used the horse treasure to reposition you. I couldn't risk letting you activate Juggernaut Drive. You were simply too slow. Kuroka's tail stood straight up. Even Valley, the strongest among them, had been defeated in one hit. She was no match for Chow Chow. She frantically channeled her magic, preparing to teleport. Female treasure. Chow Chow's eyes flicked towards Kuroka, and another orb glowed. Teleport. Kuroka shouted, her hands clasped together. Nothing happened. Teleport. Teleport. Panic edged her voice. I'm afraid that won't work. The female treasure seals the powers of the strongest female present. You're just an ordinary cat now, Chow Chow said calmly. Boom. Boom. Two attacks, Akino's lightning and Rias's power of destruction, struck where Chow Chow had been standing, creating a cloud of dust. Missed. Stay alert, they shouted. Vala's body plummeted from the sky. Clang. Metal clashed against metal. Kiba, his face grim, swung his sword at Chow Chow. But Chow Chow, with a swift parry of the true Longinus, shattered the blade. He spun, kicking Kiba in the chest, sending him flying into a wall. Chow Chow vanished, reappearing before Rias. He thrust his spear forward. Farewell, devil. Then, his expression changed. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 154, Chapter 154, such confidence, I'll have to crush it. Farewell, devil, Chow Chow said, his voice cold and indifferent as he thrust the true Longinus forward. Then, his expression changed. A crack appeared on the tip of the true Longinus. Two slender fingers emerged from the rift, gripping the spear's tip, stopping its advance. Horse treasure. Chow Chow shouted, instantly teleporting 30 meters away. He leveled the true Longinus, his eyes narrowed as he stared at the fingers emerging from the spatial rift. Chow Chow knew the power of the true Longinus, the most powerful Longinus, the first and original god-slaying spear. Even though he hadn't used its full power, his earlier attack was strong enough to obliterate a small town. And yet, it had been stopped by two fingers. Is this the reincarnation of Baal? Chow Chow knew of Haru's existence. He'd taken note of the Devil King when the old Mao faction's leaders were annihilated, though he'd only been impressed by Haru's resilience. The original Baal, according to records, was only Mao level. Even reincarnated, even wielding the boosted gear, he shouldn't be much of a threat, a typical transcendent, at best. Only the top 10 strongest transcendents in the world were worthy of Chow Chow's full attention. But the situation before him spoke volumes. This individual was powerful, very powerful, perhaps even among the top 10. After all, stopping the true Longinus with two fingers, only one person Chow Chow knew could achieve such a feat, Indra, the heavenly emperor of the Hindu pantheon, one of the top 10 strongest beings in the world, and Chow Chow's mentor in martial arts. The spatial rift widened, and Haru, holding Ophis, stepped through. He looked around at the battered and bruised devils, a smirk playing on his lips. I leave for a little while, and you all get yourselves beaten up. How pathetic. It's your fault for taking Ophis-sama, Naya, Kuroka retorted, glaring at Haru. Actually, Kuroka, I believe you're the one to blame, Akino said, her usual cheerful demeanor returning now that Haru was present. Ria sighed in relief. She had been terrified, on the verge of tears. The true Longinus, having pierced Jesus Christ, was imbued with his holy power. Light-based powers were dangerous to devils, and the concentrated big holy energy, had she been struck, she would have been gravely wounded, perhaps even fatally. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Her face hardened. Haru, beat him up. Sure. Asia, heal the injured. I'll be back in a bit, Haru said, gently placing Ophis on the ground before turning to Asia, who was still staring at the true Longinus with wide, fearful eyes. Oh okay. Asia, startled, quickly nodded and began tending to the wounded. Haru stretched his neck, his joints cracking. He looked at Chow Chow, who now held the true Longinus at the ready, a challenging glint in his eyes. Let's go, kid. Haru vanished. Chow Chow's eyes widened as he saw a massive hand descending towards him, growing larger and larger until it filled his vision. Then, everything went black. 2 kilometers away from the Gremory mansion, on a nameless mountain, Haru, his hand still clamped over Chow Chow's face, skidded to a halt. Chow Chow, released from Haru's grip, flew towards the mountainside. Just as he was about to crash, he shouted. Horse treasure. One of the orbs surrounding him glowed, and he reappeared, unharmed, standing on the mountainside, his eyes fixed on Haru. You're strong enough for me to take seriously now, he said, his voice grim. Chow Chow was confident. Against a devil, the true Longinus was a powerful weapon. Even a super devil couldn't withstand its holy power. Haru chuckled. Such confidence. I'll have to crush it. He took a step forward. Chow Chow's expression hardened. He swung the true Longinus, the halo, and its 7 orbs flaring with light. But in that instant, a wave of intense danger washed over him. His pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he summoned one of the orbs. Elephant treasure. He shot into the sky. The elephant treasure granted him the power of flight, simple, yet effective. As Chow Chow ascended, Haru vanished, reappearing where Chow Chow had been standing moments earlier. Boom. Haru's foot tapped the ground, the force of the impact shattering the earth, creating a crater hundreds of meters wide. The shockwave rippled outwards, sending trees and boulders flying like leaves in a hurricane. Cao Cao, hovering in the sky, looked down at the crater, his face pale. No demonic energy, no spiritual power, no senjutsu, a purely physical attack. What is he, a titan? Or a devil? A sudden surge of terror gripped his heart. From the depths of the crater, Haru flicked his finger. The air cracked, sending out an invisible shockwave. Pearl treasure. Cao Cao shouted, an orb appearing before him, distorting space into a swirling vortex. The shockwave reached the vortex, which rapidly absorbed the energy. The pearl treasure allowed him to absorb and redirect attacks. He could either send them elsewhere or reflect them back at their source. Facing such a powerful attack, Cao Cao naturally chose to deflect it. The shockwave, now amplified, erupted from the vortex, hurtling towards the earth. Then, Cao Cao's heart lurched. A sense of overwhelming dread washed over him, and he turned his head. A rough hand, growing larger and larger, filled his vision. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 155, Chapter 155, Checkmate. Cao Cao's hand, rough and calloused, loomed larger and larger in his vision. A hand. Before his mind could process the thought, the hand, Haru's hand, slapped him across the face. It seemed like a gentle touch, yet the impact distorted Cao Cao's face, his cheekbone crushing inwards. With a whoosh, like a spinning top, Cao Cao's body began to rotate, faster and faster, blurring into a whirlwind of motion. Spin. 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 Boom. He slammed into the ground, his body continuing to spin like a drill, boring into the earth. The smell of burning cloth filled the air as the friction between his body and the ground ignited his clothes. The spinning finally stopped as the earth's resistance slowed him down. Cao Cao lay in the crater he'd created, his body battered and bruised. Excruciating pain and searing heat coursed through him, but he was too disoriented to fully register it. His mind was a jumbled mess. Who am I? I am Cao Cao. I'm fighting. What is fighting? His normally sharp mind stuttered and stalled, like a broken machine. Haru appeared before him, holding up a single finger. What number is this? 3. No, 5. 7. Wait. How can you have 7 fingers? Cao Cao's mind snapped back into focus, the fog clearing. Ignoring the pain, he used the true Longinus as a support to push himself up. What kind of monstrous strength is that? Not even the ancient titans possessed such strength. What thing are you? He stared at Haru, his eyes wide with disbelief. Haru, watching Cao Cao's frantic outburst, stroked his chin. It's rude to call people things, you know. I'm a human, a bona fide human. A human. Instinct told Cao Cao that Haru wasn't lying. And that realization stunned him. He gripped the true Longinus, his eyes lighting up with excitement. I see, so that's it, you've reached the pinnacle of human potential. No, you've surpassed it. He looked at Haru, his gaze intense. Ever since I was a child, I've wondered what is a hero. What does it mean to be human? What are the limits of our potential, we who are so frail and weak? To find the answer, I joined the Chaos Brigade, challenged the gods, instigated conflicts, started wars. I've defeated gods and devils with the spear, my true Longinus, the most powerful sacred gear. But even with its power, I lack the confidence to face the top 10 strongest in the world. His eyes burned with passion. But you've achieved that level of power with your physical body alone. You've enhanced your human form to rival the strongest. You're a true hero, a natural-born hero of humankind. You shouldn't be wasting your time with devils, angels, and fallen angels. They're abominations, destined to be destroyed. Cao Cao extended his hand towards Haru. Join me. Let the gods, the devils, all those beings who look down on humanity, witness our true power. Let us create a world ruled by humans. Haru, stroking his chin, a mischievous glint in his eyes, asked, how many attractive women are in the hero faction? Cao Cao paused, then replied, his voice hesitant, 1, I suppose. If you're generous with your definition of attractive. Haru's face fell. Forget about who's in charge. 1 girl. You expect me to help you for 1 girl? I have dozens, hundreds to choose from among the devils, angels, and fallen angels. Cao Cao's face darkened. You're rejecting my offer for sex. For the affections of those monsters destined to be destroyed. Haru shrugged. Destined to be destroyed. Kid, wake up. Looks are everything in this world. You're rejecting me for such a trivial reason. Cao Cao's voice was cold. Why do you think humans become heroes in the first place? Isn't it for power, women, and status? I've already achieved all 3 without having to play the hero. Why bother with the extra steps? I prefer shortcuts. You're siding with the supernatural because of your own lust. You're a disgrace to humanity. Cao Cao raised the true Longinus, pointing it at Haru. He began to chant, his voice echoing through the mountains. O spear, true spear that pierces even gods, absorb the ideals of the overlord within me, delve into the gap between blessing and destruction. O spear, speak the will of the ages, and become light. The true Longinus pulsed with an intense light, different from its usual holy glow. This was something else entirely. Haru's eyes narrowed. He stood his ground, the core within his soul space pulsing, a wave of negative energy enveloping him. A beam of holy light erupted from the spear, striking Haru. The light flickered, then, like melting snow, began to dissipate. What? Cao Cao gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. Nothing's impossible, Haru replied calmly. Whatever power you were about to unleash, it's energy-based, right? And unless it reaches a certain level, it won't affect me. Haru hovered before Cao Cao, looking down at him. The true Longinus's rules have been analyzed. Checkmate, Cao Cao. Boom. Haru's foot connected with Cao Cao's chest, sending him flying, crashing into a boulder, blood splattering as his skin split open. The true Longinus slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. The halo and its orbs vanished. Truth idea deactivated, balance breaker released, his body broken, Cao Cao was defeated. He looked at Haru, his face ashen. Just then, a scream echoed through the air. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 156, Chapter 156, Samuel, the Dragon Eater. As the scream echoed through the air, a massive magic circle appeared beneath Haru. A blinding light erupted from the circle, illuminating the entire mountain range, turning the world into a sea of white. Tisk, Haru cursed, shielding his face from the sudden flash. Then, a gigantic head emerged from the magic circle, its jaws snapping shut, swallowing Haru whole. As the head materialized, the light within the circle turned an ominous black, absorbing all other light, plunging the world into darkness. A darkness deeper than the abyss, a void of nothingness. Haru, trapped within the darkness, felt the Earth Mother bloodline within him stir. What is this power? His face darkened as he felt the oppressive darkness attempting to consume him. A wave of intense negativity washed over him, pain, resentment, hatred, curses, as if all the world's malice had converged upon this single point, pouring into his mind through the encroaching darkness. Fighting back the nausea, Haru extended his senses, probing the nature of the darkness that enveloped him. And then he saw it. He was inside the mouth of a monstrous being, its body covered in grotesque, ancient runes, bound tightly by restraints. The creature's upper body was humanoid, with black, fallen angel-like wings sprouting from its back. Its lower body, however, was a long, serpentine tail covered in scales. A hybrid of fallen angel and dragon. And he'd been swallowed whole. The thought made Haru's stomach churn. That form. Samuel, the Dragon Eater. Mongrel, you dare attack me. Haru's voice was cold, his face a mask of disgust. Come forth, Platinum Star. Come forth, Sword of Salvation. As Haru was swallowed, a teleportation circle appeared beside Cao Cao. It transformed into a brown, wooden door, which slowly opened. Figures emerged, hurrying towards Cao Cao. The hero faction had scattered, pursuing Valley, only to be misled by Biko's transformations. Only Cao Cao, trusting his instincts, had managed to track Valley. And when Cao Cao activated Truth Idea, they had sensed his location through the magic circle, witnessing the final moments of the battle. He's strong. Even you were beaten this badly, Cao Cao, one of the figures said, hurrying forward. He conjured a wisp of gray mist, from which he retrieved a teardrop-shaped object radiating fiery energy. He offered it to Cao Cao. Phoenix tears. Thank you, George, Cao Cao gasped, taking the tear and swallowing it. Golden Tuki flared around him, and his wounds healed instantly. If not for his tattered clothes, no one would have guessed he'd just been through a brutal battle. Weren't you pursuing Valley? That man earlier, he looked like the Red Dragon Emperor from the reports, George asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. It's a long story. The one I fought was indeed the Red Dragon Emperor. But, is that Samuel? How disgusting. Cao Cao stared at the monstrous figure in the distance, his face a mixture of awe and revulsion. Yes. That's him. When I saw it was the Red Dragon Emperor, I immediately summoned Samuel. I'm glad I didn't make a mistake. George said, relieved. Well done, George. Samuel's power can nullify any attack and possesses the ultimate dragon-slaying ability. Even the Red Dragon Emperor can't survive being swallowed by it. What a shame, though. Humanity has lost another powerful warrior. Cao Cao's voice was filled with regret as he watched Samuel, chewing. Cao Cao knew Samuel's power well. In the Bible, Samuel was the serpent who tempted Adam and Eve to eat the forbidden fruit. In this world, that act had angered God, who cursed Samel, imbuing him with all his hatred and resentment towards dragons and serpents. God's malice, like a potent poison, transformed Samel into a being of pure evil, a force specifically designed to destroy dragons. And Haru, despite being among the top 10 strongest, despite wielding the boosted gear, was still a dragon. Even Ophis wouldn't survive being consumed by Samel. "Help me up, George. Let's retrieve Samel," Chow Chow said with a sigh. Just then, Samel raised its head. Blood and tears streamed from its single, visible eye, staining its face crimson, obscuring its features. Then, it opened its mouth. Greawaha. A horrific wail, a symphony of pain, resentment, hatred, and curses, echoed through the air. A brilliant golden sun erupted from Samel's mouth. Like snow melting in a fire, Samel's body began to dissolve. "Impossible!" Chow Chow shouted, his eyes wide with disbelief. The other members of the hero faction stared in horror. "That's Samel. How?" That monster, which required the combined might of the Greek gods to seal, was just killed. The ultimate dragon slayer, defeated by the inheritor of one of the 2 heavenly dragons. This can't be happening. But it was. Boom. Under the radiant light of the sun, Samel's body dissolved completely, transforming into a formless, black mass of energy. Haru, hovering in midair, the sword of salvation clutched in his hand, plunged the blade into the energy mass. It flickered and pulsed before being absorbed by the sword. The moment Haru appeared, Chow Chow roared at his companions, "Run!" The hero faction members scrambled towards the teleportation circle. Haru's eyes narrowed. The platinum star transformed into the mandala formation, unleashing a barrage of holy lightning, divine retribution. The holy light followed the hero faction through the portal, piercing their bodies. One of the bolts, however, transformed into a shimmering platinum rope, wrapping around a single figure and pulling them back just as the portal closed. Haru appeared before the figure, a beautiful young woman with long, flowing golden hair. He grinned. "Hey there, beautiful. Wanna hang out?" Jeanne d'Arc, her face a mask of despair, her eyes filled with tears, managed a choked, "Okay." Ahead of the rest. Chapter 157, maybe there'll be another life. "You were amazing, Naya." Hours later, as Haru, a satisfied smirk on his face, stepped back into the living room, Kuroka leaped from the sofa and threw her arms around him. Haru felt the press of her ample bosom against him, the soft, yielding warmth, and the intoxicating scent of a nekasha filling his senses. He inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. "Taking down that Chow Chow so easily, you're way stronger than our oh-so-easily defeated leader Vale," Naya, Kuroka purred, her arms tightening around Haru's neck, her eyes sparkling with a seductive light. "What did you just call me, you damned cat?" Vale, still nursing his injuries, roared from the sofa, then winced, clutching his stomach. "Vale-san, please try to remain calm. It will aid your recovery," Asia said, her hands glowing with the gentle green light of twilight healing, her voice laced with concern. "Besides, I heard even the combined force of all the devil elders couldn't last 3 seconds against him." "Haru taking down Chow Chow isn't so surprising, Naya," Kuroka added with a shrug. "So, what are you so excited about?" "You're getting me wet," Haru murmured, his hand playfully squeezing Kuroka's assets. "Sexually aroused, Naya," Kuroka replied with a cheerful grin, her honesty refreshing. "Hey, Haru, don't just focus on that, Naya. My heart's racing too. Here, feel it." She took Haru's hand and placed it on her ample bosom. Haru blinked, surprised by her boldness, then grinned, giving her breasts a hearty squeeze. "Have they both gone into heat?" Rias muttered, hiding her face in her hands. My, a mature nekasha can control her urges, you know." "How uncouth of you, Kuroka," Akino said, sipping her coffee, a dark aura emanating from her, a sinister smile on her face. Kuroka simply winked at Akino. "So, you and Chiron, have you done it yet? Though it seems you haven't gone all the way, Naya." Kuroka snuggled closer to Haru, her tails wrapping around his waist. "It's not enough to just entertain Chiron, Naya." She reached down and began to unzip Haru's pants. "You need to share some affection with me too. It would be wonderful if I could bear your child, Naya." She rubbed against him, her tail slithering inside his pants, teasing and tickling him. Kuroka's face drew closer to Haru's, her hot breath against his ear, her body radiating heat like a small furnace. Thwack. A loud smack echoed through the room. Meow. Kuroka recoiled, clutching her head, tears welling up in her eyes. "Control yourself." Kaniko's voice was strained, her face flushed as she lowered the hand that had just struck Kuroka. "What's the big deal, Naya?" "It's normal for a nekasha to be passionate, Naya," Kuroka protested, glaring at Kaniko. "Then please don't try to seduce Haru-senpai." Kaniko's eyes filled with tears. Ah, is Chiron jealous, Naya? Don't worry, Kuroka's voice softened as she looked at Kaneko. I wouldn't mind a threesome with Chiron, Naya. We're the last of the Nekasha. We need to produce strong offspring. And Haru is the perfect candidate, Naya. A threesome. I like the sound of that, Haru said, nodding thoughtfully. Kuroka blinked, then winked at Haru, a mischievous grin on her face as she watched Kaneko's face turn crimson. My, Chiron. Someone's getting excited, Naya. Are you in heat again? Kuroka's playful teasing turned to concern as she noticed Kaneko's state. She quickly scooped Kaneko into her arms and rushed off to a nearby room, channeling her senjutsu to calm her sister's agitated aura. Haru shrugged, watching Kuroka practically scale the walls, then his gaze fell on a corner of the sofa. 3 small figures sat huddled together. Pandora, the eternally youthful goddess, her golden twintails framing her childish yet alluring face, nuzzled Ophus's cheek, her lips forming a heart. Such a powerful and adorable child. So cute. So cute. Ophus, her usually vacant expression softened, nuzzled Pandora back. Silence. Athena smiled as she stroked Ophus's head. Such a pure soul, what a strange world. What's going on? Why does Ophus keep saying silence? Haru asked Athena, confused by Ophus's unusual display of affection. Athena tilted her head, her dark eyes flickering. She's seeking a mother's embrace, I believe. We Earth mothers represent motherhood to dragons and serpents. She was clinging to me earlier, but Pandora's aura is stronger. More maternal. Haru. Can I keep her? Can I keep this little one? Pandora asked excitedly. Haru, watching Ophus cling to Pandora, shrugged. Whatever makes you happy. Really, don't mind me. Yay. Come on, little Ophus. Call me Mama. Mama, Ophus repeated, a bright smile, a genuine smile, spreading across her face. Good girl, Pandora hugged Ophus tightly, nuzzling her. What happened to the roof? Gasper walked into the living room and stared at the gaping hole above, dumbfounded. Gasper, you've been sleeping a lot lately. Rhea said, her tone a mixture of amusement and exasperation. A newly reincarnated divine ancestor. No, her aura is different. Athena murmured, her eyes narrowed as she observed Gasper. In the cold, dark underground temple, Chow Chow surveyed the carnage, his face etched with exhaustion. George, how many are left? 11, including 5 of our main force, and Chow Chow, Jean is missing. It seems she was completely obliterated. George's voice was grim. Jean, she probably fell into the Red Dragon Emperor's hands. Don't worry about her. She won't die. Though, there might be another life. Chow Chow's voice trailed off, a strange look on his face. Spread the word, George. Tell everyone, Ophus has been taken. Understood. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 158, Alliance of Gods. The heavenly realm of Mount Meru, the Hindu and Buddhist pantheon's headquarters in the High School DxD world, consisted of 33 heavens. And its ruler bore many titles, Heavenly Emperor, Indra, Chakra, and countless others, each more grandiose than the last. But the most common, the most widely known, was Indra. Indra, in the form of a black-haired young man, sat upon his throne in the Triastria heaven, the highest of the 33 heavens, a troubled expression on his face as he read the report from Chow Chow. The biblical gods pantheon was the largest in the High School DxD world, its followers comprising a third of the world's 6 billion people. To the gods, who fed on faith, the biblical god was the ultimate high roller, the object of envy and jealousy. But in this world where power reigned supreme, none dared to challenge him. The biblical god had effectively monopolized faith, leaving the other pantheons to seethe in silence. But now, Chow Chow's report revealed a shocking truth: the god was dead. Indra's initial reaction had been one of unrestrained glee. He'd been ready to pounce, to claim the biblical god's followers for himself. Then, he'd read the rest of the report, and his face had turned green. The 3 factions, angels, fallen angels, and devils, weakened by the Great War and constantly at odds with each other, had been unified by the Red Dragon Emperor. Even in their weakened state, their combined strength rivaled even the Buddhist pantheon. And then, the final blow, Ophus, leader of the Cows Brigade, was suspected of being under the Red Dragon Emperor's control. Indra's face darkened. The world's second strongest, her power wasn't to be trifled with. That was why the Cows Brigade, despite constantly provoking the other pantheons, had never been directly challenged. And now, Ophus was being controlled by the ambitious devil who had unified the 3 factions. Today, he controlled the remnants of the biblical god's power. Tomorrow, he could monopolize all human faith. And the day after? He might even attack Mount Meru and use Indra's head as a ball. With Ophis at his command, it wasn't an impossibility. The thought sent shivers down Indra's spine. He turned to his herald and roared, "Summon Shiva. Now." In the desolate wasteland of the underworld, deep within the realm of the dead, Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus sat, staring at the report from Chow Chow. The biblical god was dead. The three brothers were ecstatic. Zeus immediately thought of expanding the Greek pantheon's influence, no longer constrained by the god's power. Poseidon relished the thought of that meddling old fool finally being gone, the one who sent his priests to vandalize Poseidon's temples and desecrate his statues. And Hades, his skeletal form shimmering with a rainbow of light, felt a surge of malice. Who ruled the underworld now? Devils and fallen angels. He, Hades, could crush them both, so why were they in charge? Before the Great War, he had tried to assert his authority. And the very next day, the biblical god had appeared, beaten him to a pulp, and declared, "They may be disobedient, but they're my pets. You stay out of it." Since then, Hades had remained in the underworld, silently enduring the devils and fallen angels' insolence, unable to retaliate. And now? That old bastard was dead. Killed by his own pets. And it had happened 1,000 years ago. He'd endured a millennium of humiliation for nothing. Hades leaped to his feet, his voice a roar. "Assemble the legions. We march on the underworld. Kill every last devil and fallen angel." "Hold on, brother. Calm down. You need to calm down. You've only read a third of the report." Zeus, his white beard trembling, grabbed Hades' arm. Why was Zeus not the more powerful Hades, the king of the gods? Because he was the most level-headed of the three brothers, his wisdom and strategic mind earning the respect of both Hades and Poseidon. Hearing Zeus's words, Hades, his rage barely contained, forced himself to continue reading. Then, he froze. Samel, the dragon eater, the weapon they'd lent to the Cows Brigade, defying the other pantheon's agreement, hoping to gain Ophis's favor, had been annihilated by the Red Dragon Emperor. Reduced to nothing. And not only that, but someone else, Haru, had taken Ophis. They'd lost a powerful weapon and gained nothing in return. The three brothers' faces paled, a wave of nausea washing over them. Samel, imbued with a near-absolute curse, a force that threatened the world's very stability, had been sealed in the depths of the underworld by the combined might of the pantheons, with the Olympian gods taking the lead. And now, having been used to attack the remnants of the biblical god's power, Hades and the Olympians were surely on the Red Dragon Emperor's hit list. Being targeted by the Red Dragon Emperor wasn't the problem. They could handle him. Even killing Samel, though the creature was sealed, wasn't beyond their capabilities. The problem was Ophis. If she attacked. Zeus's face darkened. "We must form an alliance with the other pantheons. A preemptive strike. Even if we can't destroy the remnants of the biblical god's forces, we must at least retrieve Ophis." Poseidon and Hades nodded in agreement. In the dimensional gap, the leaders of the various pantheons looked at the young man before them, a boy, barely 14 or 15, with delicate features. But despite his youthful appearance, he was the oldest among them, Shiva, one of the three Hindu gods, the god of destruction. Shiva, his expression impassive, addressed the assembled gods. "I understand your concerns. You fear the Red Dragon Emperor will use Ophis's power to attack you. Very well. I will persuade the boy to relinquish control of Ophis." Shiva, who had been improving his power since the dawn of time, possessed unwavering confidence. He could force the Red Dragon Emperor to submit, even with Ophis at his command. Borrowed power, after all, was no match for millennia of dedicated training. And the compensation offered by the other pantheons for his intervention was intriguing. He readily agreed to deal with the Red Dragon Emperor. The other gods, despite wincing at the price they'd have to pay, were overjoyed. Compared to the threat to their existence, any cost was acceptable. Zeus, stroking his white beard, spoke. "Now that the biblical god is gone, perhaps it's time to renegotiate the distribution of faith." Shiva's eyes narrowed slightly. "Indeed. Let us journey to the underworld and meet with the Red Dragon Emperor. We will restructure the flow of faith." "Excellent idea." The other gods, their faces beaming, readily agreed. After all, 2 billion souls were at stake, the followers of the now-deceased biblical god. Even a small portion of that would significantly boost their power. Each pantheon could potentially gain millions of new believers. With the exception of Shiva's Hindu pantheon and Indra's Buddhist pantheon, none of them currently commanded the faith of over 100 million people. This was a chance to recoup their losses and gain immense power. And with Shiva leading them, what did they have to fear? A gate materialized in the dimensional gap, revealing the landscape of the underworld beyond. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 159, Chapter 159, Center of Attention. Serzex and Ajuka exchanged worried glances. These gods, any one of them could give the devils a serious beating, let alone all of them together. And among them were several of the world's top 10 strongest. Lugh, the god of light, leader of the Celtic pantheon, ranked 10th. Thor, the god of thunder, who stood beside Odin, ranked 6th. Hades, god of the underworld, from the Greek pantheon, ranked 8th. Indra, the heavenly emperor of the Hindu pantheon, his gaze fixed on Surzex and Ajuka with a look of amusement, ranked 5th. And at the center, radiating an almost imperceptible aura, his face serene and impassive, the god of destruction, Shiva, ranked 3rd. Seeing them gathered in the sky above the devil's territory, Surzex and Ajuka were understandably terrified. Though they were super devils, confident in their own power, they were, at best, at the bottom of the top 10. And now, they faced 7 of the world's strongest, each capable of wielding unimaginable power. Against such overwhelming odds, Surzex had no choice but to invite them to Lilith, the capital of the devil territory, the heart of the underworld. Despite knowing the risks, the very real possibility of a devastating war, Surzex and Ajuka had led these powerful gods to the most vulnerable location in the devil world. After all, one couldn't entertain such esteemed guests in a shack. If these gods felt slighted, the consequences would be catastrophic. In the heart of Lilith, within the spacious conference room of a magnificent building, the 7 gods, along with representatives from the various pantheons, took their seats around a massive circular table. Michael and Azazel, having heard of the gods' arrival, hurried to join the 4 great Satans. As the gods settled into their seats, a heavy silence fell over the room, a palpable pressure filling the air. The gazes of the assembled deities were fixed on the representatives of the biblical gods faction, an invisible weight pressing down on them, a force strong enough to crush the spirit of even an ultimate-class devil. The representatives, all Mao level or higher, felt their hearts clench, their faces stiffening under the immense pressure. Hades, his skeletal form radiating an aura of death, spoke, his voice laced with mockery. "Well done, little crow and that little Baal. You managed to keep that old fool's death a secret for 1,000 years. Truly, impressive." Michael's face darkened at the disrespectful term. She was about to retaliate but was restrained by Seraphal, who placed a hand on her arm. Michael took a deep breath, regaining her composure. A sly smile touched her lips. "Such praise is undeserved, Hades-sama. May I ask, why you've chosen to appear in that form lately?" "Oh, I forgot. My apologies. Tell me, does it hurt?" Michael's words were a jab at Hades' skeletal form, a result of the biblical god grinding away his flesh and muscle during their disagreement millennia ago. Knowing the story, Michael couldn't resist the opportunity to taunt him. The effect was immediate. Hades' skeletal face darkened, the insult, from a mere child, no less, infuriating him. A black aura of death erupted from him, engulfing the conference room in darkness, like a shadowy flame consuming all light. Hades' voice, cold and menacing, echoed through the darkness. "You are looking for a fight." Just then, a youthful voice rang out. "Quiet down. And it's too dark." The darkness vanished, the conference room bathed once more in light. The gods turned towards the source of the voice, their eyes widening slightly. Hades stared at Shiva, who stood before him, a single finger pressed against Hades' forehead. That single touch had dispelled Hades' divine power, scattered the aura of death, a feat that filled Hades with shock and fear. Hades-sama's power, so easily, neutralized. As expected of the 3rd strongest. He's on a completely different level. With Shiva-sama leading us, we will surely succeed. The other gods murmured among themselves, their confidence renewed by Shiva's effortless display of power. They were now certain they could force the remnants of the biblical gods faction to submit and claim their share of the 2 billion believers. Shiva, a gentle smile on his face, turned his gaze towards Michael. She gasped, a mouthful of blood spraying from her lips. Her 12 golden wings flickered, turning pale, she'd been severely wounded. Surzex's eyes widened. He pulled out several vials of phoenix tears, pouring them into Michael's mouth. As the healing power flowed through her, her aura stabilized, and she slowly began to recover. She looked at Shiva, who had returned to his seat, her face pale. A single glance, a flicker of the god of destruction's power, had nearly annihilated her holy energy. This was the power of the 3rd strongest. A sense of foreboding washed over Michael. Seeing Shiva suppress Hades, then attack Michael without hesitation, Surzex and the others realized, this was going to be a problem. Shiva, his form flickering, reappeared on his throne. He looked at the devil leaders, a polite smile on his face. "Where is your new leader?" "The Red Dragon Emperor. We wish to speak with him." Surzex's expression hardened. "We informed Haru-sama of your arrival. He should be on his way. Please, be patient." The room erupted in a cacophony of voices. "The Red Dragon Emperor. He expects us, the gods, to wait." Click. The conference room door opened. All eyes turned towards the entrance. Shiva's eyes narrowed slightly. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 160, Chapter 160, The Gods' Peculiar Reactions. The eyes of the assembled gods turned towards the entrance, some amused, some disdainful, some curious. A slender figure stood there, a young man with silver hair and gray eyes. As the gods focused their attention on him, an oppressive divine aura filled the room, the very air crackling under the pressure. The atmosphere grew heavy, stifling, as if the space itself were solidifying. Shiva's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise in them. Haru, completely unfazed by the combined might of the gods' auras, walked towards him, the air around him cracking and shattering as he moved. He reached the center of the room, pulled up a rosewood chair beside Shiva, sat down, propped his feet up on the table, and casually surveyed the gods. The room fell silent. As the de facto leader of the remnants of the biblical gods faction, Haru's presence at the head of the table was expected. But not every host was entitled to the center seat, especially not in this company. This was a gathering of the leaders of the various pantheons, the rulers of heaven, the underworld, and the human world. Only 7 beings could command such a position of authority, the top 10 strongest in the world, recognized by all pantheons. Only they could claim the center seat, leaving the other gods to sit around them. And now, this Red Dragon Emperor, this mere host, had not only taken a seat at the table but had also positioned himself beside Shiva, the 3rd strongest being in the world. It was a blatant display of disrespect, a slap in the face to every god present. Several of the gods glared at Haru, their eyes filled with barely contained fury. They were ready to strike, to obliterate this insolent child, just a word from those at the head of the table. The tension in the room thickened. Then, Indra, the young man with black hair and a neatly trimmed beard, seated beside Shiva, spoke, his voice laced with amusement. Red Dragon Emperor. You have spirit, I'll give you that. But you presume much, taking a seat among us. Oh. And you are. Haru turned his head, glancing at Indra with an indifferent expression. Haru didn't actually know who Indra was. He could sense the man's power, second only to Shiva, but that didn't impress him. Even when he'd first arrived in this world, Haru's power had been comparable to Indra's. And now, having inherited Draig's power, having mastered the sky authority, having achieved the transformation of matter and energy. Only Shiva, whose power rivaled even Haru's before his transformation, was worthy of his attention. As for Indra, he was just another weakling. Indra's face darkened at Haru's dismissive tone. Black lightning crackled around him, the space itself fracturing under the pressure. In the world of High School DxD, who didn't know Indra, the heavenly emperor of Mount Meru, the 5th strongest being in the world. At the very least, they'd seen his picture. Haru's nonchalant demeanor was a clear provocation. And for Indra, the leader of the Buddhist pantheon, to be insulted like this, in front of the leaders of every pantheon, it was unacceptable. He was about to unleash his fury, to annihilate Haru on the spot. A delicate hand landed on his shoulder. Indra glared at Shiva, whose face was still adorned with a gentle smile, though his eyes were cold and distant. Remembering Shiva's power, Indra reluctantly suppressed his rage, the black lightning dissipating. Shiva turned to Haru, his eyes narrowing slightly. Let's get straight to the point, Red Dragon Emperor. We've heard, you've taken control of Ophis. Is this true? Surzex, Ajuka, Seraphal, and Falbium stared at Haru, bewildered. Barely 5 hours had passed since Cao Cao's message and the gods' arrival. And they, still reeling from the earlier events, watching Pandora dote on Ophis, hadn't received any reports about the dragon god's whereabouts. The news that Haru had taken control of Ophis, the infinite dragon god, was a shock. The other gods' gazes also turned towards Haru. This was their primary concern. During the Chaos Brigade's numerous attacks, they had witnessed the destructive power of Ophis's serpents. That Ophis, who usually remained aloof, unconcerned with worldly affairs, had become the leader of a terrorist organization was alarming enough. But now, they were hearing she was under the control of the Devil King who had unified the 3 factions. A leader and a captive were 2 very different things. One ruled, the other served. And if Ophis were to unleash her full power, the thought of facing an endless army of devils, angels, and fallen angels, each empowered to ultimate class levels by Ophis's serpents, sent shivers down the gods' spines. Under the weight of their gazes, Haru licked his lips, a look of satisfaction on his face. Ophis. Her body is exquisite. The room fell silent. Azazel stared at Haru, his jaw slack. Several of the other gods, who also knew Ophis, had similar reactions. They'd lived for millennia, and they knew what Haru's expression meant. Some, their composure failing, began to gag. Shiva's smile vanished. He discreetly shifted his chair closer to Indra, his face stiff, his voice cold. Red Dragon Emperor. You understand why we are here. Release Ophis. Haru looked at Shiva, his brow furrowed in confusion. Release her. I haven't imprisoned her. You all came here, for this. The gods nodded. You're wasting my time, Haru said, rising to his feet, about to leave. He'd been puzzled by the gods' sudden arrival, assuming it was related to the Cows Brigade. But this was ridiculous. He'd just sampled the delights of a certain saint's descendant, and he wasn't about to waste his time on this nonsense. As Haru turned to leave, Shiva's eyes flickered with destructive intent. He spoke, his voice soft, yet laced with power. In that case, perhaps we should discuss the redistribution of the biblical gods' followers. After all, God is no longer with us. Surzek's and the others' eyes widened. Now they understood. The gods' true motive wasn't Ophis, it was the 2 billion believers of the now-deceased biblical god. They had paid a hefty price to have Shiva intervene, and simply releasing Ophis wasn't enough. They feared the potential for a single, dominant power, with Ophis at its command, to monopolize human faith, threatening their own existence. Now that Ophis was unharmed, they intended to seize the opportunity, with all the Pantheon's leaders present, to claim a share of the biblical god's followers. After all, they'd suffered significant losses to secure Shiva's assistance. They needed to recoup their investments. Haru's eyes narrowed as he looked at the gods, their faces now bearing greedy smiles. He understood their intentions. He was the current leader of the remnants of the biblical gods faction, and therefore, the faith of those believers belonged to him. And now, these wolves were trying to steal from him. He glared at them, his displeasure evident. Then, he noticed Michael's pale face, her weakened aura. His eyes narrowed. What happened? Michael pointed at Shiva, her voice trembling. He did this. Whoosh. Boom. Shiva's head slammed into the ground, creating a large crater. He looked up, dumbfounded. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 161, Shiva's humiliation. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Shiva's head slammed into the floor, creating a crater. What was that? An explosion. A terrorist attack. Where's Shiva-sama? And that arrogant brat? The gods below, startled by the sudden noise, leaped to their feet, their divine auras flaring as they searched for the source of the disturbance. Then, Odin pointed towards Shiva's now empty throne. Take a look over there. The god's gazes followed his finger. Haru, crouched down, his right hand pinning Shiva's head to the ground, half of the god's face buried in the stone floor. The gods stared at Shiva's exposed eye, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. What had just happened? How had the mighty Shiva, the god of destruction, been so easily subdued? Indra's eye twitched. He should have sensed it. He was closest to Shiva, and as one of the top 5 strongest, he should have reacted instantly. But he'd only seen a blur of motion, and then Shiva was on the floor. As a former Hindu god of thunder himself, Indra knew Shiva's power well. That was why he'd backed down earlier, when he'd been about to attack Haru. A single glance from Shiva had been enough to stop him. Even after leaving Shiva's service to establish the Buddhist pantheon, even after achieving his current rank as the 5th strongest, Indra still held a deep respect, a healthy fear, for Shiva. He'd been accustomed to being outclassed for so long that Shiva's invincibility had become ingrained in his mind. That was why he'd immediately called for Shiva's help when he learned Ophis was under Haru's control. And now, the invincible Shiva, right before his eyes, had been pinned to the ground, his expression as bewildered as the others. Clearly, even Shiva hadn't understood what had just happened. Something within Indra snapped. The image of Shiva's invincibility, carefully constructed over millennia, crumbled. He stared at the defeated god, a thought forming in his mind. Even you can be defeated. Perhaps. I should challenge you sometime. Then, he saw the smirk on Haru's face, and his eyes widened in alarm. He scrambled back, clutching his chair, his heart pounding. If Shiva hadn't stopped him earlier, he'd be the one on the floor now, his face buried in the stone, his dignity shattered. He looked at Shiva with newfound gratitude. What a bro. Taking one for the team like that, saving me from humiliation. As expected of my former boss. The other gods at the head of the table had also witnessed Shiva's predicament, like Indra, they were stunned. Only Hades looked pleased. He'd been humiliated earlier, effortlessly subdued by Shiva with a single touch. Just one finger. He, the god of the underworld, had lost face in front of everyone. That was why he'd remained silent after Haru's arrival, waiting for Shiva to make his move. He knew Haru, who had annihilated Samel, combined with the boosted gear's power, could rival even the top 10 strongest. All he had to do was wait for Shiva to challenge Haru. And as expected, Shiva had taken the bait, attempting to claim the biblical god's followers. Everything had gone according to plan, until Shiva was suddenly pinned to the ground. That had given Hades pause, but seeing Shiva's defeat, he was overjoyed. It seemed Shiva was losing. Go, Red Dragon Emperor. Finish him off. Then, Hades felt a gaze, filled with malice, upon him. He frowned. Was this a side effect of Shiva's earlier attack? He turned his head, his eyes narrowing. A beautiful young woman with golden hair and 12 shimmering white wings, Archangel Michael, sat across from him. She glared at Hades, her hand mimicking a slashing motion across her throat. Hades's face darkened. A mere angel, disobey him, the god of the underworld. He was about to retaliate. Then, he remembered. It was Michael's complaint that had led to Shiva's current predicament. And now, judging by Haru's expression, it seemed Hades was next. He turned his head, his gaze fixed on Haru's back, his eyes flickering. Should he strike first? A preemptive attack. Shiva stared at the legs before him, confused. One moment, he'd been looking at the faces of the other gods, and the next, legs. Then, he felt a hand, a rough hand, grabbing his face, grinding it into the stone floor. He sensed the other gods' gazes, shock, amusement, gratitude, fixed upon him. Had he been pinned to the ground? He slowly turned his eye, meeting Haru's smirk, his face flushing, the color deepening until it was almost black. As a primordial god, a being of immense power and eternal life, only 3 things mattered to him, increasing his strength, his dignity, and his followers' faith. And now, his dignity had been shattered, his face ground into the dirt before the other gods. He'd gone from all-powerful deity to this, in an instant. It was unbearable. You bastard. Black, destructive divine energy erupted from Shiva, his face contorted in rage as he unleashed a punch, his fist infused with annihilating power. The space around his fist shattered, fragmenting into countless pieces, which then disintegrated into nothingness. The fist, carrying the weight of a god's fury, hurtled towards Haru's face. Haru raised his hand, blocking the attack. Boom. The impact reverberated through the conference room, the walls cracking and crumbling under the force of the blast. Haru grabbed Shiva's fist, his toes tapping the ground as he launched himself into the air, dragging the struggling god with him. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 162, What Just Happened? Boom. The conference room exploded, a shockwave rippling outward, a cloud of dust and debris billowing into the sky like a monstrous, gray mandala flower blooming over the city, a strangely beautiful sight. The gray cloud, composed of pulverized stone, spread across half the city, blanketing everything in a haze. The sudden shockwave and the dust cloud sent the devils of Lilith, the capital of the devil territory, into a panic. What was that? What's going on? An explosion. And fog. A terrorist attack. The Cows Brigade. The devils reacted much like humans would in a similar situation, perhaps even worse. The sheer scale of the explosion and the dust cloud indicated the involvement of beings far beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. Without ultimate-class devil levels of power, anyone caught in the blast's epicenter would have been obliterated. And the devils, possessing supernatural powers themselves, understood what that shockwave truly signified. Oh, God. Someone's fighting in the capital. A Mao-level battle. A nuclear-level explosion right in the middle of the city. As panic spread, a sharp-eyed devil pointed towards the sky. Look. Up there. All eyes turned upwards. 2 figures, barely visible at that height, even to Devil's enhanced vision, faced off in the sky above Lilith. One figure radiated an aura of pure destruction, the sky around him a swirling vortex of nothingness, the clouds, the air, even the sunlight, obliterated by his power. Only the space within a 10-meter radius of the other figure remained untouched, a bubble of normalcy amidst the chaos. The devils below watched, their breaths held captive in their chests. From the 2 figures, an oppressive pressure descended, a terrifying power that made their faces pale, their bodies stiffen, their limbs lock in place. Primal fear, born from the deepest instincts of survival, paralyzed them. They could only stare at the sky, their eyes wide, their faces ashen, waiting for the inevitable. High above, Shiva and Haru faced each other, separated by a few dozen meters. Haru, a smirk on his face, looked at Shiva, who was panting slightly. Shiva's eyes burned with black flames, the manifestation of his power of destruction, visions of annihilation dancing within them. A cruel smile twisted his youthful features, his voice cold, menacing, like a demon from the depths of hell. How do you wish to be destroyed? Haru, unfazed by Shiva's ominous words, merely tilted his head and asked, Does your face hurt? Shiva's eyes widened, and he froze for a moment. Then, his smile vanished, replaced by an impassive mask, his eyes completely consumed by the black flames of destruction. His form began to shift. A third eye appeared on his forehead, and 2 additional arms sprouted from his sides. Each of his 4 hands now held a weapon, a trident, a conch shell, a water pot, and a drum, all radiating a dark, divine aura. This was the true form of Shiva, the god of destruction, a form he assumed only when he intended to annihilate his opponent completely. The trident in his hand pulsed with black flames, and the aura of destruction surrounding him intensified, swirling and coalescing into a massive black hand that reached towards Haru. The gods watching from below paled. Some, who had intended to get a closer look, froze, their faces etched with horror as they sensed the overwhelming power of the attack. A single touch from that hand, and they would be obliterated, their bodies and souls completely annihilated. Sensing the destructive force of Shiva's attack, the gods glanced at the representatives of the biblical gods faction with expressions of disdain, then began to whisper among themselves. It seems Shiva-sama is serious. My, with such power, it will be difficult to divide the spoils. Perhaps Shiva-sama should take half, and we divide the remaining billion. Should we leave some for the biblical faction? 50,000, perhaps. Excellent idea. The gods, caught up in their discussion, openly debated how to divide the biblical gods' followers, as if Haru, the target of Shiva's attack, were already dead. But a second passed. Then 3. Then 10. The earth-shattering explosion they'd expected never came. The gods looked at each other, confused. What was going on? Then. Boom. The ground shook violently, a tremor that registered as a magnitude 9 earthquake. The protective barrier around Lilith activated, shielding the city from the worst of the quake. The gods, feeling the tremors even through the barrier, smirked. That arrogant brat is finished. Then, their smiles vanished. That's not right. Shiva's attack should have detonated in the sky. Why an earthquake? They looked towards the source of the tremors. Their enhanced vision allowed them to see clearly, even at that distance. Haru stood in the wasteland outside Lilith, Shiva's head clutched in his hand, slamming it repeatedly into the ground. A massive crater, spanning miles, widened with each impact, mushroom clouds billowing into the sky. The gods stared, their faces turning an apoplectic shade of red, their voices caught in their throats. What just happened? Ahead of the rest. Chapter 163, Haru vs. Shiva. The massive hand of power of destruction, spanning half the sky, clenched into a fist and hurtled towards Haru. Haru grinned, the Dirac heart within his soul space pulsing, a torrent of negative energy enveloping him. He drew back his right arm, then, with a sudden burst of speed, unleashed a punch, a fist the size of a sandbag, meeting Shiva's colossal attack head-on. The moment Haru's fist connected with the giant hand, the destructive energy that had darkened the sky began to dissipate, like snow melting under the scorching sun. Pop. A sound like a cork being pulled from a bottle echoed through the air as the hand of power of destruction exploded, scattering like a dissipating storm cloud, leaving only a few lingering sparks. What? Shiva's eyes widened in shock. As the destructive energy vanished, Haru appeared before Shiva, his speed so great that he seemed to have teleported. A fist, wreathed in black flames, Shiva's own power of destruction, grew larger and larger in Shiva's vision. Shiva, reacting instinctively, focused his divine power, his body hardening, turning a deep shade of black, preparing to withstand the blow. Just then, a crimson dragon, 100 meters long, materialized around Haru. Its eyes flickered, and with a powerful beat of its massive wings, it roared. Penetrate. Damn it. The Red Dragon Emperor's penetration ability. Shiva cursed, his eyes narrowing. Haru's fist, imbued with both penetrate and power of destruction, smashed through Shiva's defenses, striking him squarely in the face, sending him hurtling towards the earth like a meteor. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as Shiva crashed into the wasteland outside Lilith, a massive mushroom cloud of dust and debris billowing skyward. The earth trembled, the ground cracking and collapsing as a crater, miles wide, formed. The shockwave from the impact rippled outwards, striking Lilith. Unlike the gods, still caught up in their fantasies of dividing the spoils, the 4 great Satans, who had been watching the battle intently, reacted instantly, their faces slick with sweat as they activated Lilith's protective barrier, pouring their magical energy into it. With a combined effort, they barely managed to contain the blast. The devils within the city, still paralyzed by the earlier display of power, looked at the shimmering barrier with tears in their eyes. They had seen the mushroom cloud rising above the wasteland. If that attack had struck Lilith, the thought filled them with terror. Thank goodness, the Maus reacted in time. The barrier held. Then, another tremor shook the city, and their faces paled. Not again. Please, spare us. We'll do anything. Just, don't hit us again. In the wasteland, Shiva, his third eye wide with horror, stared at Haru, whose hand now covered his eyes and nose, the burning heat of power of destruction searing his skin. Why can you use my power? Haru grinned, his expression cruel. Want to know? I'm not telling. He raised his hand, a faint gray light flickering around it, annihilating the surrounding energy. This is my power. I can annihilate any energy-based attack and analyze its underlying structure, its very essence. In other words, I can see through your power, understand its fundamental nature. Shiva's face contorted in disbelief. Impossible. Even if you could see through it, you couldn't use my power. The difference in energy levels is insurmountable. Haru's smirk widened. It was insurmountable. But unfortunately for you, I recently mastered the conversion of matter and energy. All I have to do is analyze your power, then convert my own. A third eye appeared on Haru's forehead, black flames of power of destruction blazing within it. Shiva's third eye's pupil constricted. He stared at Haru's eye, a familiar, terrifying sight, his own unique ability. He had once used that eye to unleash a torrent of destructive flames, annihilating 3 cities built by yokai, devils, and fallen angels, along with a powerful god, earning him the title, Destroyer of the 3 Demon Cities. And now, this human possessed the same power. How can such a power exist? Shiva's third eye flared, unleashing a blast of annihilating flames. Simultaneously, his 4 arms swung, the trident, conch, water pot, and drum, all divine artifacts, hurtling towards Haru. Haru stretched his neck, his joints cracking. Demonic energy surged from him, forming 4 massive hands, each wielding a replica of Shiva's weapons. Black flames erupted from his third eye, meeting Shiva's attack head-on. Their powers clashed, locked in a stalemate. Haru, his left hand casually in his pocket, his right hand gripping Shiva's face, lifted the struggling god and slammed him into the ground. Boom. 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 With each impact, Shiva's head began to deform, black, divine blood oozing from the wounds. His attempts to resist, to counterattack, were met with equal force, his own power turned against him. Shiva, his screams echoing through the wasteland, felt a wave of despair as his head met the unyielding earth. The gods, hearing his cries, trembled, their eyes wide with terror as they watched Haru's relentless assault. This was Shiva, the god of destruction, the 3rd strongest being in the world, who had effortlessly subdued Hades, the 8th-ranked god of the underworld, with a single touch. He had dominated Indra, the heavenly emperor, for millennia, training him into the obedient, pacifistic leader of the Buddhist pantheon. And now, this god, this world-class powerhouse, was crying like a child. As the gods stared in disbelief, 2 terrifying figures, radiating the auras of creation and order, materialized in the sky above. They were about to intervene. When Shiva roared, "Don't attack. We surrender. We surrender." Ahead of the rest. Chapter 164, Unwelcome Attention. Don't attack. We surrender. We surrender. Shiva's desperate plea echoed through the conference room. Silence descended, the other gods exchanging bewildered glances. What had just happened? How had the mighty Shiva, the god of destruction, been so thoroughly outmatched? And why had he surrendered, even with 2 other powerful beings appearing in the sky? The gods recognized the newcomers. Brahma, the god of creation, and Vishnu, the god of order, 2 of the 3 Hindu Trimurti, alongside Shiva. With Shiva, they formed the Hindu Trinity, occupying the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th positions in the world's power rankings. The Creator, the Preserver, and the Destroyer, together, they could challenge even Ophis. Even if the Red Dragon Emperor was unexpectedly powerful, surely the Trimurti combined could subdue him. So why surrender? If they surrendered, how could they claim their share of the biblical gods' followers? Brahma and Vishnu, hovering in the sky, were caught in an awkward predicament. They'd come to Shiva's aid, only to be told to stand down. Should they intervene, or not? They knew Shiva's surrender had a purpose, that he must have a plan. That was why they'd obeyed his command to stop. But, the leaders of every pantheon were watching them. Their pride, their reputations, were on the line. As they hesitated, Haru lifted Shiva's head and slammed it back into the ground. Boom. The impact reverberated through the air, another crater forming in the wasteland. The gods below winced, the sound like a hammer blow to their hearts. They stared at Haru, their eyes wide with a mixture of shock and admiration. He was openly humiliating Shiva, right in front of the Trimurti. They'd seen reckless behavior before, but this was on a whole different level. Then, grins spread across their faces. Now the Trimurti would have to fight. And once they were finished, it would be time to divide the spoils. No one believed the Trimurti could lose. They refused to even entertain the thought. The promise of 2 billion souls, the biblical gods' followers, had blinded them. Like a person feigning sleep, they refused to wake up from their pleasant dream. Several gods looked at Brahma and Vishnu, their gazes filled with mockery, silently urging them to act. After all, the Trimurti standing down wouldn't benefit them. Perhaps provoked by Haru's continued assault on Shiva, or perhaps spurred by the gods' taunts, Brahma and Vishnu's expressions hardened. Golden light surged around Brahma, coalescing into a 12-petaled lotus flower. As a gentle breeze swept through the air, the petals detached and scattered, transforming into a shower of weapons, swords, spears, axes, each radiating divine power. Beside him, Vishnu chanted, demon subjugation. His form shifted, growing into a 100-meter-tall giant, his head transforming into that of a lion. This was Narasimha, Vishnu's fourth avatar, the man-lion, who had ripped apart the demon king Hiranyakashipu in Hindu mythology. Narasimha, his feet planted on a 12-petaled white lotus, his body radiating a holy light, his claws gleaming, charged towards Haru. The storm of divine weapons, surrounding Narasimha, reached Haru in an instant. Haru grinned. 4 arms sprouted from his shoulders, each wielding a weapon, a trident, a conch, a water pot, and a drum, all radiating black flames of power of destruction. Boom. The weapons clashed, the force of the impact shattering the surrounding space. Brahma, hovering above, stared at Haru's weapons, his eyes wide with surprise. Shiva's weapons. How? Then, his brow furrowed. Imitations. As Brahma pondered, a third eye appeared on Haru's forehead, unleashing a torrent of black flames that engulfed Narasimha and the divine weapons surrounding him. The flames sizzled and crackled, the scent of burning flesh filling the air. Shiva, still dazed from the earlier beating, his nose twitched. Roasted lion. A nostalgic scent. Though the flavor is off. Not enough cumin, perhaps. Narasimha's lion face turned an angry shade of red. Divine power surged around him, his head transforming from lion to turtle, a different avatar, as water vapor coalesced around him, attempting to extinguish the flames. Haru's 4 extra arms vanished. He appeared astride a pure white horse, wielding a 3-foot sword wreathed in black flames, and charged towards Narasimha's turtle head. Kalki. Impossible. That's my avatar. Narasimha's turtle face contorted in shock. The white horse, the flaming sword, Haru's power perfectly mirrored Kalki, Vishnu's 10th avatar. He couldn't tell the difference. Could it be an avatar he'd somehow left behind in the mortal world? As Narasimha hesitated, Haru's sword slammed into his face, driving his head into his shoulders. Narasimha's body stiffened, and he crashed to the ground, his turtle face twitching. Haru looked up at Brahma, a mischievous grin on his face. A golden, 12-petaled lotus flower appeared behind him, its petals transforming into a shower of weapons. Brahma's face paled, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Suddenly remembering Shiva's earlier warning, he roared, "Shiva! What's going on? What do you know?" Shiva, his face bruised and swollen, quickly explained. "He's immune to energy attacks. And he can copy our powers. We can't win." The other gods gasped. If even Shiva, the third strongest, couldn't defeat Haru one-on-one, and energy attacks were useless, preventing them from ganging up on him, they were out of options. Brahma, looking at the weapons shimmering behind Haru, sighed in defeat. With a wave of his hand, the divine weapons around him vanished. "We surrender. This time, we really surrender." Haru tilted his head, looking at the assembled gods, a playful glint in his eyes. One at a time. Or all together. The gods glared at him, their faces dark, but under Haru's menacing gaze, they slowly lowered their heads. Then, Michael, a malicious glint in her eyes, turned her attention to a certain figure among them. Hades, feeling her gaze upon him, paled. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 165, Chapter 165, the meeting's only halfway done. Just as Hades was contemplating his options, how to explain away his earlier threat to Michael, Zeus stepped forward, his fist crackling with lightning as he delivered a silent blow to Hades' stomach. "Ugh. You." Hades doubled over, staring at Zeus in disbelief. "Brother. What's wrong? Is your old injury acting up again?" Zeus cried out, feigning concern as he helped Hades to his feet. Hades, realizing Zeus's ploy, a desperate attempt to escape, played along. He clutched his stomach, groaning. "Yes, it seems, it's flared up again." He turned to Michael, his voice filled with false regret. "Michael-sama, my deepest apologies. I require immediate medical attention. The Greek pantheon will withdraw from these proceedings." The other gods exchanged glances. They saw through Hades' charade. He was trying to run. Michael, who had been diligently taking notes, looked up, a sweet smile on her face. She picked up a stack of documents, and with a flash of light, distributed them to the gods. "Don't be so hasty. We're almost finished. These are the agreements we've reached regarding the redistribution of faith. If there are no objections, please sign." The gods' faces darkened as they read the documents. They outlined the very plans they had proposed earlier, the unequal distribution of the biblical gods' followers, only now, the targets were their own pantheons. "Fine. I'll sign," Hades growled, glaring at Michael, then, grabbing his death scythe, he ripped open a portal to the underworld and limped through, supported by a grimacing Zeus and Poseidon. The other gods, still hesitant, suddenly stiffened, their gazes turning towards Haru, who now sat at the head of the table, a playful smirk on his face. With a sigh of resignation, they picked up their pens. "Mwahaha. At 7 p.m., in the living room of the Gremory mansion in Lilith, Azazel danced around the room, cackling maniacally. The looks on their faces. Priceless. Scattered across a nearby table were photographs, pictures of the gods, their expressions ranging from shock to disbelief to utter horror, captured by Michael during the signing of the agreements. Surzex, sitting on the sofa, reviewed the signed documents, a satisfied smile on his face as he took a swig of red wine. The Greek, Hindu, Egyptian, Buddhist, Celtic, and Norse pantheons have all agreed to the redistribution of faith. Those agreements, they're practically unconditional surrenders. Give me some of that. Azazel snatched several unopened bottles of wine from the table, popping the corks with his bare hands and chugging them down. Ah. Such ruthless terms. How did they even come up with those? And they ended up screwing themselves over. Michael, you were brilliant. I just happened to be recording their negotiations. I was planning to use it against them later, individually. But, it seemed more efficient to just modify them slightly, Michael said with a shrug, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Azazel and Surzex exchanged a glance. Women, their capacity for revenge is terrifying. Then, they both burst into laughter. They had every reason to celebrate. Faith was like a high-energy fuel, replenishing their depleted power and accelerating their growth. And for the remnants of the biblical gods faction, faith served an even more crucial purpose, it fueled the creation of angels and accelerated devil reproduction. With their dwindling numbers, the gods' contribution was a godsend. As they celebrated, Haru, who had been holding Michael in his lap, smiled. He had profited immensely from this encounter. The Hindu Trimurti's powers, creation, preservation, and destruction, represented the very cycle of the universe. Having acquired those powers, the barren planet within his soulscape had begun to transform. Life bloomed in the desolate oceans, plants sprouted, insects buzzed, and animals roamed the once empty continents. It was now a vibrant, living world, lacking only sentient beings. Just then, Michael let out a gasp, her face flushing crimson. She glared at Haru, who was now nibbling on the sensitive tip of one of her wings. Then, after a moment's hesitation, she shifted slightly, making it easier for him to continue, her eyes half closed, a dreamy expression on her face. If Michael had initially submitted to Haru out of obedience to Liala, now, she was willingly indulging him. Haru, who had risked a war with Shiva just to avenge her earlier injury, had clearly won her over. After all, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, applied to goddesses as well. And Haru's actions had clearly earned him bonus points. Whistles. Azazel, seeing their intimate display, turned away, feigning ignorance. Azazel, you handle the diplomatic front. I'll take care of the logistics. Meeting adjourned, Surzex said, his voice firm, his expression serious. Both he and Azazel vanished. The meeting was only halfway done. Michael's voice trembled as Haru's attention shifted. For an angel, their wings were sensitive. The sound of rushing water filled the hall. Michael's body convulsed, her breath coming in ragged gasps. A seductive glint appeared in her eyes. A faint blush colored her skin, and the golden light of her 12 wings faded, replaced by a soft, pink glow. She turned to Haru, her gaze inviting, and closed her eyes, silently consenting. An hour later, as things heated up, a magic circle materialized in the room. A figure appeared. Eek! A scream echoed through the hall. Haru, his brow furrowing at the sudden noise, saw the newcomer and grinned, reaching out. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 166, Chapter 166, Rise of Him. Haru lay on the sofa, naked, his arms wrapped around Michael and Ravel. Both girls, their faces flushed, their breaths coming in soft gasps, looked exhausted but satisfied, their golden hair spread across Haru's body. Michael, having gone first, had already drifted off to sleep. Ravel, thanks to her phoenix bloodline's enhanced regenerative abilities, had managed to last until the early hours of the morning. Things escalated rather quickly, didn't they, Haru-sama? Ravel murmured, her voice laced with a seductive purr. Haru chuckled awkwardly. He hadn't planned on that. He'd been startled by Ravel's arrival and, seeing Michael's dazed state after their activities, had quickly pulled Ravel into the fray. A hasty, but enjoyable decision. He knew what a shy archangel like Michael would do if she'd been caught off guard. The spear of holy light had already been forming in her hand. In her initial state of panic, her first instinct had been to eliminate the witness. Had he not intervened, he'd probably be cleaning up a crime scene right now. Ravel's arrival, though earlier than expected, had been part of his plan. The previous day, after taking control of the Phoenix clan's leader with his death servant authority, he'd requested a secretary, specifically named Ravel, to assist with the three factions' integration. He'd assumed it would take at least 3 days for the adorable, petite, blonde-haired girl to arrive. But she'd shown up the very next evening. Well, I was prepared to some extent, though I didn't expect my first time to be with Michael-sama, Ravel said, her blue eyes fixed on Haru's face as she reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Having been raised in a pure-blooded devil family, Ravel's criteria for a partner were simple: strength first, look second, and noble bloodline last. And Haru, introduced to her as the ancient devil king Baal, with his deceptively appearance, perfectly matched her ideals. And he proposed, well, sort of. So, the love-struck maiden had eagerly accepted the position of his secretary. But a night of passion with a devil and an angel, with the seraphim Michael, no less, had been a bit much for the 15-year-old devil. Initially, she'd been terrified. But under Haru's expert guidance, she'd quickly succumbed. Haru grinned, giving Ravel's forehead a playful nip, earning him a soft moan from the girl. As Haru and Ravel materialized in the Gremory Mansion's living room via the teleportation circle, his eyes narrowed. Well, well. Look who's back, a playful voice echoed through the room. Too bad. Valley kept me occupied. The words, spoken in a casual, almost flippant tone, belonged to a mature-looking man with striking silver hair, around 40 years old. Before him stood Valley, his armor battered, half of his helmet sheared off. They had clearly fought. And judging by Valley's condition, he'd activated Juggernaut Drive and still lost. Rise of him. Valley's voice was low, filled with hatred, his eyes fixed on the man. Mwahaha. Seeing my dear grandson look at me with such passion fills me with joy. I could almost climax. The man, rise of him, replied, his voice dripping with unpleasant innuendo. Rias and the others, watching from a distance, shuddered, their faces contorting in disgust. Earlier that morning, Rise of him had appeared in the living room, attempting to take office. Valley, still recovering from his injuries, had flown into a rage at the sight of him, activating his Juggernaut Drive and engaging Rise of him in a fierce battle. But Juggernaut Drive's duration was limited. Once its power faded, Valley had been forced to rely on his scale mail, and the battle had quickly turned against him. He'd been on the verge of defeat when Haru returned. Why does Valley hate that Rise of him so much? Kuroka asked Biko, her brow furrowed as she listened to Valley's enraged cries. As a recent addition to the group, she was unfamiliar with their history. Biko scratched his head, a troubled expression on his face. That bastard Rise of him, he ordered his own son, Valley's father, to abuse Valley from the moment he was born. Valley's childhood was hell. He finally escaped and was taken in by Azazel. That's why he loses control whenever he sees Rise of him. The others' faces darkened, their gazes fixed on Rise of him with undisguised loathing. Don't exaggerate, I only offered my dear son some helpful advice. If you're afraid of him, bully him first. With the blood of a Lucifer and the White Dragon Emperor within him, that spineless boy couldn't handle it. I was only trying to help him, Rise of him said, pouting slightly as if he'd been unjustly accused. And besides, I avenged him, didn't I? A few days ago, I felt the urge to see some blood. So I killed my son. I'm so troubled now. My poor Valley is an orphan. He put on a melodramatic expression, his voice filled with mock sorrow. Everyone stared at Rise of him in horror. He'd killed his own son, just because he felt like it. Haru's eye twitched as he watched Rise of him's performance, fighting back the urge to vomit. He glared at the men, his eyes filled with barely contained fury. Rise of him, after a moment of preening, turned to Haru, a playful smirk on his face. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Rise of him Levon Lucifer. It's a pleasure to meet you, Red Dragon Emperor. I know who you are, Rise of him. Are you here for Ophis? Haru asked, his gaze flicking towards Ophis, who was clinging to Pandora in the distance. What else could it be, Red Dragon Emperor? Rise of him shrugged, spreading his hands. My unruly subordinates, they need someone like Ophis-sama to keep them in line. They were about to start a civil war after she disappeared for just a day. So, I had to retrieve our leader. Despite being the son of the original Lucifer, a devil prince in all but name, Rise of him acted like a clown, his every word and gesture dripping with insincerity. He tilted his head, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Be careful now. I'm about to attack. And then, he vanished. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 167, Chapter 167, I need to borrow that. Rise of him vanished. A sonic boom echoed through the air, like a supersonic jet taking flight. Did you think I'd stick around for a gangbang? Not a chance. His voice, distorted by his speed, reached them only after he'd disappeared. That bastard. Get back here. Valley, still wounded, struggled to get up, only to collapse, his body refusing to cooperate. Go, Valley, Naya. Oops, he fell down. Kuroka's attempt to cheer Valley on ended abruptly. That shameless coward is a Lucifer. No wonder Surzex is the current Mao. Rias muttered, watching Rise of him's hasty retreat. She'd been expecting a fight. Asia, go heal the white dragon, please, Pandora said, still nuzzling Ophis, her gaze turning towards Asia. Oh okay. Asia hurried over to Valley. Haru, where did he go? Akino looked around the room, her brow furrowed in confusion. He was just here. Ravel said, her voice laced with panic. Haru had been standing beside her only moments ago. He's gone after that clown, Athena said calmly, feeding Ophis a cookie. High above the underworld, Rise of him soared through the air, his 12 black devil wings, a mark of his pure-blooded heritage, propelling him at supersonic speeds, sonic booms echoing in his wake. He executed sharp, 90-degree turns, trying to shake off pursuers he knew weren't there. After several hours of flight, he descended, landing before a massive tree, its trunk thicker than 10 men could encircle. Home sweet home. He hummed, approaching the tree with a swagger. The surface rippled, and he passed through the bark, entering the tree's interior. Inside, a magic circle, bearing the crest of the old Mao Lucifer, glowed faintly. This was one of the Chaos Brigade's mobile teleportation circles, its location constantly shifting. Rise of him had used a special device to pinpoint its current coordinates. The circle's destination, the Chaos Brigade's headquarters. As Rise of him stepped into the circle, the light intensified. The world around him distorted, and he materialized within a dimly lit church. That red dragon emperor, he fell for it. And Valley, he's getting stronger. I almost couldn't handle him today. I'll have to deal with him later, perhaps a sneak attack. Rise of him, recalling his earlier escape, chuckled to himself. Rip. A sickening tearing sound echoed through the church, followed by the splatter of blood. An arm flew through the air. Rise of him stared at the severed limb, which landed on the floor before him. His arm. He looked at his right shoulder, now empty. His right arm had been ripped off. As the realization sunk in, a wave of excruciating pain washed over him, his face contorting in agony. Aagag. His scream echoed through the underground temple. Who the hell did that? Show yourself. Clutching his bleeding shoulder, Rise of him frantically scanned the room, his eyes bloodshot. Seeing no one, his rage intensified. His 12 devil wings expanded, transforming into massive black sides that whirled around him like a shredder. Boom. 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 The church's walls crumbled, sliced into countless pieces, then reduced to rubble by the relentless assault. In a matter of seconds, the church was in ruins. A hand reached out from beneath the debris. Rise of him's eyes narrowed, and his black wings, now razor-sharp blades, sliced through the hand, severing it. Ayaha. My hand. A scream echoed through the ruins, a familiar scream. Rise of him paused. That voice. Euclid. Is that you? What the hell, Rise of him? Are you crazy? A voice, filled with pain and anger, came from beneath the rubble. Rise of him's wings shifted, forming a giant hand that swiftly cleared the debris, revealing Euclid, his left arm severed. Euclid quickly produced a golden goblet, a few drops of crimson blood swirling within it. It was the Sephiroth Graal, one of the 13 Longinus, the Holy Grail said to have been used at the Last Supper, capable of defying the laws of life and death. It possessed the power to reverse or twist life itself, granting a degree of immortality, healing even the most grievous wounds, and even resurrecting those whose bodies had been destroyed but whose souls remained. A holy aura emanated from the Grail, enveloping Euclid. The color returned to his face, which had been pale from blood loss. His severed arm twitched, flesh and bone regenerating at a visible rate. Rise of him grinned, his eyes fixed on the Grail. Black demonic energy surged around him, forming a hand that snatched the Sephiroth Graal from Euclid's grasp. I'm going to borrow this for a bit, Euclid, my boy. My arm hasn't even finished regenerating, you idiot. Euclid roared, looking up. Then, his eyes widened in horror. Two figures stood before him. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 168, Chapter 168, A Meeting of Gazes. Don't be so hasty, Euclid. Let me heal first, Rise of him said flippantly, his eyes fixed on the approaching Sephiroth Graal, a greedy glint in them. A spatial rift opened behind him, and Haru stepped through, a predatory smile on his face. Rise of him reached for the Grail. Euclid's eyes widened, his gaze darting between Haru and Rise of him. Just as Rise of him's hand was about to touch the Grail, his wings transformed into razor-sharp blades, shooting towards Haru. I didn't forget about you. The blades engulfed Haru, and a shower of sparks erupted, the sound of metal clashing against metal. Rise of him's face paled as he felt the impact. Pain. He lunged forward, snatching the Sephiroth Graal, and tossing it to Euclid. Activate the test subjects. Now. Seeing Rise of him's devil wings, capable of slicing through high-tier sacred gears, fail to even scratch Haru, Euclid understood. This was an enemy beyond his comprehension. He caught the grail, his hands clasped together, channeling his demonic energy. A series of large teleportation circles appeared on the ground behind Rhizavim, each radiating a different colored light. But the auras emanating from within the circles were the same, fearsomely powerful. Figures began to emerge, some large, some small, materializing within the ruined church. Roar! A deafening chorus of roars shook the church, the shockwave shattering the remaining debris, sending a cloud of dust billowing through the air. Rhizavim scrambled back to Euclid's side. Heal me. Now. Euclid activated the Sephiroth Graal, and a wave of life-giving energy washed over Rhizavim. His severed arm regenerated in seconds, flesh and bone knitting together seamlessly. The cracks in his wings, where they'd struck Haru, also vanished. He blew a kiss at the Grail, then turned to Haru, a smirk twisting his lips. Well, Red Dragon Emperor, do you regret not finishing me off earlier? No, Haru replied, his voice flat. Such confidence. Do you even know who these behemoths are? Rhizavim feigned surprise, covering his mouth with his hand. This won't do. I want to see despair on your face, he wiggled and writhed, his voice dripping with false concern. Haru's face turned serious. The sight of a grown man, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, acting like a lounge singer, it was nauseating. Yes. Yes. That's the expression. Perfect. Now, allow me to introduce my associates. Rhizavim spread his arms wide, as if embracing the sky, his voice booming. To my left, we have the guardian of the golden apples of Hesperides, renowned for his mastery of barriers and seals, defeated by the great hero Heracles in Greek mythology. He gestured towards an enormous dragon. Ladin, son of Typhon, the king of monsters. The dragon, its body formed entirely of wood, with hundreds of heads and a tail like a rattlesnake's, looked at Haru with interest. I smell Draig. And beside Ladin, from the cold north, the monstrous dragon who devours the world tree and ushers in Ragnarok. Rhizavim continued his grand introduction. Nigr, the dragon of greed, who consumes all things. A dragon with black scales, a white underbelly, and bat-like wings, resembling a giant lizard, also turned its gaze towards Haru, drool, thick and green, dripping from its jaws. You look delicious. And now, a dragon feared by all, even the gods, an ultimate being among evil dragons. Rhizavim's voice rose with excitement. Apophis, the embodiment of chaos and destruction from Egyptian mythology. A handsome young man with brown skin, dressed in ancient pharaoh's attire, opened his eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips. I never thought I'd meet the current Red Dragon Emperor so soon after my revival. Rhizavim's grin widened. He was about to introduce the final member of his entourage when he noticed Haru's amused expression. Haru raised an eyebrow, silently urging him to continue. Rhizavim's smile faltered, a flicker of unease in his eyes. He cleared his throat and gestured towards a massive, three-headed dragon, its black scales shimmering, its eyes glowing like rubies, a pair of dragon wings extending from its back. And finally. Well, this one's pretty self-explanatory, but I'll introduce him anyway. Rhizavim chuckled nervously. Azidahaka, the most evil dragon in Zoroastrian mythology. The three-headed dragon grinned, each mouth forming a different expression. A host of Draig. Wow, this is interesting. He's like Engra Mainyu, completely undetectable. So, he's super strong. Awesome. Each head seemed to possess its own independent thoughts, a disturbing sight. Well. What do you think? Quite the impressive lineup, wouldn't you say? And this isn't even my full force. Several other evil dragons haven't been revived yet. Why did you have to show up so early, Red Dragon Emperor? Rhizavim's voice was filled with mock disappointment. He was confident. These were among the most powerful evil dragons, and even though there were only 4 of them, their combined might could rival an entire pantheon, like the Greek gods. And a single Red Dragon Emperor, no matter how strong, couldn't possibly withstand their combined assault. He grinned. Now then, my friends, let's give the Red Dragon Emperor a warm welcome. Horrible auras erupted from the evil dragons as they turned their attention to Haru, their eyes filled with malice and anticipation. Haru looked at Rhizavim, his voice calm, his expression indifferent. Choosing dragons as your allies, that was your biggest mistake. Come forth, Sword of Salvation. A massive mandala flower unfolded in the sky, its golden petals radiating an overwhelming holy aura, transforming the once blue sky into a dazzling expanse of gold. Countless divine artifacts emerged from the mandala formation, filling the sky above. Are you kidding me? That many? Did he steal the entire mythology treasures? I even see Zeus's lightning bolt. Ladin gaped at the sky, his multiple heads swiveling in disbelief. Most of them are dragon-slaying weapons. This is bad, and they're not even edible. Niger muttered. TCH, what a pathetic entrance. Revived just to be killed again. Apophis sighed, covering his face with his hand. He's super strong, as expected. What do we do? We're doomed. Relax. We've died before. Azidahaka's 3 heads chimed in, each voice distinct. Damn it. How did you get all those sacred gears? Ryzavim's eyes widened, his face contorting in horror as he began to back away. Seeing so many dragon-slaying weapons, he knew the battle was lost. He had to escape. Protect me. Now, he shouted at the evil dragons. Boom. Azidahaka, descending rapidly, landed on top of Ryzavim, pinning him to the ground. Azidahaka. What are you doing? Ryzavim shrieked, struggling to free himself. 2 of Azidahaka's heads lunged forward, sinking their teeth into Ryzavim's shoulders. The center head grinned. You want us to be your shield? Then we'll use you as ours. He lifted Ryzavim into the air. You bastards. Laden. Apophis. Help me. Don't worry, devil. It'll only hurt for a little while, Layton said with a smirk. Using them as shields? Who did Ryzavim think he was? Superior dragons might be willing to sacrifice themselves for their masters, but evil dragons. They lived for destruction, not protection. Back to a long slumber, so soon. I haven't even had a chance to destroy anything. Apophis sighed, ignoring Ryzavim's pleas. Come on, then. Unleash your power. Azidahaka, holding Ryzavim aloft like a shield, roared with laughter. Ryzavim, staring at Haru, who was slowly raising his hand, his eyes wide with terror, screamed, No. You can't kill me. You'll regret this. Haru's hand swung down. The divine artifacts in the sky transformed into bolts of holy lightning, hurtling towards them. You'll regret this. Ryzavim's scream echoed through the air. Haru, watching as Ryzavim and the evil dragons were reduced to ashes, turned his gaze towards Euclid, who stared back, his face pale with terror. A spatial rift opened. From within the darkness, a massive figure emerged, its eyes blazing with killing intent, malice, and madness. A giant head lunged forward, its jaws snapping shut around Euclid. Crunch. The sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. Then, those maddened eyes met Haru's calm, gray gaze. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 169, 666, Trihexa, Beast of Revelation. Roars, bear, deer, tiger, ox, echoed through the air. Crackle, crackle. Like shattering glass, the invisible fabric of space fractured, spiderweb cracks spreading across the void. Boom. Space ripped open, a massive rift, 3 kilometers wide, appearing. Beyond the rift, swirling chaos, the dimensional gap, a realm of emptiness, death, and unspeakable horrors. A monstrous figure, its form shifting and writhing, lurked within the void. A grotesque chimera, its body a patchwork of different beasts, its size exceeding hundreds of meters when fully extended, a menacing sight. And atop this monstrous form, 7 heads. Each head was different, lion, leopard, bear, dragon, a chaotic jumble of forms, radiating an unsettling aura. Haru's eyes narrowed, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, well. Are you some kind of mammalian orgy's offspring? You're not exactly original, are you? The 7 heads' eyes narrowed, their gazes sharp, as if they understood his mockery. The 6 heads parted, revealing the central, dragon-shaped head. Haru's gaze fixed on the dragon head. 10 horns, forming a crown atop its head. And on that crown, etched in blood radiating holy power, 3 numbers. Haru's smirk vanished, replaced by a look of disgust as his eyes fell on the scattered remains at his feet, all that was left of Ryzavim. Even in death, that bastard tries to screw me over, he muttered. The numbers. 666, left no doubt as to the creature's identity. The Beast of Revelation, Trihexa, a being as infamous as Great Red and Ophis, but far more threatening due to its lack of reason. Trihexa's 7 heads glared at Haru, their eyes filled with madness and rage. Roar. A sinister roar, a symphony of bestial fury, echoed from the 7 mouths, the creature's aura, malicious, chaotic, and overwhelmingly powerful, intensifying, pressing down on the very fabric of reality. The sky above the underworld churned, dark clouds gathering as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, an apocalyptic scene. With a burst of speed, Trihexa lunged, its 7 heads snapping at Haru. TCH. Haru's face hardened. He crossed his arms, then, with a single step, the ground within a 10-kilometer radius buckled, as golden Tuki flared around him. He shot forward like a comet, colliding with Trihexa. Boom. A deafening explosion, followed by a roar of pain and rage, reverberated through the air. Trihexa, thrown back by the force of the impact, stumbled into the dimensional gap. The shattered space slowly began to heal, the rift sealing itself. Lilith, the capital. Within a grand hall, resembling Buckingham Palace, the leaders of the various pantheons sat around a massive circular table. A random brick thrown in this room would likely strike a prominent deity. For the past day, they had been engaged in endless meetings, arguing over the division of territory, followers, even the management of livestock in the human world. Azazel, representing the remnants of the biblical gods faction, sighed. He'd seen this coming. These gods were deliberately trying to anger him. After all, they'd suffered significant losses in the redistribution of faith. They were bound to be resentful. Who in their right mind would bring up the issue of whether or not Hindu gods should be allowed to slaughter cows in India at a divine summit? But Azazel had patiently endured their petty squabbles, their indignant complaints, the impotent whining of losers. As Odin mocked Zeus's womanizing tendencies, and Zeus retorted with insults about Odin's perpetual virginity, a crackling sound echoed through the room. Azazel's eyes snapped open, and his 6 pairs of fallen angel wings flared, turning the ceiling transparent. The crackling intensified. Giant fissures, like shattered glass, spread across the sky in all directions, revealing glimpses of the empty void of the dimensional gap. Blurred figures flashed through the rifts. Boom. A deafening explosion, followed by the appearance of hundreds of 3-meter-wide spatial cracks, rocked the hall. Through the rifts, the gods saw the massive figures clashing in the void. What is that? The assembled deities, renowned figures from various mythologies, stared at the monstrous creature, its aura radiating chaotic energy, their minds reeling from the sheer scale of its power. They were speechless, frozen in place, their gazes fixed on the menacing chimera. A heavy silence fell over the room. Then, as Azazel and the gods saw the number 666 etched on the creature's crown, their faces drained of color. Holy crap! Wasn't that thing just a story god used to scare people? Azazel's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with disbelief. The beast of revelation. 666. It actually exists. Zeus murmured, staring at the monster, his voice barely a whisper. Damn it. Odin trembled, sensing the creature's ominous aura. Who the hell unleashed that thing? Indra roared, slamming his fist on the table. Rip. One of Trihexa's heads was torn from its body. It roared in pain and rage. Roar. The sound, like a hurricane descending from the heavens, crashed down upon the gods, an invisible pressure crushing them, their bodies racked with pain as if their very souls were being torn apart. Their eardrums ruptured, blood trickling from their ears. Ayaha. They clutched their ears, their screams echoing through the hall. Barriers. Now. Azazel roared, his hands covering his ears. The gods, scrambling to their feet, unleashed their powers, weaving a multi-layered shield of colorful energy above them. Meanwhile, in the dimensional gap, Trihexa, the beast of revelation, moved. It raised one of its 6 remaining heads and unleashed a massive fireball towards Haru. The fireball, resembling a miniature sun, hurtled through the void, its heat so intense that it radiated through the spatial rifts into the underworld, raising the temperature to unbearable levels. Haru, unfazed, smirked at the approaching inferno. He vanished, then reappeared, colliding with the fireball. Pop. A sound like a bubble bursting echoed through the void as Haru passed through the flames, unharmed. He stood before Trihexa, a miniature sun, radiating the same energy as Trihexa's attack, forming in his hand. Here, have a taste of your own medicine. He grinned, tossing the miniature sun towards Trihexa's central, dragon head. Boom. A blinding explosion, a miniature sun igniting within the dimensional gap, filled the void with light and heat. Gah. The gods within the conference room watched in horror as Haru toyed with Trihexa, the monstrous beast of revelation. Several of them touched their cheeks, their fingers coming away stained with blood from their ruptured eardrums, a testament to the power of Trihexa's earlier roar. They looked at the screen, their faces a mixture of shock and awe as they watched Trihexa, now reduced to whimpering like a puppy, being pummeled by the seemingly insignificant Haru. As the battle raged, Trihexa's massive form began to dissipate, revealing its core, a pulsating mass of flesh and blood, the size of a human, from which tendrils of regenerative energy reached out, attempting to restore its body. Haru grinned, 2 miniature suns spinning in his outstretched hands. Trihexa's core pulsed, a desperate shriek escaping it, then it contracted, drawing in energy, preparing for. Haru's eyes widened. Crap, it's going to explode. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion ripped through the dimensional gap, creating a small, black hole that radiated an immense gravitational pull. Haru, his body radiating divine light, struggled against the force, trying to escape its pull. Crack. 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 The barriers erected by the gods above began to shatter. The gods, watching Haru struggle against the black hole's pull, their eyes flickered. Most of them weren't keen on having a supreme overlord dictating their actions and claiming their followers. As Haru finally broke free, Loki, standing beside Odin, roared, "Now! Attack!" A torrent of divine artifacts, radiating multicolored auras, hurtled towards Haru. Having learned of his immunity to energy attacks, the gods had unleashed their most powerful weapons. The artifacts, their divine power shimmering, passed through the spatial rifts, aiming for Haru. Haru looked up at the attacking gods and smirked. A wave of intense danger washed over the gods. Haru's body shifted, its very matter rearranging itself. Drawing on the rules he'd extracted from Trihexa's energy, he transformed, taking on the monstrous chimera's form. Trihexa's 7 heads opened their massive jaws, their necks extending, swallowing the gods and their weapons whole. Within Haru's soulscape, the gods appeared within the core of the barren planet. Facing temperatures exceeding 15 million degrees, they were vaporized before they could even scream. Haru, his form shifting back to human, reappeared in the dimensional gap. He stood there, stroking his chin, and let out a satisfied burp, then glanced at the remaining gods in the conference room, the ones who hadn't attacked, their faces now masks of terror. He sneered. Smart move. A faint crackling sound reached his ears. He turned his head, his eyes widening slightly as he saw it, a miniature black hole, its expansion halted, its form stable. He studied it for a moment, his expression turning serious, then cautiously entered the black hole. He reached its core, where Trihexa's core pulsed and throbbed, constantly regenerating and collapsing, seemingly the source of the black hole's existence. And within the core, a soccer ball-sized rift revealed a glimpse of the sky. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 170, You Are My Most Precious. Haru stared at the soccer ball-sized rift, the image of the sky reflected within it, his eyes narrowing. Another world. The aura emanating from beyond the rift was unlike anything he'd encountered before, a vast, powerful will that seemed to permeate the very air, a presence that sent a shiver of unease down his spine, a feeling he hadn't experienced in either the Campione or DxD worlds. It could only be one thing, an unknown world. And now, with a stable portal established, it needed to be investigated. But, caution was key. He needed a test subject. Haru's hand flickered, tearing open a 3-meter-wide rift in space. The desolate landscape of the great summoning of hell appeared before him. Within the hellish realm, a figure with 10 black, fallen angel wings, its appearance resembling a vampire, diligently practiced a peculiar technique. Haru looked at Kokabiel's lower body, covered in dark, dried blood, a look of disgust on his face. Seemingly forgetting who had ordered the continuous self-mutilation, he sneered. Kokabiel. Cease that activity. Months of relentless sword practice had pushed Kokabiel to the brink of madness. Only his unwavering will, honed through years of battle, had kept him from breaking completely. Hearing Haru's command, his vacant eyes flickered back to life. He scrambled to his feet and knelt, his voice filled with a desperate eagerness to please. My lord. What are your commands? Kokabiel wasn't exactly known for his integrity. After months of unending torture, thanks to his immortal nature, anyone who offered him a reprieve was a god in his eyes. He didn't care who had condemned him to this hellish existence. He was ready to grovel. I have a task for you. Investigate this other world. I need information, Haru's cold voice echoed through the desolate realm. Your will be done. In a plain, above New York City. A young man with messy black hair stood on a small motorboat, his gaze distant, his expression vacant. He looked to be 17 or 18, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a walkie-talkie clutched in his hand, his voice a monotone as he spoke to someone on the other end. A woman's voice crackled through the speaker. Such a catastrophic failure, bang, bang, it seems my time is up. I should retire. Bang, bang. He knew the bangs weren't random noises. They were the sounds of ghouls pounding on the cockpit door. The woman was trapped on a plane circling above New York City's airport. And what will you do, after you retire, Natalia? His voice was calm, his hand steadily mounting a rocket launcher onto his shoulder, aiming it at the plane above. Hundreds of ghouls were on that plane, if they reached the airport, the casualties would be catastrophic. He knew this. He also knew Natalia, who prioritized her own survival above all else, would do anything to ensure the plane landed safely. That's why he was here. Natalia probably thought he was still at their hotel in New York. But he was here, on the water below, a rocket launcher aimed at her plane. If I lose my job, ha ha ha. I might become your mother, Kiritsugu. Natalia's voice was a strange mix of resignation and hope. You are my most precious person, Kiritsugu said softly, his finger tightening on the trigger. His heart ached, but his body moved mechanically, his finger pressing down on the cold metal. The missile, requiring manual guidance for the first few seconds, locked onto the plane's heat signature. As he aimed, memories of Natalia flooded his mind. But the pain was brief. The missile, like a hungry shark, shot towards its prey. Bathed in the first rays of dawn, Kiritsugu Amiya wept silently. He had saved countless lives again. Anonymously. Did you see that, Shirley? I killed again. Just like I killed my father. But this time I won't make the same mistake. I won't hesitate. I'll save as many people as I can. Boom. A deafening explosion ripped through the sky. Kiritsugu, his head bowed as if in prayer, had already turned away. Flap, flap. The sound of wings reached his ears, and black feathers drifted down before him. A deep voice boomed, my, what an interesting display. That, I believe, is a human RPG. So, young man, are you one of those Allahu Akbar types? Kiritsugu's eyes widened in horror as he looked up at the figure descending from the sky. A fallen angel. 10 black, raven-like wings, fragments of the missile embedded in them, framed a figure with a vampiric face, its crimson eyes blazing with malice. Bingo. It seems you're familiar with our kind. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kokabeel. Kiritsugu's face paled. Though an amateur magician, he'd studied the Bible. He knew what that name meant. My master has tasked me with gathering information. And it seems there are 2 humans here. Kokabeel's voice was laced with a predatory hunger. Kiritsugu's eyes widened as he noticed a figure clutched in one of Kokabeel's 10 black wings, a woman with short, silver hair. This is insane, a 10-winged fallen angel. This isn't the age of mythology. Natalia's voice was filled with disbelief. Moments ago, a giant black hand had ripped through the plane, grabbing her from the cockpit. She hadn't realized it was the wing of a fallen angel. Was she still dreaming? Roar. 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 The ghouls, who'd fallen into the ocean after Kokabeel's attack, roared at him from the water below. How annoying, Kokabeel muttered. Holy light coalesced in his hand, forming a spear, which he hurled at the water's surface. Boom. A massive explosion, a crater 30 meters wide appeared in the ocean. Kiritsugu's face paled. That power, he quickly started the motorboat, using its speed to navigate the churning waves, his eyes fixed on Kokabeel in fear. My power. It's weakened. That attack should have created a crater a kilometer wide. Kokabeel's voice was filled with confusion as he flexed his hand. Kiritsugu's eyes widened. They were less than 500 meters from the airport. Had Kokabeel intended to annihilate everyone there, tens of thousands of people, with that attack? He pulled a pistol from his holster. Kokabeel, looking down at Kiritsugu, his face twisting into a sinister grin, holy light gathering in his hand, murmured, I hate complete men. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 171, I am the Lord, Fateverse. I hate complete men. Kokabeel roared, hurling the spear of holy light. The spear, radiating intense energy, shot towards Kiritsugu, piercing a sensitive area, before he could react. Kiritsugu's eyes widened, his face contorting in pain as a burning sensation, accompanied by the smell of singed flesh, spread through him. He clutched his groin, his voice a strangled cry. You bastard. Natalia, watching from above, a strange look on her face, turned to Kokabeel, who was grinning like a madman. Is he a pervert? Indeed, Kokabeel's mind had become twisted. The sight of a complete man now triggered an almost involuntary attack, the other man's pain bringing him a perverse sense of satisfaction. Kokabeel needed an outlet, a way to release the torment that had been building within him. He was on the verge of madness. Mwahaha. He cackled. Kokabeel, have you gathered the information? A cold, emotionless voice echoed from all directions. Kokabeel's laughter ceased abruptly. My lord. I have captured a male and a female. Bring the female to me. Yes, my lord. Kokabeel's wings flared, and he ascended, disappearing into the sky above. A spear of holy light hurtled down towards Kiritsugu. Kiritsugu's eyes widened, and he muttered, Time alter, 5-fold acceleration. Using the magic circuits inherited from his family, he pushed his body to its limits, accelerating his perception of time, his movements blurring as he dove into the ocean, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. Boom. Half an hour later, Kiritsugu leaned against a chain-link fence at the edge of New York City's airport, panting, his face pale, his forehead slick with sweat. That was close. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been fish food. A leg cramp was a small price to pay for survival. He looked down at his missing parts, his lips twitching, then sighed. He'd long accepted that a life of solitude was his fate. A killer like him didn't deserve happiness. But the voice, the cold, commanding voice, and Kokabeel's terrified cries of my lord, echoed in his mind. A being that could inspire such fear in a fallen angel cadre, could it have been Lucifer? The thought of the biblical devil king, as depicted in the scriptures, sent shivers down Kiritsugu's spine. And Kokabeel's willingness to annihilate the entire airport, tens of thousands of people, just because of the ghoul's noise. Something needs to be done. Kiritsugu's eyes hardened. Justice demanded action. Kokabeel, holding Natalia wrapped in his wing, appeared before a soccer ball-sized hole in the sky, 1,000 meters above the earth. A faint white light enveloped them, their bodies shrinking to the size of ping-pong balls. "So this is the gate to hell," Natalia said, a bitter smile on her face. Being chosen by the one who commanded Kokabeel wasn't a good omen. But no matter what happened, she would survive. Even if it meant selling her soul to the devil. Kokabeel carried her through the portal, into the darkness of the miniature black hole. At the black hole's core, the laws of physics seemed to reverse themselves. Within a 50-meter radius, the air was still, the gravitational pull non-existent. Kokabeel brought Natalia to this calm center. "Kokabeel. It's complicated, seeing you alive," a deep, masculine voice echoed through the void. Natalia's eyes widened as she looked at the figure before them. "A 12-winged fallen angel," she whispered. "TCH, you're here, Azazel," Kokabeel muttered, his voice sullen. "Oh. You've brought a human. Is she, for the boss?" Azazel asked. A hint of amusement in his voice. "Yes. My lord wishes to speak with this mortal. Now step aside, coward. You wouldn't even dare to fight him." Natalia's face paled. Even Azazel, the powerful fallen angel governor-general, wasn't the one Kokabeel called master. That meant Yahweh. The God of the Bible. Natalia's heart pounded with fear. The ultimate enemy of all magicians, the leader of the church, the one who commanded the faith of 2 billion people, why would such a being want to speak with her, a mere mortal? As she trembled, Kokabeel carried her to a silver-haired young man and set her down. Natalia looked at Haru's impassive face, then lowered her head, kissing his feet, her voice shaking. "Praise be to you, Almighty Lord." Haru blinked, then, with a flick of his wrist, sent a barely perceptible wave of energy into Natalia's mind, accessing her memories. Her entire life flashed before his eyes. He looked at the kneeling woman, a wry smile on his face. Though he couldn't see her thoughts directly, her actions, her immediate declaration of him as Lord, after encountering both Kokabeel and Azazel, spoke volumes. He decided to play along. After all, as the one who now controlled the angels, the fallen angels, and the devils, he was, in effect, the lord of the biblical faction. "Rise, my lost lamb," he said, his voice echoing with mock solemnity. Natalia quickly rose to her feet, looking at Haru with a cautious expression. "What is it that you require of me, my lord?" "I just wish to observe the state of my flock," Haru replied, his voice still echoing with mock authority. What would you like to know?" Natalia asked, a bit confused. Haru chuckled. "I already know." Omniscient, Natalia murmured, her conviction that Haru was indeed the Lord strengthening. Haru's eyes flickered. In an instant, he and Natalia appeared above New York City's airport. A thought struck him, and he glanced towards the airport entrance, a smirk playing on his lips as he spotted Kiritsugu, clutching his groin, hurrying towards the hospital. Then, his gaze shifted towards Germany. But instead of heading towards Germany, he turned and flew towards Japan. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 172, She's Not. Fuyuki City, Oita Prefecture. At dawn, around 6 a.m., Haru stood on a bustling street in Fuyuki's new city district, a look of mild annoyance on his face as he spoke to someone. Natalia, walking close behind, watched him curiously. Who was he talking to? She moved closer, straining her ears to listen. "I understand. There's no need to remind me. I won't damage the planet." Haru's voice was laced with impatience. "And no, I'm not going to wipe out humanity. Why would I do something so boring?" He was speaking to two powerful wills that permeated the very air in this world. They were known as Gaia, the will of the planet, and Aleia, the will of humanity. Together, they were referred to as the counterforce by those familiar with the supernatural. Haru, having arrived in the Fate universe without undergoing reincarnation or any other method of establishing a legitimate presence, was essentially a foreign object. Naturally, both Gaia and Aleia had detected him the moment he arrived. This was expected. How could he avoid the notice of two such omnipresent entities? But Haru wasn't worried about being eliminated. After learning about this world from Natalia's memories, he'd entered with a certain degree of confidence. As the inheritor of the bloodlines of all the Earth Mother goddesses from the Campione world, he was essentially a son of the Earth. Moreover, several of those goddesses, Pandora, Lilith, Nuwa, were also considered mothers of humanity. Gaia and Aleia, sensing this connection, had readily accepted him. He was now both a son of Gaia and a son of Aleia, titles bestowed upon him shortly after his arrival. And now, his two new mothers were fussing over him, reminding him of the rules of conduct in their world. Natalia, overhearing snippets of their conversation, human extinction, planetary destruction, looked at Haru, her brow furrowed in confusion. Who were you talking to just now?" Haru glanced at her, then continued walking, his voice casual. Two overprotective mothers who keep nagging their son about being careful. You wouldn't understand. Think of them as Gaia and Alea. Natalia paused. Gaia and Alea, familiar names. A sudden realization struck her. The counterforce, she gasped. She stared at Haru's retreating figure, her expression a mix of awe and apprehension. She'd stumbled into a world far more dangerous than even the world of magic. But now that she was here, she needed to find a way to survive. As a mercenary familiar with the supernatural, Natalia knew one couldn't simply walk away after encountering such powers. Once exposed, the world of the extraordinary would forever be a part of her life, and with it, the ever-present threat of untimely demise. And this being who could casually converse with the counterforce, he was clearly someone worth clinging to. A golden ticket to survival, please, master, let me be your loyal servant. Haru walked through the streets of Fuyuki, observing the city that would one day host the Holy Grail War. According to the information he'd gleaned from Gaia and Alea, the materialized soul of the third magic, the heavens feel, could potentially fill the void within his own soul. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice, choked with emotion. He looked up and saw a yakitori stand, a mobile food stall. More accurately, he heard the conversation between the stall owner and a man in a trench coat. You're drinking quite a bit tonight, Yanagi. And alone, too. Where's Aoi? She's getting married. What? Today. Then what are you doing here? She's marrying Tokiomi Tosaka. The new head of the Tosaka family. The wealthy, influential Tosaka. I see, my condolences. Kariya Matou looked at the wedding invitation in his hand, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. When Aoi had given it to him, her eyes filled with a desperate plea, he'd understood her unspoken message. She'd wanted him to confess his feelings. After all, Aoi, his childhood friend, knew that his family, the Matou, were as influential as the Tosaka. If he'd spoken up, if he'd used his family's power, he could have broken the arranged marriage between the Zenju and Tosaka families. But he hadn't. He'd been afraid. He knew the consequences of using his family's power to steal Aoi away. She would be forced into the Matou's den of horrors, into Zoken Matou's clutches. Zoken, his grandfather, was also his biological father. And the relationship between his supposed father and his mother. The implications were clear. Women who married into the Matou family became Zoken's playthings. He couldn't condemn Aoi to such a fate. So he'd accepted the invitation, his heart heavy with Aoi's unspoken disappointment. And now, on her wedding day, he couldn't even bring himself to attend the ceremony. He'd sought solace in this small yakitori stand, a place he and Aoi frequented. Kariya looked at the invitation, then tossed it aside, his voice choked with emotion. I don't care anymore. I'm going to drink until I forget everything. I'll stay open late tonight. Join me, the stall owner said, his voice filled with sympathy. Kawakami-san, why is life so painful? Do what you want to do, kid. Don't hesitate. Even if it means defying the world's rules. Be brave. The Lord is with you. Haru, picking up the discarded wedding invitation, a strange look on his face, said, I am, actually. In the Fuyuki City Church, Kirai Kotomine looked at Tokiomi Tosaka, dressed in a crimson suit, and Aoi Zenju, radiant in her white wedding dress. Aoi Zenju, do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband, to have and to hold, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, for better or for worse, until death do you part? Boom. The church doors burst open, and a voice, filled with righteous fury, roared. She's not. Aoi's eyes widened, and she turned towards the voice, a look of joy, of relief, on her face. She dropped her bouquet. As Tokiomi Tosaka's face turned an ugly shade of green, Aoi, tears streaming down her cheeks, rushed into Haru's arms. A smile twisted Haru's lips. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 173, Chapter 173, You've got the wrong guy. Fuyuki City's church. The normally solemn sanctuary was filled with an unusual atmosphere. The wedding guests, seated in the pews, whispered among themselves, their gazes fixed on Tokiomi Tosaka. What's going on? Is the bride having second thoughts? It seems pretty obvious, she's running away. Tokiomi, his face pale, listened to their whispers. He looked at Aoi, now in the arms of another man, and took a deep breath, forcing a smile, his usual, elegant smile. He fought the urge to summon his mystic code and incinerate the two of them on the spot. He had to maintain his composure, his dignified facade, before his guests. Always composed. Always elegant. He repeated the Tosaka family motto in his mind, a mantra to quell his rising anger. The joke's gone on long enough. First of all, welcome to my wedding, Kariya, he said, addressing Haru, whom he mistook for Kariya Matou. Oh, it was a joke. Quite the surprise. Heh, the Tosaka head is certainly spirited. The guests, sensing Tokiomi's attempt to downplay the situation, played along, their laughter a mix of genuine amusement and polite discomfort. Those invited to the wedding were either business partners or close acquaintances. They were happy to help Tokiomi save face. Tokiomi's eyes flicked towards the first row, where Aoi's parents sat. They caught his gaze and turned to their daughter. Aoi's father, his face stern, his eyes sharp despite their age, spoke. Aoi. Enough of this nonsense. Come back here. Father. Aoi's voice was soft, her eyes filled with a mix of defiance and regret as she looked at her father. Raised in the strict, traditional Zenju family, Aoi had been taught from a young age to be the epitome of a Yamato Nadeshiko, obedient, demure, and subservient. Any deviation from this ideal was unacceptable. Giving the wedding invitation to Korea Matu, with its implied message, had been the most rebellious act of her life. And now, with Haru's unexpected intervention, perhaps emboldened by his response to her unspoken plea, or perhaps driven by years of suppressed desires, she had openly defied her father for the first time. I've lived my life according to your wishes, father. My studies, my relationships, everything. Please, allow me this one act of defiance. She lowered her head, her voice trembling. Aoi, her white dress trailing behind her, Haru's hand clasped in hers, walked out of the church without looking back. Tokiomi's composure finally cracked, his face darkening as he clutched a jeweled staff that had materialized in his hand. He wanted nothing more than to unleash his fury, to obliterate them both. But he couldn't. The church was filled with ordinary people, and as a traditional mage, he couldn't reveal the world of magic to them. He couldn't use his powers unless he was prepared to kill everyone present. And these were his business partners, influential figures in Fuyuki City. Killing them would have disastrous consequences. So, he could only watch as Aoi eloped. The wedding was ruined. After the last guest departed, Tokiomi stood at the church entrance, his face impassive, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. Regarding our agreement with the Zenju family, and the matter of protection, I'm afraid I must withdraw my offer. He turned and walked away, unable to bear the thought of losing Aoi. It wasn't love he felt for her, but a cold, calculating need. She was an ideal vessel, a perfect candidate to bear his children. And he would get her back. Such high-quality vessels were rare. He would retrieve her, even if it meant preserving her in formaldehyde. Aoi's father sat in the empty church, his face ashen. Tokiomi's words meant his plans were in ruins. Not only had he lost the financial benefits of the alliance with the Tosaka, but also the protection they'd promised. The Zenju, descended from mages generations ago, still carried traces of magical blood, but they were now ordinary people, lacking the power to protect themselves. He'd hoped to secure his family's safety by marrying Aoi into a powerful mage family, but now, everything was lost. He turned to his wife, his voice filled with rage. Look at the daughter you raised. She's defying us. She rejected the Tosaka, then the Matu, and now she's run off with some silver-haired brat. In the black hole, Azazel wiped the sweat from his brow. Creating an illusion-based artificial sacred gear in 3 hours was a challenge, even for him. Thankfully, it only needed to affect 2 people. Taxi. Aoi called out, waving her hand on the side of the road. A green and yellow cab pulled up. Aoi, Haru's hand clasped in hers, got into the cab. Anywhere, just get me out of this city, she said, her voice urgent. Running away from your wedding, eh? Hop in. Leave it to me. The driver, seeing Aoi's wedding dress, grinned, understanding the situation instantly. He hit the gas. The Kobe Grand Hotel. I have a room booked there, Haru said, his voice calm. Eh? Aoi looked at Haru, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, then, as if making a decision, she squeezed his hand, leaning her head against his shoulder. The taxi turned, heading towards Kobe. In the luxurious suite of the Kobe Grand Hotel, Aoi, still in her wedding dress, sat gracefully on the bed. Her impeccable upbringing ensured she maintained a perfect, elegant posture, despite the slight tremble in her legs. She looked like a vision of youthful innocence. When Haru had suggested the Kobe Grand Hotel, she'd understood his intentions. She looked at him, her dark eyes filled with a mixture of shyness and anticipation. Make love to me. She whispered. Haru chuckled nervously. I'm afraid you've got the wrong guy, Aoi-san. He had to clarify. If he didn't, things could get complicated once the spell wore off. Aoi's face fell. She glared at him. She'd gathered all her courage to say those words. Aoi's glare intensified. She stretched out her legs, her hand slowly pulling down her stockings, her gaze fixed on Haru's blushing face, a playful smirk twisting her lips. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 174, Aoi's confusion. Fuyuki City, Kobe Grand Hotel. The cheerful chirping of sparrows drifted in through the open balcony window. Fuyuki City, not exactly a bustling metropolis, boasted a maximum building height of 7 stories. Haru's hotel room, naturally, was on the 7th floor, prime sparrow territory. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in a golden glow. Haru felt refreshed. Beside him, Aoi Zenju lay beneath the covers, her delicate arm resting on top of the duvet, faint red marks still visible on her pale skin, a few stray tears clinging to her eyelashes. A peaceful smile graced her lips. Haru pulled her closer, inhaling the scent of her skin, not the expected floral fragrance, but the lingering musk of their activities. After a moment, he stopped, his thoughts turning inward. He'd orchestrated this entire encounter. From impersonating Kariya Mato, appearing as Aoi's knight in shining armor, to having Natalia book the hotel room in advance, it had all been part of his plan. When had he started down this path? This road of debauchery. Perhaps it had begun with that desperate, suicidal attack against goddess Tsukuyomi, that was the moment the shackles of his morality had been shattered. It wasn't a dream. Aoi's voice was barely a whisper, her eyes filling with despair. Haru's face, not Kariya's, was etched in her memory. Are you a magician? Aoi's voice was calm, but the tremor in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. As a descendant of a mage family, though their power had waned over generations, she knew about the darker side of the world. And in her mind, only a magician could have orchestrated such a manipulation. She'd known Tokiomi's intentions from the start. She'd agreed to marry him because, compared to other magicians, he seemed human. She believed he would at least treat her with a degree of respect. And her preference for Kariya. It stemmed from years of knowing him, of understanding his gentle nature, his genuine affection for her. He would have cherished her, spoiled her. A calculated marriage of convenience versus genuine affection, the choice seemed obvious. Of course, she hadn't known about the Mato's unique brand of magic, or about Soken Mato. I'm something like that. A supernatural being, let's say, Haru replied, a flicker of discomfort in his eyes. He'd been expecting tears, accusations, and perhaps even a suicide attempt. Aoi's calmness was unsettling. But she knew the dangers of defying a magician. Without a child, resistance would only lead to unpleasant consequences. She remembered Tokiomi's words, his promise to find her, to preserve her. But in Aoi's words, Haru heard a silent plea, an offering of her future. And then, a tiny spark of life, a flicker of a soul, ignited. Sensing the familiar aura within the nascent life, Haru froze. My 2 new mothers want a grandchild. Seriously? Ah. The duvet covering Aoi vaporized as a wave of energy pulsed from Haru. He stared at her, his eyes filled with a mixture of shock and disbelief, then slowly leaned down, his ear against her stomach. Aoi gasped, her hands instinctively covering herself, her legs pressing together, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and amusement as she watched Haru's actions. It's real. Haru murmured, his voice barely a whisper. Aoi's face paled as she looked down at her still flat stomach. But, how is that possible? So soon? I can sense life force, Haru said, his voice still laced with disbelief. Aoi stared at her stomach, her expression unreadable. Aoi walked along a path in Fuyuki City's park, her hand absently resting on her stomach. Her mind raced, her thoughts a jumbled mess. Still reeling from the shock, she'd asked Haru for some time alone, forbidding him from accompanying her. He'd agreed, on the condition that she remain under the watchful eye of his bodyguard. She'd readily accepted. She just needed time to process everything, to avoid Haru's presence. Being around others was fine. Aoi glanced at the figure walking beside her, her bodyguard. A young woman with radiant, golden hair that cascaded down to her waist, a voluptuous figure that even her loose-fitting white robes couldn't conceal, 12 pure white wings extending from her back, a halo of light above her head, a single white lily tucked behind her ear. A face that Aoi found both beautiful and intimidating, now wore a look of polite concern. Is something the matter, Mary-sama? The Archangel Gabriel. The guardian of Jesus Christ, now her bodyguard, addressing her as Mary. Aoi's mind reeled. But the blood, the feeling of fullness, last night, what did that mean? Shaking her head, trying to clear her thoughts, she continued her walk with Gabriel, her face still pale, her mind still a jumble of confusion. Then, she saw them, 2 figures walking towards her. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 175, Chapter 175, Cupid's Arrow. Fuyuki City, Tosaka Residence. Tokiomi Tosaka sat in his workshop, a space filled with arcane artifacts and ancient texts. He listened intently to the voice emanating from a peculiar device, a contraption resembling a gramophone horn, powered by glowing, multicolored jewels. Tokiomi, a traditional mage, eschewed modern technology, preferring the tools and techniques of his ancestors. He sat before the magical communication device, listening to the report from his friend, Risei Kodomine. There's still no sign of Aoi, Tokiomi. Whoever took her is experienced. They've covered their tracks well. Risei, a close friend of Tokiomi's late father, treated Tokiomi like his own son. At Tokiomi's request, he'd used the church's intelligence network to search for Aoi. But under Kokabiel's interference, their efforts had been fruitless. Tokiomi frowned, lost in thought. After Aoi's departure from the wedding, he'd sent his informants to find Kariya Mato, hoping to retrieve her. But they'd found Kariya in Fuyuki City's new district, drunk and despondent, lamenting his lost love to the owner of a yakitori stand. Seeing Kariya's state, Tokiomi knew instantly that something was wrong. A man in that condition couldn't have orchestrated Aoi's disappearance. He'd immediately contacted Risei, asking him to use his connections to locate Aoi, and also, the silver-haired young man, whose image had briefly appeared in Tokiomi's mind after the artificial sacred gear's effects wore off. Tokiomi, it's been over 24 hours. I wouldn't get your hopes up. Whoever took Aoi is likely a professional mage, perhaps even from Europe. They've had plenty of time to leave the country, Risei's voice, tinged with regret, echoed from the device. Tokiomi slammed his fist on the table, his anger barely contained. He knew what this meant. Mage criminals who discovered a high-quality vessel wouldn't hesitate to acquire it, by any means necessary. Such prizes were highly sought after on the black market. Aoi, missing for 24 hours, could have already been sold. The thought made his blood run cold. Then, Risei's surprised voice came through the device. Wait, I just received a report. Aoi's been spotted in Fuyuki Central Park. Alone. Taking a stroll. Tokiomi shot to his feet, grabbed his mystic code, and rushed out of the workshop. Tokiomi, wait. It could be a trap. Be careful. Risei's voice, laced with urgency, followed him. Tokiomi knew the risks. But an exceptional vessel like Aoi was worth it. And he wasn't completely unprepared. It was time to call in a favor. Fuyuki Central Park. Tokiomi stood beneath a large tree, his eyes narrowed as he watched Aoi, 200 meters away, walking in the gentle breeze. Aoi was kidnapped by a magician. Is that true, Tokiomi? Kariya's voice, filled with panic, echoed from beside him. The news had jolted him out of his drunken stupor. Having suffered under Zoken Mato, he knew the depths of a magician's depravity. Fearing for Aoi's safety, knowing full well Tokiomi's less than noble intentions, he'd still come. Tokiomi placed a hand on Kariya's shoulder, gesturing towards Aoi. She's all right. See. She's unharmed. Kariya's shoulders slumped in relief as he saw Aoi, a peaceful smile on her face, seemingly talking to someone. Then, his eyes widened. Who was she talking to? There was no one near her, yet she was smiling, her expression as if she were chatting with a close friend. Do you see it now? Tokiomi asked, his voice flat. Is she under some kind of spell? Kariya's voice was tight with anger. He turned his head, a puzzled look on his face as he felt Tokiomi's hand on his shoulder. What are you doing? You look unusually attractive when you're angry, Kariya, Tokiomi murmured, his eyes filled with a strange longing. Goosebumps erupted across Kariya's skin. He backed away until he hit a tree, staring at the approaching Tokiomi with a mixture of confusion and fear. What's wrong with you? Whoosh. The twang of a bowstring echoed through the air. Kariya froze, his eyes wide, his gaze fixed on Tokiomi. Kawakami's words echoed in his mind. Do what you want to do, kid. Don't hesitate. Even if it means defying the world. The Lord is with you. Kawakami's face had been unnervingly serene. I understand now, Kawakami-san. I shouldn't have rejected this love. Kariya's voice cracked, tears streaming down his face. It should have been a moment of joy, but why? Why did he feel this overwhelming sadness? He and Tokiomi embraced. Gabriel's delicate ears twitched at the sound of the bowstring. She turned her head, her eyes narrowing as she looked towards a small grove of trees 200 meters away. She gasped, her hand covering her mouth. What is it, Mary-sama? Aoi asked, following Gabriel's gaze, then blushed. Is that a couple? In public, how indecent. Then, she paused. Those figures, they looked familiar. Former classmates, perhaps. She squinted, trying to get a better look. As a normal human, her vision wasn't enhanced. After a moment's hesitation, her curiosity winning out, she took Gabriel's hand and walked towards the grove. Tokiomi, there's no one to stop us now. Yes, Kariya. Aoi's gone. We're free. Aoi stared at the two men, their embrace passionate, their words, intimate, her face paling. Kariya, I thought you were normal, I suppose. There's no such thing as normal in a mage family. I apologize for interrupting. And, congratulations. She turned and walked away, pulling Gabriel along with her. Gabriel, looking at the two men, each with an arrow protruding from their chests, murmured, Cupid's arrow. Does this world's Cupid have a mischievous streak as well? Back at the Kobe Grand Hotel, Haru dispelled the sword of salvation, a puzzled look on his face as Aoi rushed into his arms. What's wrong? You only like girls, right? Aoi asked, her voice hesitant. That's right. Why? That's good. Aoi buried her face in his chest as if trying to forget something. After all, for a Yamato Nadeshiko raised in the 1970s, the sight of two men, together, was disturbing. Had she looked up, she would have seen the mischievous grin on Haru's face. He was a petty devil king. She'd carried his child, her heart couldn't belong to another. He'd subtly used his powers, planting suggestions in her mind, guiding her to witness Korea and Tokyomi's compromising position, orchestrated by Haru himself. The effect had been dramatic. Aoi, a traditional girl at heart, had been utterly repulsed by their display, severing any lingering attachment she might have had for either of them. Haru, seizing the opportunity, pulled Aoi closer, securing his place in her heart, and taking advantage of her vulnerability. Strange sounds echoed through the hotel room. In a dilapidated shrine on the outskirts of town, a young girl struggled to open the heavy wooden doors. Please, come in, she said, her voice small, as a middle-aged man approached. The man knelt, his hand gently resting on the girl's head. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 176, Chapter 176, Why didn't you say so? The middle-aged man followed the little girl into the dilapidated shrine. He watched the girl's peach-red hair, her small, chubby form, and his body trembled, his eyes filled with a desperate longing. I can't hold back much longer. He muttered. The man, Makihisa Tano, was a prominent figure, the head of the wealthy Tano conglomerate. But that was just a facade. His true nature was that of a half-demon, his blood tainted by the essence of an Oni. And the Oni's bloodline wasn't something an ordinary human could contain. The Tano family were known for their short lifespans, their minds and bodies eventually succumbing to the Oni's influence, transforming them into monstrous demons, their lives ending in a frenzy of madness. Makihisa, now middle-aged, knew his time was running out. He was nearing the breaking point, the Oni's blood threatening to overwhelm him. Everyone feared death, but for Makihisa, a man at the height of his power and influence, the thought was unbearable. That was why he'd come here, to the Fuji Shrine. We're here, uncle, the little girl said, her amber eyes widening with fear as she saw Makihisa's predatory expression. She instinctively took a step back. Makihisa stared at the girl, his gaze hungry. He knew she was his target, one of the Fuji twins, inheritors of the family's unique ability. The Fuji family's power was synchronization, the ability to transfer their life force to others, healing or enhancing them. And this power was precisely what Makihisa needed to suppress the Oni blood within him. He had to acquire the Fuji twins. With their power, he could secure the Tano family's prosperity for generations. Clang. The little girl, terrified by Makihisa's intense gaze, flung open the door to the reception room and rushed inside. She ran into the arms of a woman with long, black hair and delicate features, her gentle presence radiating a traditional Yamato Nadeshiko aura, Aoi Zenju. What's wrong, Kahaku-chan? Why are you so scared? Aoi asked, her voice soft and soothing. It seems they've taken a liking to you. Perhaps they sense your motherly nature, Aoi, came a voice with a grin. Makihisa's eyes narrowed. 3 adults sat around a tea table in the reception room, a man and a woman, clearly a couple, and a nervous-looking, middle-aged man sitting opposite them. Makihisa recognized the men. It was Akira Fuju, the current head of the Fuju family's branch, the twins' uncle, and the one who held their custody, Makihisa's business partner. Kahaku buried her face in Aoi's chest, nuzzling her. Kahaku, that's embarrassing. Her twin sister, Hizui, identical to Kahaku except for her sapphire eyes, giggled, watching her sister's actions. I want a hug too. Hizui reached out her chubby little arms. Of course. Aoi smiled and pulled Hizui into a hug, one twin on each side. The girls giggled, rubbing their faces against Aoi's stomach. Having recently lost their parents, the twins instinctively clung to Aoi, drawn to her maternal warmth. Ah, Tano-san. My apologies. Allow me to introduce you. These are the Kasuganos. They're considering adopting Kahaku and Hizui, Akira said smoothly, his voice ingratiating. Makihisa's expression hardened at the word adopting. He glared at Akira, suppressing his anger, and sat down at the table. Akira had anticipated this. He'd orchestrated the entire scenario. The Fuji family, once prominent, had fallen from grace after his sister broke a taboo, giving birth to the twins. As the head of the family, Akira now lived a life of relative poverty. And after his sister's death, the twins, blamed for the family's decline, had become a burden. He'd abandoned them at this dilapidated shrine. But a few days ago, he'd received inquiries from both Haru and Makihisa Tano, expressing interest in adopting the twins. He'd seen an opportunity. If they were so eager to acquire the girls, he would sell their custody to the highest bidder. The Tano were wealthy, they could afford it. As for the Kasuganos, they were clearly not well off. They'd likely seen the twins' living conditions and taken pity on them. He wouldn't have even met with such lowly commoners if not for their usefulness in driving up the price. Once Tano made a suitable offer, he would get rid of these peasants. What do you think, Aoi? They seem to like you. Shall we adopt them? Haru asked, turning to Aoi with a smile. Kahaku and Hisui froze, their small heads turning towards Aoi, their eyes hopeful. But, I have no experience raising children. Aoi said, her voice laced with uncertainty, her face a mix of apprehension and doubt. Kahaku and Hisui's eyes filled with tears. Aoi's resolve crumbled at the sight of their sad, watery eyes. She hugged them tightly. Don't cry. Call me Mama. The twins' tears vanished, replaced by bright smiles as they nuzzled Aoi. Makihisa glared at Akira, his face darkening. He knew he'd have to pay a price for the Fuji bloodline. 10 million yen, he said coldly. That should be enough, Fuji-san. What are you talking about, Tano-san? Akira feigned confusion. 10 million was more than he'd hoped for, but seeing as Tano had offered it so easily, he knew it wasn't his limit. 100 million yen, Fuji-san. Consider the Tano family's influence. Makihisa's eyes narrowed. Ahaha. Of course. I understand the Tano family's power. It's wonderful that you're willing to adopt them. Akira turned to Haru and Aoi. Aoi, holding the twins, frowned. Even, she could understand the situation now. Haru's eyes narrowed slightly. So, it was just a matter of money. Why didn't you say so? Ahead of the rest. Chapter 177, Chapter 177, Go cash it in the underworld. Makihisa Tano narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Haru. Plain black t-shirt, gray slacks, clearly not someone of means. Then, he looked at Aoi, her Yamato Nadeshiko aura captivating him. Seeing her gaze fixed on Haru, who had just made such an outrageous claim, Makihisa smirked. Trying to impress a woman with empty boasts, typical of a love-struck fool. And what a waste of such a beauty. But did he really think he could use me as a stepping stone to win her affection? Not a chance. Makihisa scoffed, then turned to Akira Fuju, his eyes filled with annoyance. Couldn't you find a more convincing plant? Akira, seeing Makihisa's displeasure, his face hardened. He couldn't afford to lose this golden goose. Kasugano-san, he said coldly, I'm afraid I've already decided to entrust Kahaku and Hisui to Tano-san's care. You're selling children. That's illegal. Aoi's voice was sharp, her face a mask of anger. Oh, it's nothing like that. I'm their uncle, after all. It's just that Tano-san is in a better position to provide for their future. Akira grinned, his expression a perfect image of avuncular concern. Aoi's eyes narrowed. She hugged the twins tightly. Haru looked at Akira, his eyes narrowed slightly. Ravel, come in. Clang. The reception room door opened, and Ravel Phoenix entered, dressed in a pink and white, Western-style princess dress, white gloves on her hands, a delicate fan fluttering before her face. You called, Haru-sama, she asked, her voice sweet. Akira, his eyes widening as he took in Ravel's elegant attire and aristocratic aura, quickly revised his assessment of the Kasuganos. He rubbed his thumb and forefinger together, his expression shifting back to its usual ingratiating smile. It seems Kasugano-san is also well-positioned to provide for the children's future. In that case, give him $10 million, Haru said, his attention focused on Kahaku, his fingers gently poking her cheek. Makihisa's face twitched. He realized he'd underestimated Haru. Give the Tano family some face. Snap. Ravel closed her fan, her voice laced with disdain. Tano family? I've never heard of them. Some backwater clan, I presume. Such insignificant beings have no face to give. Ignoring Makihisa's darkening expression, Ravel turned to Haru, a playful smile on her face. Haru-sama, why not make it 100 million? I'm not very good at haggling. Whatever you say, Haru replied with a shrug, his hands now pinching Hisui's cheeks, much to Aoi's annoyance. Here you are. Ravel pulled out a checkbook from her purse, signed it, and handed it to Akira. Akira, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the check, quickly produced the custody transfer documents. Here. Take a look. Makihisa, his face ashen, stood up and walked out. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a higher price, but he didn't have access to that much liquid cash. Most of his assets were tied up in real estate. Unable to prevent the transfer of custody, he had two options: leave or take them by force. Makihisa's eyes narrowed. Safe travels. Come visit again soon, Akira called out, his voice dripping with false cheer, as he waved goodbye to Haru and his group. Haru, carrying a sleeping Hisui, Aoi, holding a sleeping Kahaku, and Ravel walked along the mountain path. Ravel giggled. Haru-sama, giving that man a check for the underworld, that was a bit cruel, wasn't it? Cruel. It's a valid check, for $100 million. It's just, he'll have to go to the Lucifer Bank in the underworld to cash it. It's real money. What's cruel about that? Haru grinned, adjusting Hisui's head on his shoulder. Aoi's brow furrowed. The underworld. Cash a check, in the underworld. Aoi-nisama, you didn't know. That check is only valid in the underworld, in Lilith, the devil capital, Ravel explained, her fan fluttering before her face to hide her amusement. To get to Lilith from here, well, you'd have to get past Azazel, then through a black hole, and then, through the dimensional gap. Aoi stared at her, dumbfounded. Black holes and dimensional gaps aside, she'd been brushing up on her biblical knowledge lately, having mistakenly believed Haru was the god of the Bible. She knew who Azazel was, the 12-winged fallen angel, the one who first rebelled against God. She doubted Akira Fuju, an ordinary human, could get past him. She looked at Haru, a smile playing on her lips. You're quite the trickster, Haru. It seems Fujisan has lost everything. It's worse than that. Ravel pointed towards the dilapidated shrine, now shrouded in a dark aura. What's that? Aoi's voice was filled with fear. Those are yokai and devils, drawn by the death energy clinging to the check. I imagine, Fujisan is no longer among the living. Aoi's mouth dropped open as she stared at Haru, no longer sure if he was the biblical god or Lucifer. His methods were disturbingly familiar. Aren't you going to come out, Tano-san? Haru called out, turning towards a nearby grove of trees. A middle-aged man with black hair, dressed in a suit, his eyes glowing red, emerged from the trees, his gaze fixed on Haru and the others. You're all too weak to be of any interest. I'll leave them to you, Haru said, shifting Hisui in his arms and taking Aoi's hand, leading her away. Roar. Makihisa Tano lunged towards them. Boom. A wall of golden flames erupted, blocking his path. Makihisa glared at Ravel, his red eyes narrowed. I thought you were just a child. A magician. Judging by your age, you're just a beginner. 3 minutes. I'll tear you apart and take the Fuji twins. Ravel's eyes narrowed slightly. She lifted the hem of her dress and curtsied, her voice calm. It seems I've been underestimated. How disappointing. Very well. As is customary before a duel, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ravel. Golden phoenix wings spread from her back. Ravel Phoenix. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 178, Chapter 178, let me show you something. Ravel Phoenix, wreathed in phoenix flames, stood before Makihisa Tano. Makihisa felt the searing heat of the flames, a mortal threat that even stirred the Oni blood within him, and gulped. Had he just heard her say, Phoenix? Those wings, radiating horrifying flames, the overwhelming demonic aura. Damn it, a shape-shifting demonic beast. No, she called herself a phoenix. One of the legendary, immortal birds. But those are supposed to be extinct. Makihisa stared at Ravel in horror. He wanted to strangle his informants. A legendary phoenix, reappearing after millennia. Such vital information, and he hadn't received a whisper of it. And now, he'd stumbled right into its path. Even the weakest phoenix was an immensely powerful being, a high-tier supernatural entity that only the most powerful magicians, the 12 lords, monarchs or the monstrous beings of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, could handle. He, Makihisa Tano, was just a half-demon, a mortal with Oni blood. While stronger than ordinary humans, he was no match for a phoenix. Perhaps someone like Shiki Tano could stand a chance, but he. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, Phoenix-sama. Makihisa raised his hands in surrender, backing away slowly. He wasn't stupid. Facing an insurmountable foe, surrender was the only logical option. He hoped she'd show mercy, given her apparent youth, or perhaps he could find an opportunity to escape. But Ravel's phoenix flames had already incinerated any remnants of his confidence. My apologies. But I've already made my declaration. So, would you mind dying? You, filthy mongrel, she said, her voice sweet, yet laced with a chilling menace. The temperature around them spiked, the air shimmering and distorting from the intense heat. The flames surrounding Ravel surged, coalescing into hundreds of soccer ball-sized fireballs that hurtled towards Makihisa. Damn it. Makihisa cursed, his Oni-enhanced speed allowing him to dodge the initial volley, his body weaving through the fiery barrage. The wind whipped past him, followed by a series of explosions. Boom. 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 The ground erupted in a shower of fire and debris, the earth melting and glazing under the intense heat, creating a pockmarked wasteland. As the terrain transformed, Makihisa's movements became more and more restricted. A fireball exploded beside him, sending him flying. No. He screamed, his voice filled with despair, as he saw another fireball hurtling towards him. Boom. Dozens of fireballs struck him, engulfing him in flames. He crashed to the ground, his body a burning pyre. Is it over? Time to report to Haru-sama and collect my reward, Ravel murmured, her phoenix wings fluttering slightly as she turned to fly towards Haru. Makihisa's screams echoed through the air, the smell of burning flesh thick and cloying. The Oni blood within him, sensing the phoenix flames, surged, desperately trying to regenerate his body. This isn't working. Makihisa realized his predicament. He was trapped in a gruesome stalemate, his regeneration battling against the relentless burning. If this continued, his mind would break. His eyes bloodshot, he pulled out a small, charred knife and began to cut away the burning flesh, piece by piece, performing a grotesque self-mutilation, his Oni blood the only thing keeping him alive. Hours later, his body was a mangled mess of raw flesh and charred skin. He finally managed to extinguish the flames. He collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen, his body slowly beginning to regenerate. 30 minutes later, Makihisa, his body still weak, limped back towards the Tano mansion. Black feathers drifted down from the sky, and a sinister voice echoed, "Such sloppy work, for a devil." 4 p.m. The Tano mansion stood silent and empty. "Butler, bring me something to eat. Something nutritious and high in calories." Makihisa's voice was weak. He stumbled through the mansion's entrance, his face pale. He desperately needed to replenish his strength after his ordeal. His mind, too, was hazy, the Oni blood stirring within him. He needed to recover quickly to suppress it. He sniffed the air, his nose twitching. The metallic scent of blood reached him. "Blood," he murmured. Then, his eyes widened. Whoosh! A spear of holy light descended from the sky, piercing his groin, the force of the impact driving him to the ground. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Ayaha! Makihisa stared at his charred, lower regions, his mouth agape, a silent scream echoing in his mind. That area, which he'd protected so carefully, which even the phoenix flames hadn't touched, was gone. He looked up, his eyes widening in horror as he saw the figure standing before him. A fallen angel. How? An involuntary reaction, I'm afraid. My apologies. But, you are a complete man. And I despise men who are more complete than I am. Kokobile grinned, his voice filled with malice. Makihisa stared at him, dumbfounded. Rage surged through him. His face turning an apoplectic shade of red, he roared, "You, eunuch." Kokobile's face darkened. It seemed he'd struck a nerve. "Perhaps, I should show you, just how scary I can be." Makihisa's eyes widened in terror as he watched Kokobile begin to undress. "No. Stay back. Don't come any closer." Yamit. The front door of the Tano mansion opened, and a young girl, 4 or 5 years old, with a white hairband and a brown backpack, skipped inside. "Daddy. Grandpa Butler. I'm home. Ahead of the rest." Chapter 179, Chapter 179, Einsburn Family. Haru sat on the sofa in the luxurious hotel suite, glancing at the young girl huddled fearfully in Aoi Zenju's arms, then turned his gaze to Kokobile, who was kneeling on the floor. "You brought this little one here from the Tano estate. As a plaything?" Haru's voice was laced with a mixture of amusement and something darker. "Yes, my lord." Kokobile quickly confirmed. Knowing Haru's aversion to harming young girls, a command issued after Haru noticed that the female protagonists in the Fate world seemed to be underage. Kokobile had spared Akiha Tano, bringing her to Haru instead. Haru, learning the girl's origins, recognized her instantly. This was Akiha Tano, one of the heroines of Tsukiheim. She looked to be about 4 or 5 years old. And it was precisely because he knew her identity that Haru's expression was so complex. Killing Akiha's father, then taking her in, was that a bit much, even for him? But the thought of raising her, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. Such an interesting opportunity. Akiha Tano, her sapphire eyes fixed on the groveling Kokobile, her face impassive, then turned her gaze towards Haru. Haru, sensing her stare, turned and gave her a warm, reassuring smile. Akiha flinched, burying her face in Aoi's chest like a frightened ostrich. "Are you sure about this, Haru? Adopting her?" Aoi asked, gently stroking Akiha's head, her voice filled with uncertainty. She'd witnessed Makihisa Tano's attack, and Ravel's quick and scathed return had spoken volumes. Adopting the daughter of the man they'd just killed, it felt wrong. Haru, seeing Aoi's conflicted expression, understood her hesitation. She's just a child, Aoi. If we don't take her in, she'll have to be dealt with. Aoi's eyes widened. She looked at Akiha, then, after a moment, her expression softened. She lifted Akiha into her arms and carried her towards the bedroom. Kahaku and Hijui were jumping on the bed, giggling. Aoi, her maternal instincts amplified by her pregnancy, felt a surge of protective warmth towards Akiha. Even knowing that Akiha, upon learning the truth, might one day seek revenge, she was determined to raise her, to give her a loving home. It's to make amends for what we did, she murmured, carrying Akiha into the room. We'll raise her as our own. After all, you're the one who ordered his death. You made her an orphan. Sure, Haru replied, his voice soft, as if agreeing with Aoi's reasoning. He felt a pang of guilt towards Akiha, but it was the guilt of leaving a child without parents, not for ordering Makihisa's death. He'd seen it as an act of virtue. A man who forced himself on a young girl deserved to die. In a remote location in Germany, hidden beneath a layer of permafrost, protected by powerful barriers, lay the ancestral home of the Einsborn family, a mage clan whose history spanned millennia. Though their name wasn't widely known among ordinary magicians, they were infamous among the noble houses. They were a reclusive clan, avoiding contact with other magicians, yet their lineage had endured for over 1,000 years, a feat that inspired both awe and suspicion. But the truth was, there were no true humans among the Einsborn. They were all homunculi. At the heart of Einsborn Castle resided a magically created artificial intelligence, Golem Jubstachite. Created by the original Einsborn, this AI was responsible for creating all subsequent homunculi. And even after its creators' deaths, it continued to carry out their final wish, the completion of the third magic, Heaven's Feel. Lacking a personality of its own, the AI had created humanoid terminals capable of independent thought to assist it. The current terminal, the 8th generation, was named ACT, following the Einsborn naming convention. ACT had been created before the Second Holy Grail War, tasked with overseeing its execution. He'd made the key decisions for both the Second and Third Wars. During the Second War, due to his decision to place the Lesser Grail, the vessel connected to the Greater Grail, outside the Einsborn's protection, it had been damaged, and the war had ended in failure. Learning of the Second War's failure, ACT had been devastated. After painstakingly summoning a powerful servant, they had lost before the war even truly began, all because of his decision. So, for the Third War, he'd changed his approach, utilizing the Einsborn's homunculus technology to implant the Lesser Grail within a homunculus, Iliasville von Einsborn. And to further ensure the Einsborn's victory, he'd attempted to summon a Avenger-class servant, Ngramenu, the source of all evil in Zoroastrianism. But due to Aleya's intervention, which forbade the summoning of true gods, the ritual had been disrupted, resulting in the summoning of an ordinary villager who happened to be mistaken for Ngramenu. This villager had been swiftly defeated by a passing servant on the fourth night of the war, much to ACT's dismay. Once again, his decisions had led to failure. Now, with only 8 years remaining until the Fourth Holy Grail War, ACT, undeterred by his past failures, knew it was time to begin preparations. But after 2 centuries of relentless effort, he'd learned a bitter lesson: the Einsborn, as researchers and creators, were no match for the cunning and ruthless magicians of the outside world. So, despite the shame it would bring upon the Einsborn name, he made a decision to recruit a magician from the outside world to assist them in the upcoming war. And with that decision, the Einsborn's marriage proposal reached the ears of the world's magicians. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 180, Chapter 180, You Should Be Ashamed of Yourself. Paris, France. Bang. The muffled report of a silenced pistol echoed from a rooftop. Kiritsugu Amiya, looking through the rifle's scope, watched the commotion below as people scattered, their panic fueled by the fallen body. Confirming the target's death, he quickly packed up his gear and left. Half an hour later, having evaded the authorities, he arrived at a small hotel, entered his room, and opened his laptop. He navigated to a specific web page and clicked Submit Mission. A new message appeared. Kiritsugu's eyes narrowed as he saw the sender's name, Einsborn. He hesitated, then clicked on the message. His expression turned serious. A 1,000-year-old family seeking a husband for their daughter. Victory in the Fourth Holy Grail War. The omnipotent Grail, capable of granting any wish. Kiritsugu considered the Einsborn's offer. Their request was simple: win the Fourth Holy Grail War, 8 years from now, and complete the third magic, Heaven's Feel. In return, he would immediately become a member of the Einsborn family through marriage and be granted a single wish upon obtaining the Holy Grail. Kiritsugu's heart pounded. The promise of a wish, that was what intrigued him. As a pragmatist, he knew the difficulty of achieving his goal, world peace. And the Holy Grail, the omnipotent Grail capable of granting any wish, it was the perfect shortcut. But then, he looked down at his altered body, a sigh escaping his lips. He closed the laptop and pulled out a cigarette, a bitter taste in his mouth. The Einsborn's offer was useless to him. A month ago, he might have considered it, but now. What family would accept a eunuch as a son-in-law? He had no chance. But the Grail's power, the ability to grant any wish, was too tempting to ignore. Wait, the Holy Grail War, that meant multiple participants, right? A thought sparked in his mind. I need to gather information about the Holy Grail War. Unable to fulfill the Ainsburn's requirements, Kiritsugu decided to pursue the Grail on his own. Kiritsugu wasn't the only magician to receive the Ainsburn's invitation. Act, having made his decision, had sent out offers to infamous mages across the globe. Unlike Kiritsugu, however, these mages had readily accepted, converging upon Germany, eager to compete for the Ainsburn's favor, for the chance to become their son-in-law. These were mages, not magicians. A magician sought to reach the root, the source of all magic, while adhering to a strict code of secrecy. Mages, on the other hand, were those who used magic as a tool, often for nefarious purposes. They were numerous, but their status in the magical world was lowly. They were exploited by the Mages Association, the dead apostle ancestors, and the church. Their existence was a constant struggle for survival. And now, these mages had been offered a chance to gain the support of a 1,000-year-old family, escape their current predicament, acquire a beautiful and wealthy wife, and have a wish granted by the Holy Grail. It was an opportunity too good to pass up. Driven by dreams of a better life, they flocked to Germany, to the Ainsburn's hidden fortress. Germany. A blizzard had just ended, blanketing the land in a thick layer of snow. Kahaku, slow down. Hijui, don't encourage your sister. And Akiha, why are you joining them? Aoi Zenju, bundled in a thick, brown coat, black earmuffs covering her ears, sat on a park bench, watching the three little girls running around, having a snowball fight. These children, they've only been with us for a month, and they're already so energetic. They don't even listen to me anymore, she muttered. You're too much of a soft touch, Aoi. You need to be stricter with them, Haru said, his usual black t-shirt and gray slacks a stark contrast to Aoi's winter attire. He watched the girls play, a smile on his face. But, what if something happens to them? I'm worried, Aoi said, her eyes scanning the crowd surrounding them, her voice laced with concern. Nearly 50 men, of various ages and ethnicities, surrounded the bench, white, black, their faces grim, their bodies tense. And with the exception of Haru, they were all armed, pistols, rifles, even a few rocket launchers. Aoi could sense the killing intent radiating from them. That's why she tried to stop the girls from playing. Even though she knew these men couldn't harm the children under Haru's protection, she couldn't shake her unease. They were just outside the Ainsburn's barrier, and these men were the infamous mages Act had invited, potential candidates to become the Ainsburn's son-in-law. They watched the three little girls play, their gazes occasionally flicking towards Haru, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disdain. They knew they were here to compete for the Ainsburn's favor. But this man, he'd brought his entire family. Several of the mages sneered at Haru, their eyes filled with contempt, married, with 3 children, and he still wants to be adopted into the Ainsburn family. You should be ashamed of yourself. Haru remained unfazed. The day before, after Natalia had informed him of the Ainsburn's recent activities, he decided to participate, bringing Aoi and the girls along. Crashing a marriage proposal with his own family, how? Interesting. As the mages watched, the Ainsburn's barrier shimmered, slowly opening. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 181, Chapter 181, Welcome, Hounds, to the Ainsburn Castle. A low hum, like the roar of an igniting engine, reverberated through the air as the barrier surrounding the Ainsburn estate deactivated. The snow-covered landscape, a barren forest of walnut trees stripped bare by the winter's chill, began to distort. As if an invisible was were painting across the canvas of reality, a castle, its ancient stones radiating an aura of history and power, materialized from the swirling snow. A voice, old and raspy, echoed from all directions. Welcome, hounds, to the Ainsburn Castle. I am Jubstachite von Ainsburn, the 8th head of the Ainsburn family. You may call me, Act. The mages, hearing Act's introduction, looked at each other in shock. The 8th head. But, the Ainsburn's lineage spans over 2,000 years. That means each head lived for over 250 years. They really are a monstrous family. Act's voice echoed again. There is only one position available. We require only the strongest hound. The mage's expressions hardened. Only one. That meant they were all enemies. They looked around, their eyes narrowed, their bodies tensing, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. Inside the castle, Act watched the mages, their hostility palpable, and smiled. You have 3 hours. The last one standing will become the Ainsburn's son-in-law. Begin. A green barrier, encompassing a 100-meter radius, materialized, trapping the mages within. The air grew thick with tension. They glared at each other, their bodies coiled tight, ready to spring. Damn it. That's why they designated a meeting place. a battle royale. The last one alive wins. Don't panic. I'll try to break the barrier. A middle-aged, white man roared, pulling a rocket launcher from his back and aiming it at the shimmering green wall. Boom. A cloud of dust and smoke filled the enclosed space. The mages watched, their eyes fixed on the point of impact. Seconds later, the dust settled, revealing the barrier, unscathed. Their faces darkened. That barrier, even an anti-tank rocket launcher can't break it. Damn. My severing magic doesn't work either. It seems we have no choice but to follow their rules. A tense silence fell over the group. Within the 100-meter radius, they were all within striking distance of each other. And nearly every one of them was armed. They knew the moment someone attacked, it would trigger a chaotic battle royale. Haru, who had been sitting on a nearby bench, stood up. His movement, a stark contrast to the others' tense stillness, drew their attention. What's he doing? Trying to break the barrier. He has to try. The barrier's probably set to release only the last survivor. His wife and kids are trapped inside. Just kill them all. The winner gets to marry into the Einsburn family. What use are a wife and kids from the outside world? The mages sneered, their voices filled with malice, their words a cruel mockery of Haru's predicament. To them, Haru, who'd brought his family, was more pathetic than they were. They only had to kill each other. He'd have to kill his own wife and children to survive. For these mages, whose morality had long since eroded, nothing brought them more pleasure than seeing others suffer more than they did. The middle-aged man with the rocket launcher aimed it at Aoi, who held the 3 little girls in her arms, a sinister grin on his face. Here, let me help you with that problem. How thoughtful of you, another mage sneered. Go ahead. A little fireworks before the main event. They watched, their eyes filled with anticipation. Haru snapped his fingers, and the space behind him tore open. In a blink, he, Aoi, and the girls stepped through the rift and vanished. The mages stared at the spatial tier, their mouths agape. Spatial manipulation. The second magic. No way. He's a true magic user. The rocket launcher clattered to the ground as the middle-aged man collapsed, his face pale with terror. The other mages, their earlier bravado gone, felt a chill run down their spines. They had just mocked a true magic user. Everyone in the magical world knew that manipulating space was the domain of the second magic, kaleidoscope. Seeing Haru use spatial manipulation, they'd instantly recognized him as a second magic user. Haru turned, his gaze sweeping over the terrified mages. I had no quarrel with you. I didn't want to kill you. What a shame. In your next life, try to be less obnoxious. Black flames of power of destruction erupted from the mages' bodies. They didn't even have time to scream before they were annihilated, reduced to nothing. Within the Einsburn Castle's reception room, Axe sat on an ornate wooden chair, waiting. Crack. What's that? Axe shot to his feet, his eyes widening as he saw the spatial rift. And then, as Haru and his family stepped through, he gasped and bowed deeply. Jubstachite von Einsburn, the 8th head of the Einsburn family, greets the true magic user. Act, I hear you're looking for a son-in-law. I'm here to apply. Interested? Haru asked, a playful smile on his face. Axe's eyes widened, then lit up with excitement. Are you offering to help the Einsburn complete the third magic? Haru nodded, completing Heaven's Feel was his goal, after all. He sought to gather the unique rules of each world, to enhance his own being, to elevate his existence. And the Fate world's most unique rule. It could be summarized in a single sentence. 1 root, 2 counter-forces, 5 magics, 27 dead apostle ancestors. This sentence encapsulated the essence of the Fate universe. And the rules Haru sought were hidden within its meaning. Having already interacted with Alea and Gaia, Haru knew that accessing the root required mastering one of the 5 magics, the 5 methods of reaching the root and returning safely. The first and 5th magics were naturally occurring phenomena, born from the world's own chaotic evolution. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, however, were created by humans. But when Haru had inquired about the 1st and 5th, those convenient shortcuts, he'd been met with silence. Gaia and Alea couldn't reveal the secrets of the 5 magics. Once a magic user reached the root, the method they used would be assimilated by the root, becoming a part of it. Even the counterforce, a lesser being compared to the root, couldn't access that information. Only those who had already achieved a magic knew its true nature. So, Haru had to find his own way. And what he currently lacked most was knowledge of the soul. That was why he'd set his sights on the Einsburn family. The Einsburns were descendants of the magician who created the third magic, Heaven's Feel. And their method of recreating their master's achievement was the Holy Grail War, a system enacted in Fuyuki City. Therefore, the Einsburn were the key to obtaining the complete Heaven's Feel. And Haru, who'd long been intrigued by Iliasville von Einsburn, wasn't about to pass up the opportunity to meet the adorable homunculus. In the Einsburn's underground chambers, Haru stared intently at the figure floating within a glass tank filled with a green liquid. Axe stood beside him. Iliasville von Einsburn. That will be her name. Is there anything specific you require, Haru Kaka? A particular body type? Facial features? We can still make adjustments before she's released. No. She's perfect. Inside the tank, Iliasville's brow twitched, and she slowly opened her eyes, her ruby-red gaze fixing on Haru. A face as delicate and perfect as a doll's, framed by silver hair that shimmered like spun moonlight in the green liquid. Curled up within the tank, her long hair covering her, she looked at Haru with innocent, childlike curiosity. Haru, his gaze fixed on her, a gentle smile on his face, murmured, "Welcome to the world, Iliasville." Ahead of the rest. Chapter 182, Iliasville. The Einsburn Castle's living room, illuminated by the soft glow of countless white candles lining the walls. A gentle breeze stirred the air, causing the candle flames to flicker and dance. Before Haru sat Iliasville von Einsburn, an image of ethereal beauty. Her silver hair, shimmering in the candlelight, cascaded down her back, a white dress draped elegantly around her slender frame. She radiated the grace and poise of a princess. But Haru's face was grim. He was displeased. The reason was simple: the girl, as lovely and delicate as a fairy, wore a vacant, emotionless expression. What happened, Act? What did you do to Iliasville? Haru's voice was cold, laced with anger. In the underground chamber, Iliasville's innocent, childlike curiosity had vanished in the 20 minutes it took for her to change clothes, replaced by this emptiness. He hadn't wanted a doll. He'd wanted a person, someone with thoughts, feelings, laughter, tears. Iliasville, in her current state, was no different from an inflatable companion. Act, hearing the anger in Haru's voice, his face paled. Haru Kaka, I assure you, I did nothing to Iliasville. He was confused, bewildered. He'd been treating Haru, the true magic user who'd agreed to help the Einsburn achieve their goal of completing the third magic, with the utmost respect, practically worshipping him. After all, the Einsburn's core AI had been created using remnants of the third magic. And Act, as a thought processor created by that AI, understood the power of a true magic user. With Haru's help, completing Heaven's Feel was practically guaranteed. Why would he risk jeopardizing that by doing something to Iliasville? Then explain this, Haru said, his eyes narrowing. Act seemed genuinely confused, but how else could he explain Iliasville's current state? Act hesitated, then, as if a sudden realization struck him, he spoke. Haru Kaka, Iliasville's condition is normal. She's only integrated with the AI settings. He explained Iliasville's programming, to protect the Grail, to act autonomously, to assess and avoid any potential threats to the Grail's integrity. She was a tool, a living vessel designed for a single purpose. In the tank, Iliasville hadn't yet fully grasped her role as a tool. That was why she'd seemed so innocent and carefree. But now, released from the tank, the AI settings had taken hold, her pure consciousness tainted by the concept of being an object. She was like someone brainwashed, conditioned to believe she was nothing more than a tool. And since tools weren't supposed to have emotions, she sat there, her face blank, her body still, conserving energy, in standby mode. Haru's face hardened. He was seeing, for the first time, the true depths of the Fate world's magician's depravity. Creating a sentient being, a homunculus capable of thought and feeling, then stripping away its personality, turning it into a disposable object. Haru compared his own, questionable morals to the Einsburn's actions, and for the first time, he felt, almost virtuous. He shook his head, a wry smile on his face, then slowly clenched his fist. Boom. He punched Act, shattering his skull. The outburst, fueled by a strange, unexpected anger at Iliasville's fate, subsided, and Haru's expression returned to its usual calm indifference. He knew Act wasn't to blame. He, too, was simply following the AI's programming. His purpose was to complete the third magic. Iliasville's was to protect the Lesser Grail. They were both merely instruments, carrying out the will of their creators. But those creators had been dead for centuries. Haru, his anger still simmering, had taken it out on Act. After all, Act had numerous backup bodies. And of the two Einsburn present, he wasn't about to take his frustrations out on Iliasville. He looked at Iliasville, sitting motionless on the sofa, and frowned. His new goal was clear, to restore Iliasville's personality, to turn her into the perfect companion he desired. He walked over to her, lifting her chin with his hand, his gray eyes meeting her vacant, ruby-red gaze. Do you know who I am? Haru Kasugano. My husband, Iliasville replied, her voice melodious, yet devoid of emotion, like a machine reciting memorized data. Then I can give you commands. Haru asked, his brow furrowed. As long as the command doesn't conflict with my primary directive, to protect the Grail, I will obey any order from Haru Kasugano, she replied, her voice still monotonous. Haru's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind filled with interesting possibilities. But Ilyasville's vacant stare quickly extinguished his enthusiasm. He sighed, his face a mask of frustration. Then, as if succumbing to a sudden, perverse impulse, he asked, learn how to be a good wife. Does that conflict with your directive? It doesn't conflict. I will learn how to be a good. Ilyasville paused, her expressionless face shifting, a flicker of confusion. What is a good wife? Her eyes flickered, as if she were, thinking. You don't even know that. It seems, I have a lot to teach you. Haru grinned. Raising the perfect wife, that could be, entertaining. A month later, in the Einsburns' living room, Haru smiled as he watched Ilyasville, sitting beside Aoi Zenju on the sofa, sipping cappuccino, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she played with Kahaku, Hijui, and Akiya. Since that first flicker of confusion, since that first spark of independent thought, she'd been different. Perhaps because her template was the Holy Maiden of Winter, Ilyasville had been a quick learner, absorbing everything Haru and Aoi taught her. Combined with the basic knowledge the AI had instilled in her, she could now hold a normal conversation. Haru watched Ilyasville's slender form as she played with Akiha, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. She's ready. He murmured. Suddenly, Ilyasville turned and threw herself into Haru's arms, her face flushed, her voice filled with a playful excitement. Children are so adorable. Haru, let's have one of our own. Puffed. Aoi, who'd just taken a sip of coffee, sprayed it across the room. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 183, Chapter 183, Normal Love and Abnormal Love. P.S. I know it's supposed to be Irisville, but it's Ilyasville, not Irisville, smiley face. A warm fire crackled in the hearth, warding off the winter chill as Haru looked down at the two newborns, his expression a mixture of wonder and complication. Their faces were wrinkled, like tiny, ancient grandmothers. He knew it was from their prolonged immersion in amniotic fluid, but still. They're fragile, he muttered. He gently lifted one of the infants, his hands cradling the fragile life as if it were a snowflake, afraid it might break with the slightest touch. The baby's mouth opened and closed, its tiny breaths barely perceptible, its body struggling to maintain its warmth. Haru felt the faint, fluttering heartbeat against his palm. I thought they'd be as cute as Kahaku when they were born, Ilyasville said, a soft smile on her face as she watched Haru hold the child. The exhaustion of childbirth hadn't yet faded, the color not fully returned to her cheeks, but her beauty remained undiminished. Despite her words, her eyes shone with happiness. Aoi Zenju, lying in the other bed, her dark eyes fixed on the infant in the nearby cradle, also smiled. The book said newborns always look like this. They'll become cuter in a few days. Haru gently placed the silver-haired infant, a tiny monkey, in the cradle beside its sibling. Elia and Rin. Their names, he said, sensing the resonant echo of their bloodlines within him. In a room within a villa built on a small hill in Fuyuki City's old district, 3 men sat on a sofa. Kirai Kotomine, Tokiomi Tosaka, and the priest who had introduced them and arranged this meeting, Risei Kotomine, Kirai's father. Kirai looked at the document in his hand. So, my mission, is to ensure Tokiomi Tosaka's victory in the Holy Grail War. Tokiomi smiled. Indeed. Of course, publicly, we'll maintain the charade of being rivals, competing for the Grail. But in secret, we'll work together, eliminating the other 5 masters. That way, victory is assured. Risei nodded solemnly. The Church's supposed neutrality in the Holy Grail War was a lie. They had their own agenda, and Tokiomi Tosaka obtaining the Grail aligned with their interests. Kirai didn't question their motives. He didn't want to question them. As an executor, his duty was to obey. The official orders have arrived, Kirai. Risei handed him a document, addressed to Kirai, bearing the joint seals of the Church and the Mages Association. The pre-signed document indicated that the Church hadn't bothered to seek Kirai's consent. Not that Kirai minded. He was indifferent. Tokiomi's voice was firm, a hint of command in it. You'll stay at my house and begin your training immediately. The next war is in 3 years. By then, you must be a capable master, worthy of wielding a servant. But, won't my apprenticeship raise suspicions? Even if we pretend to be rivals, people will still assume we're collaborating. Tokiomi chuckled, his voice laced with a hint of scorn. You don't understand magicians, Kirai. When it comes to personal gain, betrayals, even between master and apprentice, are commonplace. I see. Kirai didn't particularly care about understanding magicians. As the Church's executioner, he'd encountered enough of them. He'd killed dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of heretical mages. He knew their nature. Any other questions? Tokiomi, pleased with Kirai's obedience, asked. Just then, the door burst open. Kiriya Mato stormed in, his face contorted with rage. Tokiomi. That woman downstairs. What's going on? Tokiomi's face stiffened, but he forced a smile. Kiriya, what about the tool I acquired from Scandinavia? Tool? What tool? Kiriya's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. A tool to bear my children, of course, Tokiomi replied, his voice low, like a husband caught in an uncomfortable situation. A breeding tool. You're with her. Kiriya's voice turned cold. Of course not. Once her purpose is fulfilled, she'll be disposed of. Don't worry, Kiriya. I love you. Tokiomi's tone was casual, as if he hadn't just uttered something incredibly cruel. But, isn't that inhumane? To just dispose of her? Kiriya's eyes widened, his voice laced with a mix of disgust and pity. Tokiomi sighed, rubbing his temples. What do you suggest, then? Let her go, Kiriya said firmly. Releasing the woman seemed like the best way to preserve his relationship with Tokiomi. That's not an option. The Tosaka line cannot end with me. I need an heir, Tokiomi said, his voice hardening. Kiriya's face turned cold, and the two men stared at each other, the air thick with tension. Rise, watching their silent Mexican standoff, his face a mask of discomfort, wondered when Tokiomi had become like this. Involved with a man, but the situation was what it was. He had to help Tokiomi, guide him. Kiriya, listen to your old grandpa Rise. The Mato family has your brother to carry on the line. But Tokiomi, he's the last of the Tosaka. He needs an heir. Kiriya's expression softened. Rise gave Tokiomi a subtle look, and Tokiomi, understanding, stepped forward, pulling Kiriya into an embrace. Kirai, watching them, his face contorted in a strange expression, murmured, his voice so low that only he could hear it, why? It's so grotesque, this homosexual affection, yet, I find it strangely moving. What's wrong with me? He frowned, a look of confusion on his face. But the image of Tokiomi and Kiriya, locked in their embrace, was burned into his mind. Then, he grinned, a cruel, predatory smile spreading across his lips. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 184, Chapter 184, I am the master of my fate. In a traditional Japanese-style house, filled with an eclectic mix of European furniture. Kiritsugu Amiya gripped the pistol in his hand. It was loaded with an origin bullet, his unique creation capable of severing a magician's connection to their magic circuits with a single shot. His caution was warranted. His target was Zoken Mato, a magician who had lived for over 300 years, a powerful and dangerous individual. Kiritsugu's eyes narrowed as he studied the old man, a grotesque figure, his bald head and wizened limbs like a mummy's, yet his eyes, deep-set within their sockets, gleamed with an unsettling intelligence. A monster. Kiritsugu would have preferred to avoid contact with Zoken. But the Mato, along with the Ainsburn and Tosaka, were one of the three founding families of the Holy Grail War, guaranteeing access to the command spells necessary to control a servant. With the Ainsburn and Tosaka having already chosen their masters, Kiritsugu had no choice. He needed to secure his place in the war, to fulfill his wish for world peace. So, the Magus Killer desires a place in the Holy Grail War. Zoken's raspy voice echoed through the room. It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. According to my research, the Mato family lacks a suitable master for the upcoming war, Kiritsugu replied calmly, his expression unfazed by the stench of decay emanating from the old man. Indeed. That useless second son of mine has fallen under the Tosaka spell. Thanks to their protection, I haven't even had a chance to persuade him to participate, Zoken said, a hint of malice in his tone, though his words were strangely cheerful. He'd initially intended to use Kiriya's participation in the war as a form of entertainment, watching the mage, who'd chosen an ordinary life, suffer. But Kiriya's relationship with Tokiomi Tosaka had presented a far more intriguing opportunity. What do you say, Zoken-san? Kiritsugu asked, his finger tightening on the trigger. Zoken's lips curled into a smile, not a human smile, but something monstrous. Tell me, what are your terms? What do I gain from this arrangement? He'd initially planned to control Kiritsugu, to use him as a vessel. But the men radiated an unsettlingly familiar aura, the scent of a kindred spirit. Kiritsugu, sensing a similar resonance, from the old man. A feeling of kinship, looked at Zoken, his eyes narrowed. I seek the Grail's power, to grant a single wish. He found himself revealing his deepest desire. World peace. Zoken's eyes widened, then narrowed. Follow me. In a snow-covered field, Haru and Iliasville stood within an ancient chapel on the Ainsburn castle grounds. A golden scabbard, adorned with intricate blue patterns and inscribed with fey runes, lay on a summoning circle etched into the stone floor. Let's begin. I need to read to Elia later, Iliasville said, a sweet smile on her face. Isn't Aoi the one reading to her and Rin? Haru replied with a wry smile, watching Iliasvil's childlike enthusiasm. As Haru began the summoning ritual, channeling his magic to connect with the Greater Grail and receive the command spells, Iliasvil gasped, her hand flying to her arm. 3 crimson marks, like stylized swords, had appeared on her skin. She stared at them, her ruby eyes filled with confusion. Haru. Shouldn't the command spells be on you? Why? Haru, looking at the marks, closed his eyes and reached out to the counter-force. Moments later, he opened his eyes, his expression strange. It's a minor complication. According to Gaia and Alea, the Grail, sensing a threat from Haru, had transferred the command spells to Iliasvil. It seems you'll be the master this time, Iliasvil. And I have a feeling this servant will be a perfect match for you, Haru said, grinning. Iliasvil's face lit up. Really? They'll suit me. You're not just saying that. Haru nodded. Iliasvil hurried to the summoning circle and began to chant. In a cold, damp basement, Kiritsugu looked at the armored figure kneeling before him and smiled. A useful tool. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Waver Velvet stared at the summoning circle, his hands trembling, nearly dropping the chicken he held. A towering figure materialized, its gaze fixed on Waver. In the Tosaka mansion's basement, lightning crackled, and wind howled. Tokiomi, Kirai, Rise, and Korea shielded their eyes as the summoning circle glowed. A radiant, golden figure emerged. Tokiomi murmured, "We've won, Kirai." In the Hyatt Hotel's penthouse suite, Kenneth offered Soleui a glass of wine. A toast to my inevitable victory. Behind him, an armored figure stood, armed with swords and guns. Iliasvil beamed, her face radiant, as she looked at the figure before her, a woman, as beautiful as a flower in full bloom, her emerald eyes sharp, her golden hair like a halo, clad in a knight's armor. "Are you my master?" the knight asked. "Yes. Yes, I am." Iliasvil replied excitedly. Then Saber began, but Haru interrupted her. "Thank you, mother," he said to Gaia, his gray eyes opening. "Now, if you'll excuse me, Artoria," he continued, stepping forward, his right hand marked with the command spells, outstretched towards Saber, who stared at him, shocked that he knew her true name. "I declare." Ahead of the rest. Chapter 185, A Kiss of Flames. The command spells on Iliasvil's arm glowed faintly red. Within the summoning circle, drawn with quicksilver, a swirling mist filled the ancient chapel, transforming it into an ethereal dreamscape. A soft whoosh echoed through the air as the mist dissipated, revealing a young woman. Her slender form was draped in a flowing, blue and white kimono, the high slits revealing long, shapely legs clad in white, gold-trimmed stockings, a perfect example of Zetai Ryuki. Her hair, a soft shade of aqua, cascaded down to her waist like silk. A pair of white, horn-like protrusions, resembling ornate hairpins, adorned her forehead. Her delicate face, as smooth and pale as porcelain, was framed by those horns, her clear amber eyes fixed on Haru. Haru's eyes widened slightly as he took in her beauty, a surge of possessiveness rising within him. The girl held a black, bat-shaped fan, decorated with a dragon motif, before her face, partially concealing her lips. Her amber eyes sparkled with excitement, her voice clear and melodious. "I've finally found you, Enshin-sama." Haru blinked, then, realizing the girl had mistaken him for someone else, a slow smile spread across his face. It seemed, he'd been mistaken for a lover. He was about to play along, to claim the name Anshin as his own, when his Campione instinct screamed at him, a sudden, sharp warning. His face paled. Danger. Claiming that name was a bad idea. He hesitated, then said, "I'm afraid you have the wrong person. My name isn't Anshin." Thud. The bat-shaped fan slipped from the girl's grasp. She stared at Haru, her mouth slightly open, her voice barely a whisper. "You're not lying." "But, how?" Haru's eye twitched. So, this servant could detect lies. That explained the sudden sense of danger. Ignoring the fallen fan, the girl lunged forward, throwing her arms around Haru, her voice filled with urgency. "Have you forgotten me? It's me. Kyoheim. I'm sorry. I've never met you before." Haru's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt the soft press of her body against his gaze fixed on the girl who called herself Kyoheim. Knowing she could detect lies, he answered truthfully. Instinct told him lying to this, Kyoheim, was a very bad idea. "You're still not lying. But, your soul, deep within, you remember me, don't you? How else could you?" Kyoheim's voice was filled with anguish, then, her expression shifted, her face flushing crimson as she grabbed Haru's hand, which had been exploring the curves beneath her kimono. Haru froze. A beautiful woman, practically throwing herself at him, he'd reacted instinctively, his hands moving to assess her measurements. If not for Iliasville and Saber watching them, he might have taken things further. He paused, a sudden thought striking him. He wasn't usually this impulsive. This girl, she was unusually alluring. Then, he saw them, the small, white horns on Kyoheim's forehead. He understood. As a being imbued with the blood of Earth Mother goddesses, he was naturally drawn to dragons and serpents. That was why he found Kyoheim so captivating. Kyoheim, her cheeks flushed, her amber eyes half-closed, a seductive look in them, gently placed Haru's hand on her breast. Perhaps, being reincarnated, made you forget me, Anshin-sama. But it doesn't matter. Your actions, they speak of a love that transcends even the cycle of reincarnation. Haru's eye twitched. He'd just been handsy. That was all. This girl, she needed to be more aware of her own beauty, her seductive allure. Throwing herself at him like this, what man could resist? Achoo. In hell, Anshin, his body skeletal and emaciated, looked at the newly arrived souls, his eyes filled with longing. So many attractive men. Kyoheim looked at Haru, her brow furrowed. But, it troubles me that you don't remember. Then, her eyes lit up. She wrapped her arms around Haru's neck, her voice soft. Allow Kyoheim to reawaken your memories with a kiss of flames. She stood on tiptoe, her lips, full and inviting, parting slightly as she leaned in. Haru, never one to turn down such an offer, lowered his head, meeting her lips. Oh my, how passionate. Iliasville gasped, covering her face with her hands, peeking through her fingers, her cheeks flushed as she watched them kiss, a silver thread connecting their lips. Saber stared at them, a slight blush coloring her cheeks, her mind reeling. What was going on? Weren't they here for the Holy Grail War? Why was there another master? And why did he know her true name? And why was he kissing his servant? It was all too much. Ha, ha. Do you remember now, my husband? Kyoheim asked, her voice breathless, her eyes filled with a tender warmth. No. But, why are you calling me husband? Haru asked, licking his lips, a mischievous grin on his face. Silly, Kyoheim nuzzled his chest, then, turning her head, she noticed Iliasville's flushed face and Saber's wary stance. My husband, she said, her voice playful, it seems we have uninvited guests. Shall we eliminate them? Shing. The sound of a sword being drawn. Saber, clad in her silver armor, her hand gripping an invisible blade, stood protectively before Iliasville. Master, please step back. Iliasville, looking at Saber's tense posture, smiled. There's no need for that, Saber. She's with my husband. Snap. Kyoheim's eyes widened, their warmth replaced by a vacant stare. She looked at Haru, her voice soft, almost a whisper. Husband, what does this mean? The reason Kyoheim called Haru husband. Skill, flame-colored kiss, rank A. Kyoheim bestows a kiss upon her master. Once their lips meet, she transforms into Super Kyoheim-chan, capable of overcoming any obstacle. As a consequence, her master's status is fixed as husband. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 186, Concubine, at best. Beads of sweat trickled down Haru's face as he looked at Kyoheim's expression, an expression of pure, unadulterated terror. Even the densest Devil King could recognize the signs now, this girl was Yandere. Facing a Yandere for the first time, Haru felt a flicker of unease. He hesitated, then began to speak. She's. Kyoheim's lips parted, her tongue darting out like a snake's, her voice low and menacing. Don't you dare lie to me. If you lie to Kyoheim, she'll have to wait for your reincarnation, again. So you were the one who killed Anshin? Haru asked, his eyes widening slightly. This was getting complicated. Kyoheim's expression shifted, tears welling up in her eyes. It was your fault. You promised to return and accept my love. But you lied. You ran away. She clung to Haru, burying her face in his chest, her voice choked with sobs. And when I found you, you hid inside a bell, refusing to come out. I was so heartbroken, I had no choice, I burned us both, in a sea of flames. Haru froze, staring at her with a mixture of shock and fear. Such a beautiful love story, so tragic. Iliasville murmured, wiping away a tear. Haru glared at her. Tragic. This is a Yandere who set herself and her lover on fire because he rejected her. Where's the beauty in that? Saber, though still wary of Kyoheim, looked at Haru with disdain, as if he were the one to blame. Lying is dishonorable. Haru's face darkened. He was being blamed for something he hadn't even done. I'm only letting this slide because you're pretty. He looked down at Kyoheim, forcing his voice to remain calm. Kyoheim, Iliasville is my wife. Kyoheim's sobs ceased. She looked up at Haru, her eyes widening, her voice filled with a desperate anguish. You're not lying. My first time, was it for nothing? You were already married before we met again. I had no chance. Her face a mask of despair, she clung to Haru's waist, activating her EX noble phantasm. Samadhi through transforming flames. Boom. An azure dragon erupted from Kyoheim, its fiery breath engulfing her and Haru. An EX-ranked noble phantasm. Haru. Iliasville cried out, seeing the dragon's power through her connection to Haru as his master. She rushed forward, trying to pull them apart. Damn it. Saber, seeing the approaching flames and Iliasville's reckless action, grabbed her, pulling her back towards the chapel's entrance. What are you doing, Saber? Put me down. I have to, the command spells. Iliasville, struggling in Saber's grasp, looked back at Haru, who was now enveloped in flames, then froze. Where did the dragon go? I will wait on the throne of heroes. I will wait until my husband calls for me again. Kyoheim's voice, filled with sorrow, echoed through the chapel as she closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Then, she opened her eyes, a puzzled look on her face. She felt no pain, no burning. She was still in the chapel, unharmed, her arms wrapped around Haru. Where was her dragon? Thwack. Haru flicked Kyoheim on the forehead. If not for the egg's energy nullification, that blast of jealous rage would have seriously injured him, despite his enhanced durability. Ow. Ow. Kyoheim released him, clutching her forehead. Trying to kill me. There's a limit to self-dramatization, you know. And who said I wouldn't marry you? Haru's voice was stern, but he knew he had to placate her. If he didn't, she'd probably unleash that EX-ranked noble phantasm again. Really? You'll marry me? As your wife? Your first wife? Kyoheim's tears turned to tears of joy. Concubine, at best. After what you just pulled, Haru retorted. How mean? Kyoheim pouted. Haru took her hand and led her out of the chapel, towards Iliasville and Saber. Time to go. We're heading to Fuyuki City. 3 a.m. The world was silent, except for those participating in the Holy Grail War. Under the cover of darkness, masters and servants engaged in a deadly game of cat and mouse, reconnaissance and assassination attempts a constant threat. For the magicians of Fuyuki City, two locations were of particular interest, the two grand mansions on the mountain overlooking the city, the Matu and Tosaka residences. These imposing structures were under constant surveillance, low-level familiars monitoring their every move. But Tokiomi Tosaka had anticipated this, his mansion protected by layers of powerful barriers, transforming it into an impenetrable fortress. Not even a fly could enter uninvited, let alone a human or a servant. But there was one exception. Hasanai Sabah, the old man of the mountain, possessed a unique skill, presence concealment. While lacking in direct combat abilities, this skill allowed him to infiltrate even the most secure locations. Hasan moved through the Tosaka mansion's defenses, a sinister smile on his face, silently mocking Tokiomi's naivete. The arrogant magician seemed to trust his apprentice, Kirai Kotomine, implicitly. He had no idea that Kirai had commanded Hasan to betray him. There's no need for excessive caution. Even a direct confrontation with Tosaka's servant shouldn't be a problem. Your priority is to eliminate Tokiomi Tosaka quickly. Those had been Kirai's instructions. Hasan chuckled. He reached the final barrier. To proceed, he would have to physically disable it. Rustling sounds echoed through the forest, the familiars of other masters, observing the Tosaka mansion. They were all waiting for the inevitable clash, the first blood to be drawn. Hasan grinned, reaching out to disable the barrier. When a spear, radiating a brilliant light, descended from the sky, piercing his hand, pinning it to the ground. Pain, fear, and above all, shock. Hasan's face contorted in disbelief as he looked up, searching for his attacker. But there was no need to search. Atop the Tosaka mansion stood a radiant, golden figure, her long hair flowing in the wind, her face so beautiful, so majestic, that it put even the moon and stars to shame. Kirai, you set me up. Before Hasan could finish his outraged cry, he was engulfed in a torrent of holy light. A rat from the gutter dares to stand before me. A voice, filled with queenly arrogance, echoed through the air. As the light faded, Hasan, his body dissolving, turned his gaze towards the distant church. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 187, Chapter 187, A Love Blessed by the Gods. Tokiomi Tosaka sat in a comfortable armchair, listening to the sounds of noble phantasms crashing against the earth outside. A good start. Sacrificing Hasan will deter those who dare to spy on the Tosaka. The elegant figure who had executed Hasan stood beside Tokiomi. She radiated an aura of power, like the sun dispelling the darkness, her golden hair cascading down her back, her face a mask of regal beauty and haughty indifference. Her crimson eyes, bright and piercing, glowed with an otherworldly light. You disturb me with such trivial matters, Tokiomi. Tokiomi rose from his chair and bowed deeply. My apologies, King of Kings. Despite being Tokiomi's servant, she commanded his utmost respect. Tokiomi, a firm believer in the importance of bloodline and noble heritage, recognized the ancient lineage of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest and most powerful kings in history. Angelica Ainsworth appearance. He had been surprised, however, to summon a female Gilgamesh. But then, remembering that Uruk, Gilgamesh's kingdom, had existed over 1,000 years after the end of matriarchal societies, he'd understood. In that era, women held positions of power. A female Gilgamesh wasn't so unusual. Tonight's display will prevent further disturbances. Those mongrels will think twice before challenging you again, Your Majesty. Gilgamesh nodded, a subtle sign of approval. Let those beasts fight amongst themselves. We will observe, and then choose our prey, Your Majesty. Until then, I suggest patience. Very well. I shall entertain myself with a stroll. This era is quite intriguing. Gilgamesh snapped her fingers, her armor dissolving, replaced by a simple white shirt and shorts. The buttons of her shirt strained against her ample bosom, several popping open. Tokiomi's eye twitched. While Gilgamesh's power was unmatched, her insatiable curiosity and tendency to act on impulse were a constant source of anxiety. If she caused any incidents, he, as her master and a prominent figure in Fuyuki City, would be the one to deal with the consequences. And with the other masters preparing for the Holy Grail War, if they discovered her identity, he'd be targeted immediately. Gilgamesh was simply too powerful a prize. Enjoy yourself, Your Majesty, he said, bowing his head. Oh, and Tokiomi, wipe that lipstick off your face, Gilgamesh added with a smirk. Tokiomi froze, his hand instinctively going to his cheek. Ha ha ha. I never thought I'd find someone so devoted to their desires in this era. And it seems, your love is divinely blessed. Those wretches occasionally do something amusing. Gilgamesh laughed, her voice filled with amusement. She was, overall, quite pleased with her master. He was sufficiently subservient, his manners impeccable, and his dedication to his desires was admirable. Though he carried the unpleasant mark of a god's blessing, it was a minor flaw. This era, it was unexpectedly entertaining. She'd never witnessed such devotion between men in her time, back in the ancient, savage days when women were scarce. A playful smile touched her lips as she dissolved into motes of light, eager to explore this filthy world, to see what other amusements it held. Well, then. Tokiomi sighed, the pressure of Gilgamesh's presence finally lifting. Her gaze, the look she'd given him, the look she gave Korea, it had been like needles piercing his skin. He had 7 days to endure this. He hoped the Holy Grail War would proceed smoothly, allowing him to finally reach the root, the source of all things. But Gilgamesh had said, his love for Korea was divinely blessed. How interesting. The assassin has been eliminated. Miyahizo's voice was flat, emotionless, as she handed Kiritsugu a cassette tape. As Kiritsugu's assistant, she was tasked with monitoring the other master's activities, using familiars for surveillance. She'd been the first to notice the incident at the Tosaka mansion. Kiritsugu inserted the tape into a player, watching it 3 times, his brow furrowing. Something's not right. It was too easy. And Kirai Kodomine, he requested sanctuary at the church immediately after the assassin's death, Miya added. Keep an eye on Kodomine. I have a feeling he's going to be my greatest adversary, Kiritsugu said, his voice grim, as he exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze fixed on the file in his hand, Kirai Kodomine's profile. What was this, empty, desperate man thinking? Ryder, aren't you even a little concerned? A servant's been killed. The war has begun. Waver Velvet looked at Ryder, who was engrossed in a documentary about fighter jets, his face a mask of exasperation. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, my boy. And look at this F-20. Magnificent. What if we got 10 of these? Ryder's booming voice filled the room as he slapped Waver on the back, his laughter shaking the very foundations of the small, 2-story house. Waver winced, his shoulder throbbing from the impact. He wanted to yell, to complain, but looking at Ryder's arm, thicker than his entire torso, he swallowed his words. Better to just endure it. Did you see it, boy? The servant who killed the assassin? Ryder asked, his eyes still glued to the screen. No. I just saw a flash of gold, and then, the assassin was gone, Waver replied meekly. Thwack. Ow. Ow. Waver clutched his forehead, tears welling up in his eyes. You want me to be concerned, but you didn't even see what happened. Observe. Then report. Ryder chuckled, blowing on the finger he'd just flicked at Waver's forehead. I did see something. A lot of noble phantasms. He summoned a whole bunch of them, Waver protested, his voice thick with tears. Well, whatever. We'll learn more when we meet this servant. Ryder turned back to the television. Then, he paused, his hand clenching into a fist, his expression turning serious. Be prepared, boy. This war it's going to be different. Right. Waver nodded vigorously. Crack. His neck snapped from the force of his nod. Ow. My neck, he cried, tears streaming down his face. Ha ha ha. A man shouldn't cry over such trivial matters. You need to toughen up, boy. Ryder laughed. In a dark alley in Fuyuki City's new district, a spatial rift opened. 4 figures emerged. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 188, Chapter 188, the curtain is about to rise. Haru, this place has changed so much. It's completely different from when we were here a year ago. Look, that used to be a bakery, and now it's a cross-dressing boutique, Iliasville said, her voice filled with amusement as she held Haru's left arm. She wore a luxurious outfit of a silk shawl, knee-high boots, and a silver fox fur coat, a look that somehow seemed perfectly suited to her. Her silver hair flowed in the gentle breeze, a bright smile illuminating her beautiful face. Haru, watching her, felt a flicker of captivation. Humph. Kyoheim, clinging to Haru's right arm, glared at Iliasville, her cheeks puffed out in a jealous pout. She shifted closer to Haru, pressing her body against his, then closer still, until she was practically hanging on him like a koala. Hee hee. Iliasville giggled at Kyoheim's jealous display, then turned to Saber. Does the outfit fit well? Saber, dressed in a dark blue suit, complete with a shirt, tie, and a black, European-style overcoat, looked surprisingly beautiful. The outfit accentuated her slender frame, pale skin, and the pure, almost boyish, aura she projected. I chose it based on my own clothes. Don't you like it, Saber? Iliasville asked, seeing Saber's lack of response. Haru grinned. He and Iliasville had worn similar outfits during their private role-playing sessions. And now, Saber, dressed in clothes that carried Haru's scent, looked uncomfortable. It amused him. No, it's fine. These clothes are practical. I often wore men's attire in my time, Saber replied, adjusting her tie, loosening it slightly. She's lying. Kyoheim whispered in Haru's ear. Seeing Aoi, and the 3 little girls, Elia, Rin, and Akiha, playing in the castle grounds, Kyoheim's Yandere instincts had flared. She was behind. Way behind. Iliasville and Aoi, having already borne Haru's children, were entrenched. That meant she had to discredit this golden-haired pretty boy in Haru's eyes. She sensed a connection between Haru and Saber, despite their limited interactions. Haru's gaze, whenever it fell upon the knight, held a certain intensity. Saber's face flushed as Kyoheim exposed her lie. She looked at Iliasville, who was now frowning, and quickly added, I don't dislike it. It's just not very practical for combat. Then let's find you something more suitable. Iliasville's eyes lit up as she pointed towards a nearby clothing store. Excellent idea. Way to go, Iliasville, Haru grinned, his eyes gleaming with mischief. He turned to Kyoheim, who was about to object, and said, Kyoheim, perhaps you should choose something more modern as well. Really? Haru-sama wants to see me in new clothes. Kyoheim, her jealousy momentarily forgotten, clung to Haru's arm, her voice filled with excitement. Haru nodded enthusiastically. Saber watched in horror as Iliasville dragged her towards the store. How could Iliasville, so slender and delicate, be so strong? Boost. 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 Within Haru's soul's cape, a slumbering red dragon murmured. Iliasville, can I please change back into my armor? Saber asked, her voice strained, her legs trembling. She now wore a white, European-style princess dress, white gloves, and white stockings. Her expression, a mix of shame and indignation, made her look like a sheltered princess forced to mingle with the commoners. She felt the cool air against her legs as she walked, or rather, shuffled, towards the changing room. The 3-meter distance felt like an eternity. She froze as Iliasville's hand gently grasped hers. She turned, her face stiff, to look at Iliasville, whose expression was now serious. No, Iliasville said, a sweet, yet firm, smile on her face. Saber's shoulders slumped. In a corner Iliasville couldn't see, she gave Haru a victorious thumbs up. Haru, how do I look? Kyoheim emerged from the changing room, wearing a light purple dress. She twirled, the hem of her dress fluttering around her, then stopped, curtsying gracefully. Haru, tearing his gaze away from Saber, chuckled and walked towards Kyoheim, wrapping an arm around her waist and giving her rear a playful pat. He leaned in, his breath warm against her ear. You look bewitching. Would my lord like his little witch to cleanse him tonight? Kyoheim purred, her amber eyes half closed. Just wait until the Holy Grail war is over, Haru whispered, his voice laced with a playful menace. As night fell, the four of them walked along a quiet road, the cool sea breeze ruffling Iliasvil's silver hair. Saber, still uncomfortable in her dress, trailed behind, watching them chat and laugh, her expression a mix of longing and resolve. Shouldn't we be preparing? This is the Holy Grail War. The servants, they're manifesting in their true forms this time, she said, her voice serious. The others stopped, turning to face her. I know, Haru said, his back to Saber, his eyes narrowed slightly. He knew about the servants' true forms. After all, he was the reason for this change. Upon learning of Haru's intention to use the Holy Grail War to reach the root, Gaia and Alea had relaxed their restrictions, allowing the servants' true selves, their divine essences, to descend from the throne of heroes. With mere copies, mere echoes of heroic spirits, the Holy Grail War would only create a gateway to the outer edges of the root, nowhere near its true core. That was why Gaia and Alea rarely intervened in the Grail Wars. But with the servants' true souls participating, the gateway would lead directly to the root's core, to the domain of the counter-force. And any victor, other than Haru, would face their wrath. In essence, the winner of this war had already been predetermined. If you know, then why aren't we gathering intelligence? Saber asked, then her expression shifted, her emerald eyes narrowing as she looked towards the docks, where a powerful, primal battle lust radiated outwards, a servant's declaration of war. Who's going? Haru asked, his voice low. Not me. I'm staying with Haru-sama, Kyoheim said, clinging to his arm, her voice a cloying purr. Before Haru could respond, Saber's gaze turned to Iliasvil, a silent challenge in her eyes. Iliasvil smiled softly and nodded, lifting her right arm to reveal the command spells. Bring me victory, my knight. Your will be done. Saber knelt, her white dress pooling around her, and gently kissed Iliasvil's hand. Then, hand in hand, they walked towards the docks. Haru, watching them go, his eyes fixed on the source of the battle lust, murmured, is that Diarmuid? He's unusually powerful. His aura, it's almost at the level of a heretic god. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 189, Diarmuid. The Fuyuki City Bridge, spanning the mouth of the Mayan River where it met the sea, was an imposing structure, 665 meters long, its arch rising over 50 meters high. A constant, powerful wind swept across the bridge, strong enough to knock an ordinary person off their feet. But two figures stood firm against the gale. Waver Velvet, his face pale with fear, crouched low on the bridge's arch, the wind roaring in his ears. Beside him, Ryder, his expression serious, sat with regal composure. Ryder, let's go down, please. Waver's voice trembled, his body shaking despite the magical reinforcement keeping him anchored to the bridge. The wind's howl was terrifying. Why? This is the perfect vantage point. And the view is, surprisingly pleasant. Ryder took a swig from his flask, his gaze fixed on the container yard on the western shore. A fierce, martial aura radiated from that location. It's too obvious. A trap, most likely. I doubt I'm the only one who's noticed. The other masters are probably watching as well. If we're patient, someone will get impatient. And that is when we strike. Waver nodded quickly, like a pecking chicken. He agreed with Ryder's strategy. Play the waiting game. Let someone else do the dirty work. But. He glanced at Ryder, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This boisterous, seemingly straightforward man, he had a surprisingly tactical mind. A sudden gust of wind, stronger than before, sent Waver scrambling, his arms wrapping around the bridge's arch, his voice a panicked cry. I'm falling. Let me down. Please. There are safer places to observe. Relax, boy. This height, it's nothing to a magician. Honestly, you need to work on your courage. Ryder took another swig from his flask, seemingly oblivious to Waver's distress. Waver's eyes filled with tears. He regretted summoning this servant. He had no authority whatsoever. I'm afraid of heights, he wailed. He looked at Ryder, who continued to ignore him, his gaze distant, and murmured, I want to go home, back to England. I told you to be patient. Look. Something's happening. Ryder pointed towards the container yard, his voice serious. Huh. Waver looked, but he saw nothing unusual. Another servant has responded to the challenge. They're approaching each other. It seems, we're about to have a fight. A predatory glint appeared in Ryder's eyes. Waver gulped, looking at the container yard. This was the perfect opportunity to gather intel. But his fear of heights kept him rooted to the spot. All he wanted was to get down, back to solid ground. He'd do anything. The container yard, illuminated by the dim lights of unmanned cranes, stood silent and still, a bounded field isolating it from the rest of the city. Saber and Iliasvil walked along the wide road, their steps measured and confident, like knights preparing for a duel. Their opponent, having sensed Saber's challenge, stood waiting in the center of the road. The two servants stopped 10 meters apart, facing each other. This was Saber's first encounter with another servant in this war, a battle where their very existence was at stake. Cautiously, she studied her opponent. He was strikingly handsome, with short, neatly styled hair and a single, elegant lock falling across his forehead. But what caught Saber's attention were his weapons. 5 weapons, wrapped in cloth, a 2-meter spear in his left hand, a meter-long sword in his right, a short sword strapped to his thigh, a broadsword on his back, and a 60-centimeter short spear. 5 weapons. Saber murmured, her emerald eyes narrowing. To carry so many weapons meant he was confident in his ability to use them all. She looked at the man, sensing his powerful aura, and her heart sank. A formidable opponent. And her first battle was against someone of this caliber. But she had to win the Grail. The man's eyes lit up as he saw Saber. Her noble bearing, her elegant white dress, the perfect blend of strength and grace, she was breathtaking. I never expected such a beautiful woman to answer my challenge. The Grail is truly generous. Saber's face flushed at his compliment, and she glared at Iliasville, who simply smiled back. She channeled her magical energy. Her body was enveloped in blue and silver armor, a battle dress that shimmered with power. She gripped her invisible sword, its blade concealed by the wind. Though this is a knightly duel, I cannot reveal my true name. And for my master's sake, I must defeat you. The man smiled ruefully, placing his spear on the ground, sheathing his sword, and drawing the short sword and short spear. Despite the rueful smile, his face, with its sharp, angular features and gentle, melancholic eyes, radiated a captivating charm. And the tear-shaped mole beneath his left eye only added to his allure. Iliasville, standing behind Saber, raised an eyebrow. Charm magic. How inappropriate, especially against a married woman, unknown servant. The man simply shrugged. My apologies. I've been cursed with this charm since birth. Blame my bloodline, or perhaps, your gender. It's not his fault, Iliasville. And he's not exactly unknown. 5 weapons, a charming tear-shaped mole, a knightly demeanor, D'Armwood Ua Dubni, the first warrior of the Fianna, known as D'Armwood of the Love Spot. Am I right? And those weapons, the short spear in your left hand, that's Gi Bid, the yellow rose of mortality. And the short sword in your right, that's Gi Dirge, the crimson rose of exorcism. Your signature weapons. I see. There's no hiding it, then, D'Armwood sighed, shrugging his shoulders. His master, Kenneth, had wanted him to conceal his identity, but his weapons and his unique appearance made that impossible. TCH. Did she see through you? Then kill her, D'Armwood. A voice, filled with frustration, Kenneth's voice, echoed from the shadows. As you command, master. D'Armwood replied, his voice filled with a knight's unwavering loyalty. Saber tightened her grip on her invisible sword. Clang. Steel met steel as the two servants clashed. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 190, I'm a man of many weapons. Iliasville stared at the battle unfolding before her. It was a brutal, elegant dance of death, a clash of legends brought to life. Warriors clad in gleaming armor, their movements a blur of motion, steel clashing against steel, the air crackling with energy. D'Armwood's footfalls pulverized the concrete beneath him, the slightest breeze sending dust swirling around him, a display of exquisite control. The pressure wave from a swing of his short sword sliced through a lamppost 20 meters away, the cut clean and precise. And from the calm expression on his face, it was clear he wasn't even using his full strength. If not for Haru's boost, amplifying her senses, Iliasville wouldn't have been able to follow their movements. But even with enhanced perception, she knew that a single blow from either servant would mean instant death for her. Swords tore through the sky, feet shattered the earth. Though their movements seemed effortless, the container yard was being reshaped, its very landscape transformed by their power. So this is a battle between servants. Iliasville murmured, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and horror. Sheltered by Haru, this was her first time witnessing such brutality. That sword, it's troublesome. D'Armwood cursed silently. Saber's blade, its form concealed by some form of magic that distorted the light around it, was nearly invisible. With both of them moving at superhuman speeds, most of D'Armwood's focus was on predicting the sword's trajectory, and even then, he occasionally misjudged, receiving shallow cuts. Concealing one's weapon in a sword fight, how underhanded, he thought, pressing his attack, even leaving himself open deliberately, trying to bait Saber into revealing her blade's properties. He edged closer to the Gi Dirge, the crimson spear he'd dropped earlier. Saber, too, was struggling. She was no stranger to battle, to the dance of death. As a warrior, fighting was as natural to her as breathing. But she'd never faced an opponent like D'Armwood, a master of multiple weapons, his fighting style fluid and unpredictable, switching between spear, short sword, and long sword, his movements a blur of motion. Every counterattack was met with a faster, more intricate maneuver, her attacks deflected and redirected. She was adapting to his style, but she was losing ground. D'Armwood was slowly but surely making his way towards the Gi dirge. Saber knew what he was planning. He intended to use the spear's anti-magic properties to dispel the illusion concealing her blade. She had to stop him, maintain her advantage. But D'Armwood's Gi bid, combined with Gi dirge and beagle tack, were a formidable combination. If not for her A-rank instinct, she would have been struck by the Gi bid countless times already. And he hadn't even drawn the greatsword on his back. 500 meters away, a cloaked figure perched atop a crane, watching the battle. The wind whipped at the figure's black robes, and a satisfied smile appeared beneath the white skull mask, another Hassan-I-Sabah. Hassan is a pseudonym shared by 19. From this vantage point, he had a clear view of the battle, observing every move, every expression. The servants below, engrossed in their duel, were oblivious to his presence. And through a shared consciousness link, Kirai Kotomine, hidden within the Fuyuki Church's basement, saw and heard everything. A battle has commenced at the container yard by the Mayan River docks. One combatant, based on his speech, has been identified as D'Armwood Ua Dubni, the other is a female knight, identity currently unknown. Kirai, his eyes closed, his ears twitching, relayed the information to the ancient gramophone on the table before him. Tokiomi Tosaka's voice, calm and elegant, echoed from the brass horn. Can you see their parameters? Kirai frowned, activating his master's ability to assess a servant's stats. D'Armwood's parameters are all B rank or higher, with an A+ in agility. The female knight's parameters are exceptionally high, all A rank. I see. Have Hassan focus on observing the knight. And can you see her master? A silver-haired woman, standing behind Saber, with command spells on her arm. D'Armwood's master hasn't revealed himself. A cautious approach. Wait, Kirai, did you say the knight's master has silver hair? Yes. A young, Caucasian woman with silver hair and crimson eyes. She doesn't seem entirely human, Kirai replied. On the other end of the line, Tokiomi was silent, thinking. An Einsburn homunculus. Clever, assassinating the master is no longer an option. At least, not her. But it doesn't make sense. Homunculi eventually break down. She wouldn't last through the war. And the Einsburn would never willingly give up the Grail. Tokiomi's voice was laced with confusion. With information about Haru suppressed by both Ahard and Haru's subordinates, Tokiomi was unaware of his presence. The Einsburn strategy was a mystery. And that could be a problem. Kirai, have Hassan focus on the Einsburn. Understood. Hidden among the stacked containers, Kiritsugu Amiya set up his sniper rifle, the electronic scope allowing him to see clearly through the darkness. Thanks to Zokanmatu's network of crestworms, which had been monitoring Fuyuki City for over 200 years, Kiritsugu had learned of the battle and arrived quickly, finding a suitable hiding spot. From his vantage point, he had a clear view of the entire container yard. He activated his communicator. Mia, Kaneth is on the roof of the warehouse, northeast of the servants. Can you see him? Negative. It's a blind spot from my position, Mia's voice, cold and precise, came through the communicator. Kiritsugu frowned. A simultaneous strike with Mia was no longer possible. And against a seasoned magician like Kaneth, a solo attack was risky. He'd have to abandon the plan to snipe Kaneth. Then, I'll target the woman. He looked through the scope at Iliasville, her gaze fixed on the battling servants. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 191, hold. Mia, do you see that silver-haired woman? Kiritsugu's voice was low, his tone serious. Affirmative. On the other side of the battlefield, Miyahizo adjusted her rifle scope, her eyes fixed on Iliasville. In 10 seconds, we fire. Take her out. Wait, what's that? As Kiritsugu adjusted his aim, shifting his target from Kaneth to Iliasville, a figure flickered across his scope. His eyes narrowed. He quickly refocused, his gaze now fixed on Hassan-I-Sabah, perched atop a crane, silently observing the battle below. Mia, look at the crane. Confirmed. I see it too, Mia replied after a moment. So, Kirai Kotomine and Tokiomi Tosaka were working together. But, why were there two Hassans? A noble phantasm, perhaps. But if he could create duplicates, could he create an army? Mia, hold your fire. Cease all offensive actions, Kiritsugu ordered, abandoning the sniper plan. Firing now would reveal their position, and Hassan, with his superior vantage point, would spot them instantly. And while Hassan was considered the weakest servant, he was still a formidable opponent, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. Kiritsugu, protected by Lancelot, wasn't concerned for his own safety. But Mia, she'd be killed. It was only the first night of the war, he couldn't afford to lose her yet. Should he have Lancelot eliminate Hassan, then resume the sniping? This was the perfect opportunity to take out a master. Kiritsugu pulled out a crest worm, his voice low as he spoke to Zokanmato. I need your worm network. Confirm the number of assassins in the container yard. To eliminate Hassan, he needed to know how many there were. And the only one who could provide that information quickly was Zokanmato, with his knowledge of Fuyuki City. Zokan's raspy voice echoed from the crest worm. There's only one assassin present. On the crane. One Hassan, Lancelot could handle that. Can you eliminate him, quietly? Kiritsugu asked, turning towards the corner of the warehouse, where Lancelot stood. Lancelot, clad in his blue armor, watched the battle between Saber and D'Armwood, his expression unreadable. He didn't respond. Kiritsugu frowned. Lancelot had always obeyed his commands without question. This silence was unusual. Lancelot, is something wrong? He asked, his voice a bit sharper now. My king. Lancelot's voice, muffled by his helmet, was filled with a strange mix of emotions, guilt, regret, anger. Kiritsugu's eyes widened as he followed Lancelot's gaze towards Saber. He understood. The only person Lancelot would address as my king with such intensity was the legendary King Arthur. He hadn't expected Arthur to be a woman, but that wasn't the issue now. If this was Artoria without Avalon, the sheathed Excalibur that granted her near invulnerability, they could still handle her. But with Avalon, the undefeated King of Knights was a different story. I cannot eliminate the assassin silently, Lancelot said, his voice now calm, his initial outburst of emotion suppressed. He's 500 meters above us. Approaching him would alert him to my presence. I can only guarantee a swift kill. Kiritsugu's face darkened as he considered his options. Should he abandon the plan and order Mia to snipe Iliasville? A risky move, but... Just then, the battle shifted. The container yard was a wasteland now, the concrete and steel containers within a 300-meter radius gone, replaced by a muddy field, the soft earth damp from its proximity to the ocean. Saber and D'Armwood faced each other, their expressions grim, calculating their next moves. Neither showed any sign of fatigue. I've revealed my true name, even my noble phantasms, yet you remain shrouded in mystery, D'Armwood said, his voice laced with a hint of frustration as he wielded his spear and sword, their edges shimmering with killing intent. I can't quite place your fighting style. Broad, sweeping swordsmanship, befitting a knight on the battlefield, yet you're a woman, Jeanne d'Arc, perhaps. No, she was a commander, not a warrior. I can't think of any female knight who achieved such renown as to become a heroic spirit. D'Armwood frowned, mentally reviewing the legends of Europe's female knights, then stopped as he heard Kenneth's voice. Is he holding back? Is he attracted to her? Kenneth, watching from the warehouse rooftop, his face dark, muttered under his breath. He'd been suspicious of D'Armwood from the start. The servant had claimed his only desire was to serve a worthy king, that he had no interest in the Grail itself. Why would a servant without a wish answer the Grail's call? Kenneth didn't believe him. And Soli Ui's recent interest in D'Armwood had only fueled his suspicions. He raised his hand, activating a command spell. D'Armwood, give it your all. Yes, master. D'Armwood, unaware of Kenneth's true intentions, took it as encouragement, his fighting spirit surging. He sheathed his sword, drawing the broadsword from his back, his voice serious. 93 centimeters long, 12 centimeters wide. I don't even need Guy Dirge now. I've seen through your sword. Prepare yourself. Boom. He stomped the ground, the force of the impact creating a crater, propelling him towards Saber, his speed exploding. His speed, it's increased by nearly 30%. Is it that sword? Saber's eyes widened. D'Armwood's sudden burst of speed caught her off guard. The spear, aimed at her heart, was inches away. Too late. She raised her invisible blade, Excalibur, deflecting the spear. She knew the power of Gibid, she couldn't let it pierce her heart. For now, she had to focus on the spear, ignoring D'Armwood's approaching blade. Clang. She parried the spear, sending it flying, then swung her sword upwards, hoping to block D'Armwood's attack. You fell for it. D'Armwood roared, veins bulging on his arms and legs as his speed increased again. He gripped the broadsword with both hands. A crescent-shaped arc of silver light flashed through the air. She couldn't dodge. Saber closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitable. Hold. A voice, like the bellow of a bull mixed with a clap of thunder, echoed through the container yard. But it was too late. The blade was upon her. When space itself began to tear. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 192, Haru appear, Ryder's shock. This is bad. Ryder, watching the battle from the Fuyuki Bridge, saw D'Armwood reach for the large sword on his back and shot to his feet. What's wrong? Waver, startled by Ryder's sudden change in demeanor, the first time he'd seen the usually unflappable king display such concern, asked anxiously. Armwood's about to use his trump card. I can see it in his eyes, that look of absolute certainty. Ryder drew his sword, and with a swing, tore open a rift in the air. A chariot, pulled by powerful, muscular oxen, materialized, Ryder's noble phantasm, the Gordius wheel. The oxen snorted, their hooves sparking with purple lightning as the chariot settled beside Ryder. Waver, terrified by the sudden appearance of the divine oxen, nearly lost his grip on the bridge's arch. He clung on, his voice filled with confusion. Stop them. Weren't we supposed to wait until they were exhausted and then pounce? Boy, do you really think that's my plan? Ryder looked down at Waver, his brow furrowed as if he'd just heard a terrible joke. I was waiting because there were only 2 servants present. I wanted them all to gather, so I could fight them all at once and end this war quickly. Waver stared at him, dumbfounded. He was only now realizing the discrepancy in their thinking. Gather them all, fight them all at once, end the war quickly. Are you kidding me, he thought. I'm perfectly serious, boy. An opportunity like this to clash with heroes from different eras is rare. I wouldn't forgive myself if I missed a chance to test my strength against them. Ryder's voice boomed, a lion's roar, yet his eyes held a spark of joy. Waver stared at Ryder's almost happy expression, speechless. Those 2 servants, filled with the spirit of true warriors, are about to fight to the death. I respect that. It would be a shame to let them die without a proper challenge, Ryder said as he stepped onto the Gordius wheel. A shame to let them die. But, this is the Holy Grail War. They're supposed to kill each other. Waver's voice rose in a near-hysterical cry. True conquest isn't about destroying one's opponents. It's about earning their respect, even in defeat. Ryder's voice was firm, resolute, his words like a sacred oath. Waver stared at Ryder's back, a sudden surge of admiration filling him. He was beginning to understand why this man was called Conqueror. Well, the observation period is over. Time to join the fray, boy. Ryder laughed, extending his hand towards Waver. Why did I have to summon you? Waver grumbled, but he took Ryder's hand. It's about to get real. Ryder pulled Waver onto the chariot, snapping the reins, and the oxen shot forward, the chariot racing across the sky, thunder echoing in their wake. Waver, his head slamming against the chariot's floor, his legs dangling over the side, felt the rush of wind against his skin and a sharp pain in his skull. I shouldn't have come. He moaned. The divine oxen galloped through the air, their hoofs sparking with lightning. Seeing Armwood's blade approaching Saber's neck, Ryder roared. Hold. Ha. Armwood's face paled, veins bulging on his arm as he pushed against the blade, trying to force it forward. But it wouldn't budge. 2 fingers, a thumb and forefinger held his sword firm, stopping its advance. And that wasn't what terrified him. The crimson marks on the back of the hand, the command spells that was the source of his fear. The one who'd stopped his attack, who could withstand the full force of his blow with just 2 fingers, was a master. If this master were to attack his own master, Kenneth, while he was fighting Saber. The thought sent a shiver down Armwood's spine. The spatial rift widened, and Haru stepped through. I saw the command spells, but a human. A human in this era, with such power. Ryder's voice boomed from the sky above, a mixture of shock and excitement in his tone. Waver, rubbing his head, climbed out of the chariot. He stared at Haru, his face paling. Since when were humans this powerful? Stopping a servant's attack with their bare hands. Then, he saw the still open spatial rift behind Haru and gasped. The second magic. You're a true magic user. Wizard Marshal. A panicked scream, Kenneth's voice echoed from the warehouse rooftop. No way. Tokiomi Tosaka, hearing Kirai Kotomine's report, his face drained of color, the wine glass slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor. Are you certain, Kirai? He abandoned all pretense of composure, his voice a desperate cry. Affirmative. The silver-haired youth tore open space and stopped Armwood's attack with his bare hand. And Kenneth, he called him Wizard Marshal, Kirai's voice, cold and impassive, came through the gramophone. Tokiomi slumped onto the sofa, his eyes vacant. My ancestor, even he is competing for the Grail. Then what chance do I have? He knew the power of Zelrich, the second magic user, from whom the Tosaka's magic descended. How could he, with his limited knowledge, his half-baked magecraft, compete against the originator? Despair washed over him. Then, a sudden thought, a spark of hope ignited within him. No. He's an imposter. Or perhaps he's using some kind of reality marble. He remembered Zelrich's appearance, his aged face, nothing like the silver-haired youth Kirai had described. It couldn't be Zelrich. It couldn't. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. His voice hardened. Even if it is Zelrich, he won't stop me from reaching the root. Kirai, focus all your attention on this man. I need to know everything about him. Yes, master. A true magic user. Intriguing individual. Ryder murmured, a thrill of excitement in his voice, as he listened to Waver and Kaneth's cries of alarm. Haru looked up at Ryder, hovering above. Ryder, his expression turning serious, was about to speak. When Haru interrupted him. Interested in joining my team, servant? The pay is negotiable. He grinned, his voice laced with playful malice. Ryder stared at him, his expression a mix of confusion and interest. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, Are you kidding me? Kiritsugu saw the crimson glow of command spells through his scope, his face darkening. He watched as Haru emerged from a spatial rift, stepping before Saber to block D'Armuid's attack, his expression unreadable. Mia's voice came through his communicator. Kiritsugu, the newcomer, has command spells on his right hand. And the silver-haired woman, she's looking at him like a lover. Are you sure, Mia? Affirmative. This is problematic. With just Lancelot on our side, we're at a severe disadvantage, Kiritsugu murmured, his voice grim. Mia didn't respond. She understood the situation. Continue monitoring the area with Zokan's familiars. Report any changes immediately. Kiritsugu gave his orders, then, after taking one last look at D'Armuid through his scope, he packed up his rifle and quietly slipped away. He knew he couldn't win this war without dealing with Saber's group first. 3 servants were too much. He needed to act, to formulate a new plan. High above, on the Fuyuki Bridge, Ryder opened and closed his mouth several times, his face a mask of confusion. What's wrong, Ryder? Waver, seeing Ryder's unusual hesitation, asked cautiously. Ryder leaned down, his voice low. He said everything I wanted to say. I've got nothing left. Huh. Waver blinked, then, remembering Haru's words, looked at Ryder, a strange expression on his face. You mean, you wanted to recruit the true magic user? And he counter-recruited you? That's right. A true magic user. Do you know how rare those are, boy? I don't have a single one in my Macedonian army. Imagine the possibilities. A true magic user would be invaluable to my conquest of the world. You're still thinking about conquering the world. Even after dying. Becoming a servant. Whether I'm alive or dead, as long as I can think, as long as I can dream, I will never abandon my ambition. I will conquer the world. Ryder's voice boomed, his expression serious. Waver looked at him with a mix of admiration and discomfort as Ryder slapped him on the back. He winced, clutching his shoulder. Ow. 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 Stop it. My apologies, boy. Ryder said sheepishly, then turned his attention back to Haru below. His voice was deep, filled with regal authority. First, allow me to introduce myself. I am Iskandar, King of Conquerors. I refuse your offer. A king bows to no one. Everyone, except Haru, who knew Ryder's quirks, stared at him in stunned silence. In a Holy Grail war, a servant's true name was a crucial piece of information. Knowing a servant's identity allowed a master to research their history, identify their weaknesses, and formulate a counter-strategy. D'Armuid, for example, having revealed his true name, had inadvertently given Saber a significant advantage, his weapon's abilities now partially known to her. And now, this servant, he just revealed his identity because he was offended by a recruitment offer. He practically handed his opponents a weapon to use against him. Was he stupid? How had this idiot almost conquered the world? Waver, seeing the shocked expressions on Saber and D'Armuid's faces, knew they were thinking the same thing he was. What are you doing, you idiot? He grabbed Ryder's coat, his voice a frantic whisper. The oxen pulling the chariot snorted, glaring at Waver. He quickly let go, his outburst silenced. Ryder, ignoring Waver's protests, stroked his chin. He still couldn't quite shake the desire for a talented true magic user on his team. How about this, then, he boomed. True magic user. Servants. Give me the Grail. Join my army. Together, we will conquer the world. I'll even share the spoils with you. Everyone stared at him, a sense of déjà vu washing over them. Ryder, seeing their confused expressions, his face reddening, blurted out, the pay is negotiable. Saber and D'Armuid looked at him, their expressions strange. Didn't someone just say that to you? Ryder froze, his face burning with embarrassment. You're kidding, right? Waver murmured under his breath. But everyone present had enhanced hearing. Iliasville giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. Saber's lips twitched. If not for the seriousness of the situation, she might have laughed as well. Haru, giving Ryder a thumbs up, thought, as expected of a king. Repeating the same line even after it backfired, what a legend. Ryder, scratching the back of his head, laughed. Even if he said it first, those were my true intentions. So. What do you say? D'Armwood, his hand still locked with Haru's, his gaze fixed on Ryder, said, your enthusiasm is admirable, King of Conquerors. But I cannot accept your offer. I swore an oath to my master, I will claim the Grail. That's unfortunate. Ryder's disappointment seemed genuine. He looked at Haru and Saber, who hadn't yet responded. Just then, a cold voice echoed from the shadows. So, you're participating in the Holy Grail War, Waver Velvet. That's why you stole my relic. Waver's face paled. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 194, Holy Crap. Kenneth, having just cried out, Wizard Marshal, his face paled, then quickly regained his composure. As the head of the prestigious Archibald family, he knew of Zelrich, the second magic user, also known as the Kaleidoscope and the Wizard Marshal. And Zelrich never hid his advanced age. The youthful appearance of the men below immediately ruled out the possibility of him being the Wizard Marshal. As for the spatial rift, that was probably just a noble phantasm. Kenneth was certain of it. He didn't believe that some young man, barely in his 20s, could have mastered magic, something even he, the brilliant Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald, had yet to achieve. Taking a deep breath, he used his magecraft to observe the battle. Seeing D'Armwood locked in a stalemate with Haru, unable to pull his blade free, Kenneth's face darkened. That useless cur. I told him to give it his all. Is he holding back? To Kenneth, a servant's superiority over a human was a given. D'Armwood's struggle against Haru could only be deliberate. Then, he saw Ryder, standing proudly on his Gordius wheel, and Waver beside him, and Kenneth's face turned an angry shade of red. If not for Waver stealing his artifact, he wouldn't have summoned D'Armwood, a treacherous servant with a history of betraying his masters and seducing their wives. He should have summoned Ryder. Kenneth glared at Waver, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He channeled his rage into a message, his voice echoing in Waver's mind. Waver, recognizing the voice, his body trembling, whispered, Professor Kenneth. Years of being bullied by Kenneth at the clock tower had left Waver with a deep-seated fear of the men, despite his resentment. It's a shame, Waver. You could have lived a peaceful, ordinary life. But it seems, you require additional tutoring. Kenneth's voice, laced with killing intent, echoed in Waver's mind. It was the first time Waver had felt such malice directed at him, and it terrified him. Kenneth, seeing the fear etched on Waver's face, grinned, a cruel, predatory smile. I shall teach you the true meaning of a magician's duel, the terror, the pain, I will show you no mercy. But Waver no longer heard him. Consumed by terror, his mind shut down, his body trembling uncontrollably. A large hand landed on his shoulder, its grip firm, yet reassuring. Waver looked up, his eyes meeting Ryder's. A sense of calm washed over him. Magician, Ryder boomed, his voice echoing across the battlefield, his gaze fixed on the unseen Kenneth, from what I can tell, you were meant to be this boy's teacher. Ryder looked around the container yard, his expression a mix of amusement and disdain. If that's true, how pathetic. The man who would be my master should be a warrior, like this boy, fighting by my side, not some coward hiding in the shadows. The killing intent surrounding Waver vanished, replaced by a wave of intense anger, Kenneth's fury at Ryder's insult. Ryder laughed, his voice filled with scorn. Come out. Show yourselves. I know you're there, lurking in the darkness, watching us. Saber and D'Armwood looked at Ryder, their expressions a mixture of surprise and confusion. Haru's eyes lit up with interest as his gaze shifted towards a nearby lamppost. Ryder, is something the matter? Saber asked. Ryder looked down at her, grinning, and gave her a thumbs up. That was quite a display, you two. A true warrior's duel. Such a spirited clash of steel, it must have drawn quite a crowd. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the sky, then took a deep breath, his voice booming. Pathetic. Truly pathetic. The so-called heroes of Fuyuki City. That battle, did it not stir your blood? Did it not awaken your warrior spirit? His voice echoed through the night. You carry names worthy of legend, yet you hide in the shadows, like cowards. Don't make me, Iskandar, think less of you. His gaze fixed on the remaining, undamaged lamppost, where a golden light began to coalesce. Slap. Tokiomi Tosaka, listening to Kiriai's report, slapped his forehead. Such a crude tactic. Kiriai frowned. Indeed. A rather uninspired attempt at provocation. I understand, Kiriai. I just hope she wasn't paying attention. You dare ignore me. You call yourselves kings, yet you lack the courage to even show your faces. Tell me, how do you wish to die? A haughty, feminine voice echoed from the lamppost. All eyes turned towards the newcomer. A woman with long, flowing golden hair that shimmered in the moonlight, her beautiful face a mask of regal pride, her crimson eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, her body tall and slender, her legs long and shapely. But what caught Haru's attention was her attire, a white shirt, unbuttoned just enough to contain her ample bosom, and a pair of short shorts. Holy crap! Gender-bent Gilgamesh. Haru stared, dumbfounded. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, Haru vs. Gilgamesh. Ryder, clearly not expecting such a bold declaration, looked flustered, scratching his beard as he spoke. Even if you think that, this Iskandar is still the renowned king of conquerors. I am the only true king among heroes. The rest are just pretenders. Gilgamesh's words were more insulting than any curse, but delivered in her haughty, elegant voice, coupled with her breathtaking beauty, they held a strange playful quality. It's all about looks, isn't it? Haru muttered. If this were the male Gilgamesh, he'd be unleashing the sword of salvation, and a barrage of holy lightning right now, not ogling her. Saber frowned, not at Gilgamesh's words, but at Haru's lecherous gaze, which made her skin crawl. She stepped back, positioning herself in front of Ilyasville. Ilyasville, what's wrong with Haru? That servant, she seems to fit his preferences. He has a thing for tsundere types, Ilyasville replied, a knowing smile on her face. Saber's lips twitched. Ilyasville. Your husband is practically drooling over another woman, and you're smiling. How magnanimous of you. Saber didn't realize it wasn't magnanimity, but the result of Haru's constant influence, subtly altering Ilyasville's values. Ryder, hearing Gilgamesh's arrogant declaration, raised an eyebrow. If you're making such bold claims, perhaps you should introduce yourself. If you're truly a king, you shouldn't be afraid to reveal your name. Gilgamesh's crimson eyes narrowed, a flicker of anger in them. How dare this mongrel interrupt her, and with such a condescending tone? She expected silence, rapt attention, not questions. Are you questioning me? You dare to ask for my name, you insignificant worm. The air crackled with tension. Even when she's angry, she's beautiful. Haru murmured. Saber's eye twitched. She looked at Haru, still ogling Gilgamesh, and sighed. He's hopeless. Distracted by Gilgamesh, Haru's grip on Diarmuid's blade loosened slightly, the authority of heaven and earth that held him captive faltering. Diarmuid, sensing the shift, his eyes narrowed. He pulled his blade free, leaping back in a fluid motion. A soft pop echoed through the air as the authority of heaven and earth's hold on him dissipated. The authority, after all, manipulated the planet's magical energy. The Gi dirge, with its anti-magic properties, was its natural counter. Diarmuid, his expression serious, sheathed his broadsword and drew the long sword from his back. Though his earlier attack had been effortlessly blocked, his movements restricted, he hadn't lost his confidence. Master, I've broken free. Request permission to deploy my noble phantasm, he said to Kaneth through their connection. Diarmuid's actions drew everyone's attention. Gilgamesh and Ryder's gazes turned towards him. As Kaneth was about to give his consent, a sharp alarm blared in his mind, the warning signal from the workshop where he'd left Sola Ui. His eyes widened in alarm. Diarmuid, get me out of here. Now. Everyone looked towards the source of Kaneth's voice. Diarmuid's face paled. He'd just revealed his master's location. Sensing the gazes of Gilgamesh, Ryder, and Haru upon him, Kaneth shrank back in fear. He was no match for any of them. And now, with his location exposed, with Diarmuid's limited combat abilities, if they attacked. Terror filled his eyes. Gilgamesh, seeing Kaneth's fear, nodded in satisfaction. It seems, someone recognizes my power. Diarmuid's master is a shrewd one. To risk revealing his position, he must be a formidable magician, Ryder said, his eyes narrowed as he looked at Gilgamesh. Indeed, she replied, her voice filled with haughty pride. Then, her expression shifted, and she shivered slightly, her gaze falling upon Haru. Her crimson eyes narrowed, and her voice, laced with anger, echoed through the container yard. Mongrel, while I appreciate devotion to one's desires, your gaze is unacceptable. Ever since I arrived, your eyes have been crawling all over me. A golden key appeared in her hand. She turned it. Click. An invisible gate seemed to open, and the sky behind Gilgamesh shimmered with golden light. Ripples, like disturbed water, spread through the air, and 16 weapons, swords, axes, maces, each radiating an aura of immense power and divine authority, materialized behind her. Are you kidding me? All noble phantasms. Waver gaped at the weapons, his voice filled with disbelief. How can she have so many? Ilyasville whispered, her hand covering her mouth. Now that's what I call a treasure trove. Ryder's eyes gleamed with excitement. Die. Gilgamesh's voice rang out, and the 16 noble phantasms hurtled towards Haru. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, Shanakba Imuru, the Omniscient Omnipotent Star. Whoosh. 16 noble phantasms, radiating power and menace, hurtled towards Haru, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Haru, his gaze fixed on Gilgamesh, glanced at the incoming weapons, a smirk playing on his lips. He'd instantly assessed their power level using his master's authority, all B rank. While formidable, they weren't enough to even scratch his skin. Haru's body, despite its slender appearance, possessed EX rank durability. He didn't even bother to defend himself. These attacks were like a gentle breeze, why bother blocking the wind? But the others, seeing Haru's seemingly careless disregard for the incoming barrage, assumed he was paralyzed by fear, frozen in place. Saber, her eyes narrowing, drew Excalibur, rushing forward to intercept the attack. But someone was faster. Ha! Kaioheim, appearing before Haru in a flash of motion, her aqua hair swirling around her, a massive, crescent blade glaive, like a guandao, in her hands, intercepted the noble phantasms. The air whipped and cracked as she swung the 2-meter-long blade, deflecting the incoming projectiles with effortless grace. Everyone stared at her, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. A weapon that size, wielded by a girl barely 5 feet tall. Thud. Kaioheim planted the glaive's handle in the ground and turned, throwing her arms around Haru, her voice filled with concern. Haru-sama, are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine. But, is that your noble phantasm? Haru asked. Kaioheim, relieved that he was unharmed, her worried expression softening, blushed, covering her mouth with her hand. Yes. It's a Naginata. As a daughter of a warrior family, it was mandatory training. It seems, it became my noble phantasm. Though I'm only somewhat proficient with it. Don't be so modest, Kaioheim. You're very strong, Haru said, his voice sincere. You're not lying. I'm that strong. Kaioheim clung to his arm, her voice filled with delight. In many ways, Haru murmured, enjoying the feel of her soft body against his. 16 noble phantasms, deflected in an instant, and she calls that somewhat proficient. Are all servants such monsters? Waver, watching from above, muttered, his teeth grinding. Ryder nodded in agreement, then turned to Waver, his expression serious. Her technique, it's basic. Her parameters shouldn't be higher than C rank. But her strength, it's monstrous. Boy, check her stats. Alright. Waver quickly activated his master's ability, then his eyes widened. All A rank. And A+ in agility. What kind of monster is she? Ryder nodded, as if he'd expected this. A servant's physical abilities are determined by their master's magical energy. So, the monster isn't her, it's her master, that magic user. Waver, his face paling, hid behind Ryder. Boosting a servant's stats from C rank to A rank, how much magical energy does that guy have? A golden light, brighter than before, radiated from Gilgamesh. Her crimson eyes, focused on Kaioheim, pierced through the girl's charming facade, seeing directly into her soul, a massive, coiled white dragon. Gilgamesh was using her Shanakba Imuru, the Omniscient Omnipotent Star, an ability given to her from the gods which made her omniscient, giving her access to all knowledge of the world. Gilgamesh's face darkened, and her voice, cold and filled with killing intent, echoed through the container yard. You dare interfere with my judgment? You, serpent, you want to die. Behind her, more weapons emerged from the gate of Babylon, 32 in total, each radiating a powerful aura, A-rank noble phantasms, each with dragon-slaying properties. She can summon more. Iliasville whispered, her hand covering her mouth. Just how rich is this woman? Since when are noble phantasms so common? Waver groaned, clutching his hair. Even Ryder was silent, his face a mask of shock. Showing off your toys before Kaioheim. Threatening my husband. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Kaioheim's eyes narrowed, her voice laced with venom, as she sensed the threat from the weapons. Saber's face paled. But she was a warrior. She took a deep breath, suppressing her fear, and stepped forward, shielding Kaioheim and Haru. Kaioheim, stand back. I'll handle this. You're outmatched. No need. I'll finish her, now. A sinister smile spread across Kaioheim's face as she began to draw on Haru's magical energy, preparing to unleash her most powerful attack. Samadhi through transforming flames. You intend to use that, single target, EX-ranked noble phantasm. Gilgamesh's voice was laced with amusement. How do you know that? Kaioheim's eyes widened in shock. Haru's eyes narrowed. Kaioheim's noble phantasm should have been a secret. How did Gilgamesh know about it? EX rank. Waver and Ryder stared at Kaioheim, their faces pale. Their own trump card, Ionian Hitairoi, was also EX rank. But it was an anti-army noble phantasm, meant for use against multiple opponents. And Gilgamesh had just said Kyoheim's was a single-target EX-ranked noble phantasm. Its destructive power against a single individual was unimaginable. This is bad. I'm not confident I could survive an EX-ranked attack. Ryder muttered, scratching his head. Such high parameters, and an EX-ranked noble phantasm. That's cheating. Waver's voice was filled with despair. His hopes of winning the Grail War dwindled. I saw it, of course. I see everything. Gilgamesh's crimson eyes glowed with the power of Sha-Nakba Imuru, her omniscience. Her gaze, fixed on Haru, suddenly hardened, her voice a furious roar. You, bastard. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Divine Sword of Salvation vs. Sword of Rupture EA. Gilgamesh is enraged. It seems, she's going all out. Tokiomi Tosaka's face was grim as he listened to Kirai Kodamine's report through the jeweled communication device. Unleashing one's full power on the first night of the Holy Grail War was a risky move. With so little information about the other servants, a decisive victory wasn't guaranteed. While Tokiomi was confident in Gilgamesh's power, the Einsburn's 3 servant-class combatants were a cause for concern. He looked at the command spells on his hand, his brow furrowed. Should he restrain Gilgamesh, or allow her to engage the Einsburn? A decision must be made. Kirai's voice echoed from the communication device. Tokiomi gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the command spells. He sighed. Let her fight. But I want a detailed report on everything that happens. Understood. You bastard. Gilgamesh's voice, filled with rage, echoed through the container yard. Haru, feeling the weight of her killing intent, looked at her, his brow furrowed in confusion. Are you calling me a bastard? Gilgamesh's heavy breathing slowed as her face softened, a smile. Almost pleasant, appearing on her lips. But the murderous aura around her only intensified. I was wondering why your gaze felt so familiar, so repulsive. Now I understand. You're a child of Inanna, aren't you, mongrel? Haru's expression turned strange. He remembered. The blood of all the Earth Mothers from the Campione world flowed through his veins, and that included Inanna. And Inanna, in Mesopotamian mythology, was the goddess who had proposed to Gilgamesh and fallen in love with Enkidu, then, upon being rejected, had orchestrated her beloved's death. Seeing the barely suppressed fury in Gilgamesh's eyes, Haru felt a shiver of unease. I was wondering how a Magus could block D. Armwood's attack, and with such an abundance of magical energy, Ryder said, scratching his head. So he's a demigod, eh? But aren't the gods supposed to be dead? How can there be a demigod? Waver asked, his voice filled with confusion. This contradicted everything he'd learned about the Age of Gods. Seeing the certainty in Gilgamesh's expression, even Saber and Kyoheim, and Iliasville, who knew Haru best, looked at him with a flicker of doubt in their eyes. I have the blood of a goddess, yes. But I'm not a demigod. Just a descendant, Haru said. It doesn't matter what you are, Haru-sama. Kyoheim loves you. Kyoheim declared, throwing her arms around him, her voice a cloying purr, then she glanced at Saber and Iliasville, a triumphant smirk on her face. Neither Saber nor Iliasville understood the concept of competing for affection. They simply stared at Kyoheim, their expressions bewildered. Gilgamesh's composure finally shattered. She stared at Haru, her eyes wide with shock. No, it's not just Inanna, you carry Enkidu's blood as well. Within you. Her voice was filled with a mixture of rage and betrayal. Haru's eyes widened. He remembered. Enkidu, in the Campione world, was an agricultural god, another Earth Mother goddess. That bitch, she seduced her. And they had a child. Gilgamesh roared, pulling out a golden key. A golden ripple appeared in the air, and she reached into the gate of Babylon, pulling out a sword. It wasn't a sword in the conventional sense. 3 cylindrical sections, joined together in a spiraling pattern, radiated an ancient, divine aura. It was a weapon that had witnessed the creation of the world, a relic from the dawn of Mesopotamian civilization. And Enkidu, she dared to betray me. You'll all die. The bastard child, and this entire world. All of you. Gilgamesh gripped EA, her voice filled with rage. Jealousy over a past lover. Haru murmured, seeing the fury in Gilgamesh's eyes, the EA now poised to strike. His face turned serious. He wrapped an arm around Kyoheim's waist, his body radiating a soft, platinum gold light, a light that was warm, not blinding. The sword of salvation materialized in his right hand. Awaken, EA. Gilgamesh roared, raising the sword high above her head. The 3 cylindrical sections began to spin, their movement slow, yet carrying the force of a tectonic shift, unleashing a torrent of magical energy. Gilgamesh's eyes were vacant, her gaze unfocused. She didn't need to aim. EA's target wasn't Haru, it was the world itself. Enoma Elish. The sky groaned, the earth trembled, and the sea churned. The very concept of reality distorted as spatial rifts, tearing at the fabric of space, raced towards Haru. Come forth, Star of Bethlehem. Come forth, Sword of Salvation. Haru hurled the Sword of Salvation skyward, and the Platinum Star, formed from countless divine artifacts, materialized above him. The planet within his soul's cape resonated with the Platinum Star, channeling a massive surge of Earth's power into it. The miniature Platinum planet, its true power unleashed, drew upon the limitless energy of the ley lines, wielding a blade capable of cleaving planets and shattering the heaven. Ryder, sensing the imminent danger the moment Gilgamesh drew EA, had already snapped the reins of his Gordius wheel, the chariot racing away, carrying Waver with him. Saber, scooping Iliasville into her arms, sprinted in the opposite direction. They fled, desperately trying to escape the impending collision. The world-rending power of Enoma Elish clashed with the planet-splitting force of Sword of Salvation. Boom. The clouds above were blasted away, the earth bathed in the harsh light of unshielded starlight. The counterforce, already present in Fuyuki City, concentrated its power, focusing it on the container yard, attempting to contain the catastrophic blast. The world's laws, bent and twisted by their intervention, restricted the destructive force to a 50-meter radius, creating a stalemate. Ryder, having reached a safe distance, sighed in relief, slapping Waver on the back. Ha ha ha. Good thing we ran. That was close. It seems the counterforce has taken notice. We should stay clear of that area. Waver, his head spinning from the chariot's high-speed flight, slumped against Ryder, unconscious. Hey. Stay with me, boy. We need to get you to a doctor. Ryder cried, his face a mask of concern as he turned the chariot towards Fuyuki City. Are you all right, Iliasville? Saber asked, setting Iliasville down on the roof of a nearby building. I'm fine. But, Haru and Kyoheim. Iliasville's voice was filled with worry as she looked towards the container yard. Saber, seeing the shockwaves still rippling through the air, fell silent. At the heart of the blast, the air crackled with spatial distortions as Haru and Gilgamesh glared at each other, their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills, both pouring more and more magical energy into their attacks. Then, Tokiomi Tosaka's voice rang out. By my command spell, I order you, Gilgamesh, return to my side. Ahead of the rest. Chapter 198, I just need some alone time. Tokiomi Tosaka's voice, echoing through the connection forged by the command spells, jolted Gilgamesh. Before she could react, the world around her distorted as the force teleportation activated. The familiar, understated elegance of the Tosaka mansion's living room came into focus. Gilgamesh's crimson eyes blazed with fury. Being summoned back by Tokiomi, robbed of the chance to annihilate that bastard child, she was livid. Tokiomi. How dare you, she roared, turning towards Tokiomi, who sat on the sofa. Then, she froze. Tokiomi Tosaka lay slumped on the sofa, his eyes rolled back in his head, his mouth agape, drool trickling down his chin, his body emaciated and twitching uncontrollably, as if he were having a seizure. Gilgamesh's face flushed crimson. She looked away, embarrassed. She knew exactly why he was in this state. It was the result of her battle with Haru. She'd drawn on Tokiomi's magical energy without restraint, fueling EA's devastating power, desperate to destroy him. EA, an EX-ranked noble phantasm, devoured magical energy like a ravenous beast. A short burst was one thing, but she'd been locked in a prolonged struggle. Tokiomi's magical energy had been depleted in an instant, and then, she'd begun to draw on his life force. Click. What happened? Kariya Matu entered the room, his brow furrowed in concern. He'd heard Gilgamesh's angry outburst. Seeing Tokiomi's state, his eyes widened, and he rushed to the sofa, grabbing Tokiomi's shoulders. Tokiomi. What's wrong? Don't scare me. He overexerted himself, Gilgamesh said, her hand covering her face, her voice a bit awkward. After all, Tokiomi was her master, a subject she'd come to respect. And his current state was entirely her fault. Overexerted. Kariya's eyes widened. As a member of a mage family, he knew that magical energy was tied to life force. This was bad. Rip, rip, rip. The sound of fabric tearing. Gilgamesh stared at Kariya, who was now undressing, her brow furrowed in confusion. What are you doing? Replenishing his magical energy, of course, Kariya replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. He turned to Tokiomi, his face filled with concern. Hold on, Tokiomi. I'm coming to save you. I see. I'll leave him to your care, then. Gilgamesh nodded, then turned and left the room. Normally, she might have remembered the numerous treasures within the Gate of Babylon, capable of healing Tokiomi. But right now, she just needed some alone time. She'd answered the Grail's call because someone had dared to steal her prize. She'd intended to punish the thief, to see what amusements this era offered. But she'd been shocked. Enkidu, her beloved, had borne a child with Inanna, her hated rival. Had she killed Haru in her rage, it would have been one thing. But now, calmer, she found she couldn't bring herself to harm him. He was Enkidu's child, a part of her beloved that still lived. Her face a mask of conflicting emotions, she walked towards an empty room in the mansion. In the church's basement, Kirai Kotomine listened to the sounds emanating from the communicator, Tokiomi and Korea's moans and gasps, a smile playing on his lips. Just then, one of Hasanai Sabak's clones appeared beside him. "What is it?" Kirai asked, his voice cold, his pleasure at being interrupted evident in his tone. "I found something unusual outside the church." "I thought you should know," Hasan said, handing Kirai the body of a bat. "A familiar?" Kirai's eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes." "Placed just outside the barrier, clearly meant to observe the church." Kirai fell silent. This was unexpected. The church maintained a neutral stance in the Holy Grail War, a position of sanctity. Any interference was met with severe penalties, including the forfeiture of command spells and a temporary ban from participating in the war. Someone was taking a big risk to spy on the church. There had to be a reason. "Do they suspect my withdrawal from the war?" he murmured. Then, he noticed something attached to the bat's abdomen, a small, palm-sized video camera, held in place with tape. Magicians despised technology. It reduced their art to mere tricks. And in a Holy Grail war, the only one who would use such a crude method. Kirai flipped through the files Hasan had compiled on the participating masters. He found the answer under the Matuf family's profile. Kiritsugu Amiya, the Magus killer, who disregards a magician's pride and uses any means necessary to achieve his goals. He murmured. Looking at Amiya's profile, he felt a strange stirring within him, a sense of excitement, more intense than even the pleasure he derived from eavesdropping on Tokiomi and Korea. He wanted to understand this man, this empty shell of a human, driven by an unknown purpose, willing to destroy everything in his path to obtain the Grail. Abandon the Einsburn. Focus all your attention on Kiritsugu Amiya, he ordered Hasan. "Yes, master." Hasan vanished. Kirai stared at the spot where Hasan had been standing, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He dismissed Tokiomi's orders without hesitation, without a shred of guilt. He felt only excitement. He knew, instinctively, that learning Amiya's motivations, understanding his way of life, would fill the emptiness that had haunted him since childhood. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed on the empty street near the Fuyuki city docks. Saber and Iliasville turned to see Haru and Kyoheim walking towards them. "Haru, are you all right?" Iliasville asked, rushing into his arms, ignoring Kyoheim's death glare. "I'm fine." She was called back by her master at the last minute, Haru replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. He could have defeated Gilgamesh. She'd been fighting like a madwoman, desperate to kill him. But the counter-force had intervened, limiting his power. He understood their reasoning. His and Gilgamesh's full power, unleashed without restraint, would have devastated the planet, threatening their very existence. And besides, he wasn't particularly eager to kill the pouty, jealous queen of heroes. So, when Tokiomi recalled her, he deactivated the Sword of Salvation. Saber, her gaze fixed on Haru. Ahead of the rest.